Yo, what is up, Finn's Tailgate? What is going on, man? We are live. It is Crypto and myself. We got the currency connection in the building, baby. What's going on, Crypto? How you doing, my brother?
Hey, what's going on? Another day in paradise.
Hell yeah,
But
man. Listen,
we could be
go ahead.
24 hours from doomsday.
Hell yeah. From freezing our asses off. But anyway,
Right.
listen. We're going to talk about the playoffs. We're going to open up this panel, get this motherfucker started. When we come back, baby, Smoke Lounge coming at you in about 3 minutes. See you soon. Yo. And
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Finn's Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Finn's Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing? So, hey,
Pretty good. Pretty
arriba!
good.
Yo, it is Friday, man. I got me a little Kettle One vodka. I got a little pineapple juice, man. I'm gonna be
Sounds
drinking
good.
a minute. Hell yeah.
Mm.
I am ready to have some
Man,
fun here. And Cowherd picked
sounds
the
good.
Dolphins to win. Listen,
So we're definitely doomed.
yeah, that guy. Oh man, I seen footage of him saying that Lamar Jackson is a
The
project
same.
quarterback, and he is not nowhere near as good as Josh Rosen and Sam Darnold.
Yep, that's the same guy. That is definitely the same guy.
Mm-hmm. Or that Jordan
Right.
Love isn't going to make the playoffs, and neither is C.J. Stroud. So yeah.
Yep,
But
that's that
and by
guy.
the way, I hate to agree with Michael K here, but when the team is playing on, it was what he says 100 exceeding temperatures of 120 because people died of heat strokes. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? We shouldn't be
That's
complaining
true.
about the weather.
Right. When it's the opposite end of the scale, right? Yeah.
So, no.
120 minus 20. Yeah, there you go.
By the way, my man Flavor J, I think he's doing it more for the fans because at the end of the day, man, when you got fucking tickets going for $30, I should tell you something.
Yeah. Right. Anything to get those warm butts in the seat.
Joe Rist, what's up? How you doing, man? And
Mm.
of course, Michael K. Hey, my favorite Seminole fan. Actually, my boy Man of the Hour is my favorite. You'll be my second favorite Seminole fan. Mudbone, congratulations again, and it was good for you to spread the love, man. I would have given away as well too, man. My man Adam Sadowski. Hey, Q, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Yeah. You know what it is. Go Steelers, baby. Here we go. Here we go. Pittsburgh, Super Bowl. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. Oh, man. B21, what's up?
It's official. Shake Money is a Steelers, part of Steelers Nation.
No. J-Boy Smith, what's going on, man? Bahana, what's happening? Dean Dog, what's going on, my brother? Yak and Yell. Hey, man. I love me. I wish I could have me some yak. I wish I had some yak on me. Shit, hell yeah. I drink that yak all day, every day. Hey, what's going on,
Some
Jamaican
yak.
from Zion? Another Seminole fan that I like. What's going on? And me too. I wish Watts was playing. Dean Dog, what's going on? By the way, man, I love your dog. I love dogs. I'm a big dog fan. As a matter of fact, that's the one thing that fans do have the choice. I agree with that. Michael K. Yep, but and the stadium had a choice to cover the stadium with so you have to take the good with the bad. You know what I mean? So yeah. Hey, listen, man. You remember that game where Patriots ran the ball 30 times to win the game against Buffalo? Oh yeah. Bog Rice, what's going on, man? How you doing? Thank y'all for showing for tuning in and showing us a little bit of love, man. And make sure you please are hitting the like button, liking if you're new. Hit us on Patreon. WWF www patreon.com T.F.T.G, and this helps support the channel. And we listen, man, we're doing a lot of big things over here at the network. This is going to be an open panel. We're going to be opening the panel shortly, man. But we'll just give us our thoughts real quick. What do you think? Let's Scrappy. What's going on, my man? And by the way, this time next week, we are going to be doing the Cooking Folk apron. That's right. So next Friday, we're going to be doing the Cooking Folk apron. If anybody knows what Cooking Folk is,
Cooking Folk apron giveaway.
Yeah, the Cooking Folk apron giveaway is next Friday, courtesy of Michael K. So shout out to you, Michael K. And move out of the way, Cat. Please, thank you. You're not transparent. Here it is. This apron right here, Michael K won it on a bet, and he is gracious enough to donate it back to the channel. So what you could do to win this apron is yo, yeah, to have to make sure you are a Patreon member. We're gonna generate all the Patreon members, and we're gonna pick from the Finn's Tailgate Patreon members. So if you are a Patreon member, we have free memberships to join there too. But if you are a Patreon member, remember, we will select from there. So, hey, like again, much appreciated to you, my man, Michael K. Much love. Yeah, you join the Patreon, you automatically enter to win. So how is that a mistake? Tell me, what mistake did I make, Kevin Lee? We're gonna beat y'all next year, so stay tuned. We're gonna beat y'all, Kevin Lee. That's right.
Who's Kevin Lee? He's
Kevin Lee. He's a Seminoles fan.
Oh my God.
Nay, what's up?
More people fall off the rails.
Nay, what's up?
What is this foolishness of people within the state of Florida falling in love with teams like the Gators and the Seminoles? How's that even possible? That's like malpractice. That's like the freaking the doctor accidentally cutting off your scrotum, trying to freaking give you a Band-Aid.
Hey, by the way, Finsanity, I sent you the link on your Twitter. So if that's your Twitter and not somebody else's, I sent you the link. So if you want to come up, please feel free. You and Miss Fins. By the way, it was a pleasure. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I sent both to your Twitters. So before we open it up, I sent y'all the link if y'all want to come up. We'll talk about this game real quick. All right. So, Crypto, we were talking backstage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these are the injuries that we have. Oh, shoot. Breaking news.
What, more injuries?
No, it says breaking news. Adam Schefter reporting that Buffalo is still a garbage franchise.
Oh, got you.
Adam Schefter. Anyway,
I don't even know if that's breaking news anymore, Shake, but that's more like
that's true.
Standard operating procedure. That's like that's as certain as the sun setting in the west and rising in the east.
Hey man, Kevin Lee, come to Florida. Hey, listen, man. Hey,
Buffalo.
come to Florida because the Florida versus FSU is gonna be in Dope Campbell. So I want you to be at Dope Campbell with me when we beat y'all in your own house. All right. EM, what's going on, my brother? How you doing?
Well, Kevin Lee, that's just the toilet bowl 2.0 between those two teams. That's the toilet bowl.
Listen. Listen, I don't even want to talk about what University of Coral Gables is.
We got the Gators and the and the Seminoles, the toilet bowl.
Yeah. At least a toilet bowl has a purpose. Canes don't have one. Anyway, no, not this. All right, listen. These are the injuries right now. All right. I would say we have one. Bradley Chubb is a starter. Jalen Phillips is a starter. Xavier Howard is a starter. Isaiah Wynn is a starter. So I would say out of those five, we have 5 starters that are missing. Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Jerome Baker, Xavier Howard, and I would say Isaiah Wynn. Well, I don't know if you. No, Connor Williams. Isaiah Wynn was a backup, I believe. And then backups were missing Isaiah Wynn. Depth, we have Andrew Van Ginkel was a impact depth.
Van Ginkel was coming in for
Yeah,
Phillips.
and here's the thing. Salvan Ahmed, I really don't. He was. I mean, that's my dude. I got his autograph in an interview with him, but I don't think he was that impact player that. So a lot of other than Jalen Waddle, how can he's questionable. Jalen Waddle, Mostert is questionable. Some of those passes that they catch are questionable too. But anyway, Deshaun
so even
Elliott
if
and Holland, those guys are questionable.
Would make a difference. Yeah. Yeah.
Why doesn't Batman come onto our platform? Because we don't like Batman. We can't stand that guy, and he is not a. No, I'm just fucking with you. We love, man. We got nothing but love for Batman. Batman is like a brother to me. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing but
Batman
love and appreciation.
Batman is a Cardinals fan.
No, Batman.
You don't let Cardinals fan.
Listen, Batman is too busy at night with he's got a family, whatever. So, but Batman, he has my phone number. If Batman ever wants to come on the show, he knows all he has to do is hit me up.
Batman is a Cardinals fan.
No, Batman wants to give Tua $10 million a year.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why. Because he thinks Kyler Murray deserves the most money at that position. That's why he said Tua is $10 million.
But Batman knows if he has my number, so whenever he wants to come up, he knows the floor is his. Yeah, he's with his family at night.
Batman said we have a $10 million quarterback.
I try to spend time with my missus, and she's like, no, thank you. So, you know what they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder?
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you, Utah Fins fan. It means a lot to me, man. Yeah, I appreciate everybody who comes here. B21, I say $10 million. And Wynn was a starter. Some ice wine? Shit, I wish I could drink ice wine. That shit's expensive as hell, though, man. It's soupy too.
What is? Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Ice wine. It's where you freeze the grapes, and then you have to make the grapes have to be frozen, and then they press the grapes, and they make the juice like that. It's concentrated.
Oh, okay. It's got to come straight from frozen grapes. There's a lot of ice in there, huh?
Yeah, man.
How long do they ferment? How long do they ferment it after it's been?
We've been together 11 years, so I think she's had enough of me. Huh?
I said, how long does it ferment after it's been frozen?
About the same. Hey, Dolphin Dawn, man. What's going on? Hey, man, appreciate you, man. Much love, man. Thank you. Hey, we got 47 in the room, man. I am blessed and honored that all 46 of you, man, took your time out today to listen to me in crypto and you know what I'm saying, join the show, man. Much appreciated, man. You guys have no idea how much it means to me, and much love to especially Lewis, who's helped me through this journey, and definitely the Finn's tailgate. But anyway, let's enough of that shit. We got a fucking game to talk about. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I do feel good about our chances. But here's the thing: if we do win, and this is if, because there's no guarantees in the NFL. I don't care who you are. They're gonna say, "Well, this is the weakest team, the weakest Charger team." So there's gonna be an excuse why we won. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
was
appreciate
cautioning
you,
all
man.
of our
I
fan
support you
base
too, man. Thank you.
not to
Yeah,
downplay the Chiefs so hard.
yeah, man. Listen, man. That man is a prosecutor. Of course, that motherfucker knows how to cook, boy. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of him, bro. I tell you that for sure. Come on, Lana. Oh, Jesus Christ! Come on, man. Lana, get in. Come in. I swear to God, this fucking cat. In, out, in, out. She wants in, now she wants out. She won't stop scratching at my door. But anyway, listen, man.
Damn.
Yeah, man. If I ever commit a if I ever commit a crime in Larry Cade's state, I'm just gonna take a plea deal. Anyway, yeah, dude. I don't know the weather. I'm hoping that we run the ball for sure. We need to. We run. Hopefully that we could run the ball, and yeah, we're dropping the link. As a matter of fact, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna crypto hold it down. I'm gonna fix me a drink, and then I'm gonna drop the link. Give me a second.
Wait a minute,
I'll be
hang
right
on.
back.
Damn, me and you
Crypto.
both are busy at the crucial time. All right, hang on.
Okay, never mind.
Yo,
Give me
no,
a
no, no,
second,
no, no.
y'all.
You can go.
All right.
No, you can go ahead. Let me look at the chat real quick. Y'all bear with me. I'm on the road here. What's up, Bryson? Yeah, we're gonna drop the link here soon. Give us a second. Lewis is in the building. What's up, Nene? Y'all bear with me. I'm sidekicking from work. Hey, anybody give a thumbs up in the chat of if they think that EM is a legend. Thumbs up in the chat if you think EM is a legend.
Thumbs up, baby. Thumbs up. I'm giving you a thumbs up right here. EM is a legend, baby. He's that dude.
Okay, I just want to check the pulse of the fan base. That let's see if EM is a legend. Cause no word on the street that he's been trending down in the community. We got to get his poll numbers up. His poll numbers have been kind of taking a dip there. So just trying to get a pulse. Just trying to check the pulse of the fan base.
Hey, Michael K. There's also an invention called soap and water. Tell your fellow Buffalo fans about it.
Looks like Scrappy gave a thumbs up to him.
Yeah, EM. I'm giving you that thumb up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit, Bryson, thumbs down. Oh shit.
Hey, by the way, EM says turn up. Turn up, goddammit. Turn up. Before I was gonna open up the link, but apparently,
oh shit.
He wants something to say.
Oh wait a minute. Who that is? Shake.
Lewis. He said he wanted the link, so I sent him the link.
I think. Yeah, he did.
Hey,
man, it looked like we got a thumbs down from Lewis on EM's poll. Jamaican Diaz says thumbs up. Okay. EM
Man,
says
listen,
it's some casuals in the
I'm,
chat. Oh
I'm
shit.
not gonna. I'm just gonna do this, man. I'm telling you, EM's that's the Texas tornado right there, man. Are you kidding me?
But he said it was some casuals in the chat. Damn,
Okay, here we go. Hey, listen,
casuals.
we
Shit.
got our fellow Finn's tailgate brother. Uh, you know who he is. Mi hermano cubano.
Damn, he
He
said
is
some
my co-host.
casuals
He
in
is
the
my
chat. What's
co-host,
going
my
on?
original co-host in the Smoke Lounge. My man Lewis. What's going on, brother?
There we go.
What's good, Shake? What's good, Crypto?
What's
What's
going
going
on,
on?
Lou?
Hey, Shake, real quick. Miss Finn says she can't find the link in her Twitter. She wants you to send it again. That's what she told me. But
Actually, I sent it to her. I sent it to her IG because I couldn't. My bad. I sent it to her IG because her Twitter won't let me send it to her. She won't let me
okay,
meet him.
yeah.
Oh yes.
Miss
Yeah,
Finn,
check your
Yeah,
IG, Miss Finn. Sorry about that.
Yep. But listen, I just wanted to come up real quick. You know, I guess my privilege. I guess HB must have needed my privileges. That's why I couldn't get through my stream yard. But real quick, just to answer those questions, I need everybody in the chat to do me a favor.
Yes,
throw
sir.
them thumbs down because EM Dolphin fan is definitely no goddamn legend. So throw them thumbs down in the chat. Put them thumbs down. We know damn well EM ain't no goddamn legend. I need to see some thumbs down. I need to see some thumbs down, goddammit.
Now, hey, Lewis, Ian was feeling a little. He was feeling. He was feeling a little distraught. You know, he was feeling. You know, he was down at a dip. You know.
Hey,
So, you
business
know, he was
is
starting to lose a
about to
little
pick up,
confidence
man.
in the
Listen,
streets. You know.
we got
So
the
I had to
Texas
do something to try to
tornado
get
in
his
the
confidence
building.
back.
The Texas tornado, the legend, the Texas tornado,
Who was
baby.
that?
Who?
Shake.
Hey, Miss Fins, what's up?
Who?
Hey.
That's a
Now
Texas
that's a
tornado right
real
there, man.
legend. Now that's a real legend.
Damn.
That's a real legend right
Texas
there,
tornado.
Miss Fins is definitely a real
Damn.
legend.
What'd you call me, Shake?
Hey, EM, I'm trying
is
to get
known.
your poll numbers back up, man. Hey, EM.
Hey, listen, EM is known as the
I'm trying
ether
to get your
machine,
poll
baby.
numbers back up, EM.
Yeah, okay. Hey, my numbers is all the way up, goddammit. No matter where I go.
Hey,
you know what time it
real
is.
quick.
You know what time it is.
Real quick. We made a mistake, right, Shake? I think you introduced the wrong legend. Finsanity is in the building. That's a real legend. When I think of legend,
I mean, there's more than one legend. I'm telling you. That's why they're called legends.
I'm trying to get your poll numbers back up, EM. Like a campaign manager.
My numbers stay up. What you talking about, crypto? Fuck out of here. You don't lost your goddamn mind.
On this channel, so
hey, real quick, Shake. Hey, how you gonna let? Again, I don't know who this rabid dolphin guy is. This is the first time we met. How you gonna let him up on? Because I sent you that text privately. Drop that goddamn link. How you gonna let him up here on the panel before me? Goddamn it! What the fuck?
Well, I mean,
hey,
listen, man. He's.
I know.
Listen. This is like a good campaign manager do, man. We got to keep the numbers up, man.
Hey, I know he works for the platform and all that. He's still on the payroll, but hey, I don't give a damn about none of that.
No, man, listen.
I don't give a damn about none of that.
And listen, El Capitan told me, this is from his words verbatim. Hey, listen, man, I need you to give the link to to that guy who was the MVP of the first hour ever after dark, and that was Lewis. He was the MVP of that show.
Yeah.
What show was that?
After dark. You heard
dark.
Oh, my bad. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's cute. That's real cute. Anyway, I was like, what is he talking about? Oh shit, my bad. I'm tripping. Hey, but we know goddamn
MVP of that show.
Yeah, we know goddamn well that's Cap, goddamn it. You already know. You know damn well what time it is. But Miss Finsanity, what's good?
Finsanity, what's going on?
How you doing, King? How you doing, Shake?
Oh, my bad. I thought that was Miss Fin. Sorry about that.
Oh,
no. I know. I just
shit.
that
Oh shit. Miss Finn's pulling up too?
Yeah, she should be
Well,
here. I think
You got a
Nana's coming through.
oh
if you
Y'all,
can,
Nene.
hey,
Oh
if you
Nene
can,
pulling
text me
up
the link.
too.
Send her the link,
Damn.
Miss
EM,
Insanity, please.
huh? What happened?
Can you send the link?
Who? To Nene?
You know, to Miss Vince, because I sent it to her IG.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. But EM, can I tell you something?
What's
Wait a
good?
minute, I can't even see.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, look, I got me some vodka and pineapple juice.
Insanity.
Son of a bitch.
I hope Crypto don't fall
Okay.
asleep tonight like he did last night.
Okay, I sent it. But EM, the
You fall asleep. What's
Yeah.
him about?
What's good, Mama?
craziest thing happened to me. Yo, I got ethered. Yo, I got ethered so freaking bad. It's crazy. Wait till you see the footage. You're gonna be like, what did I ever teach her?
I want to know. Hey, listen. I need a name on that. Tell me who this nigga is, and I'll handle that for you.
Nah,
Raphael Courtwright.
it was
Well,
like
That
ether, but it was just like I have been away for a while. And I forget how serious this thing can get. Oh my gosh.
well,
I need
You
that
gotta
name.
you gotta let Miss yourself.
Finsanities. You see, and I told you this the last time you were up here with all of us. This is where you fell in line. This is where your problem was. You said I got ethered because EM what you taught me. Don't listen to EM. I've been telling you that, Finsanity.
No,
What's
not
going
That's
on?
what
because
the
of what
problem
he,
is.
Can
not
you let her
because of what
finish?
he, no,
Can you let her
not because
finish?
of what he taught me. I said it's like based in spite of what he's taught me. Like I shouldn't be out here getting ethered.
Oh,
What
no, He
happened?
didn't touch. He didn't teach you that much. Trust me.
What happened? First off,
Vince,
what platform was this on?
you gotta let Miss Vince tell it.
Oh, it was on her show.
I'm a biased party in this. So she
Drop
Oh
that name.
God.
Drop that
Yeah.
name so I can handle this. I can handle this fool for you real quick. Who
it's
was
not a
that?
fool. It's a great person. It was just
Oh yeah.
Listen,
Oh
yeah.
okay.
It's called Back Alley Fins, okay? Back Alley Fins. I just dropped the short promo on YouTube because I want people to see, what it is that you get when you're talking, backstage or whatever. I'm trying to promote so people can become members and stuff and really enjoy extra content for the channel. And it was crazy. It was Miss Fins versus Finsanity versus Nene. And if you look at just the short promo alone, I don't know if you want to pull it up,
Pull it
Shake.
up. Shake. Pull
But
it up.
it
Pull it
Where?
should
up.
have
oh, the
it
promos out
should have
there.
already published.
All right,
Yeah,
I
it
I'll look
should
it
have
like
up
that.
now.
already
I'll
Back
look it up.
published.
alley
I'll look it up.
spins. I like
I'll
that.
look it up.
I like that.
Back alley
Yeah,
fans.
I'll
so
look it up now.
yeah, that's the name of the little show. So that way it's pretty cool, and it's not just for us. It's like whatever back channels you want to talk into. I was kind of inspired by you guys, and last night I was telling Lou this afternoon. I'm like, I feel like I made it, because like finally, I'm like these back rooms that everybody's trying to like talking to me about, but I never know where they are. You know what I mean? So I was like so excited. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Well,
that's pretty
well,
much.
trust me on this. You ain't made it. You hadn't made it quite yet talking to Lou. But like, if you'd had that conversation with somebody else a little more credible in the community, that had a little more
Oh
status with him,
my
that might have been
god.
more appropriate.
Just
So it
let
is
me
what it
know.
is.
Let me know. Is this what we're doing? I just want to know. Is this what we're doing? Because I'm with it.
Shake,
I'm with
You
it. If
know I
this is
shake,
stay
what
Yeah,
we're
on
I'm
that.
doing,
working on that right now. Give me a
let me
second.
know.
shake. Take me
That's
out of all of this. I'm gonna come back in through the YouTube. It has me on here through X, and I just want to get in on the YouTube so I can manage things a
Okay.
little bit better. Okay, just kick both of them out. Okay. All right.
Okay.
what happened? Is she gone? Finally, I can talk my talk. Anyways, nah, just kidding. No,
I can't
man,
kick.
it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Damn, Miss Finn. Ooh wee, man. Okay, I'm learning a lot about you, Miss Fins. I ain't gonna lie
Not
to
at all,
you.
guys. I'm
Damn,
not. This is not me at all. Like I don't. But it's still kind of funny. So that's kind of why
Shake, pull it
I
up.
did it.
I'm here. It is right here.
Hit that play button.
All right. Y'all ready?
cannot get mad at fans if they were marketed a fraudulent product. How you gonna
That
get
is
mad at
true.
them?
That is
Hold up,
true,
hold up. We ain't gonna skate over that one.
That's
What have we
right.
been? What have we been for the last 23 years? Oh, I'll wait. So
though. Mediocre. Middle of the road.
listen. What were we all praying wouldn't happen in December?
My bad.
I cannot get mad at fans if they
Yeah,
were
so that was a
marketed
short promo, real quick, just so
product.
people would
How
know
you
That
gonna
is
get mad
true.
at
That
them?
is
Hold on.
true, though.
It's only it's short, so we can play.
That's
What have we
right.
been? What have we been for the last 23 years? Oh, I'll wait. So
Mediocre. Middle of the road.
listen. What were we all praying wouldn't happen in December? Because we know our history. I don't care if they out here trying to sell me 2 bath salts. I'm not buying it because I don't need 2 bath salts. You're choosing to do this because you like the team. And
Right,
they're
but
setting the value and what's in it. But you know what your team is. Stop pretending like you don't
hold
know
on,
who we are.
hold on.
Come on.
That's where I think we meet differently. But
People were worried about us being able to beat the Chargers. Let's be honest. Let's go back before the 70-point out.
I cannot.
There you go.
There you have
Damn,
it.
boy. What is that all? It was just getting good.
That's just a little
I
sample.
know.
Chef Jew.
Chef.
Is that today?
Hello?
Hey, man.
Yeah, that was today.
Yeah, that was today.
I missed that.
Well, that's the
That
whole
was
point.
today's
It was
show?
backstage. Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
I
I
missed
We got
that.
some feedback.
Oh, that was
I think
today's
Chef
show?
G.
Shake,
It was
why you
today's
turn it
show.
off, bro? It was just getting good.
I know, that's why I was
I know,
like,
but that was it. That was the clip. Yeah, Jeff Jew, you got some feedback, bro.
I got you. Hold on. I'm going to fix it.
I'm put you
Damn, I
on
need to go
mute.
back and watch the episode.
Yeah, I know, right? I need it. I need to see that.
And man,
For
by the way,
sure.
when we looking at while Chef Jew is here, man, I want to bring up these little creations, man. Look at this, man.
Oh,
look
Look
at
at this.
that. Wow.
so Chef is actually a chef.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
man.
real.
Yeah,
Wow,
speaking of
that's
which,
what's
man,
up,
listen, are
man.
you looking for a chef to cater your next party or a business
Wow, that's
party?
what's up, man.
Yeah, hit them up at 786-804-8096. Mention the Finn's Tailgate, and you get 10% off your first order. Right here. But go ahead. We support, like Finn says, we support those who support us.
Hey, now that y'all, the 3 of y'all are on, it looks like y'all got a little something going though. Hey, I'm gonna need my percentage now because I'm the one that put that trio together. Hey, I'm gonna need that 2%.
All right.
I'm gonna need that 2% because I put that trio together. God damn it!
By the way, you want the nickel in cash or in check?
Hey man, it don't matter.
Mike Catania, what's up, Mike Catania? What's going on, brother?
Yeah, no, but we just thought it was cool. The first episode, the part 1, I'm dropping later because I'm getting ready to go. Got a movie date with my mom, so I gotta spend time also with our parents here.
What y'all going to go see?
We're gonna see The Beekeeper. The new Jason Statham movie. So action. She loves action. I do too. So should be a lot of fun.
That's supposed to be a good one.
Yeah, I know. That's why I know.
Yeah.
And he makes pretty good movies. You know what I mean? And they're not like the same script. Just repackaged. He actually does make good movies, good stories. So I like him. I like him a lot. So I can't wait to see it. It should be pretty fun movie. But yeah, I want to drop the video and just like I said, just a few minutes, a full one. But that's just to get the juices flowing so people can see what we're doing and kind of promote
That's
the
good
channel.
shit. That's good shit right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. So
we got Miss Fins.
I love it.
Miss Fins, I know you said you're getting ready to go. Miss Fins, but before, have you seen the latest video? I guess Kurt Warner just dropped something. Have you seen that video, Miss Vince?
Yes, I have.
No.
Oh my
Here
God.
Can
we
we please get your
go.
thoughts on that, Miss Fins, before you go,
Here
real
Man,
we
you
quick?
making me
go.
sweat, bro. You making me sweat, Lou. Like what you you put me out
Put me
here
out here
in front of
Yes,
the
in front
please
of the
chopping block.
share.
chopping block.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Uh,
What
oh
you think?
Jesus. It's
What the
Yes,
problem
look,
Mark.
is?
it
I'm
was
gonna be
rough. It
opening up
was
the panel
rough. I'll
soon,
tell you
Mark.
this. It
Hang
was
tight.
rough
I
because
will open up the panel.
if
Hang
you
What was
tight.
so
take a
rough
look
about
at
it?
it, because this is something that we've seen, it kind of validates those of us who are more objective about our team, and about our offense and about our quarterback, and that are always told we're haters. And it's like,
Oh
are we
shit!
haters, or we just
Mm.
notice certain things before other people, which is nothing wrong. You know what I mean? But it kind of validates, some of us out here. But at the end of the day, you cannot deny what you see. Now, I will say this: I mean, you gotta step up your game. I mean, you can't. That's just, and it's not
So,
a this year issue either.
well, let me
I
ask you this.
mean,
Let me ask you this real quick, Miss Finn. I hadn't seen the video yet. I saw a video he dropped when we initially played Kansas City. So, did he just bring up one game, or did he kind of clip up,
oh,
like
just
four?
Kansas City, which made it
Okay.
worse.
Okay, well that puts things in perspective, right? Yeah, because from what I understand, because I had this conversation with Lewis and CB and Reason earlier. From what I gathered, I hadn't seen his latest video, but from what I heard, seeing the tweets and all of that and the back and forth, Kurt Warner didn't say anything groundbreaking in that video. Like, I mean, we knew to again go back to when we
Hmm.
played, go back to when we had the day of the game, right? When again, I can only speak for myself, but I didn't, I killed Tua in that game in Twitter Spaces as well as on platforms. Right? I said to it or not, there was plays I felt like he consistently left on the field, especially that the last play where he had some. Well, people were saying that I felt like they were making an excuse saying that it was some miscommunication between him and Cedric Wilson on the last play of the game. But no, you can't have that happen. I'm sorry. You're driving to you need a touchdown to take to tie the game up. No, no, no. That play cannot happen. So, but from what I gathered, that all Kurt Warner was doing for the most part was he was highlighting how the plays that Tua did not make in that game. And where's the groundbreaking information? I don't understand why that video has gone viral and there's so much back and forth about it.
Okay, let me answer that really simply. And I feel like I kind of said it, but I'm going to say it again. It's not groundbreaking to some of us that have seen this consistently for the last 4 years. But for those whose eyes have been open and are no longer blinded to certain ideologies or blind faith,
Oh
now
shit!
they get to see what some of us have seen
Mhm.
repetitively. And
Mm.
that's the difference.
So you would so you
Oh
would
Whoa.
agree so you would agree Tua
shit!
so you would agree
Mm.
a 4-year player, which is Tua is, he needs more development, correct?
100%. And I said this.
Okay.
We don't got him in no 3-year plan. He's not a do it now quarterback. I
Hey,
said this in the off season. The plan that they got is 1980s, 1990s development. We're gonna give you 3, 4, 5 years to develop before we fully expect you to
Well,
be
that
a
well,
semi decent product.
hey,
Miss Fins,
hey,
hold on,
listen. If
real
I
quick.
get 5 more likes, I'm gonna open up
Damn.
the floodgates. Let me get
Let,
five
let
Damn,
me
more
he just
likes. If
said
we get
to be
five
on the
more likes,
Tannehill plan.
give me
hold,
5 more
hold,
likes, and we'll open up the
hold on,
floodgates.
crypto. Hold on, crypto, real quick. Just let me jump into. Let me go after what Miss Fins just said, and I don't mean go after at your take, Miss Fins. I just see. I'm okay with the development talk, right? Because I would agree with EM. I've heard say it. Now you just said it, Miss Fins. The problem I have though, then why did you go all in, right? If you knew this quarterback was still developing. Because in my opinion, you don't go trade a first round pick and give Bradley Chubb $20 million for a developmental player. You don't go get Tyreek Hill and give him $30 million for like they're built like I just don't like when we do these conversations, because at the end of the day, we all be coming into the season. It was, well, it's win now mode. We're here to win now. We're here to win next year. These 2 years specifically give us our best chance to win. But now all of a sudden it's turned to, well, this guy still needs more development. Like,
Well, name me the quarterback, right? Name me the perfect quarterback that's a finished product in a league.
Nobody is finished, and everybody. I said this the other day. You could be in year 4, you can be in year 8. Hell, you can be in week 16. You still have to develop, right? But that's not the argument. Is right. My point of view is that's fine if he's developing. Cool, but why go all in then?
Because he's developed enough, right? And again, I feel like, again, this is why I highlighted this the other day, right? We're on Larry K's channel, I think that's his name. Anyway, first off, a finished product does not exist at the NFL level. A. B, in terms of your question about why did they go all in, well, he's shown enough development, right, to where you feel like you've got the proper support around him, enough offense, defense, and special teams, to where if you combine what you have around him with the level that he's gotten to, because again, he's elevated his level of play. I don't give a fuck what nobody says, right? He has taken tremendous strides the last 2 years. I mean, damn. I mean, how much more he does need to develop in certain areas, right? But I mean, what more do you want from a player that has gone from an inconsistency in his first 2 years to his last 2 years, right? In the MVP conversation for 2 years in a row. So that should be on paper. You combine his elevated level of play and what you have built around him, that should be on paper enough to where you can compete. Again, and again, they've been in the playoffs the last 2 years. You were within one game from winning a division. They didn't win. It was extremely disappointing. We all know that, but yet you're still in the playoffs. So you combine all of that from a GM standpoint to your question, why go all in? On paper, that should be enough to where you think you can forecast development. Another year is year 4, which Tua did get better from year 3 to year 4, right? And you combine all of that, and keep in mind, he still has weak areas of his game, but you combine all of that with all of the support that you surround him with, you should be in an advantageous position to compete. And that's all you can do from a GM standpoint. I don't understand why that's so difficult to understand.
Well, technically, Tua's numbers in aggregate last year was better than this year's, relative to the people at his position.
Well, I think he
How
took.
so, crypto? How so? Because
he only led in yardage this year. He led in a hell of a lot more categories last year relative to all the people that was.
Okay, well, he
all
was
the
top
people
5.
that was in there.
I got you. I see what you're saying. I was just curious.
He was top 5 in virtually every category. Okay, give or take a few, but again,
I'm just saying his numbers overall combined went down this year from last year.
So I don't understand why it's so difficult to understand.
I could care less about that. I just want him to show up in the big games and be active, for the playoff run. Like last year he wasn't, this year he is, but I'm just gonna break it. I'll start off. You guys are probably gonna be pissed, but I don't think we got a shot tomorrow night. I just don't see how we do it.
Hey panel,
Well,
real
Bryson,
quick.
that's fair.
Hey panel, real quick. I just got something to say real quick, and then I gotta hit family time, movie time.
Dean, what's going on, brother? Thank you for stopping by the way. Appreciate you.
No problem. I just wanted to say thank you for everybody on this panel. You really educated me in the game. I've been a fan for 40 years now. I've been sticking with loyal to the Dolphins, but I'd like to thank each one of you for educating the fan base.
Man, salute to you, bro.
Thanks, Jim.
Welcome, bro.
I've learned so much last 3 years, it's crazy. My family
My
loves you
family
all.
loves you all.
And take care. God
Take care.
bless.
God bless.
Take care, brother.
Take care, brother.
Thanks, Dean.
Hey man, salute to you.
Thanks,
All
bro.
right.
Take care.
Man,
Dean.
somebody got a lot of feedback.
That's Chef Jew.
Okay.
I think he needs
I
to
think he needs to
get out of YouTube.
Let me go out and come back in and fix something.
All right, I got you,
All right.
brother. I got you.
brother. I got you.
All right.
Todd, what's up?
What's going on, everybody?
Todd, what's good, man?
Oh, Todd's got it too.
What?
Your
Got a
feedback.
little feedback.
I shouldn't. I got rid of YouTube. I'll do it real quick.
Do you have headphones on, Todd?
There we. Yep, I got my headphones. That's probably what it
Man,
is.
y'all slipping.
Hey, listen, we got the
There we go.
we got
That
the
should be better.
2023 Wolfpack Member of the Year. What's going on, Mr. Polk?
Wolfpack, baby.
What's up, Mr. Polk?
Mr. Polk,
Hey,
what's good?
hey,
What's
can
up?
y'all hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we hear you.
Hey, thanks for having the show. Shake, Color, Crypto, Lewis, Bryson. I don't know
What's
who
up,
Blue
man?
Pill is. Miss Fins, EM. What's up? What's going on, EM?
Hey man, salute to you, bro.
Todd.
I'm
What's going
surprised you
on?
know who EM is, Mr. Paul.
yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
nah,
he's the quietest one on all these panels.
That's real cute. That is real cute.
nah. But the thing is, it's good to be around people with a lot of football knowledge and all that. Different football takes. So, like I said, I like to come up on the panel to learn as much as I can from you guys.
Well, then you definitely don't want EM up here for that.
yeah.
Damn,
Nah,
bro.
EM got a lot. EM got a lot I can learn from because I watched him back in the days when he used to give TD a hard time.
You a day one. Oh, you a day one of there,
Look,
Mr. Polk.
I
Okay.
used to watch that too. But there was one guy, I can't remember his name. He's disappeared, but he always used to give you a hard time.
Give who, me?
Yeah, you used to give it right back.
Who?
Ooh,
I can't think of his name. He would always.
Nobody give me a hard time. I don't know what you talking about, Todd.
Todd, you looking at him right here, Todd.
Man, please. Anyway,
No.
yeah,
The man
that's
right
lightweight. That's easy work right there.
No, it was a guy. I haven't seen him since TD days.
I don't know who the hell. Who you talking about? Ball game? You ain't talking about ball game, are you?
No. I think I know who you talking about, but I
Who
can't
you
think of
talking
the
about?
guy's name either.
Oh my God!
It ain't Dwayne
Teddy,
from
who you
Texas,
talking
right?
about?
Ain't that dude from Texas?
Who you talking about? Esteban?
Then what? You talking about
No,
Esther?
No,
it was a black guy, and he was always in the channels on
The
TV.
I
on-
think I know who you
the
talking about.
on- the only one. Who? I don't know who you talking about.
Wasn't there a dude from who's that dude from San Antonio?
you talking about Grade 1 DeVore?
No, that dude from who's that dude from San Antonio? Remember that dude from San Antonio?
I have
Texas?
no idea. I only know. The only.
Oh man, I know. I know. I think I know.
Y'all
Who
give me
you're
2
talking about. I
seconds.
just
Give
can't
me
think
an
of it.
EM 2 seconds real quick. Just give me an EM 2 seconds.
Oh,
Geez, we can figure this out. If you give us 2 seconds, we've been there
I have.
since day one.
I have no clue who he's talking about. He talking about a black dude?
Yeah.
The only other black dude I can think of, if it's not Mr. Ballgame, who was the guy who eventually
Something
did a
eyes
show?
or something like that. Something eyes.
Oh, man, please.
Oh my stop.
Oh man, it's trash. Really? Are you serious? Man, get the fuck out of here.
That was Slim's Boogie
Straight
Days.
garbage, man.
Who was he talking about? He always used to troll you.
Hey.
talking about Todd?
Eye test. Oh shit.
Yeah.
EM had to get that nightmare out of his head. That's why EM
Oh,
forgot it.
man.
It was a nightmare. to
Bro,
EM.
are you serious, man? I've been buried that Nick.
No, I know you buried him, but
That
I'm
was
saying he
EM's
always used to
nightmare.
troll you left and right. He used to get aggravating.
By the way, yeah, EM he works for Sports Illustrated for San Francisco.
That body been decayed, bro. There ain't nothing left but teeth and bones. That's it.
It's all right, EM. You can get rid of your nightmares, man. Nightmares are
Ain't
bad
nothing
to
but teeth
remember.
and bones left on that body, bro.
That shows you how far back I go. All the way back to those days.
Jake, can you
Well,
hear
then
me?
you know the credentials. Then you know who you dealing with. You know who you talking to. Then, but go ahead.
Oh no, EM, I respect the hell out of you in this community. I've always respected you.
Yeah.
Same here.
Salute,
The first time I
gentlemen.
seen
Salute.
EM was on TV show. That's the first time I came across EM.
Them, I ain't gonna lie. In the early stages, there was a good old days in the early stages.
It used to be some fun in the beginning.
Yeah, it got to be a drag though for a while at the end, but for the most part, yeah, it was, man. Them was good times, especially during COVID, right?
Yeah,
When
yeah,
everybody was locked up and we ain't have nothing but that Tuesday night panel for the most part.
Yeah.
So yeah, it
Now
was
we
good
have
times.
all these
Yeah.
different panels to have, and it's all a bunch of fun now.
yeah. And I
Hmm.
try to go and support all of them.
Q,
Even though I don't
Ian,
go
read
to
that.
any of them.
Damn.
Yeah. Q know what time it is. He know. Oh yeah, hell yeah, he know.
EM
I
having a
done,
hard time forgetting his nightmares, man.
I done buried a
Mic
lot.
check, mic
I done
check. Can
caught me
y'all hear me?
several bodies over the
Yeah,
years.
we
Hey,
hear you, Nene.
how's it going,
That's
Nene?
Cap.
We hear
Nay,
you,
That's
Nay, what's
Cap.
Nene.
good? What's good,
I
Nay?
got some for you, EM, because that individual that Spinsanity is talking about is me.
Oh,
Y'all
oh,
gotta hear the
oh, oh,
whole.
oh, you picked that work up earlier. That was you?
That was me. I know
Oh,
it was a lot of
okay.
confusion in that clip, but I would urge Miss Fins to put the whole bit the link in the chat so those who want to hear that conversation, and the women is showing how it's done. There wasn't no insulting, no name calling. We kept it straight football. But
Well, I did publish the video. I can't do the link because I'm technically driving right now, but I did publish it. So go visit Miss Fiends, check out the video, hit the like button, share, subscribe, become a member. Catch me Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. Yes, non-shameless plug. But yeah, it's published. It should be up by now. If not, give it a few minutes and you'll be able to see it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Nene, I told Miss Fins earlier. I said, listen, hey, I'm gonna need that 2%. I need my percentage because I'm the one that put that trio together. God damn it. You know what I'm saying?
you
Hey,
did
That's Cap.
suggest it.
you
You
damn
did
right.
suggest
That's
it.
Miss
Cap. That's Cap.
Fins acting like she don't hear me, but she know damn well what the truth is.
But
She know that.
1 second, because it's the weather's pretty bad here, so I'm probably gonna cut out. But I do think we need to support the women in this community as well. There, Miss Fans is doing a lot of good work. There are other. I'm not a content creator. I'm just a person that's bored, waiting for school to start. But there are some good ladies in this community that know football, that can talk with the best
Finsanity
of
to
them.
go.
So I just wanted to kind of lay that out there. We gave a little teaser as to my debate with Miss Finsanity, but and you say who won. You tell me what Tupac said. You tell me who won.
Hey, I ain't in it. I am not getting in that. I let y'all have that. I'll leave that to y'all. But
No,
yeah,
seriously, nothing but respect for the females in this
Yeah,
community.
no,
They've been out
absolutely.
there.
it's like
For
it's
Yes,
sure.
yes,
friendly.
sir.
It's nothing, but just go ahead and listen to it. Subscribe to Miss Finn's page. She's the one that contacted all of us, and we had a great conversation, man. I don't know if Shake can play that a little bit throughout what we're doing, so people can kind of hear what was going on. But it's a lot of the things we talk about every single day, and the women also have a say.
And just to piggyback on that, it's actually kind of funny, but that was only part one. There will be a part two dropping after the Saturday game because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be heads or tails. That's all. That's all I gotta say. That's all I can say.
Y'all going live
Okay.
after the game? You said, Miss
Not
Fans.
after the game, not after the game, but we will be dropping part two. That's Sunday, so it's gonna be
That's
yeah,
what's
it's gonna be
up.
good.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely pulling up for that one. I'm
And by,
sorry I
and by,
missed this one.
hey, by the way, tomorrow night, Saturday night, Sunday morning at 3 o'clock, we're gonna be dropping our brand new me and Crypto, the Currency Connection. We're gonna be dropping our new Insomnia episode. We're gonna be talking about the coaching search. We're gonna talk about the wild card with special guest, the one and only Doc Brown. Y'all don't want to miss that.
Who?
That's
Who?
awesome.
Doc
Who
Brown.
is that?
Oh my
Who's
god.
that?
Damn, damn.
I
All of
can't.
a sudden, there's a bunch of owls in here.
No, I don't know who Doc Brown is.
Yeah,
I don't know who that is.
never heard of him. Never heard of him. I'm sure he's a good, cool guy and all, but never heard of him.
Hey, this guy right here.
Yeah, never heard of.
Yeah. I'm surprised you got that picture, Shake. I heard he's inside. I'm surprised to see
Oh,
him.
damn.
I'm surprised to see a picture outside. I heard he was inside, but
Damn.
it is what it is.
Damn.
What's your guys' thoughts on the game tomorrow?
It's gonna be cold. Yeah.
It's gonna
It's gonna be cold as fuck.
That's a fact right there. You're gonna see a lot of hugging. I'll tell you that.
Oh
A
yeah.
lot of hugging because it's gonna be a pound and ground, trenches and running game for the most part.
all I gotta say, better lay up. That's for sure. Lay up, lay up, lay up.
Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Anyone know what the winds are tomorrow?
That's the only
What's up,
Doc
Chef?
Brown I know.
What's up, Chef Drew?
From 9 to 20 miles an hour, they have it listed at. From 9 to 20 miles an hour are gonna be the wind gusts tomorrow.
Appreciate it, Miss Vince.
Damn.
It's gonna be fun
what-
as hell to
what's
watch,
y'all
though.
guys'
I'll tell you
thoughts?
that.
What's your thoughts on people keep promoting the weather and stuff? Me personally, I don't want to hear nothing about it. You could have been playing in Miami.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I don't really care. They put themselves in this position.
Yeah.
They
They
had the
gonna have to.
opportunity to be
Yep.
playing
It's
in
not.
South
It's not.
Florida,
Mhm.
and they
It's not even
decided
about
not
the
to
weather
win
no
those
more. It's
games.
about
So
winning.
I
It's
could care
about
less.
winning. Period.
well,
Regardless.
Nene, I'll be honest. I blame the weather on Coach McDaniel since that's what we've been doing for the past 2 days in this fan base. We might as well blame Coach McDaniel for the weather too.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, that's a good point there. Yeah,
You ain't lying.
I almost think the weather neutralizes the game, though. Mahomes is not going to be airing it out in that weather. Neither is Tua. It's going to come down to the ground game.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
with
I don't think that's the
pass
case.
rushers that got added, with D
Are
line
we
that got
assuming
added
Mahomes
this
not
week,
going to air it out?
I don't know. I don't know if we got the edge there
Well,
in the trenches.
his receivers have a hard time catching it in perfect weather, let alone that weather.
Yeah, because the ball supposed to feel like
Leave it up
Sure,
to
but
the
if
Dolphins.
it's a
That'll be
trenches
the
game,
that'll be one game that they'll get it all together. We'll be like, oh man, see, they weren't doing it all year.
but if it's a trenches running game, I mean, with our D line, literally half of it being added this week, and our linebacker core being beat up, our safeties both being beat up. I mean, I don't really know if we have the edge there.
Who's not wearing gloves tomorrow? I'm just checking.
Tua
Who said they're not wearing gloves?
Tua said he
he's
was.
not wearing gloves. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
That's gonna be.
He's going barehanded, huh?
I thought I heard Tua was checking out gloves.
Shit.
Actually,
Go with the bare hands, bare knuckles. Damn. Whew.
Yeah, all I gotta say is
I
the
know.
team gotta
I
play
know.
desperate.
Teron
Can't make no
Armstead
excuses.
said everybody needs to come in short sleeves.
And short sleeves.
Get the hell out of here.
That's what
You know
Teron
what?
Armstead was saying.
What's
Turn
the
outside a
over?
bit, shaving himself.
I got a question for the panel, real quick. As far as run games, what is your over under? And I'm setting this over under on our ability to win if we hit this number. So statistically speaking, this year the Miami Dolphins do 26 or more run plays in a game, we win that game. We're 9-1. So I'm gonna set it at 26. But do you think we'll be over
Good.
or under in run plays
I'm saying
in this game?
we need in that game. We
I'd
need to
say
be way over. Way over.
If especially with Mosterbat, yeah, I would say over as well. Just with the weather, I mean, if it's under, that's a huge problem.
I say one under because Mike McDaniel is going to find a way to piss off some fans, so he could take the blame. He could be the fall guy again.
Crypto, you had to be the one to say that.
No, but
It'll be
you know,
25.
He might actually do that too.
What you mean?
Hey, by the way, real quick, man. I just saw the AFC East roundtable, and they always have a special guest, and the fourth guy was our own El Capitan.
El
So make sure you
Capitan.
check out the replay.
Absolutely, El Capitan.
Oh, okay, he was the AFC East roundtable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Crypto, Crypto, why did you say McDaniel would be the fall guy again? What do you mean by that? Clarify that for me.
The fall guy again. Oh, he's used to falling on his sword when he don't need to fall on his sword. So he's gonna volunteer yet again to be the
He
fall
said he's
guy.
going to run the
Again,
ball.
Even though he's not, he shouldn't be blamed, but he's gonna volunteer to
Hey,
be
Lewis,
blamed.
Lewis, he
Listen,
said he's
all I
going to
know
run.
is if Lewis was
oh,
Lewis,
on
he
that
said
round,
he'll run.
he would have been the MVP of that too.
Lewis,
I
he said
appreciate that, Shake.
hey, Crypto. He said Lewis Crypto said that he'd run the ball 25 times just to come up short of that 26, and it'll be his fault.
Well, again, like I keep saying it. The fact of the matter is, we can sit here and keep crying about running the ball more, running the ball more. That's not the problem. That's not the damn issue. So, I mean, people can say what they want. I'm not here to change people's opinion. Everybody's opinion is valid. I'm not one of them people that want to make these excuses and say, well, we're losing these games or it's costing us games because we haven't ran the
All
ball.
right,
That's
Lewis,
just it's just a
Well,
bold
Kurt
faced lie.
Warner kind of
Lewis,
told you why. Kurt Warner
Lewis,
kind of told you why.
Lewis. My problem is with it.
Yes,
The
Mr.
only problem
Mendes.
I had with it was when we played this past week. We had 111 yards at halftime. Why do you come out and only run the ball 3 times?
Because the Buffalo Bills made the adjustment to go from two to basically cover two to single high safety. And against single high with a dynamic receiver like Tyreek Hill, you throw against that coverage. That's what you do. The Buffalo's adjustment in the second half was to throw 8-9 men in the box. So why the hell would you be running the ball against 8-man fronts?
Buffalo did make McDermott did make the adjustment.
It just don't make no sense.
I didn't see that, but I didn't go over the all 22 with everybody this week.
Well,
Like,
essentially, what they were
Yeah,
saying is,
he brought an
we're
extra guy
gonna
in the
dare
box,
you to
Todd.
throw it
He brought
outside
the
the
extra guy.
numbers
see
deep.
that.
You have to
We're
ask
gonna
yourself,
dare you to throw it
That's my
outside
bad.
the
Hey,
numbers
that's my
deep
bad. I
and
didn't see
be.
the
did
all
you ever stop
22.
to think? Did anybody ever stop to think to ask themselves why would he stop running before they just started blaming him
By the
for
way, we
stopping
can barely
running?
hear you,
We can
Color.
barely hear you.
Color,
Sorry,
your mic is turned down. I mean the other direction. I think you got it in the other direction.
Damn, will it stop raining?
Yeah, the
Yeah, down here.
McDermott brought the extra guy to bring down for support, begging us to throw it over the top of him.
We just gotta make the adjustments. Well,
Yeah, it's an in-game chess match.
wherever, exactly. Whatever adjustment the defense make, we got to make it on offense.
But
Hey, by
Mr.
the way,
Park,
El Capitan, El Capitan, man.
How about now?
Way
Is that
to,
better
hey,
now?
man. Way
What
to represent the Finns tailgate, baby, tonight. I'm gonna watch the replay, brother.
what you
I'm
saying, Lou?
sure. Listen, I don't gotta watch the show, and I know you cooked some foods tonight. So much
Not
Right.
appreciated,
better.
El Cap. That's
Nice
Oh,
representing him.
hell yeah.
what you
Hey,
saying, Lou?
did you
no,
hear
I
the
was
ticket prices for that
Oh,
game, that playoff
hold on.
game?
Let Lou finish what he was saying, please.
Oh, I didn't hear Lou.
How about now?
no,
Is
no,
that better? Is that better?
I was saying, yeah. I was just saying, Mr. Park, absolutely. I would agree. You got to make the adjustments on the offensive side of the ball, but Mike McDaniel did make the adjustment. The players just didn't execute. And again, I'm going to say players because I don't want people to get in their feelings. But the fact of the matter is, we did make the adjustments. We just didn't execute. So I don't want to put this on the coaching or say the coaching was the problem because if we're going to be honest with ourselves, it really wasn't.
No, to me to me it was the whole team. It was the offense and the coaches. It wasn't just particular. I can't just point the finger in one direction because there's many directions to point the finger at.
I would agree with
And
that.
no,
Yeah.
and
No, I
then if
agree
it
with that too.
Yeah.
because
Everybody got a hand
I
in
don't
that
have
one.
as much
Yeah.
Can y'all
knowledge
hear
as
me
you
better now?
guys, but that's what I'm seeing with my eyes. I'm seeing multiple reasons why we are not playing well. So I'm not pointing the finger at no one person. And I've said that on other platforms too. And if we don't get it together, it is what it is.
Can you hear me
Yep.
better now, guys?
A little bit.
Lil,
It's
you're
kind of.
still quiet.
And where everybody go?
What's up, caller?
Hey, Mr. Polk, Mr. Hey, listen, the 2023 Wolfpack Member of the Year. What's going on?
Hey, I appreciate that.
That
You
was back
guys give
member
me
of the
that.
year.
I sure appreciate that. Everything is everything. I've just been kind of busy lately, family wise, so I try to jump in. I may not jump in on my regularly like I've been. So I jump
Mm-hmm.
in when I can.
Yo, that's my man Sal Bundy. What's going on? What's up, Sal Bundy? How you doing, my brother?
Oh, he's
Hey,
up here on the panel. Who's that?
no, next week. What do you think, Crypto? Next week. Listen, I'll get with you tomorrow. Text me tomorrow, or I'll text you whenever you're available. I want to see if next week you're available to do an insomnia with Mr. Crazy Poke.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you, Sal. By the way, even though you're a
So
Bills fan.
so El Capitan coming up
Yeah, that's fine.
in the next few minutes, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Insomnia with Mr. Polk. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
What time is that?
No,
We're gonna
we do a
pre-record it
pre-record.
around 9 o'clock at
Oh,
night,
oh.
or 7, or
Yeah.
Well, you got my
Depending
number,
on what
Shake.
day you're available to record. You know what I mean?
Okay, because I'm gonna be tied up definitely gonna be tied up tomorrow.
Shout out to my man Flavor J. What's going on, Flavor J? Now we're doing our episode tonight with Doc Brown.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And make sure y'all hitting the like button, please.
Hey, so what did y'all think about the coach New England hired?
Hey, man.
Yeah, that was one of those
What I
internal
miss out
things
on?
that everybody was keeping close to the vest. That's a Robert Kraft type deal, man. That's what he do.
Oh,
He'll
I know,
pull
but
one
you
out
want
if
in that?
nobody
I
least expected that move, and
I
you
was
just
Yeah,
wor-
you know
I
what?
was
And the thing
crap.
about that is he doesn't have to worry about the Rooney Rule because he's
It's
in Canada.
internal
He's in Canada.
promotion.
Yeah.
Okay, so
but
so
hey,
so
He promoted from
I was
within.
worried
Yep.
about Vrabel. I was worried about Vrabel going there because these
Vrabel
teams
coming
always
back
have our
to
number.
right.
That's who I
Exactly.
was worried about right there, Brable.
Vrabel. Yep.
I'm glad when
Hmm.
I saw the story it was Mayo. I'm like, okay, I had heard news that he was
Mhm.
already being prepped for it, but it wasn't confirmed. So when I saw
Hmm.
breaking news he was named head coach, I'm like, thank God, because I did not want to see Brable in this
You're
division.
right.
well,
Exactly. That's the
y'all
last
don't want
person
it.
I wanted to see.
Y'all wanted me to mention who I thought was going there.
Can y'all
Hey,
hear
and
me,
listen,
guys?
Yeah, yeah.
and listen. If he gets fired from New England Patriots, are the Beach Pirates are going to say New England Patriots are holding the mail? No.
You said they holding the mail?
Yeah, pretty much
Mm.
hold the mail
Mike, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you. How you doing, Nene?
or the Mayo
Listen,
Clinic.
so listen, it is pouring. I don't know what y'all weather is like, but it is pouring in North Carolina.
Oh man, it's
It's
beautiful
I'm
here,
raining
here
here
in
man.
too.
Jacksonville. I'm here in Jacksonville. It
It's
hasn't
starting to rain
stopped
here, but
raining.
it's warm rain.
It hasn't stopped raining since I woke up this morning here in Jacksonville.
It is clear where I'm at.
It is
I'm in
raining
Broward
cats and
County.
dogs without the
But
thunder.
I wanted to ask y'all a question, kind of related to both college and the pros. Do you think it's something that this list, this Epstein list, came out and all these people retiring now? Just a thought.
That
Hmm.
All
would be
these,
Be
wild.
careful, you don't want to get demonetized. Be
I'm
careful.
just saying, it is a lot of people that is like, we got Pete Carroll, you got Saban, you got all these different people. Like, I'm not saying they were involved, but I just think it's something to look at that all of these people are retiring.
Hey,
And
don't pull.
they,
Nene,
It's a
be
cabal.
careful. Nene, be careful. Don't do an Aaron Rodgers.
well, this is what I'm saying to you
Yeah,
is
Aaron
that
Rodgers.
they're
He
not
probably already
even.
talked about it.
I know that y'all brought up New England, but they're not even doing the vetting process. Like Alabama already has a new head coach. New England
Yep.
already has a new head coach. Like that
Raphael,
to
what's
me
going on? What do you
says,
mean? What are you talking
wow.
about, dirty dog? I'm my dirty dog.
Mm,
Like to me, that's just too
right.
quick. You didn't even do a search. Like, and
Well,
these,
supposedly in Belichick's contract, it had Mayo replacing him.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
they had
you know what
already
I'm saying.
informed the NFL in advance that they were going to do that, so
Hey,
that's why
ain't
they
that the
can do
same
it
thing with
because they
Ross?
had it as a succession
Hmm.
plan.
Yeah,
Ain't that
but
the
Well,
same thing with
Right. As long
Ross?
as you have a
and again,
succession plan, you can do that.
I think it's an internal hire. So you know what I mean. Just like
Yeah,
if
internal. Yeah.
you
They
listen,
still had to
if
register
you
it with the NFL,
no,
though.
well, look, here's the thing: if you hire for offensive, even this applies for offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. If you hire those, unless you're promoting within, you got to do the Rooney Rule as well.
Right, and in college, you want to hurry up and get
There's
your
no such thing.
Hey, you want to hurry up and get your coach in place so your recruits that you already have don't leave because they have 30 days to leave.
Well,
Yeah.
this is what
Right.
I
You don't
wanted
want
to
them
tell
leaving
y'all.
in
Y'all
droves. Yeah.
remember that movie called Bird Box? Y'all better open your eyes, man, because none of this makes sense. Like they got replacements in mighty fast. And those are like top guys. It's not like a guy that was not successful. You would think they would take their time and actually look. You know, I just think it's funny business. It's something for.
But let me ask y'all, ain't that the same thing with Ross? Only that
Mm.
if he decides to step down, don't they already have his replacement?
His
His
succession
daughter.
plan is there.
Yeah, his
His
daughter.
daughter.
Oh,
Or that
okay,
I
new
don't.
that's what I
guy.
thought.
I think
Yeah,
it
I
might
she's
be
don't
the
the
new
want.
official
guy.
owner.
I think it's.
No,
And
no,
see, that's
his
another
daughter
thing.
right now is his daughter. It used to be
Right.
the guy
Right.
named Bruce Beal. It used to be Bruce Beal, but Bruce Beal got fired because he was a dumbass that was
No,
involved with Brady.
Ross just got done working out a deal with somebody else though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just what was it, a month ago? He was working out where the guy was going to get a lot more than what Beal ever had.
Yeah, he
But
sold a
here's
whole
the thing.
bunch to a guy
Yeah,
that's based
I
in
think it was
Miami,
crypto.
Yeah,
a big
he gave
It was
a
fan.
crypto, right?
minority
What'd you say?
shares to
Moss
the
Sports,
team.
what's up?
Well, he's still retaining. Ross is still retaining majority stake, but
Oh,
he
by
did
a long
sell a
shot.
large portion to this
I could go
new
from some steak
gentleman.
right now.
So
And he
that's
sold more than just that part. He sold
that's what it is.
F1,
Can you hear me?
But
stadium. Yeah.
yeah, we can hear you. That's just how they. But even that is questionable, right? So we all been talking about Tua McDaniel. What if Ross steps down if we don't finish the deal?
Good.
I don't know if it's about Ross stepping down. I think Ross knows.
All bets
All
are
right.
off at that point, Nene.
Well, there's a lot.
No,
Listen, when
that's what I'm saying. If it happens,
El Capitan, what's going on, Jefe?
a lot of it
What it
has to do
is,
with
what
What's
it
up,
the
El
do.
tax.
Capitan?
Yeah,
A
El
lot of it has
What's
to
Cap.
do with
up,
the
El Cap?
inheritance tax,
Cap is
Like I
in
which
said,
there
is
I
huge.
already know you cook them foods. I
El
don't even
Cap
have to
has
look.
So Dan Mitchell, what's up? The greatest
Yeah,
story ever told, baby.
Who Cat
glad to
Cook?
write
Who
that.
Cat Cook?
Greg, you're
Cap,
not showing enough energy there, bro.
Cap, you cook somebody, bro?
Right.
No,
So,
I put this take the other day. Dan's been pitching this greatest story ever told for the Bills on the comeback. I told him the real greatest story. Well, I told TD to let him know he wasn't there because he ain't showing his face. He don't like to show his face when I'm around. You know what I'm saying? These Bills fans, they run and hide. But I told him, I said, this is the greatest story. Dolphins go on the road in the playoffs all the way to the Super Bowl, beating all the teams that beat them. In the Bills, starting off with the Chiefs, then the Bills, then the Ravens, then the Eagles, all the way to the Super
Oh
Bowl. That's
shit!
the greatest story ever told right there, baby.
That would be a great story, Cat. Great
Yeah.
story, bro.
Yep. Listen,
Oh,
you gotta speak it into existence, baby. You already know.
yeah, man.
Cap, do you
Yeah,
realize
man.
what will happen if that does happen?
Yeah. I think a lot of people will make a lot of money in Vegas if the Dolphins are going as a road team, killing everybody in their house. That's what I think.
That'd
The
be like some night,
$300
some
NFL
night
million
wonder of the world shit.
quarterback. That's what's gonna happen. $300
Miss Fan.
million
300 million. There you
fully
go.
guaranteed. I've been bringing this narrative for months.
We
Watch.
ain't
Who's
gonna have
getting
no
the
money.
first
$300
bins?
million fully guaranteed. That's what's gonna
We
happen.
ain't
Listen,
gonna
when
take no
this
money.
Mm.
We ain't gonna have
Who's
no
getting
money to
that?
pay nobody but in food stamps if we give him 300 million. We
Well,
ain't gonna
well,
have no more money.
Nene, win me a Super Bowl, and I don't care about being broke, dog. You know what I'm saying? Take me on a European vacation,
that's
and
good
I don't
enough for
care
my
if we're living
lifetime
in the
right there.
car
I'll be honest
afterwards.
with
You
you.
know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Three
Give me the
three
Super Bowl.
hundred
We'll deal with the
million.
rest
Oh my!
later.
I'll worry about all
I
that
mean,
other stuff later.
If I
well,
win the
listen,
Super Bowl, that's
listen,
enough
man.
for a
Listen, I don't
lifetime.
care what. I know the Marlins blew the team up, but at the end of the day, I seen my Marlins win 2 pennants. I don't give a fuck about
Exactly.
baseball, but
I saw my
I
no. You
still
gotta
saw
say
them
that
on 2
right,
pennants.
Shake. Our Florida Marlins won 2 World Series. Okay.
Yes.
Our Miami Heat won 3 World Championships. That's what I got to see. Now I need my Miami Dolphins to win a Super Bowl. That's
That's
what's
Hey,
right.
next.
Look nice, babe.
I'm
Yeah, they
indifferent.
need.
I need
Yeah,
them to win a
that would be
playoff
something.
game, man. I need them to win a
Oh, now
playoff
you gotta go
game.
pee.
Finish
Nah,
this.
nah,
Oh,
nah, nah, nah.
okay.
You
They
gotta
gotta win the
shoot for
Super
the
Bowl.
moon, and you'll land in the stars at least. So I need the
You know,
Super Bowl.
you know what it sounds like? It sounds like y'all smoking the moon. I just need a play. I just need to
Smoking
win
the
it, baby.
hopium.
I'll friggin'
Oh man.
smoke it. Let me get a puff. Let me get a puff.
Hell yeah.
Give
I
me
don't want none of
some.
that shit.
These matches.
Super Bowls are hard to come by. Give me a Super Bowl, and I'm happy for the rest of my life.
I will take
But
a Super Bowl, and I will take 100% pure hopium, baby. Let's
Yeah.
but
go Dolphins.
I'm being serious, right? If we do get to the Super Bowl, how much you paying Tua at this point?
Then you ain't
Whatever he
being
wants.
serious.
$300 million so we
Eight
gotta
hundred
pay
Yeah.
Too
him.
800
much.
million.
I don't even care,
What?
Nene. I don't care if it causes
Bro,
us to be broke.
and
I don't care.
200 signing bonus. 200 straight up
800
signing
Wait
million
a
in
bonus.
minute,
20
hold on.
years.
What about Christian Wilkins and everybody else that gotta get
Yep,
greased?
pay him
They
too.
better
I
get
don't
$2
care.
million
Christian
dollars
Wilkins,
each.
50 million.
They
Hey,
better
now
get $2
listen.
million dollars each.
I want to be
What you
$100
got 50
million
million for Christian
negative
Wilkins?
in cap in 2024 season if we win the Super Bowl. That's
It's
what I
over.
want.
Facts.
It's
Pay
over.
Hey,
everybody.
hey,
You know who else is gonna get paid if we go to the Super Bowl? Christopher Aloysius Greer the third.
That's
hey,
right.
did you,
Pay
Yes,
that
he
hey,
man
will.
hey,
lifetime
too bad,
contract.
We need
Lifetime
too
a
bad,
Thank
deal
you.
Lifetime
right here.
I
contract
want
hey,
for
Tua
Allen.
with a 10-year
Listen,
contract. I want Greer with an extra 10-year contract. I want McDaniel
Absolutely
with a
not.
10-year
Do 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 do
contract. Let's
do do
go.
do
hey,
Let's
hey,
do.
I
go.
Listen.
want I
Yup.
want to
hey,
pay Liam
hey,
Eichenberg $40 million a season.
Yep. I don't give a
hey,
damn.
Facts.
too bad we
Facts.
can't do what
I'm
baseball
giving
does.
Liam Eichenberg the greatest contract as a lineman in history.
Oh
Too
That's what
bad
I
my
we,
You
got.
know
hey,
what?
too bad we can't do what the baseball did. You see what the Dodgers did for that one guy?
Yeah, I know. They
Oshani?
gave him
Yeah.
They gave
Otani,
him
they
what
gave him $2
ownership.
million a year for 10 years, and then afterwards they're paying him the rest of the 300 million after
Well,
he's
they
done
worked
playing.
it out
Isn't
that
he
way.
becoming like some type of owner on that deal too or something like that?
No, they're not allowed to do that, but they're giving him the rest of his money after he's done playing
After
and goes to
after year
retire.
10,
Yeah, so think
after the
about
10th
that. They're going
year.
to be paying that man till he's dead, and even
Yeah.
then some his estate will still have money. He might as well be a part owner. And listen, I say do all those deals.
Pretty
Listen,
much.
Yeah.
I don't really
2
care
millionaire for
about
10
the
years
money.
and then the rest of it
I'm in
afterwards.
I'm in the perfect fluidity of mind and age to witness a Super Bowl and live off that for the remainder of my existence. That's how I
I'll
feel.
take it. I'll
I'll
take it.
take it.
But Cap,
Hell
but
yeah.
Cap, let's
Yeah.
be honest, man. Who gonna pay? I get it. That's how y'all feel, but who gonna pay for it? Y'all gonna be out there selling candy for Rick Ross? I mean,
I will.
Yes.
Rick
Yep.
Ross?
I'll sell candy
Yes,
for
Nene.
Rick
Rick
Ross and
Ross and
Stephen Ross.
everybody.
I'll
That's
sell
for
it for.
sure.
I'll do a an album with Rick Ross, and I'll clean Stephen Ross's yacht. I don't care how they pay for it. I don't. I really don't. I don't care. I mean, listen.
y'all know. And all jokes, we gonna have to say goodbye to somebody if we pay to it that bag if he gets there.
That's
We're
the
gonna have to
thing.
say goodbye to a couple of people.
Listen, I'll say goodbye to everybody and only have Tua if I win a Super Bowl. I don't really care
It's going to
what
be
happens.
really hard to say goodbye to
give me this Super
Eichenberg.
Bowl.
It's
Thank
going to
you.
be very hard
Thank
to
you.
say
That's
goodbye
what
to
I'm talking
Eichenberg.
about.
Yeah, I really don't care who and how it
This
works.
this
Just
fan
get
base has
me.
been so
I
starved
am going to
that
be
if we get a
heartbroken to
Super
let
Bowl, it's
Liam
going to be one
Eichenberg
big
go. I'm
party
telling
that'll
you this
last a
right now.
long time.
All I
Yeah,
want is a Super Bowl and a
Well,
Miss
coupon to
technically,
Red
Fins,
it
Lobster.
ain't our money. Technically, it ain't our money, so I
Miss
get that
Fins,
y'all
that's who
playing
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Monopoly
be
money.
disappointed if we let go, Miss Fins.
Listen, I will sign up for direct deposit right
Let me
now
tell you
on a
exactly what I
monthly,
would do.
an allotted amount of money that is agreeable from now until I'm dead every payday, just to get
This
that
is
Super
funny,
Bowl.
man. This is
Let's
funny.
Hey
go.
man, listen, for the price of a cup of coffee at the White House dinner, you could get your team a Super Bowl.
There you go.
Well, hey
Yeah.
guys,
Sign
It's a
me up.
problem over there.
hey,
Sign me up.
y'all have a good night, Miss Fins. You're doing a great job in the
Have a good
morning.
night.
See you in the morning.
Have a good night,
Thank
man.
you, thank
Later,
you. I
Todd.
actually gotta get out of here,
Hey,
guys, because I just made it. I just made it
am
to
I?
with my mom. But thank you guys for having
Hey,
me. Go
have a good
check out
night,
the
Miss Finn.
awesome
Thank you for
show
Drive
joining.
safe,
with
Miss
Nene
Fins.
Bye,
and
All
Todd.
right, Miss
Bye,
Insanity.
Miss
Fins. All right,
Fins.
Todd.
Later,
See you
y'all.
Drive
later.
safe out there.
Great show, guys. Great
Peace out.
show, guys.
Later.
As always.
Later,
What's up,
y'all.
Hey,
Crypto, Joe?
Yeah, that
Cat,
weather.
Yeah,
Drive
what's
safe.
up?
Cat. Y'all didn't
What's
hear
up?
what she said. There is a video of me and Miss Finsanity debating. That's what she was saying on the way out. But I think you were saying
Oh,
goodbye to her.
Yeah,
what'd you guys
that's
debate
on my
about?
phone now.
Yeah.
I'm about to go
Yeah,
check that out.
it was
What?
she already kind of admitted on the record that there was a body and it wasn't mine on the floor.
Whoa. Whoa.
And
Whoa.
it wasn't mine. I'm still a part of the living, but
Hey,
I think we need to go ahead and I think
Scummy says he's coming up to talk. Oh shit.
there
Shay,
ain't. It's pinned
Shay,
at the top of the page, Scummy. Hit it. I freaking wish to
Shay, can
God.
you play it? Do you still have it? Shay, do you
No.
still have it? Because we have the L Cap. I know you were handling
I
business.
have it, but I don't, if El Captain wants me to play it, I'll play it.
The
Okay.
take?
Yeah, there's a small snippet, but it's more. You gotta like Miss Finn's page to watch the whole video. But it
Did
got a
Miss
little.
Fins make it into a short? Because I thought I seen it
Yeah.
come up on my. Okay, hold on. Let me drop back and listen to it real quick because I don't want to
Okay.
get dinged by YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Is there-
Yeah, that's right. Y'all still trying to get the money back. I get it. But I say to
Well, we have Miss
anyone.
Finn, we have Miss Finn's with her consent permission to play it. So
Yeah, YouTube don't
Yeah,
care
yeah.
about none of that, dog. You could say all you want. I could send them a letter from a lawyer. They don't care. I'm dead serious.
want no
Their
issue.
whole deal
they're
is changing,
fucked up.
and not only that, but like, say what you will, but it's getting ready to be an election year, and I already got an email from Google because I have a Google account. That's how this all works. About them being more strict on all the nonsense, the disinformation. What their algorithms getting ready to get tight as hell this year coming
Yeah.
up because of
Yeah.
all the political
Unless you
stuff.
saying what they
Yeah.
agree with. Unless you say what
It-
they
that-
agree with.
that's right. It's disinformation if it's not. And not look, even me talking this is gonna get us in trouble. Watch. Telling you,
No
dude.
lies.
I'm dead
Yeah,
ass. I'm dead ass,
No
y'all.
fucking lies, bro.
I'm dead
But
ass,
but
bro.
but to stay back on that, because I know some people just came on the show. That is a good debate. Miss Fins, I know she put her link on there. That way you can listen to it. Y'all know how I get out. Those who are in spaces with me, I get a little passionate. So it was good though. But I think it's good for the women in the community that we're debating sports too. There was nobody talking about pull up, but there was some laying down. So we just go.
What you
We just
mean?
go.
Nobody. You don't want nobody to pull up, Nene?
We ain't have to pull
Nah,
up
they
on
stay
nobody.
civil. They
I
stay
want to pull
civil.
up. I was trying to pull up, Nene. Damn.
Yeah, but I
They're
do
trying to
want
turn
y'all to.
up.
I want y'all to support Miss Fans because her vision of having the women, and I can't lie. When I first came in, I didn't really hear anybody. She was one of the first ones. So check her out and definitely check it out because we're doing a part 2 after the game.
We
Oh,
love
yeah.
our ladies of the community. we love our
Thing
ladies
is,
in the
yeah.
community.
ever since I
It's
got on YouTube, Dolphin thing, I've been whatever whatever platform I go to, I always shout out to the ladies of the Dolphin Nation.
yeah.
So that
Yeah,
I've
the
been doing that ever
ladies
since
in the
I've been on
Dolphin Nation,
YouTube.
especially representing South Florida, because let's call it for what it is. They represent South Florida. You feel me? It is the truth. The ladies here rule the roost in South Florida. We don't play with that. The men are mean, but the women are meaner, and we know it. And that's how we like it around here. We love
Oh, yeah.
strong women in this community, and we want the representation. You're 100% on that, Nene.
Yep.
Yeah, I like Miss Fans to me, she's a very nice person, but we got the same fire too. We want them to win, and then sometimes it kind of gets and the reason why I think this is so important, guys, and y'all hear me. There's so many women that are getting attacked in the community. Especially not trying to be funny, but the ones that are, that are really really pretty. They're being told they're stupid because they wear beanies or they. I just think we all love sports. Who cares about your gender? As long as you know ball, it doesn't matter. And we buy tickets, we buy paraphernalia, we support these shows. And Miss Fans, I definitely appreciate her vision. So she had a conversation with me and Miss Finsanity, and I know Miss Finsanity alone has done her body of work in this community. And I said,
Yep.
why not? Let's have a little debate, and it was good. So I charge everybody that's listening to go ahead and subscribe to Miss Fans. Go and click on the short, and the whole video is going to be posted later. And then there's going to be a part 2 because Miss Finsanity, she didn't like the loss that she took. She wants a rematch. So it
Oh
is.
wow, man! You done bodied Miss Finsanity. No way. And Miss Fins let you do it. That's the thing. Dang, it's dirty work out here, Nene. Dirty work.
What's up, John?
How you doing?
What's up, John? What's up, my guy?
Also, Mountie in here.
Good,
Also,
good. I'm doing good.
Hooked up,
what's up,
Joe.
Joe?
Bryson in
Yeah.
this B. Mountie. Man, Mountie. I was listening to that space earlier, Mountie. You were killing it.
Well, they were killing it, not me. Hey, I was just
Yeah,
hosting, brother.
that's it. You got to let them go sometimes.
Hey, I'm like the locked door, man. I keep honest people honest. That's all I do.
Yeah. Don't we all? Don't we all? I hope everybody's hitting that like button, honestly, man. So, I mean, look. Oh, look. There go Finsanity right there. Thank you, Nene.
It was good and fun, man. Some people could take a lesson from us because usually females are the ones that are labeled sensitive and getting emotional, but we were able to talk ball. There was no threats of family. There was no GPS, no pull up, no memes. We went straight with ball, and it's a great conversation, man. And I want to thank you, Cap. And Shake Money, you were one of the first people to give me my voice out here in this community. Not a lot of people are,
We appreciate you.
not a lot of people are a fan of my takes, but it is what it is. And I just say agree to disagree
No, we
respectfully.
love to hear from you, Nene.
I
Don't
appreciate
listen
it.
to
Absolutely. And you know what, Nene? I will tell you this. It's a gift you only get to keep by giving it away. That's it. That's it. You got to keep giving it away. And I said this when I first started going, and it's how, I've acquired a team and, this fan base and everything, is that, there's so many people that, and Shake can contest to this. If Color was here, Lou, all of them would tell you, and I've talked to them personally about this, that there's somebody watching that thinks or wants to come up on the panel, right? But until they see this person come up on the panel and they identify with them, do they get the courage in themselves to go up and find out that they are just as accepted as everybody else? And that's the beauty of what we do. That it's listen, guys, you're on here, it's recorded. Nobody wants to be embarrassed. All of your deepest, darkest insecurities come out when you put yourself out here like this, whether your face is on it, whether you're live on a camera, or just your voice is on here. And there's people that listen and watch that one day they see, Mr. X come up from out of the chat, and he comes up there and they identify something with that person to themselves, and it gives them the ability to come up next. And it's how this thing keeps growing. That's what it is. So we appreciate anyone and everyone who does that courage.
If my dumb
Yes,
ass
and
can get up here,
I
you
identify
can
with
too.
Scummy, by the way.
Okay. What's up, Bryson?
I said, if my dumb ass can get up here, you can too, bro.
That's right, dog. You come up here like Bryson with his terrible takes. No, I'm just busting you, boy.
No, but the thing is, though, just like I said before, I don't have as much knowledge of football as some of you guys, but y'all make it feel like family and what have you. So, what Cap's saying is absolutely right, because I've been welcomed up here big time, so.
And I have
I totally agree. I mean, I moved away from South Florida years ago, back in 2017, and so it's nice to come up here just to talk to Dolphin fans because, everywhere I go, I live in Arkansas right now, but everywhere I go, I'm the only Dolphin fan. So it's nice to, you know, get back with my crew, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you get homesick after a while, man. You gotta
Yeah.
feed that hunger.
Oh yeah.
You know, I
I'll
keep
be
forgetting
honest.
that.
I didn't know y'all exist. I didn't know y'all existed. I mean, maybe because what I was doing with the Army and stuff, I didn't know. But this is a good thing for all Dolphin fans, and I think that's a great vision for you, El Cap, because there's so many gatekeepers in this community. They hear an opinion that doesn't, and a sports opinion. I'm just gonna be clear. They hear sports opinion. They try to ban you from the community just because you see something different.
Yep.
So I definitely appreciate giving people the mic and the voice, to have a conversation about this team that we love. That I'm pretty sure all of us had a lot of the same emotions during wins and losses. And, just kind of getting back to the game, because I'm sure people want to talk about the game. I just really want them to do this for us, man, because we put so much into this. Even though if you don't live in Miami, there's so many people that buy merchandise. They fight with opposing fans, some
Yep.
Dolphin fans.
Listen,
That's a lot of energy.
Some of the people who are out of state spend the most money. They're paying, top dollar for the ticket.
Oh, yeah.
They're ordering everything offline because they can't buy it at a local place. I mean, it's what it comes down to, or come game time, they're figuring a way to either listen to our live broadcast, whatever way in which that they can connect to hearing for their Dolphins and people around the world. That's just it. There's tons of people who are Dolphins fans internationally, whether they were Americans at one point and moved internationally, or they fell in love with the Dolphins back in the 70s, 80s, whatever. It's our duty as fans to make sure that we rally with each other because there is that sense of community. And beyond that point, what I was really trying to get to, I don't even care if you're a Dolphins fan or not. I want you to express yourself in a comfortable atmosphere to where you don't have to have your feelings so much involved that when everyone's having this banter back and forth, you're not taking it a kind of way. To me, self-deprecation and busting each other's balls, for lack of a better term, is how you build a confidence that can't be shaken. That's what that's just what I know, and it'll help you in so many ways in your real life. It will help you in so many ways. You're getting out, you're expressing yourself in a positive outlet around people that you're comfortable enough to tell your true thoughts, and that allows you to then you'll feel and see changes in your real life. It's just a fact, man. It really is. Pete.
Oh yeah, Pete, what's up,
Hey,
brother?
good
Business
evening,
pickup.
everybody.
Yeah.
Pete, what happens tomorrow, Pete?
Oh man, you could call me Pete Meteorologist right now. I've been all over the weather. I've been begging for a heavy amount of snow to happen. Like, you have no idea. I'm just getting memories and flashback of Ricky Williams running through Buffalo in the snow. And all I wanted to do is just let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And that's my only factor that I want to happen so I can feel like we can actually win the game. That's the only thing I want. Please drench heavy snow. I hope the Kansas City forecast, all those guys, meteorologists, I hope they're lying to their fans. I hope there's a blizzard happens overnight somehow, some way, and we just get a lot of snow. But other than that,
I
Cap,
thought it is supposed to snow.
no, bro, no, it's just gonna
It's
be
not
super
accumulating.
cold,
Oh, I
bro,
thought
and
it was
that's what's
supposed to
getting me
snow.
upset, man.
Listen,
That's
bro,
what's
Yeah,
getting
I
me
snow,
might
but
go to
it's
upset,
the
man.
game.
days.
Let
I'm
me
only
tell you
5 hours
something, man.
away.
If it was snow, at least rain, cold rain, that'll help us so much. These guys have drop issues. Bad weather will hurt the Chiefs even more than it'll hurt us.
And then we just got to key in on Panchenko in that run game, bro.
Exactly, bro. We just need to all pray as a fan
And
base
Kelsey.
that it rains or it
I'm not
snows
even
and it's
convinced it'll hurt
bad
them.
weather. No, it'll hurt Chiefs more than it hurts us. It'll
Yeah, no,
favor
Pete's
us.
onto
I'm
something. I
not.
literally
It'll
had
This will
that
be the
favor
same.
game they'll get it right. I'm convinced
Pete,
of it. That's how
Pete,
bad of an
I had
omen
a
we got.
very similar take
Bro.
on the AFC roundtable that,
Uh,
putting the game offensively for the Chiefs in Patrick Mahomes' hands typically spells victory for them. But they have the most drops on the season. Their wide receivers are dropping everything. we shut down the run game and have that offense have to beat us in the passing game, chances are we very well may win the game. There's going to be mistakes. There's going to be drops.
But
There's
the
going to
problem
be,
with that analysis, El Cap, we do this all the time. And then next thing you know, that team, for that one singular week, changes what they've been doing wrong, and then they fix it during our game. It happens all the time. I'm so used to
I
it as a Dolphins fan.
I just hope McDaniel still stays with the run and
That'll be
doesn't
the
go
one
away from
single
it.
game that the Chiefs will catch
You
every
see,
ball thrown to them. They'll
that's
not have a single
another
drop.
narrative.
Crypto,
That's
please stop
another
reading
thing
my
in the
mind.
community.
yeah, crypto.
Let me tell you, that's
I'm,
another thing going out. Like, we can't just go out there tomorrow night and expect to run the ball more now. Like, we literally need to come out and just play our normal game, even if it's cold and windy. We have the offense and the scheme already ready for this. Exactly what
Pete is
we've
right.
been doing all
Who is
year
this?
is what
Pete
we
is on
should
the
do.
money right now,
Bro, the
y'all.
team that's going to be hurt by this
Somebody
weather is
stole
the
his
Chiefs.
icon.
I'm telling you, this is playoff
it didn't
Pete
hurt them.
now.
It
It's
didn't hurt them
different.
all year. It didn't hurt
This
them
is
last year.
playoff Pete. It's
Hooked up
different.
Joe said someone
Pete,
stole
I
Pete. This
don't
ain't
know,
really
Pete.
Pete.
This
Is
is
this really
I
playoff
don't
Pete?
Pete.
know.
This
Is this
playoff
Scummy?
Pete, man. This is different.
This is
Playoff
Scummy.
Pete.
I don't
No,
know,
that's Michael
man.
K.
Scummy said he was
I think it's
coming up,
Michael
and
Playoff
K.
all of
Pete.
a sudden, this Pete comes up here talking like this. I think this is Scummy, not Pete.
This is playoff Pete, man.
No,
This
if
is
he was
different.
scummy,
This
he'd
Oh,
be
is the
this is
talking
heart
about getting
playoff
rid
pounding
of
Pete.
Pete.
Playoff
I
Yes,
Pete.
like playoff Pete.
this is
Playoff Pete
Playoff
is a
Pete.
guy that I buy a beer for sure.
awesome, man. Because let me tell you something. If it was me, playoff Pete wants to see the cheetah in a wildcat. Playoff Pete wants to see A-Chain in
Ooh.
the wildcat. Playoff Pete wants to see
Ooh.
passing the same way. Like everything I complained about all year, the quick, like this is what I'm telling you guys. That quick offense, that high efficient one read offense is really, really, really good for bad weather. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. If one read, high efficient pass rate offense is not good in a bad weather game. And who has more training for those conditions? Not the Chiefs, but the Dolphins.
Oh, stop it.
Bro, nah, you can't be doing that to the people, bro. You can't be fucking
You were
hyping them up
killing
like
it,
this,
dude, but
bro.
then you had to go full Pete on us. Never mind, that's Pete.
Yeah, yeah.
Nah, dude,
went
I don't
full
feel good
tilt.
about tomorrow, bro. I do not feel good.
Dolphins, notorious team for playing in the ice cold weather elements. We know that. We are well prepared, Pete. You
Yeah, when
right?
number 13 was on the center.
That's right. Oh man, that's funny. I do like what a lot of
Shula
Pete
didn't
said,
stop him
though.
from throwing the ball.
I know
do
you
like
like
what a
it
lot of
because you
Pete
know
said.
I'm right, Capitan. This is the thing, bro. We're better prepared right now for this certain situation and the scenario we're facing. The quick slants, the quick hitches, the perfect
Can
timing,
I please
anticipatory
talk
throws
to
going
playoff
into the
Pete?
inside. This is what.
Yes, yes, Lou. Talk to
Hold on,
playoff Pete,
hold on.
please.
I'm not ready to talk to
Can I
playoff Lewis
talk to
yet.
Y'all
playoff
falling
Hey,
for
hey,
the
Pete?
okie
hey! I
doke.
want to hear. I want to hear
I
playoff
ain't
Pete
buying
talk to
none of this
playoff
crap that
Lou.
he's
Oh my
talking.
god.
There you
Playoff
go.
Pete and playoff Lou, please go
I
right
am
ahead.
going on mute.
Oh my God! Please, can I talk to playoff Pete? So playoff Pete, when you said you,
Oh shit.
oh my
Oh.
God, this
Oh.
is hilarious. I clicked on the link at the right time. Playoff Pete.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Hey,
Yo,
Talk to
Lewis.
him, Lou.
so
Why
Talk
did
to him.
Lewis have to be
so
awake at this time? Go ahead, Lou.
hey,
Pete laid a couple of bets on the Dolphins with the point spread. Let's go.
oh my God. So playoff Pete. So you said we're seeing the Wildcat tomorrow? Is that what I just heard?
No.
Playoff
I
Pete?
said if it's gonna be snowy, like I hope it does. I hope we get to see like a cheetah in the Wildcat, A-Chain in the Wildcat. Like that's what I'm hoping for. Because remember, this is the playoffs, Lewis. You got to remember the playbook
It's a whole
expands.
different
Things get
playbook.
different. It's a whole different atmosphere. We don't know what we're gonna get
I'll tell
tomorrow.
you what.
That's
They've
what's
run a
crazy, bro.
Wildcat with
And if we have
Tyreek
no,
or A-Chan
bro,
tomorrow. I
we
am
have
going
to.
to say that they stole that idea from Pete. That's what I'm going to say.
I hope you do, but it ain't the
I
first time
will.
I've been begging for the. I think I
Listen.
asked for the Wildcat last playoff when we were going in with Skyler. To be honest with you guys, and it didn't happen. So this is a
The
stubborn coach
We
Dolphins
who's
would have won
McGenius.
too.
are not just gonna magically turn into this come in the big moment team. I don't see it with the injuries we have. This team has shown in the big moment they can't step up, and I don't see McDaniel stepping up. I don't
Oh
see
my
Tua
God!
stepping
You
up.
see
Bryson,
I
Pete, are
just
you gonna
don't
Let
let
me tell you
see it.
Bryson
something,
with the
Bryson.
negativity,
I
Pete?
don't see it,
Bryson,
bro.
Oh man,
I gotta get another hit of hope in me.
Bryson. Let me
playoff
tell you
Pete,
something.
get him, playoff Pete,
Bryson.
get
Oh
him,
no,
playoff
but these are
Pete.
facts. It's not just this is facts though. Bryson, I will be with you if the game was in sunny South Florida. I will be with you because I will say we were
Okay.
losing. But the facts are that the bad weather favors us, bro. Understand and realize that
Listen,
we
just hear
should
me out
be
real
considered
quick.
we're the better team right now. Let me ask you a question right now, Bryson, and
Go
this is
ahead.
going to determine how you really feel. Who do you think tomorrow night on that football field, when there's 22 people on the field, who do you think is going to actually be the best player on the field Saturday night on one of the teams?
Tua,
On
say
the
Tua,
field, you're
Pete.
saying, or just on the field in general?
No, and all 22. Who do you think is the most electric player on the field?
It's Tyreek,
Well,
hands
that was
down.
a different. That was a different question.
Hands
No,
down.
let
A-Chain.
Bryson answer.
A-Chain.
You see,
And
look,
I'm being honest. A-Chain and what's his name? How do you say his name?
I don't know
Pacheco.
about him.
Pacheco. A-Chain
Pacheco.
and
Isaiah
Pacheco.
Pacheco.
I think those two are the most electric players that are playing. Chris Jones as well on the
But
Chiefs.
what about
No. You see, this is what I'm trying to
Yeah,
get so
I
you
know.
understand.
I
I
know
don't. I
real
just
quick. Hey, Bryson, real quick. Pete
go
set
ahead.
all up, right? He said about tomorrow. See, we're talking about Friday, and all I know, Pete, I've been in Twitter Spaces today. I went to the AFC East roundtable. Shout out to El Capitan. He was up there, did a great job,
Appreciate you.
right?
Thank
I
you,
was up
guys.
here with Shake. I've been everywhere today, Pete. And the best player today was playoff Pete. I can promise you that. I've listened to all kind of people. But Pete, do not talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about today. You are the best, Pete. Playoff Pete. Unbelievable. I think I've heard it all.
I tell you what, this is the guy that
This
if
is
we had
playoff
Pete, we had playoff Pete energy all year, we might have gone undefeated, Pete. I'm kind of disappointed we
but
didn't get
you
this
see, y'all
earlier.
not
All your
carrying. You see,
fault,
this is
Pete.
the issue. And correct me if I'm wrong, man. Let's just be honest here. When we looking at the field and the conditions we have tomorrow, right? Check this out. Mostert, he's gonna be one of the most electric players on the field tomorrow. That's one. We have Jalen Waddle. I think he's not gonna play, but if he does play, he's one of the most electric players on the field. Then you go to Devon A-Chain. Then you go to Tyreek Hill. This is because of the weather. Windy, bad, rainy, cold. Those are the four best players that are going to be on the field Saturday night. Then you have to go to Mahomes, and then it's another Kansas City and probably Pacheco. But that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We have the better weapons because of the speed in these conditions to shock
Oh
the
my
world.
God.
That's the reality. And I've never thought about this. I've been so down and I've been so in because I can't trust
All I
Tua.
know is Pete is
But man,
gassing me
let
up,
me
dog.
tell
Pete's
you
gassing me
something.
up, boy.
But
Go,
let
Pete.
me tell you
Get him,
something.
Pete.
Do it,
But let me
Cap.
tell you, no, I'm
No,
gonna tell you
He's
something.
no.
I'm
gassing me
not
up,
even
Pete.
done.
Go ahead.
I'm
Don't
not
let
even
him
done,
I don't
cap.
Cap
think
and
this
Lewis
Pete.
and everybody.
I'm laying.
Let me
I
ask
All
do
you.
I
not
know
Let me
is
think
I'm
this is
I'm
let me
Pete.
riding
ask
the
you.
money,
Let me
dog. I'm
let
putting
me
my
ask you
bets
guys.
in.
Yes, bro. Let me
Playoff
ask you.
Pete.
Hold on. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you
Wow.
think a defense facing this speed can play aggressive at the line and try to disrupt the timing of the offense
Absolutely.
based on our
Yeah,
scheme
they did it
in
last week.
bad weather, slippery
Talk to
slope
him, Pete.
floor? You think
Talk to
that's
him,
Yes.
Pete.
possible, bro? Or do they have
I
to
do. I
scale
It's
do.
back?
been done. They did
No,
it to
bro.
Jamar Chase
I
last year.
dare. Look. Let me tell you something. Anybody that thinks that they do, you're cooked right now. You want me to tell you why? Because if you get to that line of scrimmage and try to jam Tyreek Hill in these conditions or Jalen Waddle in these conditions, McDaniel is smart enough to put A-Chains out wide. If you try to jam A-Chain with a linebacker out wide, you are done, bro. There is no aggressive play by the defense and the Chiefs coming
Oh my
tomorrow night.
God.
They're
Talk
gonna
to
play
him,
it
Pete.
safe.
And
Talk
what
They're
to him,
gonna
quarterback
Pete.
is
play
Cooking.
throwing it when
heavy
Pete's
it's
cooking.
and
zone.
what
Can
quarterback is
we
Bro,
throwing
what
it
can
when
kind
it's
of
we can
freaking
Pete
we
is
play
this?
our
17
normal
What
mile an
kind of
hour
defense,
wind
bro?
gusts?
Pete is this, dude?
This is
Yeah.
the Pete. This is the real
Hey,
Pete.
Y'all
Pete's
fall.
been
Y'all keep
playing
falling for
all
this
year.
This
smoking
is
dope bullshit. This
this
What
is
deepness
the
playoff
fuck?
Pete is
Pete.
giving y'all.
This playoff Pete,
Y'all
dog.
falling for that
This is
nonsense. Y'all
playoff
are the
Pete.
most gullible people
No.
You
in the
guys are
fucking
crazy,
history of
Hey,
bro.
this
Pete.
planet.
I'm
I don't think
sorry,
Hey,
that's
dude.
Pete.
Pete.
You
I do
guys are
not
Pete,
think
do
this
me
is
a
crazy.
Pete.
favor. Pete, do me a favor. Go to Twitter right now and change your icon to playoff
Y'all
Pete.
the most
I will
fucking gullible
I will
fan base
Bro,
in
cash
we
this
app
got
fucking
you.
three
world.
dudes off the
This is
street playing
ridiculous.
D-line this week. Three
I'm gonna
dudes
reach.
straight off
Pete,
the street.
I'm
Pete,
reaching out to the
I will
producer.
cash app.
Wow.
I'm
We
reaching
got
out to the
three
producer, and
dudes.
I'm gonna get him to make Pete a new icon saying "Playoff Pete" so he can use it as his Savvy.
Cat, what we need, Cat, we need to capitalize on this right now.
Yep, Playoff Pete hats coming out.
Playoff Pete
Capitalize.
t-shirts and hats and everything, bro.
Coming out.
Playoff
They're
Pete.
gonna be everywhere.
Oh my
I love
God.
playoff Pete, bro. I
You're
just
gonna-
completely disagree with you, though, bro.
We're gonna look at
No.
Kansas City on the game, and when they show the stands, we're gonna see all the Dolphins fans wearing Playoff Pete stuff. Can't
Playoff
wait.
ain't got
t-shirts.
no
Oh my
hope.
Yeah.
God.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably not
So
going to be.
Bryson, how does it feel that you're more negative than Pete?
It's
It'll say
fucking
Playoff
crazy,
Pete,
bro.
and then
feels
it'll say
fucking
"Wish it
Oh,
was
negative.
colder" right underneath it.
I will say though, other than
That's the
Tua takes,
crazy thing. You know
Probably
what? Hey, let me tell
legitimate
you
Pete.
how I
What are you
feel,
other
talking
than
Cappy
about?
Tua
Cat and
takes, me
everybody.
and Pete
No,
agree
no, no,
on
no,
a
no, no,
lot.
no. Let me tell you guys how I feel. Last year, going in with Skyler, I did not wish it was colder. I swear on everybody, and I hate to swear on live, but let me tell you something. Tomorrow, I do wish it were colder. Like, I want that shirt, and I don't own it, but I wish it were colder tomorrow. Like, I
Colder.
think this coaching
Colder
staff
than
was a
27
year ahead
below,
of
baby.
this. Yes. I wish it was colder tomorrow.
It's if minus 38
I
ain't gonna
I
be
wish
think he
cold.
with
wishes
all
it
my
wasn't
heart.
3%
If
I
chance of
hope
it
it
rain.
ain't
snows
30%,
all night
as
long.
if 40 below freezing is
So
not cold
Pete,
enough.
why though?
40
It is
degrees
not
below
such
freezing,
You want us?
bro.
Why
He
are
wants
you
it
asking
cold.
me why? Must I
I mean,
repeat myself, Bryson?
You want us
We
to
have
run
the
the ball? Is
cheetah.
that what you're
We have
saying?
Waddle. We have A-Chain. We have Mostert. Bro, we sneakily have Braxton Berrios and Cedric Wilson. We
Braxton
have
Wow.
Berrios has done
speed.
shit
We
all
Bro.
have
year.
Bro, we have
Signed Trent
speed, bro.
Sherfield.
We
We
have
should have re-signed
speed.
Trent
It's
Sherfield.
gonna
We
slow
have not had
speed.
another receiver done anything on this team other than Waddle and Tyreek Hill. We should have re-signed Trent Sherfield. He
That
actually
was
gave
because
us
of the
something.
quarterback. That's because of the quarterback, Bryson.
I don't know, because Trent Sherfield had a great year last year, and the
And
quarterback was the same.
what did Trent Sherfield do this year? Nothing.
He ain't
So
do
I don't want to
shit,
hear
but he
nothing.
did.
He ain't
But
do
I'm
nothing.
saying on this team last year, he did well.
He didn't
In
do
this
nothing.
scheme, Trent
Bryson,
did well.
Bryson, there's all kind of dudes running wide open, scot free in the games, and Tua's just not even looking at them. I don't want to hear this excuse of
Yeah,
We don't
Sheffield
need
is
no
not.
we don't
receiver.
have
We
no
got enough
weapons.
receiver. We have enough
I'm not
receivers
I don't
saying
want
we.
to
already.
hear
I
that
didn't
we don't
say
have
that.
no weapons.
Whoa. I didn't say we don't have no weapons. That's not what I said. I said we don't have receivers stepping up that are not named Tyreek Hill and Jalen
Well,
Warren.
how the
That's what I
hell can
said.
they step up? And how the hell can they step up, Bryson, if they don't get the
it,
opportunities to catch the ball?
yeah,
There you
it's
go.
Tua that needs to find the players, isn't it?
Spread the ball out.
How the
I
hell
mean,
does
Spread the
I
Trent?
don't
ball
see
around.
separation. I'm not saying Tua is playing great ball. He's shit the bed every game we needed him to win a big game. I've been saying for weeks that they need to step up Tyreek, Tua, and McDaniel, and they haven't stepped up. Tyreek making huge drops. Tua's fucking throwing picks when we got a minute 53 on the clock. Ready to win the division, he's throwing a pick. I mean, he's overthrowing receivers on easy routes, wide open receivers, overthrowing. I agree with you. Tua hasn't been playing up to par. That's why I have no faith tomorrow, because we got players that are just not showing up in the big moments. What's going to happen? They're just magically show up in the big moment.
So,
when
do
they've
you
shown us
consider a
time and time
bad
again?
pass into double coverage when you're getting hit by a defender? Do you consider that a big moment? Because I consider a
Getting hit by
touchdown
the
a big
defender.
moment, and I don't see where the failure to step up was.
Man, nice to hear Color's voice. Color, let
I
me
don't
ask you
know.
a
I mean,
question, buddy. Hold
Well,
on.
let
Let
me
me ask Color a
before
That
question.
before
last
you go,
interception
Pete.
was.
Before you ask, Pete,
He
hold
had
on.
4 seconds to throw the
I had to
ball.
make a comment earlier, and I was having trouble connecting with my Bluetooth and all that. And I'm not trying to go at Todd right now. But what happened there in our interaction was a perfect illustration of the typical stuff in this fan base when we spend an entire week talking about Tyreek dropping a ball or McDaniel getting away from the run, right? So Todd asked, well, why did McDaniel stop running the ball? Why did we only run the ball 3 times? Lewis answered by saying, well, the Buffalo Bills adjusted their defense and this and that and the other. And Todd answered that by saying, "Oh, well, I hadn't seen that, and I hadn't looked over the all 22, so I wasn't aware of that." And I'm not knocking Todd for that. And it's not like he has an obligation to go do that. But what I'm saying is, why did everybody all of a sudden jump to McDaniel gets away from the run? Did it ever even occur to anybody to ask why he got away from the run? As if he just free-nilly said, "You know what? It was working, so I'm not going to do it anymore." Has anybody ever thought to actually ask why he got, or go look for themselves why he got away from the run, instead of just following the same trope that gets started on Monday morning, that he got away from the run, and nobody even knows why he got away from the run or how he got away from the run. But this guy before that I was talking to said that he got away from the run. So yeah, it's all McDaniel's fault.
I mean, they went one high safety and they packed the box. That's exactly why. He tried to take what the defense gave him, and we couldn't.
Now, do you suggest he continue to run right into that?
No, I don't suggest that, but
I'm not. This wasn't even for you, Bryson. I'm talking to the entire fan base.
No, Color. This
No,
is what
but
I'm saying.
the third-
If they're playing to,
and
so
the-
basically, if they're playing to stop the run, Color, you have to pass, bro.
And that's what's frustrating, is that if they're playing,
And forgive me if I think it's okay to use a $30 million wide receiver to do that.
But this is what I'm saying, though, Color. This is why I'm up here. Color, let me
Or
ask you a
$300,000 tight end.
No homer, no fandom. Like, let's just all keep it a buck and be real up here for once right now, right? Color, let me ask you a question. Based on the weather conditions for Saturday night, based on how everything is looking, who do you think Sunday night is going to be the most explosive weapons offensively? What team is going to have the most explosive weapons for these conditions tomorrow night?
That's the problem. It's not about explosion.
If the ball stays in their hands, if the ball stays in everybody's hands, then we do.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. I'm glad you said that, right? Because this is what I'm trying to sit here and say.
You do realize Tyreek Hill don't play quarterback.
Hold on, Crypto. Let me tell you something, though, Crypto. We're gonna win tomorrow night because of Tua and the same simple offense. Listen to me, bro. This is not a joke. This one read, quick 2.4-second offense is perfect.
Should play well in the cold when nobody wants to think.
Exactly, Color. This is what I'm trying to explain.
Well, what's the fucking difference when it's 60 degrees outside?
Because, bro, when it's negative 30, you can't even think straight, bro.
Exactly, Color.
I'm talking about when it's no fucking the difference when it's 60 degrees outside when the conditions are perfect. And I'm supposed to buy this when it's freaking 100 degrees in the other direction?
What he's saying is, because of the fact that you can't even think straight in that kind of cold, the team that has to think less to be productive is going to have an advantage, and that would be us.
No, it's not, because it's a reactionary. The defense is reactionary.
Crypto, let me tell you something. Patrick Mahomes with his little off script trying to scramble, look downfield. That's not.
He done it down thousands of times in this weather.
But it's not gonna work.
No, he hasn't, because this weather is unprecedented. Other than two other games.
Okay, maybe it's another.
Two other games in history have been this cold.
Maybe a couple other times when he freaking did it when it was 2 degrees versus
two other times in history. It's been this cold, bro.
And all the times that he's done it, he's won in those conditions.
It's only been this conditions 2 times in the entire history of the NFL.
Okay, but let me ask you.
Okay, this time in history, but it's been cold before in Kansas City, and he's played in it before.
So would you agree with me?
So is Tyreek.
I don't give a shit about this.
So has Tyreek.
Played there.
But listen.
Yes, one individual.
Crypto, would you agree with me that Patrick Mahomes, yes, he's gonna get his plays, but they're less effective in these weather conditions?
No, I ain't buying it. No.
What? So you think they're gonna, on a Sunday afternoon in a sunny sky, he's gonna be just as efficient than in 20 to 30 mile per hour gust winds on Saturday night? You don't think that's gonna hurt his downfield play?
I'm gonna say he has a better probability of doing it than the guy we got on the center.
What about his receivers? Now, what about his 50%? What about his 50% wide receivers? Are they gonna catch better because it's cold?
They have a better chance of catching better now.
Sunny night. We're favored, bro, and our beat
You
up
banking on them
defense.
getting 50%?
No,
They was catching 50% before they played us in fucking Germany.
Crypto. The
Yeah, and
only
they
thing I'm
didn't
trying to
catch
It
really,
shit
really,
on
didn't
us.
make
really,
a
really
They
fucking
had,
point out.
right, and
difference.
they had 140 yards passing on us.
Listen, I got 5%
And they
battery
won the
life, and I
fucking
hate to have to
game.
leave. I got
Not
5%
because of their
battery left.
offense. Can we do this all
Mic
night?
up, brother.
Charge my phone, and
They
I'll come
scored
right
enough
back.
on offense.
But this is all I'm
Hey,
trying to
Pete,
let you
you
guys
need to
know. And
turn your
crypto,
mic up. I
So
can't
did
believe I
we.
just said
Yeah.
that. But
Turn
Pete,
up your
you need
mic.
to turn your
You,
mic up. I didn't think I'd ever say that.
They
But
went down there like hot knife in the butt on the first opening drive when it mattered.
So did we.
my
they
mic
are.
is probably low because I
Yeah,
only
and the,
got
what in
like
the second
5%
half
left.
when they gift
Hey,
wrapped a
No,
fumble on the
no,
5-yard line
no,
on a pass
no,
interference that should have been called against
no. I'm
Cedric
pretty
Wilson.
certain. I'm pretty certain we scored on our first drive.
No,
Yes,
we
we did.
didn't.
We
It was
put
21-0. My God, what game were you watching? What do you mean we scored on the first drive? It was 21-0.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Sue me. Yell at me a little more. Indulge
I don't have to
yourself.
sue nobody.
It's not the point, dude.
Damn, we missed playoff Pete, bro.
It's
No,
not
he's coming
mine.
back. He's come
I
back
know,
louder and
but
more powerful than ever. Believe
It's
me, he's
fucking
changing
I
the
hope
ridiculous,
tone.
bro.
so.
Y'all
That's
fall
what
for
I'm
the
hearing
okie
from
doke
reading
and
the
trap
chat.
that pizza land for y'all, and y'all gonna be gullible like this? It's fucking
Whatever, dude.
ridiculous,
Not
bro.
everything is a fucking game or a trap, bro. Stop it already.
I ain't say the game.
Jesus,
The
man.
motherfucker that's talking.
And now we're gonna start this all over again. I'm a motherfucker now? Really?
Okay, let's come.
I'm
All right,
talking
let's
about the
come down.
motherfucker that was talking. Pete was talking, and y'all falling for his bullshit.
Okay.
Just because it sounds
All
good and
for it.
So
pleasant to
what?
your ears,
Crypto, don't
I
So
ain't
put us
falling
what?
on
for the
that,
shit.
though.
So what?
It
Crypto,
kind of
don't
matched
put
up
us
Okay,
pretty
all
on
The
right,
that.
all
well.
right, all
motherfuckers
right.
supposed up 21-0 on us. They throttled us.
So
They let them
what?
get another 21-0 lead on it, and it turned to 42-0. Just like when the
Good.
Ravens freaking got a big lead
Is
on
that
us,
gonna make
they
you
was they was
feel?
they was
Is it
fucking
gonna make you
threatened
feel
to
better?
freaking do it. I don't
So
give a
Yeah,
shit
but
whether
that's
it make
all
me
of them.
feel better. No, it ain't gonna make me
Then
fucking
why
feel
don't you
better.
save the
I
calories,
don't give a
bro?
shit.
all right,
Oh,
crypto.
we
All right,
came back from 21-0 on the Ravens. We came back. I was waiting for them to get that same 21-point lead so they could just open up the freaking floodgates and do what they should have did to us last year. It's win by 37 because they knucklehead fucking coach refused to put the best field goal kicker on the freaking field to salt away the fucking game.
Oops.
all right. Let's
Let
come
us go
down,
down
everybody.
21-0 in this one. You see the same result what happened in the Ravens game.
Oops.
All right,
Oops.
we all calm now.
Nah, we been chilling.
how
Time
about
for
them
a hooky up
Buccaneers?
break.
I'm cool. Bitcoin is at 47,000.
That's what's up.
Ain't nothing but cool here. I ain't the
It's
one
down
yelling.
though, crypto. Don't say it's down. We need to go back up.
I told y'all I ain't gonna do that anymore.
It's down 7%, bro.
Oh man,
Oh, that's
How
that's
about
that's good, Bryce. Don't mean to me. I was purchasing when it was $1,500.
Hey man,
That's when my buying started.
none of
And
us
make
could
sure
be
you're hitting
like
the
you,
like button,
man.
man.
Unless it
None
goes
of us,
below $1,500 a coin, that's when I'm down.
not all of us could be like you, crypto. No,
And
I
see,
mainly have Ethereum.
damn, you don't chase playoff
Yeah,
Pete.
and Ethereum was $200 when I was purchasing it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pete must be experiencing technical difficulties.
Did you say testicle difficulties?
He
No,
probably
Yeah,
he's got plenty of that. I mean, he's got plenty.
yeah,
He
he
ain't got no
definitely
difficulties there, bro.
that was quick, man.
Dude's got nothing but fortitude in that.
Yeah. Playoff
how
Pete.
about them Buccaneers, y'all?
What'd you say, Mr. Polk? Buccaneers? Yeah, they're
yeah.
doing good.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
Baker
think they're
Mayfield,
gonna beat
apparently
the
he's a
Eagles.
franchise quarterback because he the
I
only one that met the definition of it. Win a playoff game and win meaningful regular season games.
no, I really think I think the Bucks are gonna beat the Eagles. I think the Eagles are done.
Yeah, they're kind of like a shell of themselves. I don't know. I can't.
I think it's something in the locker room, man. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
something's
know. It don't
wrong
look
there.
good. It does not look good there.
I mean, it could
When you
be.
have a
We'll
And
know
prick
when the
for a
kickoff
coach,
time
you never know
happens.
what it is.
But
I mean, as
at the
soon
same
as they
thing,
lost their coordinators, it's same thing that happened to Doug Peterson, man. It just, unless at least Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl, but just went downhill.
That's one thing I like about our coaching staff is we're not going to lose our offensive coordinator and then have no playbook anymore. You know, that's you have something like a Campbell, and you never know what's going
Well,
to
hooked up
happen
Joe,
when
he did
you.
get one interview from Atlanta, so it's still a possibility.
Oh, you
Sure,
talking
Well,
yeah,
about
Atlanta
but
him?
did interview him.
see, here's the thing. Look at Harbaugh. Harbaugh, he changed offensive coordinators. If you're a good head coach, you're a good head coach. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is McDaniel's the one that really formulates the entire offense? He's not relying on
Yeah, but I'm
some
saying, no, if you get a head
mastermind
coach,
man.
it doesn't matter. I mean, Belichick, look how many offensive coaches he went through. I can name a lot of good head coaches. Don Shula went through a lot of good offensive coordinators. So if you're a good head coach,
you find them. You're
Do you
right.
think
you know,
Bevel's
If
going
you're
to
a good
come
head
straight
coach, you
in?
find the
Smith?
coordinators. That's the part of being a head coach is being able to find the coordinators, because if you're a good head coach, your coordinators are going to get head coaches spots, and you're going to have to be able to find the talent within or find the talent somewhere to be able to step up and continue. I think the only problem though is like what you were saying is a good thing, is like, yeah, McDaniel is a huge part of the offense, but sometimes that might also be a bad thing, is that he's so focused on the offense that it's like, I mean, it's,
yeah.
It does,
that might
it
be an
can
issue.
affect the game day. We
Yeah, it's
I
like
think we can all
sometimes he's so
agree he's
focused
not
on
the
the offense
greatest
that
game day
it
coach
affects
yet.
our head coach game time decisions. I mean, he's not very good at game time decisions.
But I
So
think Bevel's going to jump in there. I think we already know who our offensive coordinator is going to
And,
be. As soon as Smith is
I
gone,
would
Bevel
love
is in
Daryl
Q
there.
makes a
Bevell
good
to
point.
step
If you're the head
That's why
coach,
he
you
didn't
hire
leave.
playoff Pete.
good grief.
Oh shit. Hey, I wish we had playoff Pete more often, man. I didn't believe when I hopped on here, but he's trying to make me believe a little bit.
I mean, Color's been talking the pretty much the same
What you
tune
call it,
like the
man.
last few days, right, Color? I mean, I
I'm
don't want
im-
to put words in your mouth, but you've been talking about the cold
I'm
weather is
immune
going
to
to make
Pete's
you a benefit.
gullibility.
About what?
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Caller. I sprung a pop quiz on you. You've been talking about how the bad weather is going to benefit us and our the way we play fast, and they're not going to
Well,
be able to keep up.
I
They're going to
want to
get all stiff and slow. But
I want to
can you
stress before people
expand on
start
that?
yelling at me that I said it could benefit us.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to put words in your mouth, but you've been kind of talking a similar thing. So
No,
just
that makes sense. I mean, you throwing fast, getting the ball out quick, you running the ball for sure.
All it
Definitely
takes for one
benefits
bump
that.
at the line of scrimmage and your fraction is
Yeah,
thrown
no
off
shit, no
by a
shit,
mile.
no shit.
Sure, and listen,
we definitely going to need to run a
we're
lot.
playing
And
a
it doesn't
stout
take rocket
defense.
science to do that
We're playing
when
a
you talk
stout
about a
defense.
physical team at the point of
They are
attack.
the second ranked defense in the league. Total defense, the Chiefs are ranked the second ranked defense. This is not going to be an easy game by any means. It's going to be a tough game, and I don't think we're going to come out with a victory. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I can come up here in the post game and say I'm glad I'm wrong, but it's going to be difficult. I
When you're
haven't seen
talking
this
about
team.
passing in those conditions with the wind above 15
I
knots,
haven't seen this
velocity is
team.
the terminology you need to equate yourself with. It has nothing to do about distance, it's
Whatever,
velocity.
sure, that's fine. But I haven't seen this team be able to show me that when the moment's tough,
Show me the
when they need
money.
us to step up, I haven't seen them step up. I haven't seen it yet, and I don't think they're just magically going to step up.
Can I throw one thing in here before?
Better now?
Yeah, you
Yes.
sound better, Pete. You sound better,
Thank
Pete.
God, because I'm so happy I sound better. Crypto, let me tell you something, buddy. The only time the defense is gonna play aggressive, and I'm talking about the Kansas City Chiefs defense here. The only opportunity they're going to actually play aggressive in a bad weather game, snowy game, and it's coming down hard, is if it's in an obvious run down situation. Third and inches, fourth and inches, and we're going for it. Let me tell you
Dude, they
something,
don't
Crypto. You're
nobody
loud
respect
and
our
wrong.
run.
You're loud and wrong when you think that the Chiefs defense is going to try to disrupt the timing on 1st and 2nd down.
Okay,
They're more than
you could
likely
put
they're
all
going to
that
sit
pious
back in
stuff all
zone.
you want.
And
The
I'm
placate
telling
to
you
the
what a
Tuaniers all
real
you want.
football
That
coach
shit's
game
not gonna work
planning,
on me.
Spagnola and the Chiefs is actually
Yeah.
going to play it safe on 1st
But
and 2nd
Pete,
down
listen.
because of the
Okay.
speed of the defense.
Yeah, you say they want,
The
bro.
speed of our
That's
offense.
their
If you
defense.
don't
Their
want to
speed.
believe it,
Their
I don't care.
defense is
The
just as
truth is
fast
the
as our
truth.
guys
Listen,
offensively.
let me tell you
And
something.
it
If you
showed
don't
when
want to
it wasn't
believe it,
bad
and if
weather
you don't like who
conditions.
you're hearing it from, then that's fine. I get it. It's understandable. Pete
I
is a
don't give
Tua
a shit if
hater.
it was you or
Pete doesn't
not.
like this offense.
It's
But
definitely
let me explain
coming for
something
you.
to
Ain't
you,
even gonna
Crypto.
work
Let
neither.
me explain something to you, Crypto. When you
You
look
ain't
at
gotta explain shit to me.
analytics, when you look at analytics,
Yeah, I look at analytics of
real
this
football,
offense
when you
versus
look at
physical
real
freaking
scheme,
defenses.
and when you
And it
actually
don't
come to
matter what the fucking
understanding.
temperature
Okay,
is.
well, let me tell you, when you actually come to
You use the
understanding of the
same
basics
fucking
of football,
quantitative
is our
analysis when the
offense,
Buffalo
our
Bills played us the
offensive
second
scheme.
time, and how you can weasel your way and how we was gonna do it to Buffalo this time around.
Listen,
So
buddy,
don't give me
what
that
you fail to
bullshit.
realize is how we're
Because you
supposed
said
to
the
be.
same fucking shit against Buffalo for
We
the
should have
second
been.
time around.
What the heck are you talking about? I said the same thing about Buffalo. Let me tell you something,
Because you
buddy.
did, you try to weasel your way into this logic with them. Oh, we got more film
One at a
against the Buffalo
time. We
Bills
want to
this
hear
time
you guys
around.
talk.
That's the fuck we want. That's the fuck we want to
one
go
at a
with now.
time.
Okay, well, let me tell you why I was
That's what
wrong
that's the
last year.
narrative you want to go with.
Crypto,
No, I'm talking about
Pete,
this
bro.
year, the Buffalo
Pete.
first matchup, and then the
Crypto.
second time you try to
Oh my
weasel your
God,
way
Shake,
and
I
to
need
try
a
to say that this what we was
okay.
gonna do against Buffalo the second time.
Okay, I get it.
No,
Let
I ain't
me
buying
tell
it.
you something. Okay, but let me
I
tell you
ain't
something,
buying it.
Crypto. What if I tell
Oh,
you
what we was gonna do against
okay,
Buffalo the
Crypto.
second time around
Oh my
when
God.
the field conditions was perfect.
Crypto, you're not listening, bro. Okay, I admit. I was not wrong, but to a certain degree, I was wrong last year because I admit we probably could have won with Tua last year in that cold weather game in the snow in Buffalo if we just ran our simple scheme. Because look, Skylar Thompson to me,
Oh
yes,
yeah,
he's more
what about the
talented.
scheme that Mike McDermott didn't run? They
You're
get
not
played too.
listening. You're not listening. Yes, I still admit to me.
Oh, we can
Skylar Thompson
eliminate
is
all
more
our mistakes,
talented.
but can't eliminate the other
Skylar
team's
Thompson is
obvious
better,
mistakes.
but the change of
Stop
offensive
it.
scheme, but the change of offensive scheme so late in the season did not help us. That should have happened all year.
We're gonna eliminate our mistakes, but not gonna say quantitatively what if they would have eliminated their mistakes to even it out.
Understanding the basic our scheme is gonna stick the same, Crypto. The bad weather's coming. It doesn't favor the
Okay, if
Chiefs,
it stays the same,
us.
that means we're reduced down to 2 freaking
Pete, I
plays
got a
per
question for you,
freaking
Pete.
game instead of 10
Let me
plays
ask you
per
a question
game.
real quick.
Now we're reduced to 2 plays on offense. Stop
Crypto,
it.
let me ask him a question real quick. Crypto, let me ask him a question. Pete.
We go from 10 plays to 2 plays. Oh, that really works out in our probable favor.
We are, as Miami Dolphins, the last 10 games, right, with it being 40 degrees or colder, we're 0-10. We're 0-10 in the last 10 games that were 40 degrees or colder. What do you have to say to that?
Bryson, you want? Oh, I'm glad that you ended that. You
no,
want me to
and
tell
I
you what
really
I have
want
to
to know.
say?
How about proving in those conditions first before I start going buying shit?
I'm not trying to catch you or anything. I'm trying to believe. I want you to make me believe.
Bryson, let me tell you
Make
something.
you a believer.
Bryson, I've been telling Tua ears, I don't care how many passing yards Tua has. Tua is the league leader in passing yards. Why isn't he favored right now?
Yes, by 50 fucking yards. What did he do?
So therefore, Bryson, I still
50 yards ahead of the second place guy. Ahead of Jerry Goff. 50 yards is the only thing that separates the two.
Bryson.
And Goff played one less game than him.
Bryson, this is important since you're asking the question and you really want to know. If you really want to know the answer,
I'm not trying to catch you. I want to know.
I'm not saying that Tua has turned the table and he's an elite quarterback whatsoever. Listen to me clearly, dude. What I am saying is the style of offense, the quick pass, the high efficient pass rate throws that we've been doing all year
Jam at the line of scrimmage, the passing timing is thrown off.
Don't listen to Crypto.
Which means you have to fucking improvise.
Listen, Bryson.
Crypto, can you please let him finish, please?
Bryson,
listening
to Crypto right now, you could tell he's in his feelings because number one, you cannot.
No, I'm not, because you're trying to gaslight the fucking fan base and getting all these Tuaniers freaking
Oh my God!
deceived.
I'm not
But
into an ear. All right,
This
I'm
is
not
fucking
into an ear.
deceptive,
I'm not
bro.
into
Crypto.
Now, I
it.
know
Oh
you're
my
not
Hold on.
Bryson,
crypto,
but to a litany of
crypto,
tuinaires is
crypto.
in the freaking thing
Oh my
listening to this,
God,
and they
crypto,
fucking having it hard on
crypto,
and fucking orgasmic
crypto.
freaking delusions.
Well,
All
let
right,
me
Chris,
let me let
Crypto,
me
let him
make
let
it
him
clear.
finish, please.
Let me to just to make crypto feel good. This is not about me trying to make Tua feel like he's elite. Crypto, understand what I'm saying. Understand and listen to
Nah,
the
it's
words
about
that I'm
downplaying
saying,
your
please.
opponent, bro.
No,
Stop
you're
it.
no, you're sitting here,
Turn
crypto.
up,
I'm literally
crypto.
telling you, bro. We should actually be favored. This is an easy win for us
It's
based on the
not,
weather
bro.
condition.
We weren't
Yes, it
favored in the last
is.
game at fucking home.
Bro, listen to that's Buffalo and it was good weather conditions. If you're listening to the
No, it
optics of what I'm
wasn't,
talking
bro.
about, then you will pay attention. Playing in bad weather, the Kansas City Chiefs, Steve
They've
Spagnuolo,
proven
is
that they got
fourth.
good track record in this
Oh my
condition.
God. Nobody has the speed that we have. Steve Spagnuolo is
So
going to have to
fucking
call
what?
a
How
safer
come we haven't
game
won all of
plan
our games? How come we're not 17-0?
because it hasn't been in negative 30-degree
Oh,
weather,
stop.
crypto.
Shut the fuck up,
We need to
bro.
move to
That's
Stop
the
the
cold weather
fucking
fucking truth,
nonsense.
environment.
bro.
No, we just need
Stop
to.
the fucking
How are we going to do
nonsense.
that? We can only play in the snow. No, I'm just messing
I'm
around.
not saying that we could only play in the
Digging
snow,
it,
but what I'm
Pete.
saying is basically our offense that we've been doing all year. It's been pretty much, bro, listen to what I'm telling you. It's been pretty much practice for bad weather condition games. The Dolphins are
Oh,
heading to the
fucking
Super Bowl.
delusional.
I know what I'm telling you, bro. We're going to play
Wait. I
Buffalo
want
next
you to
week on
repeat
the
that though,
road
Pete. What
in
did
the
you just
snow.
say?
We're going to the Super Bowl. If we beat the Chiefs, we are going to the Super Bowl
More
because
fucking delusion.
no team is better
Yo,
and
I'm gonna
more
be honest. I love
prepared
playoff
What a
at
Pete, man.
fucking
He's
playing.
the
joke.
guy.
No
And
team is
you
better and
dumbasses
more
are
prepared
falling for this
at
shit.
playing in bad weather and have a more efficient and a higher rate offense than what the
Yeah,
Miami
this is the
Dolphins
same
have.
dumbass
We
pep talk I
fucking
heard
have
before
the
the
best
Bills game.
weapons.
Every
Okay?
time we played them, the same dumbass pep talk I heard before the Baltimore Ravens game. Every time we played them because we thought we had a false sense of security going into Baltimore. Oh, we did this on the road in Baltimore. We could spot them 21 points. Not realizing it's what Baltimore did is the reason why we won that game. And what this dumbass head coach did. And not
Yo, Pete,
realizing
if
the
we
second
had
time around, they were sitting there
Crypto,
waiting to
crypto,
get up
crypto,
21 points
crypto,
on us so
crypto,
they can
crypto,
waste us, so they can lay
crypto,
waste
stop.
to us.
Crypto, stop all the anger and let me just tell
That's
you
what they were
real quick, dude.
doing. That's
No, but
exactly what the Ravens were doing.
crypto, let me tell you something so you could actually
They played our
understand that
delusional ass fan base for a fucking joke.
crypto, I
That's
don't like that
exactly what the Ravens
crypto.
did.
Oh my God, crypto, take football optics and
That's
scheme
exactly
into
what they
perspective.
did.
Crypto, listen to me, bro.
What
Take
offensive scheme?
football
When
optics
Patrick
and
McQueen sit
take
up there and said
football
there's
scheme into
a fucking
perspective.
tail.
Oh,
There's a goddamn tail. When we're running 4 plays per fucking game and they figure out 3 of them and we're down to 1.
Crypto. If we were playing at
What's
Hard
the
Rock,
answer for that?
crypto. I'll tell
What's
you
the
the
answer
answer.
for that?
I'll tell you the answer right now, crypto. If
We
you
were
let me
playing at
answer.
Hard Rock against Buffalo.
Crypto, let me answer. And you'll
We were playing
understand,
at Hard Rock
crypto.
last week,
Oh
bro.
my crypto. If we were playing the Chiefs at Hard Rock
We were.
tomorrow night,
It
I will
don't
feel
fucking
confident.
matter.
No, yes, it does, because I will tell you, and I'll tell you loudly, and the rest of the
It
community
don't matter.
that
We
we
played
will
them in
get
a
our
neutral
butt.
fucking field in
Yes,
Germany,
if
bro.
we were playing in
Yeah,
Hard
but
Rock
Crypto, let
tomorrow
him go.
night,
Let him
I
go
will
real
tell
quick.
you,
I want to hear what
if
he
we
has to
were
say.
playing, if we were playing at Hard Rock tomorrow night at home in front of the 12s, in front of our home, and it was Kansas City, I will firmly tell you loudly and clear and confidently that we are going to lose tomorrow night. But the fact still remains based on the weather
It
and
don't
the
matter
weapons that
where
we.
we at,
Yes, it
bro. It's
does.
the
The
personnel.
weapons that
It
we
don't
exactly.
matter
The freaking
where
personnel.
we
You just
at.
said it. We have
It's
better
the
personnel.
people.
We have a
It's the
better
people
scheme,
participating in
and
the
our
game.
offense have been
We don't have the
practicing this
better
shit.
personnel. They
Yes,
have the
we
better
do.
fucking quarterback, bro.
Yes, it
Stop
doesn't
it.
matter. Oh, this guy doesn't know football. I'm sorry to tell you guys right now.
No, you don't know fucking football.
You're not taking scheme and bad weather into perspective at
It
the
don't
same
fucking
time,
matter the
and what
fucking
it takes
scheme
to
in
win
bad
in these
weather.
conditions.
Our scheme
I don't know what to tell
crumbles.
you, bro. What scheme? You're thinking of
When
the
the last
defensive
time
scheme,
this scheme,
bro.
when the last time this scheme
I'm
has
with you.
worked in these conditions?
All right, so
When?
let me. Okay, crypto. I'm with you then. We're gonna lose
When
tomorrow
will
night. All right.
it work in these
Okay.
conditions? Either
even with San Francisco when they're
I'm not
us
gonna
on
go back and forth.
steroids.
Crypto, I'm not gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna tell you right now, we're winning. If the conditions are really bad and
When
they're not that bad,
when
we
did
might
it
lose.
happen?
Prove
But
it
I'm
to
gonna tell you
me.
right now,
When did it
crypto.
happen?
So you're
I'm not
saying we're
buying
losing,
nothing that
crypto.
hasn't been proven.
Crypto. Okay, so what's the score tomorrow? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if we do lose tomorrow night, it's gonna be a score of
What's the
45
score?
38. It's gonna be 45-38.
What's
It's
the
gonna be a high
score?
scoring game.
Are you really
Yes.
asking me to score now?
Don't tell me it's gonna be
You
a
really
blowout.
asking me to score
Don't
now?
tell me. Yes, I want to know
Yeah,
the
what's
score
the
because
score?
I'm
I
telling
want to
you
know,
right now, I
Crypto.
agree with you. But if the score that you
It's
have
going to
is
be similar to
45
what the
30,
Ravens score was.
what was the
That's
score,
what my
crypto?
score is.
He's out of his
And
mind
in
tonight.
that Ravens game, the last Ravens game, I consider a close matchup compared to what tomorrow's night game is going to be.
You're out of your mind, crypto. You're not
That's
looking at.
considered
You're not
close.
looking at. You're not looking at the weather, and you're not looking at the most dynamic
I don't give a
weapons that
shit
are gonna
about the
be.
weather because I know who's the best
We.
quarterback in those conditions. The
I'm not.
Ravens game was a picnic compared to what tomorrow's night's game is going to be. How about that?
The Ravens game was not played in these weather conditions.
It wasn't, but the result was going to be the same.
Was nearly perfect, crypto. He was damn near 29 for 30. That's
And he
not
was
happening
perfect the
for,
last time he
and
played
that's
against
not
us.
happening for Mahomes tomorrow. That's why I'm trying to explain to you, crypto. Our banged up defense
He's
isn't
a
even gonna
1,000
affect us
times better
tomorrow.
quarterback than freaking Lamar Jackson.
In bad weather
Are
conditions,
you gonna?
I disagree.
Yes,
I
in
disagree.
bad weather
I
conditions because
disagree. In bad
he
weather
proved it
conditions, Lamar
already.
Jackson
He
is a
already
more
proved
dangerous
it.
weapon. In bad weather conditions, Lamar Jackson is a more dangerous weapon with his feet, bro.
No, it's
I'm
not.
sorry to tell. Yes, he is, bro. How
When
you
did it happen
disagreeing on
last
this?
time in the
Crypto,
playoffs?
how
When
is
did it
crypto
happen? When
just
was the last time it
so
happened?
down right now?
When does it happen? Because I
Shake
sat there in
Money
the
and
fucking
everybody on the
stadium
panel.
when we got our ass wasted. When we got our ass wasted
Money and
by that
everybody on
same
the panel.
team that
Crypto,
should have
crypto,
wasted us last year.
crypto, and everybody on the
And
panel.
our
Let me ask
fan
you guys
base
a
was
question.
delusional
In
that
a
we were going to
bad
play a
weather,
close game to
30.
them.
Listen to this, right?
And
Crypto thinks in the
that's what's
bad
happening
weather,
now.
in 30 to 40 mile per hour gust winds shaking everybody up here. He still thinks
And you're
Mahomes
telling
is a
me
more elite weapon
and
than
you
Lamar
still think
Jackson. Do you guys
still
agree with
think
that
that we
right
have
now?
the quarterback under fucking center
It's
that
not
can
even
throw
a
through
real
that kind of
question, bro.
fucking
This is
wind.
ridiculous.
No, you're being fucking ridiculous. If you think we got the quarterback under center that's better than their quarterback under center and throwing it in those conditions, stop it.
First of all, crypto, you have
The
never
wind is
heard me
only
sit
supposed to
here
be
and say.
14 miles an
First
hour.
of all,
He's doing that all year.
You have not heard me sit here and say that Tua is going to be better than Mahomes tomorrow.
You did. That's your argument. That's the argument you're making.
Okay. Statistically,
You're
tomorrow
right.
night,
12
yes,
to
he
13
might.
mile an hour winds. We don't know what the
It's only
gusts are.
13. Man, this forecast is
If you're
not in
talking
our
about a
favor right
gust of
now.
over
Why is it
17
going
knots,
down?
bro.
Cap for
gusts
life, bro.
are up to
Wasn't
25.
At
it supposed to
night,
be up to 30 tomorrow?
and we're talking about a
It's
crosswind
bro.
They're called
when our
gusts for a
receivers
reason.
weren't crossing patterns, and you're throwing it on the outside hash mark, and he's got to throw it 50 freaking yards across the field against a cross not wind. He
Man,
threw
he's
an
throwing his
interception
headset
when there
there.
was no wind of
Mahomes is not
50
doing
yards
that
across the field.
well, let me tell you something, crypto. Mahomes can't do that tomorrow night either if the gust
He
of
has a
winds are
better
at 30.
chance of doing it. He's done
I
it
don't
before,
care if
better than our quarterback has done
I
it.
disagree with the chances. They're not. He does
You
not
could
have a better
disagree
chance.
all you
He can
want.
do it more often than not, but I don't think he's gonna do it tomorrow
Oh,
night.
you don't
Because
think that because
no.
you
So I
you
agree to
freaking
disagree.
placating. That's what
I
you're
agree
doing.
to disagree. How
That's
about
what
that?
you're
I
doing.
agree to disagree.
You're
Because I don't
placating
think
is
that's
what
gonna
you're doing.
now if
And
it's
I
only
ain't buying
13
a dime
and
of
if
it.
it's
And I ain't buying a fucking lick of it.
crypto,
Hey,
I ain't buying a lick of it.
what about if somebody else wants to buy it?
Hold on, Shake. Crypto.
Yeah, they
If
can
it's
buy it
30
all it fucking
crypto,
won't shake, and I'm just calling and pointing it out. It's fucking delusional and it's deceptive. I ain't buying the
They
bullshit.
love that shit. What are you talking about?
Crypto,
Let them buy their spam.
Crypto, it's breaking news. Color
Let
just came
them
up and
do
said
it.
it's only gonna
And
be
I
13
ain't
miles
finna
per
hear
hour.
from this grifter.
Listen, if it's
And I ain't
13
hearing it
miles
from
per
this
hour,
grifter.
if it's 13 miles per hour, then you know what? You could be right. Your chances are high. But if it's what I say and it's 30-mile-per-hour gust winds like the last time I
You
checked,
do
it was
realize
going
this
to
is
be,
not a noon
that's
game.
not happening, buddy.
You
That is
do
not
realize this is
happening
not
at
a
30 mile per
not a
hour
noon
winds,
game.
buddy. I'm sorry to tell you, Mahomes,
It's
little
younger
deep
than
strikes
Yeah,
are
you can
less
see you
effective.
have
I don't
delusions
care
of
what you
grandeur
got to say.
that we're going to sit back there and throw the ball 40 times and have the same probability of winning
It's
as them
younger than
throwing it
Fox
40 times.
We're not going to win.
You done lost your goddamn mile.
If you think we're gonna have the same probability of winning
No.
throwing it 40 times like they're throwing it 40, and we have the same probability, you done lost your goddamn mind.
We hadn't been
Actually,
throwing it 40 times
listen,
all
Neither
year,
Crypto.
though.
team's throwing it
Hey,
40
Our
listen,
good
times.
games are
this is
50-50.
actually football is one of the
That's
newer
what we need.
sports. It's newer than fox hunting, golf, soccer, cornhole, all those sports. So, all right, that's the weather.
Yes, that's for
You
night.
see, it keeps going. It keeps going
What's
down.
by the way?
This is
I
what I'm saying.
always
We
wanted
need
to
it
know
to
what's
go
the difference
up, man.
between
We
wind
need
and
that
wind
wind,
gust. What
everything
is a
to go
wind
up, the
gust
snow to
actually?
come
Can
down.
The
somebody
wind
explain
is
to me what a
Well,
wind
I
gust
thought
is?
sustained.
we would have
Okay, so
known, being that we're from South Florida. I thought we would have all known what a wind gust is, but I guess not.
I mean, I can explain it. I deal with it in my job. So
There's
a
no need to
sustained
explain a wind
wind,
gust, bro.
a sustained wind is like a consistent speed of wind,
For
but
a
the
Okay.
certain
wind can
time frame,
change
right? For a
drastically
certain
at a
time
quick
frame,
time. So it could be sustained of 10 knots, but at any point in time, it can kick up to 20, 30 knots and then be
right?
sustained back at 10.
Right. And we've faced that forecast several times this year and had
So
no
wind gust could
problem
be like a
passing the ball.
fluctuation then. So gust means fluctuation.
Yeah, gust means that at any
Yeah,
point in time, there's a quick
Acceleration,
fluctuation
strength.
in
It's an
acceleration wind.
acceleration
increase
of
in
the
the
wind.
speed of
Okay.
more than freaking 5 knots.
Okay, I
Right in
got
the
you.
middle of a kick.
Like Don knots.
It can increase and then decrease.
You know, like when you're sitting there watching Wilma come through and the winds
Mhm.
are 110 miles an hour and then they gust to 150 and you see the
Yep.
leaves stretch out just a little further for a couple
I'm
seconds.
glad
That's a
now
We
you
wind
were
guys.
gust.
sitting here
That's what
complaining
we're
as a
talking
fan
about.
base
Wind gusts is
that Tua
that the
woefully
wind gust.
overthrew a
Yeah,
ball
but
on that
crypto,
left hash mark
but crypto,
30
you lost a
yards
lot of
down the field
credibility, buddy. I'm
with no
talking
freaking
wind gusts,
with
and
no
you think that's
fucking
not
win.
gonna affect anything, buddy. I'm talking wind
I
gusts
ain't
to go
saying
up
it's
to
not going to win.
30,
I said it's going to affect our
and you're out
quarterback
here
than it will
denying that.
theirs. What part don't you
Wow.
understand about that?
It's not gonna.
It
It's gonna
actually was
help out.
windy in
It it
the. It
it,
was
it
kind of windy
affects.
in the
This is why
Buffalo
I'm
game.
trying to
It
explain to
was
you,
windy in
crypto.
Buffalo.
You're not understanding, dude. It affects Mahomes on what he can actually do more than
No,
it
it
affects
don't
our quarterback
affect.
because our
No, it
quarterback is
don't.
known to throw
Our
these
quarterback's
2 yard
a fucking
passes,
statue,
bro.
bro.
But
I
our
think he's
quarterback,
saying that
he's already
Mahomes
more
plays
prepared.
backyard
Yes,
football.
bro.
He runs
This is
around.
what
They
I'm
don't even
saying.
have plays. They say go around this area and run around and get open. I'm going to throw it
Everything
to you.
Mahomes
I mean,
does
that's their freaking
that's
game plan. It
special,
looks like.
he's
I
And
think
not
you
going
that's
to
don't
what
be
think
able
he's
to
thrown
do
I
in
don't want to put
because
words in your mouth, Pete, but
against the wind current that's more than 15 knots before?
Against the
yes, but their
wind,
chances are so
I've been
low,
throwing
and with the
against the
drop rate is
wind.
so high
I'm
that it's not
young and
scaring me.
old,
I
and I'm
actually feel
throwing
Give me a
confident that if it's
against
fucking
the
sustained
break.
at
wind.
15 to 20 miles per hour, that we're going to go in, run
Against
our
the
normal
wind.
offense, see Tua throw his little anticipatory
And it'll
timing
be dead
throws,
on arrival.
and it'll be beautiful, bro. It'll be long, explosive plays nonstop by us. I don't know, understand that this fan base
Okay.
is so
Dolphin
low
Winters.
when our
Yeah,
team
you can
favorites
say
us in
that
these
deceptive shit all
conditions.
you want that seem like you're gonna be on the right side of history. It ain't
The
gonna
only
work
real
because it
authority
ain't
on this
happening.
matter is Dolphin Winters because his last name is Winters. So he's the only true authority on this matter.
Can I first say good evening to each and every one of y'all first and
Good
foremost?
evening, man.
good evening.
Good
What's up,
evening,
Dolphin
bro.
man?
Good evening, man.
Before I
Hey,
sit
Earth,
there,
Wind, and Fire. Do
What's
you
up, Winters?
remember?
man, first thing first, I want to shout out my man Shake and to everybody that was at the
Appreciate you.
game this past weekend. That's first and foremost. And number two, Pete, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Dealing with you tonight is gonna be mild compared to the shit that I've dealt with within the last hour and a half. It's definitely a full moon to fuck outside. I'm gonna just leave that right there. I'm gonna say
See,
this.
Devil,
oh,
yes.
Winters, you haven't met playoff Pete then.
All I'm gonna say is this. What I'm going to say to him, and I'm gonna say to everybody, what I seen in person at the Hard Rock on Sunday night was the defense is ready, even with the injuries that we had, and the offense was stagnant because the defense gave the offense numerous times to win the game. If you think it's going to be sweet going into 25 minus 25, because that's what's going to feel like outside. and this is coming from somebody that
My
actually
phone's
lives.
gonna die. I gotta go.
Hold on for a second. This is somebody that's coming from the northeast quarter. That the temperature is going to go from 57 degrees to 42 degrees to 32 degrees in the next 3 days. So I'm giving you a heads up. I know these are professional athletes. I know they played in cold weather through college, high school, Pee Wee, all that. I get it. The thing about it is this, and somebody said it perfectly up here. This man is going to be throwing the fucking football into some strong ass wind. And I'll say this and say this to everybody on this fucking panel. The defense has been playing out their fucking mind, even with the injuries we had. The offense looked like some bullshit. But I'm going to keep it a whole 100. Period, point blank. Daniel need to get his head out of his ass. Tua need to get it the fuck together. The offensive line only can do so much with the injuries they got up front. And he needs to stick to the fucking run game. The only way we win this game on Saturday night is if we run the damn ball.
I respectfully disagree with you, but that's all
The
I'm gonna
only
say.
way we come
Winters, you
close to
enjoy
being
your
Get a
night.
turnover.
I'm gonna try
to
to
be
come
within
back, but I really
3
need to go. My
touchdowns
phone is
is
gonna turn
for
off.
them to turn over the ball 7 times.
Crypto, give me some time, bro. Appreciate you. Give me some time. P, check this out, man. Where'd P go? Did he leave?
He's been having technical difficulties tonight. He'll probably be back.
Come back, P. Because at the end of the day, I'm here. I
Yeah, he
listen
didn't just leave.
to y'all. I listened to y'all for like about 20 minutes before I hopped on, and I wasn't gonna hop on because I'm in the midst of it. I'm really in the midst of doing a triple double. Anybody wants to know what a triple double is? That's back to back to back doubles. I did one today. I got one tomorrow. I got another one Sunday. You're gonna play hard. You gotta work hard. That's all I'm gonna say on that too. But if Pete think that it's gonna be fucking sweet, it's fucking not at all. It's not.
Pete says he's listening on his. He's listening and he's charging his phone. Just there's the
I
update
might
from
not be
chat.
here when you come back, Pete, because I got to get up at 4:45 in the morning. So to everybody else,
Hey, much love to you, Dolphins Winter. Much love to you, brother. Thank you.
Thank
Much
you.
love, Dolphin Winter.
First, much love.
Appreciate you for gracing us with your presence, man.
my brother.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, and
appreciate it, man.
Shake no, and Crazy Dolphin no. OJ sat there and had some great insight on our show this past Wednesday, and he kept it a full beam with us. And he actually corrected me, and I had to stand down because for the simple fact that it was the fan in me that wanted to go the fuck off. And he's like, "Wait a minute," he said, "Where would we be at as a team if we didn't have Tyreek Hill on our team?" And I said, "You're right." And I had to shut the fuck up, and that's exactly
Yeah, but
what
everybody spent all week trying to blame him, not realize what we would be like without him.
True.
Yeah, I mean, and then Kurt Warner comes out and literally says, "Yeah, he's getting bad passes, balls that shouldn't even be thrown to him."
The thing that scares me, guys, is Tua is throwing these fucking passes and he's going to get his quarterbacks killed, man. That shit scares. Like, there was a pass, and I think Shake probably knows what I'm about to say. I think it was a pass, and there was like 5 guys around Tyreek, 5 fucking guys around this
He's
dude.
got to make that catch, bro. I'm sorry. We pay him $30 million. He's got to make that catch, bro.
True.
No, I'm being sarcastic, Winners.
Hey, by the way, hey, listen.
Listen. True is true.
Hold on.
I mean, for us to sit here for 3 days and say that as if that's the reason we lost the game is just
the reason why we lost the game is McDaniel didn't fucking make the adjustments to sit there and bust the Bills' ass when they was giving us all the opportunities in the fucking world. And
real quick,
that was the painful thing about it.
Winters, real quick. I got to give this guy a special introduction because he will be our guest tonight on Insomnia. The one, the only, Dr. Reggie Brown.
Hey.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, Reggie?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Reggie?
What's going on? What's up, Reggie?
Man, it's all good. We got school.
You sound kind of low, though.
Let me do something. Let me take my headphones off there. Yeah, can you
Dr.
hear me now?
Reggie, you stopped by Stephen D's pharmacy too?
Hey man, I need to go by there. Shit, school started this week, so I've been getting back in the.
One, two, hello? Reggie, you there?
Yeah,
testing me too.
he got
You
cut
might
out.
have lost some.
Oh, but hello.
Hello.
Oh,
All right, Reg,
Yeah.
you there?
Yeah.
We
Nah,
got
he might
dead
have lost.
air. Everybody panic. We have dead air.
No, we was waiting on Reggie to
Well,
come back.
Hey,
revive
let
it
me ask
then.
y'all,
There we go.
when somebody, a couple people are honking at each other in traffic, do you join in just for the hell of it? I do all the time.
That's a good idea.
color, color. Let's keep that kind of quiet on the quiet side.
Mhm.
I can't help it. It's like one person does it as a joke, and I have to follow right along too. You know, It's like,
That's
next
what
thing
I'm
you know,
saying.
like 10 people are honking their horn.
And I be one of 'em.
That's the quintessential mob mentality, right?
Yo,
Reg, you
Doc,
there?
they don't even let you. They don't even let you have time to look both ways when the light turned green. They're freaking on your ass, honking the horn as soon as that shit turns green, man. It's like God.
Yeah,
Man,
we
you
can
better
say
think
down here,
about
Miami.
you better think about the pedestrian when they supposed to have the green light and the people going through the red light when the green light's for the pedestrian. Yeah, that's Philadelphia.
Right.
Hey man, in Miami, when the light turn yellow, you might as well wait because 11 cars coming through when the light turns
Exactly.
Oh my
yellow.
goodness, that is for real, Doc.
Because they
Meanwhile, the
know it's a
guy
Shine on
behind
2 minute
you
that.
is
wait
like,
if they get
honk,
caught.
honk, go, stupid ass, go.
Right.
You're like,
To be number
where?
12.
Or the
Mm-mm-mm.
crossing guard will be, in the morning, the crossing guard will have the right hand turn blocked off. So you're sitting there waiting, and people are literally honking their horn behind you like you're allowed to go or something. Like, I'm just going to run over the crossing guard because these people are honking their horns, right?
Because I've seen them do that at the train tracks when there's a train crossing. I've actually seen people bumping the horn trying to tell the person to break break the barrier and go and try to go across. I said, "Are you kidding me? You don't see that big train coming across the track and you bumping the horn at somebody to go? There's something wrong with you."
Especially that bright line
Especially
that
with the
you be
bright
putting
line.
through at 150 miles an hour, man.
Yep. You see that thing coming the
Exactly.
wrong way. That
It's
thing
some
kills a
crazy.
lot of people. That's kind of
It is some
crazy, isn't it?
crazy driving down
Throwing
here in
awards,
Miami. I'm
man, coming
telling you.
through.
People talking about New
Oh,
York, Miami. Miami got
I
some
seen
crazy
it firsthand.
driving.
I seen it firsthand when I was down there. Trust and believe. I was around Hollywood, Plantation, all there too. Fort Lauderdale. They took over Fort Lauderdale. What the fuck? Bills took over Fort Lauderdale. Bills took over our fucking stadium Sunday. That shit needs to stop right there. That shit. All right. So I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. It doesn't help when you day drink from 7 in the morning to game time and to walk into your stadium and see all them damn Bills fans in there. That shit don't help. That shit don't help at all. And then it sounded like a fucking Bills home game. That shit was not fucking cool. None of that shit. And this is to all you Miami Dolphin fans. Listen, you do what you want. You do what you want with your tickets, but at least try to sell them to fellow Dolphin fans. Seriously. Like
Say,
that.
boy, it's been like that since 1976. Shit. That's just
Damn,
Miami,
man.
man.
That's crazy, man. Like,
It
I
sucks. Because if you guys remember in like the 80s, the Dolphins wouldn't even sell out because it's Miami and it's a lot of shit to do. And
heard,
it's a
I heard that.
Now you talking about the blackouts, red?
Yeah, even in the
Yeah,
early
Doc.
90s when we started to pick up the pace again, they
Right.
were still blacking out games, and it got to the point where the networks or like some local philanthropist would buy the last
would just
10,000
buy the
tickets
tickets,
to get a
right?
thing on
Yep.
TV. You
Yep.
know
I
what I mean?
remember
Like,
Right.
that.
They would just buy it. Yeah.
Yep. I sure remember that. But that's when
and they
we
had to
was
be
in the
sold
Orange
out by
Bowl.
Thursday at 4 p.m. It's like you couldn't even let it go into the weekend.
Nah,
No, we're blacked out up here because it didn't sell out by Thursday.
we need that money.
And I'm sitting in an area code that used to be the 305, and I can't. It's like, really? I can't get rabbit ears for the game this week.
That's when you had to listen to it on 610 for the game
Oh
when it
yeah,
wouldn't come on TV.
WIOD. Either that or they
Right.
actually simulcast it on WJNO for a while too.
You talking
So
about
how you
the
Dolphins
AM
and
For a
station, right?
minute, it was on 12:30 simulcast, but yeah, Jim Mandich, all them boys, man. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
with
how
But
you guys
instead
Dolphins
of
feel?
and
AM, you had to go to
First
AM
time
to
Dan
get it.
Marino ever faced Brett Favre. I listened to that game on the radio. That one was blacked out.
How you guys feel about this game being on Peacock?
I'm not
Um,
pleased, bro. I mean,
I'm
I
not pleased
understand
either.
something
everybody has
happened with
their
that.
points about it's only $6, but that's pretty
Look,
cynical.
yeah, I'm not paying
Fire
it.
Stick.
It's pretty
NFL,
cynical for people to be like, "Oh, it's only $6," or whatever. When some people ain't got $6. Let's be
NFL,
real.
Well, I mean, we're
NFL,
here in Miami, and we got to pay money to see. We got to pay Peacock to see our game.
Well,
No,
not
I'm
only
sorry,
that,
I don't
but
go
if
for
you're
it.
in the local market, you get it on NBC, right? But that only goes as far as your rabbit ears can pick up. So
Hey
I
man,
am up in when I was growing up, my area code was 305.
right?
You know what I mean? So why they don't allow the Palm Beach County affiliates or these affiliates don't buy the licensing for it is beyond me.
My
look,
bad.
three things drive the economy: Amazon, Walmart, and NFL. Any three of them collapse, and we gonna have problems. So that's just what it is.
Well, they
Mhm.
already said that. They already said that. It's kind of funny. I'm gonna piggyback what you just said. There's already speakings of Amazon getting playoff games on their app in 2025.
Which will be exclusive,
Yep,
except for those that are like right next to the broadcast studio to be able to pick it up on rabbit ears,
absolutely.
or if you're in the local
NFL
cable market.
do food live streaming or NFLBite.com. That's
Now
all I can tell you.
the funny thing is, since it's got drier, it's wintertime now, so it's gotten a little drier. And I've been
Mhm.
able to pick up CBS 4 all the way up here.
Wow.
But the game's
Look,
on
man.
NBC. That's even their station's even further south. I'm like, damn it, I almost had it, man. But I already
Look,
paid
man.
for
During COVID, everything shut down except Walmart and the hospital and damn the NFL.
in Publix.
That's all you
Don't
need
forget
to
about
know.
Publix.
Essential worker right here, hospital, mental hospital. I worked through that
Right.
whole shit, and it was not fun. It wasn't.
Fortunately, I was already paying for NFL Plus from getting the All 22, so I've got it on that anyway. So I'm covered. But
I
man,
was
I
gonna
would
ask
have done
you,
it. I would have gone to a. I would. Jason Sarney today posted something about all these people think that they're boycotting Peacock by going out to the local bars are just going to pay 10 times as much as the $6. But my point to him was my rebuttal to that was, no, it sounds more like I'm going to dinner and I'm getting a free football game with it. I mean, I don't have to go to Duffy's. I can go anywhere that's got it on TV. I can have a nice dinner and get a free football game with it. That fair point there. But yeah, he's right. It's either pay the $6 or if you're at which most people are, if you're going to go to a bar to watch it, you're probably going to drink. Probably going to do all that stuff too.
that's an easy like 60, $70. That's
Half those people go there on the bye weeks anyway, so it's still a free football game.
yeah, that's definitely that's 10 times the amount that you were. $6 to $60. Yeah, quick.
Some of them are on their way to the tailgate from Duffy's. I mean,
Oh man, but it just sucks, man. We had an opportunity to have a home at home this weekend, and we dropped the ball. We really dropped the ball. And now we're going to Kansas City, where I think we can win, but I don't believe there's going to be a blowout or anything like that. It's definitely like that.
Hey, it just makes the storyline better when we go to Kansas City and whoop their ass. That's all it does.
well, it could get ugly for either of the teams because of the weather. It is more likely to get ugly for us, obviously.
Would
Chris,
you say that
that's the
with
point
if
I've been trying to make.
let me ask you this, color. Who has the better running game?
We
We
do.
do.
So then, to me, that says that if we stay consistent, we are more built to win this game than they are. Obviously, they have Patrick Mahomes, and that's a factor. But if you
Crypto
just
shakes
look
away
at,
from his desk. I didn't know if you needed to be brought up or not, or if you were just back there purposely, but I brought you up anyway.
but if you look at this game from just a matchup perspective, we are more built for this type of game because of our running game
I
and
mean,
our
isn't
run
that why we
defense.
built up the running game? And everybody said that's what plays in these conditions.
And our run defense.
Well, Dr. Reggie, this is where we fall into a trap. The Checo is just as a harsh rusher as Mostert is.
Yeah, but we
Well, but
got
I'm
three
I'm
of them.
talking
But
about our running
we got
game.
three
Their
potatoes.
interior running, their blocking, and between the center and guards is elite, and that's what make their running
But I'm
game go.
saying that our running game is better than theirs. They do the
But
hard
it's not.
running.
If it's better, it's only better because we scoring touchdowns. They're getting yards in their running game.
Well, the game
Well,
is about
nobody's saying
touchdowns,
their running
though.
game ain't good. He just
But
said
I'm
the
ours
not
is
running game.
better.
arguing.
But
I'm
what I'm
just saying.
this is a problem I have. If you have one skill group outdo another skill group, what is the main tiebreaker? They have number 15. He is the guy that breaks the ties when
Okay,
you
you
have
made that
skill groups
point,
that cancel
bro.
out
We
each other.
got it.
But we're just talking about. I understand what you're saying, crypto. But we're just talking about. Obviously, Patrick
And
Mahomes is the
sometimes
X
that's what
factor. Is
winning
the
and
X
losing
factor.
ultimately boils down to: who has the guy
Then
that breaks
why
the
are we
tie.
talking about it? Why did we have a panel to talk about it? If that's the
You
Color,
answer,
don't. No one said you
color,
can't talk about it, but you have to
you
color.
are
acknowledge
I,
both
doing
ends.
that.
Is
You
what I'm
are making
saying.
it hard for
But,
anybody to
but
talk about
crypto, I
it.
think the thing is
I'm
that where I'm
not.
coming, when I'm where I'm coming from is.
I just mentioned the other side of the equation.
Well, I think that
For
where I'm
the
coming
10th
from is.
time.
What's good, everybody?
Okay, for the
What up,
10th
Doc?
time, and then I mean for the 10th time, I have to do it.
Color. Before you
I
guys go, and I understand the running thing, but I just wanted to bring up because I was listening to you
oh
guys talk about
shit, here we
listening to
go.
games on the radio, and I don't remember the name of the hurricane, but we had a really bad hurricane in like 2005 or 2006. And that was literally, I only listened to one Dolphin game in my life on a radio with like double A batteries. It was like in 2006. We lost the game. I was so mad. I just kept pounding that little radio up and down, wishing I could see the game.
You weren't happy
But that
that we
was
lost in 2006.
no, I was a Ronnie Brown near. I was a Ronnie Brown near that
Ronnie
day.
Brown in here.
Yeah, we love Brownie and Ricky over here.
No, I didn't
But
like that pick because it
Best,
Doc,
kept
best
us from getting
quarterback
Aaron
we best
Rodgers.
quarterback we've had since Dan Marino right there. Ronnie
Doc,
Brown.
Doc, do
That was
you
the
agree with
worst pick
me?
in Dolphins history.
Doc, do
What?
you agree? Do you agree that Saturday
Yes, the
night,
Ronnie Brown pick set us back 20 fucking years,
So the
and
Doc,
I'm
Deion
sick of
Jordan
it.
pick, the Deion Jordan pick wasn't the worst one.
Nope, because it wasn't a quarterback on the board that was generational that was sitting right there in our laps for the taking. No,
Talking
Doc,
about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, wait,
that
no, what are you
that
talking about?
that
Ronnie
Deion
Brown was
Jordan
a
pick was
great running back. What are you talking
like
about?
Santa Claus compared to the freaking
Is
Ronnie
that
Brown pick
Kelvin
because of
joining
who
us
was
up
on
here
the
tonight?
board.
Damn.
Who was on the board?
What's up, color?
What's up,
But I
man? I know
think
you used to come around, right? Or
No,
no?
man, I'm
I
just fucking
Every
agitated.
seem
blue
to
moon, man,
recognize
I
your
pop
name in the
up.
blue spot there.
hey, I
I
would
pop up.
say crypto. I would say that quarterbacks are. There's a lot that go into it. So when people say, "Well, this person was on the board," well, that has a lot to do with the organization that he went to, the scheme that they ran, all of those things. We can easily say, "Well, yeah, we should have took this guy, but did that guy fit our scheme? Did he fit what we were doing?" Shit, that's how you get
He
bust
was
and
what
all
you
of
need
that
to
because
build your
they get it
franchise
in bad
around. What do you mean
situations.
fit our scheme? We didn't have an identity then.
Doc,
But that's
Doc.
my
Let me
point.
ask
So
you.
if we would have took
He's the
that
first
guy,
pick
then
on the
maybe
board. When you're
we
building a franchise, you get the quarterback. It's a
Hold on,
no-brainer.
right. But
Crypto
you
Doc.
but that's the easy answer. I'm talking about the depths of it. Some quarterbacks they go to these situations and they were number one, but they go into a bad situation and then they become ain't shit because they go to the wrong organization that's not doing the
But
right
can
thing
but Doc,
and
can
they
you
turn
admit to
into
this?
bust.
Every single quarterback we passed up on that should have been number one overall, number two overall, that was in our lap, and either won a Super Bowl or been took their team to a Super Bowl during
No,
the
I don't.
tenure
I
in
don't
which we was
believe that.
drafting.
I don't believe that because
Yeah,
I
I don't
saw
know if in
that the
2006 we
reason
would
why
have been able to do what we need to
What do you
do
mean
to
you don't
keep
believe
Aaron
that?
Rodgers.
because
We've had the top two
I've
picks of the
seen
draft.
I've
I'm
seen
talking about out of
top.
our picks.
So I've seen over the
It
course of
wasn't the
my
Ronnie Brown.
life.
It was the Jake Long that set us back because we could have had Matt Ryan.
That was the other quarterback I was thinking of, Shake. That was
But
two.
I've
That was
seen
within the top
quarterbacks.
10
Yeah,
that
now
that
Jake
was in the
Jake
top
Long
5 picks that
Jake
we should have
Long
built
was a
our
dumb
team with.
pick.
But
Jake
Doc,
But
Long
Doc,
was a
but
dumb
let
pick.
me get
but
to this Saturday game with Doc real quick before he turns around and leaves and I don't ever get to answer this question. Doc, let me ask you a question. Not only do we're probably all in agreement that we have the more explosive athletes tomorrow night on the field offensively, right? The more explosive athletes, we're gonna have those guys on our team, right? Well, compared to the Chiefs when it comes to bad weather conditions. Do you agree with that?
Keep in mind, Doc, we had the most explosive
Hold,
team in
hold
all
on.
18 games this year as well. So
I
that's
had the
We're
neither
most
here
talking
nor
about
explosive
there.
yeah,
diarrhea.
But somehow we're
but
not 18-0. But I digress.
Doc, do you not agree that we have the most explosive athletes in a bad weather
And the
conditions
most
more
explosive diarrhea.
better than the Kansas City Chiefs in a bad weather condition?
Hey Pete, I'm wondering what you consider bad because tomorrow we're considering like would you consider 3 mile an hour to I'm sorry 3% chance of rain, probably not going to snow or rain the whole time or before it, so it'll be pretty dry, and then it's expected like we said 15 mile an hour with gusts to 30.
Yeah,
If
that's
we
why
have
every time
that
you see
particular
that's why I
setup, is that
if
bad enough for you to consider it bad weather?
if we have that setup that you just said that is projected to be, then none of this that I've been saying matters because we're gonna get beat. But if the field is slippery, it's wet, it's cold. This is what I'm trying to like. That's what I hope is happening. That's what I've been hearing all week long. Now tomorrow's the game, and now everything changes. Now the field is
Well,
hard. The field is gonna be dry.
the slippery is not going to come from precipitation. It's going to come from the fact that the dew point
And
is at 8
snow.
degrees
Yeah,
and the low is expected to get to -11. So as soon as it gets to -9, every surface in that stadium and the ball included is going to become ice.
exactly. That's what we need to happen. Be even
The air
before
is
the
going to
game
freeze.
starts, because if that's the problem, I feel so confident we're gonna put up 38 points.
What the
Even with
fuck?
our bad,
Hey,
yeah.
wait. Who is
I
this
feel
talking?
if color if what you said
Never mind,
what you
Kevin. I've
You
been
know
said
who
fighting
it
if
is,
against this.
what
Just
Kelvin.
going
You know
color
who
straight.
it is.
He
color
is
if
literally
what
trying
you
to
said
distort
if
someone's
we hit
reality
that dew
about themselves.
point
The pure
if we
definition of
hit that dew
gaslighting
point in the
in its
first
purest
quarter,
form.
color, I'm sorry, bro. I think we're gonna blow the Chiefs out because I'm
Yeah,
trying to ask,
Crypto, you're right
like
in
we
the
have more
respect
explosive
for us
weapons
to
in those
believe,
conditions.
to be expected to believe that Pete believes this nonsense. That is gaslighting. I'll give you that, Crypto.
Yeah,
Hold on. That's
this
why.
is
Yeah,
literally
I
he
don't
But
is
this
think
is
blow
actually
out.
embodying
this
the
I
is
don't
why.
think
purest
so.
But this is
embodiment of
why.
it.
See, I can actually explain why the cold weather could help us out, but nobody's asked me for the
Okay,
explanation. They've
color.
only
I'm
let Pete
asking you,
roll.
color. Tell
I'm
us.
trying to explain to you, color, and everybody up here that if I see that the weather is what color just said, it's dewy, it's muddy, it's slippery, it's slimy, I feel confident based on the weapons that we have, we're gonna win this game. So I don't get why people think it's crazy. That's why I'm trying to have this discussion with Doc. This guy knows ball. He was on the field before. He knows what type of conditions can affect what certain type players. And what I'm trying to get out of this conversation is it's going to affect the style of the Chiefs defense on how they aggressively you see because the way I see it, if an aggressive defense plays aggressive on our offense, yes, we could get shut down. But if the field is muddy, it's wet, and it's nasty and slippery, you cannot play aggressive defense against this speed offense.
You're
I'm
close, but
sorry.
you're
I'm
close. You're
sorry.
along the
You
lines
just
of what
can't.
of my take, but you're not quite there. The
That's
field
what
is
I'm
going to be
saying, color.
fine. The field is
If
going to
the
be
field
fine.
is fine, then
They
we're
have
losing,
underground
color. I'm
tube
sorry to tell
heaters,
you.
Pete. They have underground tube
We
heaters. The
need the
field
field
is
to
going to
be
be fine.
nasty, bro. If the field is fine, then I'm sorry. I'm telling you,
But
everybody
hold
right
on a
now,
second.
we're
But hold on
losing,
a
bro.
second. And
All
this
right,
goes
fill us
for
in,
both
color.
defenses before Crypto yells at me. This goes for both defenses. It is much harder to take the angles that they're used to taking. It's a much harder to be agile. You're running through it's like you're running through a soup because it's so cold. And I think that guys with the ball in their hand, that is going to be key in the open field on either side of the ball, is going to hurt that defense. Much like Tyreek owned us all day in similar conditions the last time we were
Come
in
here.
Arrowhead with Alex Smith at quarterback. Now they have the same opportunity to take advantage of our defense like that because of the cold.
No, they do
And I
not.
would
They
just
don't
say
have the
that we've
speed
got,
for it.
and I would just say that we've got 3 times as many Pachecos.
Okay, color. So what are we concerned about? We don't like Eli Apple. Do you know that Eli Apple's gonna be probably more than likely covering Justin Watson,
Bro,
right?
either both.
Or
It's going to go like
that's
this.
what I'm
Either both
saying.
offenses are going
Like,
to be
did like
stymied because of the
Sky
cold.
Moore does
this is
have
Either
speed, and
both
Herman do
offenses
have
are going
Sky
to be
speed.
Moore's been
stymied.
Stop it.
banged up. What are you
Let me
talking
land.
about, Crypto?
Either
He's
both
Miko
gonna
Holman
play.
offenses,
is fast.
either
He's
both
on IR.
offenses are going to be stymied by the cold, or both
Not
defenses are going
Harmon.
to be destroyed. One of those
But
two is going
the
to
other
happen.
one. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, our weakness right now, based on the weather conditions and the drop rate that the Chiefs been playing at offensively, like, our weakness is defense, but then it neutralizes to a certain degree. We're still under at the same time because Mahomes is
The reason
so
I
elite.
believe
But at
speed,
the same time, I think our offense is so potent in these
the
conditions,
reason I
and based
believe
on our
speed,
timing
the
offense,
reason I
it's
believe
going
speed
to
can
help
be
us.
just as powerful as brute force is
No,
because of the
it
fact
hinders us.
that it's hard for people to make moves when it's that cold. It's not hard for an offensive guy that can run 22, 21 miles an hour to still run 22, or for a guy that can run 21 and a half, he can still run 21 in the cold. A defensive
Exactly.
guy can't do that.
Exactly, color. I'm
So
with you 1,000%.
lastly, and this is only going to be a statistical take because it hasn't really panned out as much this year as we wanted it to. But in the cold, in the frigid conditions, we know that Vic Fangio has had the number 1 to number 3 defense every team he's been on in turnovers. We have to get turnovers. We have
Yeah,
to be
but
punching
color,
that ball out.
you know what I don't like, and I agree with what you said
No,
because
you
you're
telling
right.
the
But
dog
here's
gonna
the
Herein
figure
thing.
lies
it
the
out with.
rub.
I'm
But
We
telling
but
you.
won
here's
the
the thing.
turnover battle, and we lost the game.
That's fine. But
We must
what
win it
color?
so
You're
significantly
right,
just
but
to
that
stay
is so
close.
rare,
That's going to
Crypto.
happen.
That bucks the numbers. Winning the turnover battle and losing the game is not that common, bro.
What do you mean
I'm
it's not
telling you
that
right now,
common?
we have so
Not.
much
We
speed,
got 3
color.
turnovers on their
In
best
this
player.
conditions, in these conditions, in this
Still not
weather,
that common.
It
we
wasn't
have
like 3
so much
turnovers
speed.
on their running back.
Okay,
It was
whatever.
We could
all
give
on
the
their
ball
best
one time
Okay,
player.
to
argue to
Waddle,
argue. I
one
don't
time to
care.
Hill,
Ask
one
anybody
time
in this
to
fucking league, and they'll tell
A-Chain,
you
one
if
time
you
to
lose the
Mostert.
turnover
That's too
battle, you're
much
going
for
to
the
lose.
Chiefs.
No,
That's too
color's
much
right.
for the Chiefs.
I mean,
Yeah, you're
no,
going to
he's right.
lose,
If you
but
lose the
we
turnover
the
battle, you're 9 times out of 10
no,
you're
I'm
gonna
not
lose.
arguing that, Kevin. I'm arguing the fact that we won the turnover battle and still lost.
I know.
And if we lose, if we lose the turnover battle by any fraction, we got ourselves a Baltimore Ravens game.
Yeah, that's literally what I just said. And you don't think they'll have a Baltimore Ravens type game if they lose the turnover battle?
No, I
First of
don't,
all,
because
first
we
of all,
didn't do it
No,
first of
against
you
all,
don't,
Buffalo
because
last week.
first of all, didn't they
that
win
lost
the
a
turnover? Color,
59-year
color,
trend.
Because
color.
we have
Did it?
never had that against any team that's reputable.
Crypto and color. I could be wrong, but I think they won the
We
turnover
have
battle
won
last
plenty of
game,
games by winning the
and we don't.
turnover battle, bro.
Hey, hold on, color. Didn't
I'm
the
talking about every
Chiefs win the
game we lost
turnover
to
Now
battle?
against
who's
a reputable
gaslighting?
team.
Now who's
Color,
We won the
gaslighting?
turnover battle.
Now who's
We've won
gaslighting?
the turnover battle.
color. Let me ask you a question. Did the Chiefs not win the turnover battle last time we faced them in Germany?
I ain't gaslight. I don't give a shit about distorting
I
your
don't
reality.
remember, but I do know that we won the turnover battle against
Okay,
Philadelphia and lost
I
the game.
think what I remember, and I
Yet
could be
again,
wrong.
that's
What
my
I
point.
remember, and I could be
We can
wrong. We
lose
lost the
we can
turnover
win the
battle that
turnover
game.
battle and still lose to good teams.
Bro, you're
And
not
guess
saying
what?
anything revolutionary, bro. I know.
And guess what?
It's
Tua
not
couldn't
I
even
don't
generally
really
the
care
tie
about
case.
that
whether it's
game up
That is
because
not
revolutionary or
of
not. That's
Tua
generally
my
the
getting the ball
case.
on
goal.
third down.
That is not generally the case.
We're looking for revolutionary around here.
Every time we play a reputable team, we have to win the turnover battle by astronomical number just to beat them. That's my point.
Well, because 1 or 2 we haven't.
Because of 1 or 2, because of like more than 90% of all the losses.
And listen,
You need to
like I said,
quantify. You need to quantify that. You need to prove to us that you did that research and quantify that number, bro.
like I said, in my opinion, unless we win the turnover battle by at least 4, that's what keeps us close in this game. That's just my fucking opinion.
So,
But
Crypto, let
anyway,
me
listen.
ask you.
They have to turn it over 7 times to us, at least a minimum 3.
We heard the opinion.
That's
Anyway,
how we stay close. I didn't say nothing about winning or losing. I said that's how the game's close.
Okay.
So you have us losing no matter what, because that's just what it is, Crypto.
If the turnover battle is 10-0, then yeah, we win the game.
Okay, so that's almost nearly impossible, bro. So basically, we're taking this L tomorrow night.
Nothing's impossible.
Like you see,
You still got stupid defensive coordinators.
Tell us what is possible.
Shake, you
then.
hear
How
this,
do we
bro?
win this game?
Has there
Crypto?
Shake? I don't know.
How
I
do
don't
we
have
no,
Google
stop,
access
Pete.
I
right
just
now.
defined
Has there
it.
ever been 10 turnovers
Let
in
him
one
have
game,
a fair
bro?
chance to answer.
This is
I have
crazy,
no
What
idea.
is possible, Crypto?
That's impossible, bro.
In your estimation, how do we win this game?
I just defined it. Unless
This
it's
guy said 10
significant enough, the
turnovers.
differential
I
in
did.
more
This guy
turnovers
said 10
is
turnovers,
significant
Crypto.
enough
You heard him loud
for
and
us
clear,
to freaking
Carlos.
take advantage on the offensive side, which we never done on offense, is take advantage of a reputable freaking turnover. Then that's our shot. And it has to be significant.
Okay.
That's how we win this game.
No, because I didn't say
Mahomes throws
significant.
five.
So we just
Mahomes
went
throws
through all
5
that energy.
interceptions.
So we just went through all that energy
Mahomes throws
because I
5
didn't
interceptions.
specify
Pacheco gets
significant.
3 fumbles.
Hold on.
Let's just start there.
We just
Hold on,
burned
hold
all
on,
of that
hold on,
energy
hold on.
because
By the
I
way,
didn't specify significant.
by
No,
the way,
I
real quick.
specify
I know.
significant.
By the
You
way,
asked me how we lose this game.
You yelled
Okay,
at
hold
me
on, hold
because
on.
I didn't specify significant.
All right.
You don't have to. I specified that it needed to be that in order for us to win the game.
Okay.
Okay,
But you
listen.
He's
also
not
told me
yelling.
I
Because
was
we
Just
haven't
wrong.
listen when he
proved
talks.
that
Let's
we
start
can
there.
win the turnover battle and win a game when it mattered.
Okay, let me get the flow real quick. All right. First things first, Crypto, are we still gonna do smoke lounge? I mean insomnia, if call if you want to.
Yeah, now that we've gotten the freaking picks out in on the open on how we gonna how we could win the game, well might as well. You got it out of me.
Yeah, we
Congratulations. It ain't gonna be no homer pick this week.
Nobody
Heads
forced
up.
you to spend all that energy, bro.
And by the way, real quick, like I said, Crypto, I'm gonna be
I
over
wasted my homer pick against Buffalo last fucking week, and I'm sick of it.
Exactly. But hold on, Crypto, please let me finish. Yeah, so I'll meet you over on the insomnia. Call if you want to keep it going, you can if you want to.
I certainly could. We got
Okay.
almost 100 watching.
All right, yeah. So me and Crypto, I'll be waiting for you. But to answer the question, 1965, right? 1965, the record for the most turnovers was 56 by the Pittsburgh Steelers. 41 interceptions and 15 fumbles.
No. In a single game,
One
Shake.
game?
In a single game.
You're kidding.
No, that can't be.
I know the margin has been more than double digits on several
Oh, wait,
occasions
that's a
before.
season.
That I do know.
A bad single season.
No, that's fine, Shake. But I appreciate you giving me a spot earlier for me to come
my
up, Shake.
take,
I
and I'm
appreciate
standing
that.
on it. If we score more points than them, we win.
And that's what I'm saying. We have the speed. We have better weapons for these weather conditions.
When have we not had the speed against any opponent this weekend? I wait.
It's Crypto, but it's
Okay,
easier
here
to
we
stop.
go.
It's
the
easier to
Pittsburgh.
jam.
Listen.
Crypto,
I got it right here.
Easier to
It's
jam.
the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Chicago Cardinals are tied with the Detroit Lions with 12 turnovers in a game. There you go.
See, that sounds.
Yes, I do
like
stumble badly.
Chicago Cardinals.
This man said Chicago Cardinals
1932 or something.
Yeah, you're going back to like.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Before there was
that
even
was before
TV,
the merger.
Shake.
Huh?
That was before the merger. But
there wasn't even TV in 1932.
Chicago Cardinals.
It was all pay-per-view
Steelers
then.
and the Chicago Cardinals are tied with 12
Well,
turnovers.
hooked up Joe, most likely, yeah, because it was on like 2 channels back then.
You had to go there in
And
person.
it turns out that the Cardinals were actually in Arizona first. I never knew that. They went home when they moved back from St. Louis. Because in the time when you had the old in 1929, I should say, the Cardinals were in Arizona.
Hey, I want to hear you guys' thoughts tomorrow.
I didn't even realize Arizona was a state back then.
I want to hear you guys' thoughts on tomorrow's game. If you
So
guys are interested, other than the Dolphins, like how about the Houston and Cleveland? Like, who do
Hey,
you guys
Crypto,
think is winning that game?
I'll be in the
Are
stream
you?
whenever you're ready. Hear me, Crypto?
You already? Yeah. You sent the
We're
link already,
backstage
right?
now. So, all right, man.
All right. Okay.
Shake.
What's up, Hooked Up Joe and
don't
Mounty
listen to
and
him. We're winning this game on a scoop and score. That's
Hey,
my
what's
take,
good?
and that's how we're winning it.
what's up
Jimmy's
with you guys' mind on tomorrow's game? Like the Houston and Cleveland. Like, what you guys think is gonna happen tomorrow? That's the first one. Let's do a
Cleveland's
quick
gonna
rundown. You think Cleveland is gonna win, Color?
win.
How about you, Joe and Mounty?
Yeah, I think the Browns are going to get it.
I think the Browns win just for the sake of just I don't know, just for experience, a little bit more experience on the coaching end. But listen, I tell you what, right now I'm going forwards. That dude C.J. Stroud is no joke.
That's what I'm saying,
Like
Mounty,
C.J.
because
Stroud, C.J. Stroud did just as dude. He did almost just as well as Tua, and he missed 4 games.
but this is what I'm saying, Mounty, because I'm a firm believer, and obviously teams lose. It's any given Sunday, but I am a true, diehard, firm believer that you win the games on Sunday because of who is the better quarterback. Forget the team because the quarterback can make the team and their teammates better if they're just that elite. And me, realistically thinking, I think CJ Stroud tomorrow is a better quarterback than what Joe Flacco is right now, just realistically talking. And it's not going to shock me if CJ Stroud beats the tough Cleveland Browns. But I'm with Color and Hooked Up Joe. I think the Browns are going to win. But CJ Stroud is just that special that it's not going to shock me if he turns around and beats the Browns, bro, because he is the better quarterback. He is going to be the better quarterback tomorrow
So real quick,
on that field.
I wouldn't.
hold on. Just for posterity, I went ahead and checked it because somebody in the chat mentioned they started in Chicago, not Arizona. This is the earliest that the NFL's website goes back, 1920, the 1920 regular season, and it lists now it just I need to zoom back out a little bit. Hold on, the names got cut off. And it lists the Chicago Bears and the Arizona Cardinals in 1920. That's the earliest the NFL shows on their website going back. Wow. Right along with the Rock Island Independence.
What I don't get it, Color. What are you trying to say?
Somebody in the chat said that the Cardinals did start in Chicago, and I know the Cardinals did play in Chicago, but when I went back and looked at the 1929 season, I noticed it showed the Arizona Cardinals, and so I just went back to the earliest they show, 1920, and it's still showing the Arizona Cardinals and the Chicago Bears. So,
I see what you mean.
sure
Yeah. You think it's just
in Arizona first.
You think it's just the internet that's not like updating
Maybe.
the names?
I mean, if there was a pro league that wasn't called National Football League or wasn't called, I don't know. There could have been an earlier league where the Cardinals were in Chicago first, but
what I'm thinking is if you probably go on Google instead of the what I'm thinking, Color.
saying it's incorrect, and it very well could be. I'm just looking at what it's showing here.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
might
saying
want to
it's not
validate it
incorrect.
on Google too. Like
That's what I was gonna say. What I was thinking is if you check on Google, you might get a different answer because they'll have that specific question based on whatever the NFL is doing there on their website.
Can I say one thing about the game on the Browns? I think the interesting thing about the game we were talking about with the Browns and the Texans is it's easy to root for either one of them. To see Stroud make it all the way and actually win a playoff game, that's a cool story there. And to see Flacco come back,
yeah, C-Devil's
it's
right.
hard not to root.
I'm sorry, Joe. C-Devil is right. The Chicago Cardinals were formed in 1898 in Chicago. So yes, C-Devil is correct, and the NFL's website needs to be updated.
What happened, Joe?
Yeah, they're not. The NFL website's not perfect on a lot of things, so
1898, man, that's crazy.
I'm looking at the screen now on my phone. Look at Joe. He has his little thing talking on the screen. Talk again,
that's
Joe.
great.
He
This
does
guy
great
is
work,
like a
bro.
professional, and then he
Uh-huh.
has his face showing there on the side, like unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I pop my
Pete,
ugly mug in there every once
I
in a
don't know.
while.
I'm
Show
not
I'm a
on
real
I'm not
person.
on the right desktop right at the moment, but Hooked Up also created my logo in the same format, bro. So
Yeah, I
Nice.
like
had to trace
so
it by
like on my
hand.
other computer, like if I was talking right now, my CC would be blowing up just like that dolphin logo. He does
Nice.
Yeah, I
really
made
good
him
work,
one.
man.
Oh yeah, I remember you had that going one time. You did use it at some point, right? Color, right? Right? Because
Yeah,
I
I just
remember
don't
your little name
I
moving
just
like
haven't
that.
adapted it to the desktop I happen to be sitting on right now. It's in my studio desktop right at the moment. I just haven't,
Okay, so
done what
all
I
of
needed
us
to
up,
do over on this one.
got you. So all of us up here think that the Cleveland Browns are going to beat the Texans tomorrow. How about the next game? Where I'm gonna leave the Dolphins. I don't want to talk about the Dolphins. So the next one will potentially be which one? The
You got
the
Cleveland, you
Packers.
got Steelers at Buffalo early, 1 o'clock.
Who do you in those conditions? Who do you guys think is going to win? Steelers or Buffalo?
Obviously Buffalo. That's who I picked.
Yeah.
But I think there is a pathway for the Steelers to win.
They have a better coach. They have a more physical team for the weather conditions.
Keep the
They're a
ball
more
out of Josh
physical.
Allen's hands by eating up on the outside zone with Najee Harris because the Bills are
Najee
vulnerable on
Harris
the outside.
and the Steelers defense has to come in those blizzard conditions.
And Mike Tomlin is not afraid to run that type of game plan either. Just keep away and smash mouth football.
But you actually think the
But I
Bills are going
don't.
to win.
Yeah,
But
because
you see,
I cannot find a way for them to mitigate the loss of T.J. Watt, bro, with Josh Allen on the field. I just can't figure out how
TJ
they're
Watt
gonna do
is
that.
a huge loss. That really is. It's sad. This sucks, man. Certain
Apparently,
players get hurt.
they blitz 60% of the time when T.J. Watt's not in the game, and 30% when he's in the game.
You know the narrative. Let's keep it 100 real quick, right? Color and everybody up here, because let's be honest here, man. People want to sit here and start putting up on Twitter, no excuses. I'm so tired of this no excuse type narrative because at the end of the day,
We'll be the first ones turning
no,
around
no,
on
no,
Monday
no,
morning, giving
no,
all the
no.
excuses, bro.
This no, because we're just gonna sit here and just and I'm not saying we because we're all one community, but at the same time, color, like let's just be honest here, bro. We can actually blame injuries really, really bad as an excuse because what we're dealing with is not ordinary, bro. Other
The
teams are
problem I
dealing
have,
with it
Pete,
as like us, bro.
the problem I have is there's a certain segment of our fan base and a certain segment of the media, i.e., the organization,
And I think, and I'm
that
assuming
is turning that injury excuse into excusing Tua for the throws
there
he
you
makes.
go.
And
There you go.
that
And
is
that's where
unacceptable to me.
and that's where and I'm glad
But
you
it's
said that
gonna
color
happen.
because that was
And
gonna
it
be
is
the bottom
happening.
line. That was gonna be the signature to the thing because actually color, we are not as good as we really should be, and we could use the injury excuse. And by us saying that we didn't make it far enough
Right,
because
but
of
the
the
part they're leaving
injuries
out, Pete,
is
is
not necessarily saying
but the
that
part they're
we're
leaving
giving
out is
Tua a pass
right.
either.
The
You
part
know
they're
what I'm
leaving
saying?
out is because we're injured so deeply, we cannot overcome Tua's deficiencies.
Exactly,
That's the
bro.
part
And
they're
that's
leaving out.
facts. That's facts, bro. And it's not an excuse. It's just reality. We would be better. We would be more confident if we had our Jalen Phillips and Chubb, if we had our Javon Hollins healthy and the rest of our guys. Bro, has affected us drastically. And now people want to sit here and say no excuses. Like, no, I'm sorry to tell you, even me
Well,
as a Tua
but that's
doubter,
why crypto went
considered a
so hard
Tua
in on you,
hater,
bro. That's why
that like
crypto went so hard in on you because he
so hard
feels
on
you're
me. He was
doing the
loud and
same
wrong.
thing by saying, look, you're giving them that out, Pete.
Who?
The two and ears.
I'm not giving the Tua ears
That's
no
what
out, and I'm
crypto
not helping
thinks.
Tua because crypto is not listening, and he's not paying attention. I'm literally what I'm coming and saying, and if you go back, I'm literally saying in bad weather conditions. Hooked Up Joe is throwing up the forecast up here, and then I'm saying if that's the case, then I think we're gonna lose. But I'm projecting it based on what I saw Tuesday when I was looking up at the forecast, they were just telling me, the meteorologist is telling me that Kansas City is going to be at 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained gust winds. That's what I've been thinking the whole time. And then I've been sitting here. If the gust winds are going to be sustained
sustained.
at 20 to 30
No,
miles per hour, color, it has to be raining. It has to be snowing.
But that's
So
the
the whole
fallacy,
week,
Pete. That's the fallacy.
okay, it
Sustained
changed, bro.
gust.
The
Hold on,
weather
hold on,
changed.
hold
It's
on,
crazy to me,
hold
bro.
on.
It's not
The phrase,
helping me
Pete,
now today.
Pete, calm down, Pete. The phrase that you just stated, the phrase sustained gust, is an oxymoron.
Right.
It
You have
doesn't
sustained
exist.
winds of 15, 16, then you have gusts that are going to go
Right.
up to 30,
Once
and
a
we don't know
gust
how
becomes
often those are
sustained,
going to
it's
happen or what
sustained. It's no
direction.
longer a gust.
But then the stadium may create other wind effects. Like you get that much wind going and it starts whipping around.
Mhm.
And then you get gusts that start coming in at 30
Right.
that are coming in, no telling which angle they're coming in
Right.
from.
Which is
I mean, it's
likely
going
to
to be
show its head.
nasty.
And this is what I want to prepare people for before they start calling for Jason Sanders' head on Monday morning. He could kick a perfect kick off the tee, off the ground. That ball could go up 15 yards in the air and get punched down like it hit a brick wall. There is nothing a kicker can do about that. So just putting that out there right away before we're calling for Sanders' head on Monday morning, because something like that happens.
And kind of the same thing with the long bombs. I don't think you're going to be seeing a whole lot of the. We may stretch the field just to try to set up a
That's
good run
true, but
game, but our
to be
dink
fair, they're
donks.
calling for 13 right now, sustained, with 30-mile-an-hour gusts. We've had like 3 separate games this year that called for that exact same forecast.
You're absolutely right.
And
We
we
look at
did
the
just fine.
forecast in advance and we're like, oh man, the wind's going to kill us. And then we go in and watch the game. It's like there was no wind. There was
Yeah,
no
and
wind to affect
even
anything
13
in
or
the game.
14 steady is not
Exactly.
as strong as people
We
think it is.
did color. We did just fine, but it'll be better if it was actually worse. I'm so down right now. I was so hyped for this game, and now that you guys are telling me the actual updated like forecast,
Well, hold on.
damn
But
Let's
man.
get
-7 is like
Because
hold on.
look,
Let's
this is
stop.
the
Let's
this is
stop.
stuff, man.
okay,
Let's
I
but
mean,
stop speculating about the
but
forecast, bro. This is why I brought it up
okay,
earlier.
but
Hold
this
on,
is what
Pete.
I'm saying.
Pete, hold on.
The team, this is the main, hold on, color. This is the main reason why I said that if the forecast is at 20 miles per hour winds sustained and gust winds could be up to 30 to 40 at any given time, the team that it is going to affect more would have been the Kansas City Chiefs offense and defense, because we could have went in there and ran our same simplistic offense and been high efficient, and it would have been higher and more efficient than the Kansas City Chiefs. If the game is going to be just cold and 10 miles per hour winds, and
nah,
it's
it's
just
going to
gonna,
be 12,
at 12, that's 10, bro. 10
15.
is 12.
Yeah.
Let's just be
The
honest.
wind, yeah, I don't,
And you know
yeah.
what? That
Like you
just
said, we've
brought
been
me
looking at wind. It's
so
never a big
down
deal.
right now, color. So down. You have no idea, color. This
Okay, but
whole week I've been high.
I'm about to
This whole
pull up
week
the
I've been riding
Okay,
so
Oh,
I'm
it's
good.
about to
playoff
look.
Pete
Hold
now
on, Pete.
instead of playoff Pete.
Pete, you said you looked at it Tuesday.
It's about the Kansas City
All right,
Chiefs being
Pete.
affected more
I
in
got you,
bad
Pete.
weather
I
than us,
got you.
color.
You said that you looked at the forecast Tuesday. That was a 7-day forecast, bro, or 5-day forecast.
Yeah.
So before we continue to worry or think about what the conditions are going to be like, I'm just going to pull them up right now for us to see. Okay. There's 2 choices. We can look at evening or night. I don't know when accurate weather makes that cutoff. I'm assuming night would be what, 8 o'clock. You want to agree? So
Hey,
we want to
caller,
look.
you
So
can
we
look
want
at
to
it
right.
hourly right
So
now.
we want to look at it the night forecast, right, for that day, because that's likely when that's when the game's being played. Right now it says -11. Breezy in the evening, otherwise partly to mostly cloudy and frigid, bitter cold. Be sure to wear layers. Probability of thunderstorms 0%. Precipitation 0. Cloud cover 70%. Probability of precipitation 0%. Wind northwest at 13 miles an hour. Wind gusts 29 miles an hour.
And you can also look at it on hourly
Right.
because we're
What
close enough.
before we do hooked up, I just want to say that the evening, which is earlier in the night, says -7, 81% humidity, same everything else, dew point -9 degrees. Now, since we know it's going to get to -11 at some point, we don't know when. At some point during the
It
game,
won't.
it
It
at
won't in
some
the
point
game.
during the game, it could fall to -9 though, which is the dew point,
No,
and
it's
that's at
not.
which point everything freezes and turns into ice.
-5 is by 11 p.m. It's steadily
Right.
going down from negative to 0 to
Oh,
-1,
so right. So on
-3,
the hourly,
-4, -5.
what does it show for the 8 to 11 area?
The 8 to 11 shows -1 with feels like -19, but that doesn't mean
Right.
anything.
Right.
Just -1, and then it goes to -3 at 9. It goes to
Right.
-4 at 10.
So
It goes
it's
to
probably not even
-5
going
at
to hit that
11.
-9 by
It's
the
not going to
time the
hit,
game's
but it's
over,
going to be close. I mean,
which means
just
that
because it doesn't hit it doesn't mean it's not close. I mean, when you're at
right. But what I'm
98%
saying is,
humidity,
it
I
should
mean,
be fairly dry until that point. Like the surfaces of everything should be fairly dry. They haven't gotten any precipitation in a couple days now. I mean, I could be wrong. There could be lingering wetness around that freezes it, that could be frozen. But I'm saying now that they've got a heated field, they've cleared stuff out. If it don't fall below the dew point, it should, like, the surfaces of things should be fairly dry still,
and
like
this
not
isn't telling
icy is what I
humidity.
mean. I don't know. Maybe there's always air, there's always moisture around, so all that's going to be frozen regardless. But
Everything's going to be so frozen solid. It's going to be ridiculous.
yeah,
Everybody's going to be frozen solid. I mean, I know they say you get in the game and you don't really feel the cold and all that. So, God, it's just so hard to say when you're talking about,
and they also have
-1.
Let's see if I still got the image on this computer. Hold on.
-1's probably going to be the coldest game ever, right? They don't have a negative game. I mean, if this
Feels
holds
like
up,
I know they have. But here's the thing: it's only happened, like, this is the lowest in like there's only been like 2 other games lower in history. The problem is, I think we're going to see a lot more of them going forward again, because we can't underestimate the fact that the season has been extended into late January now. I mean, even
absolutely.
we were in week 12 before Thanksgiving.
That's a good point.
We're already right now. Traditionally, today is January 12th. We'd be 2 weeks away from the Super Bowl right now. In other words, the championship game would be this weekend, and we'd have 2 weeks between them and then in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? That's where we'd be at right now.
Man, we should have never went with the weather report. We really bummed out playoff Pete, man. He's now back to
I know
playoff
he left
Pete,
us.
or
I'm out of here
about it.
now.
Man, he just started crying. No, I'm just kidding. He's been having technical. Hopefully, he'll just fell out because of that. He's been
Well,
having
there's
some
something else too.
technical stuff.
I mean, there is also this. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for illustrating for us.
God, I remember those things.
He's sitting there going, "My balls is cold." So that's a heat turbine basically right there that they're standing next to.
We're going to look like manatees all standing around all our
Yep.
players. They're going to be
Yep.
all right. They're going to have, like, wherever those are, they're all going to be packed all in like manatees. I'm telling
Now,
you.
this was 19 degrees all day.
That was funny. McDaniel was like, we can turn the air conditioner down to 50, but that's just like an insult to the weather, you know?
Right. And see
I
that
mean, we
sideline
can't
right there
regulate
by
the
that
weather.
turbine heater? That's the sideline that Tyreek ran a touchdown right down in front of me. So I know he can do it. And our defensive guys were just like nowhere to be found, man. I mean, they just can't take the same angles. They can't, they don't have the same agility. A good, fast offense that keeps the ball in their hand, yes, that is critical, in open space in these types of conditions, man. They just roll everybody. We see it every year in these types of games with guys like Tyreek or Pacheco. I mean,
They have a good defense, but when you look at their rushing yards allowed, they're number 18 and we're number 7. I mean, I know stats don't mean anything and we're beat up right now, but we have Salt and Pepper still in the middle doing their thing.
yeah.
And I mean, if we can basically stuff the run and make them have to play
Well,
backyard football at
and to the point about
-1
the run game,
degrees,
if their run game was better, they would have more run production than us. You
and
know?
if their defense was better against the run, they wouldn't be 18th either.
Right,
So I
right.
think if we can, if we and you know the short passing game is really an extension of the running game,
Sure,
of
that's what
course.
I'm really looking
So
for, including Tyreek Hill.
right,
Because again,
just
it's just about get that freaking 21-mile-an-hour guy, whoever it is. We've got 4 of them. Get one of them guys with the ball in their hand in open space. The more you do that, the more chance we have to win this game. It's
absolutely.
just that simple. And when you're talking about the conditions, you know, the cold and all that, it's just that simple. Get
As
your
long as our
speed
guys
guys
aren't
the ball.
underestimating it and going, "Oh, I'm not going to wear a t-shirt and I don't need any," you get all kind of a little bit crazy. Some guys are from it, you know what I mean? They're
Right.
from cold
Well,
weather.
I know a guy from it, Zach Sealer.
Right. He was like, no, I'm not wearing sleeves.
He's from Iowa. I think Durham Smythe's from a cold weather state.
And, I mean, Tyreek Hill is from there and played there forever. So it's not like he's going to go there and go, "Oh my God, this is something I've never seen before." I mean, for Tua it will be, but not for Tyreek Hill.
Mike, okay, 80 people and 2 on the panel. Yeah, that's all hooked up Joe and I need, Mike, okay? We're that damn good, bro. Just
Damn,
the
man.
2 of us, man, and we got
I
80
need to take my
people
breath here, man. Everybody left. Gee, good point there, Mike. Why don't you come up then?
They don't like us, Joe. We're the old curmudgeons of the fan base, you know. You know how it is. That's okay. I'd do this show right here every night if I could. This is a good matchup right here, man. I respect the hell out of Hooked Up Joe.
Thank you. I really just appreciate the whole community. It's so great to have a place that you can.
And if my voice
go and
sounds
hang out.
anything like his, then I know why y'all like me so much.
Oh, you got the voice there.
Yours ain't bad off either. You got that voice too, bro. Tell you who doesn't have that voice.
I don't have that. I don't have that voice.
So tell us how y'all are going to lose against the Steelers this week, Mike. Okay.
You know what? I don't even know what's going to happen. They don't even know what's going to happen with the weather. You know, you got not CNN, the Weather Channel saying one thing, Weather Underground saying another. You got the governor calling a state of emergency, sending in 1,000 National Guard, and we haven't had one flake of snow yet. You know, so nobody knows.
So where are all them pictures coming from that shows your stadium underneath snow? Are
they probably from last year?
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
That's projected.
Wow. I was going to say, bro, you know, Kansas City just had a blizzard roll through. That's why their temperatures are so low. Yeah, for some reason, their stadium is completely clear right now.
I don't think they got that much snow. I think it was just more blowing.
Well, maybe not. I'm just pointing out that, like, y'all need to get some better maintenance guys or something, bro.
Right. As far as I know,
you're not fooling anybody by allowing the 10-foot snow to pile up in your stadium, bro.
Right. Right now, it's 40 degrees in Western New York. So I don't think it's snowing.
So be real, though. I understand your guys are probably laughing at the Steelers' defense without T.J. Watt. I get it. But if they're able to keep the ball out of Josh Allen's hands, do you see a possibility that Najee could eat on the outside and take care of y'all, or what? I mean, the Patriots, Patriots did it with Ramondre Stevenson.
You know what? There's always a possibility, and they have Warren as well. You know, but although for whatever reason, 4 or 5 weeks ago, Harrison and Warren were pretty much splitting the carrying duties. They were getting like equal amount of snaps or runs, I should say. And now
we got Fournette now too for that that situation that I was saying we needed him for.
Well, they're gonna use him because of his choppy steps. Because if we get the snow, the Steelers have no chance. Just by running style, I don't think Harris, because he's got them long strides, he's gonna get bogged down so fast. Where Fournette has that slow, choppy.
But he is a good outside zone runner. I mean, that's
that's
Ball's weakness right now. Same with the Chiefs. That's another thing people are forgetting. We shut out the Chiefs in the second half of that ball game. We scored 14 unanswered points to start the second half, and we ran the ball all over them on the outside with Achane. So I don't know why I was wrong about us not scoring on the first drive. I was wrong. Yeah, we were down 21-0. Okay. But the game started over again at the second half, and KC was nowhere to be found.
Right.
And now Fangio's adjusting a lot.
So if we would have reversed those halves, would it look better for us than it does them? No, the game was still what it was. Two offenses that struggled to put up 14 points. And one defense that got a score on their turnover. That was the difference in the ball game. In perfect conditions.
Sorry, Joe. I'm just afraid. I'm not afraid because it doesn't matter. I don't have any skin in the game, but all the injuries, and I'm wondering if those injuries are going to get exacerbated by the cold. Players not being able to stay warm.
Missing guys, just the injured guys that are playing through injury. And
right, yeah, those are the guys.
Cold makes your injuries hurt even more. And they left today. I saw the pictures. I was out today. It was 80 degrees. I took the day off, went to the park. It was freaking beautiful here. And you see the picture of them. They're all in T-shirts heading out in the plane going, man, they are about ready for a shock to go from freaking. It had to be 75 degrees when they were getting, or 80 when they were getting on that plane.
Joe, I would be afraid right now after having lived there for 11 years. I would still be I wouldn't be going to this game, bro. Like
people
19
that live there aren't going to the
19
game.
19 degrees was cold enough for me to experience in that stadium. Thank you very much. 19, that's fine. We almost died that day.
Right, the people there are smart enough to know not to go.
That's
freaking cold.
Guys, that Pittsburgh and Buffalo game, that's a game that has terrible weather. And in fact, I wish it was actually us playing Buffalo in those conditions, because I would have felt so confident that we would be able to beat Buffalo in those weather conditions. That like the Buffalo conditions is what I was hoping we were gonna get versus Kansas City, and we're not getting that. And I'm a little down and upset, but I'm here to tell you,
is it just
Michael?
I'm here to tell you. Hold on. Comic relief. Is it just me, or did Pete just sound like Grandpa Reese from Thunderheart?
I'm upset.
I never seen that.
The conditions are going to be as bad as Buffalo.
Yeah, but Michael, I'm telling you right now, the Steelers, yeah, you could come up with that game plan color that you said. If that it works, it wouldn't shock me. But again, it will shock me at the same time, because Buffalo's just gonna beat the Steelers. They have an easy home game in a playoff. This is gonna ignite Buffalo.
Through his heart.
This is what I'm saying. Like you know what I'm saying? Color, listen to me, bro. Like I'm already given up, and I've already accepted the fact that Dallas is going to beat Green Bay at home in a playoff game. That's going to ignite the whole Dallas crowd. Dallas is going to the Super Bowl. They're going to beat the 49ers on the road. I know what I'm telling you. And yes, Dallas is going to the Super Bowl in the NFC.
Dude?
I'm telling you right now, Dallas is going to go get hot. They have the best quarterback in the NFC. Dallas is going to the Super Bowl in the NFC. And in the AFC, I'm sorry to tell you, Mike, you sound like a Josh Allen hater, bro, to be honest with you. But
I'm not a hater. I'm a realist. I'm a Josh Allen realist.
It's going to be Josh Allen versus Dak in the Super Bowl, bro, because this is just what it's going to end up being. I feel it. I know what I'm telling you guys.
I mean, a lot of people did pick Buffalo, and that's the whole thing. What Josh Allen do we get, though? And that's the whole point. Do we get the Josh Allen that absolutely sucks, or do we get the Josh Allen, that could have won MVP if he had 2 better games than he did?
You do got to get the perfect Josh Allen.
He's not. Who won MVP already? Has there anybody been confirmed? Some say that
Yeah.
it might be Dak.
No, he got second team. Dak Prescott got second team, and Jackson got first team.
Lamar Jackson got first team in the AFC, but that doesn't confirm anything about getting all pro first team. Doesn't confirm that you're MVP. So
no, MVP doesn't get announced until that's it. The awards the night or two before the Super Bowl.
Voting is over. Like it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if it is Lamar Jackson, but in fact, I still think that the MVP right now of the league is Josh Allen, because it's just crazy to me. The turnovers, his numbers, he overcomes them. He has better numbers than Josh Allen. Than Lamar Jackson. He has the most touchdowns overall.
If the voting were to be held after after all of this that's happened, then he'd have a shot. But if the voting was already done a couple of weeks ago, then he wasn't even in the conversation.
Well, we don't know if they were or not. I don't know when.
I'm saying if.
It was
I'm
definitely
just saying
in the
if.
conversation.
You know what I mean? I don't know what the circumstances are either. But check this out, guys. This is another picture from that same game. See if you can spot
Jarvis Landry,
Jim,
Cameron
Look
Wake,
at that Adonis, dude. Look at that Adonis.
Who's number 50? Is that Andre Branch, number 50 to the left?
That is Branch. It is
Andre Branch. Yep.
Is that where Jordan Phillips was standing in front of the torpedo heater?
Yeah, I've got that one too. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here we go.
Jordan Phillips is a beast, right, Mike? You like him?
Dude. He is so goofy.
Yeah, I do,
bro. I love the guy.
He's a beast.
Hold on.
I was so mad we got rid of him.
You would never expect, looking at this guy's body
so
type,
underrated.
that he'd be a really good D lineman. You know what I mean? But he actually is like elite D lineman. You know what I mean?
He's elite.
Hey, caller.
He's so underrated.
Hold on, caller. I'm gonna send you a picture. Hold on 1 second. I gotta find it. This is a great Jordan Phillips picture.
Wait a minute. Is that who we think it is?
Who's that?
Oh, no. I don't know. Is that the Philadelphia Eagles guy?
He looks crooked to me.
Yeah, he definitely looks crooked to me.
Yeah, man, you can tell
he looks like he had 150 lineups locked in on DraftKings for sure.
Caller, I just sent you a Jordan Phillips picture that you'll like. This is great. This is great if you can bring it up.
Yeah, I will. Give me just a sec.
Oh, have you guys heard anything about Jalen Waddle-Color?
You notice how all the Chiefs fans are dressed in 19-degree weather?
Hoodies?
Ain't no sleeveless people in that crowd.
That's because they're all drunk, Color. They're all plastered.
Oh, look at that. Dolphin fans on the home side. Look at that. Shout out to them.
I see some Aqua out there. Those are the real ones
on the home side.
That's the real deal. Those are the ones that don't live in Florida.
Look,
they could probably live in
the
Florida.
50-yard line. Look at that.
There's fans out there I saw on Twitter that are showing up to the Arrowhead tomorrow. And shout out to those guys. Love those guys. Shout out to them. Hopefully they have a good time.
Yeah, that was a post I put on today. I was like, so imagine you get your 50-yard line tickets and you go there with no shirt on and you have your I wish I was colder sign up and you looked up and you're on the big board and you're like, all right. Then you come home and find out it was on Peacock and only 12 people saw it.
Hey, Michael K, can you send that to me on Twitter?
I
I don't have the phone connect on this computer.
Who do you guys think is going to win in the Green Bay Dallas game real quick?
Hey, speaking of hooked up, Joe, did you notice that KDE's got a phone connect program now?
Nope.
Easy E?
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's not real buggy or anything. It's not quite as intuitive as the Microsoft one, but it still suffices, you know what I mean, to get stuff to your computer and all that.
Yeah, I just sent it to you. Yeah, I just sent it to you on Twitter.
Obviously, that comes pre-installed in any KDE version of desktop version, but you can also, any KDE can go on anything. You know how that is.
See, Phillips is out though. He's on
Sounds like
IR.
you called a defensive play right there, Color. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Phillips isn't playing though. He's on the IR. I don't know what. He's wounded. I don't know what happened to him. But we got
Probably
Daquan Jones back.
who do you guys think is winning out of the Green Bay and Dallas game?
I like Green Bay.
Dallas is at
Yeah.
home, right? I got to pick
Dallas
Dallas at home.
Dallas at home, yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I
When
mean
did they
Dallas at
start
home,
this?
but
don't know anything.
Hey,
so I
when
got
did
to
they
go with
start
that.
this file format? JPG large. When is that? That's new.
what
It's a
did I
whole
just send
file
you?
format. JPG_large.
Oh, I don't know.
It may just be the file extension was named that, but it's not really.
That's what I thought. But then it
You
showed
know.
up in the options for file extension on the drop down as
Really.
JPG
Okay, I'm
large.
gonna do a rename.
This is a great picture.
Let's see here, Michael.
Did you say
K.
JPG underbar large?
Yeah, it's like JPG_large. It's weird.
That's how he practices
I don't know
when
if
they
it's
go
actually
outside.
an official file format or not. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't show up as valid on mine as a
I
type
got
on my
you. I
Windows
got you.
11.
So yeah, this
What
is
happened with Taylor Rapp, bro? That guy actually is missing Sunday's game because of that interception. He got hurt on that interception, dude.
Yeah, I want to say his calf. It's either his calf or his knee. I think he did something
So
Was
this
that
is
in practice or
this
on
is
that
Jordan
play?
Phillips layered.
on that play.
Michael K.
Oh.
Just to clarify what's in this photo. This is Jordan Phillips putting on his practice light shoulder pads over top of his layering.
Yeah, that's his dog mushroom jacket.
Right, that's his heavy coat. Right, that's hilarious, man.
Yeah, the best part was it was like 42. It was 40.
That's exactly how I would look in practice, man.
It was 42 degrees that day.
They'll be coming out in the game looking like that.
It was 42 degrees.
42. That wasn't even
hilarious.
-30 like it is tomorrow
Exactly
night.
what I would look like if I was practicing in that.
You know why I wouldn't look like that, Color? Because I'll probably be inside the hotel room. Inside the heater.
You ain't lying there. I'll be
Miss
phoning
Finn's
into the
wondering.
coach. Yeah, my avatar needs to jog to the left a little bit.
Yeah,
so
Miss
Mike,
Finn's, we're still
you
awake.
said Green Bay, bro. What makes you say that, dude? What's wrong
Oh,
with you?
man,
You
'cause
get grain over here?
No, I don't know. I was listening to a lot of the pundits talk, and they're making, Green Bay's actually playing some good football now. Jordan Love's, he's actually coming into his own, which Green Bay, for whatever Green Bay falls into the quarterbacks because of the way they bring them up. They draft them and let them sit for 3 years behind somebody good.
Every once in a while, S. Harris says something I totally am down with.
Hey, but Color, is he
The
talking
levels
about
this
me?
dude goes to troll his own supposed fan base is astronomical.
He's
I don't
talking
know
about me, Color?
I don't know if he's talking about Pete or Michael K.
Who is he talking about? S. Harris likes to go at me, so I'm thinking he's talking about me, Color.
No, but I do have a little. I've told this story before, but I do have a little feel-good story about Jordan Phillips. A reason I respect him so much, even I have to say, even as a Bill, because even though I hate his team and therefore I hate him, there's a reason I hate him. It's because he loves his team, and I can personally vouch for that. That no matter what uniform he's wearing, that's who he's playing for, and that's who he believes in. Because in that uniform, in a Miami Dolphin uniform, he was getting heckled by some of the KC fans while he was standing there, like I showed you in the picture. He was standing there, and a bunch of the KC fans were heckling him. Now, there's very few things I think these days we can all agree that gets a player to react to the fans in the stands. We can imagine what those vulgar things may have been. Up to and including anything racial, but the point is he was reacting from it to them. And so while they were going back and forth, I snuck up behind the KC fans and I unfurled my Dolphin blanket over their heads. And Jordan and Jordan Phillips pointed up at me and threw his thumbs up, man. We had like a connection for a second. So I got full respect for Jordan Phillips. He loves the team he's playing for. That I can vouch for, man.
That's what's up, man. Jordan Phillips showed you some love.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's what
don't
it's
even
all
know.
about, man.
I don't know why he's on IR though. So they'll put Puna Ford in, who's a beast against the run, but he hasn't played that much this year. You know, in his place. So we might be all right. We got a couple of cheeseburger eating guys up
That is
front.
one thing cool about that kind of cold as a fan is you've got a built-in rally flag. You got two. You got your scarf and you got your blanket. So either one of those can be used as a rally flag. So that's a positive, but you know.
Well, you know, it's going to be 20 something degrees in Buffalo, 21 or 22. But Highmark or Rich Stadium, I still refer to it as Rich. They don't allow heated clothing, so you can't wear a heated vest or.
Who do you guys have in
I
that
use
Lions
all
and
the old
Rams
names.
game?
Pontiac for Detroit, man. I still use that, man. Joe Robbie, Rich Stadium. Yeah, I still use all the old ones. The Dog Pound in Cleveland, the Jungle in Cincinnati.
Who do you guys like in that Lions and Rams game?
Lions.
I like the Lions, but I think the Rams are going to win.
It's going to be a close one. I like the Lions, but that's my NFC team is the Lions. I always love the Lions.
Yeah, they're my
I think
NFC
the edge
team.
has to go to the Rams simply because of the same thing that happens to baseball managers when they get in the postseason for their first time. They manage the game or the series like it's still the regular season. And I'm concerned that Dan Campbell may game plan this game like he's got tomorrow. Whereas Sean Payton's been here before, went all the way and got them twice and got the ring.
Yeah, Dan
Campbell's
gonna go for it on fourth.
These types of games like there's no tomorrow.
Basically, he's gonna let Dan Campbell screw the game up.
Well, they lost Laporta too.
Going for it on a 2-point conversion. Yeah, Dan Campbell, Color, you're right. Dan Campbell's capable of getting the ball first, going downfield, scoring on the first opening drive, and going for a 2-point conversion and failing there. And that could be the deciding factor at the end of the game. It might.
And what was his first mistake?
26.
And Pete, what was his first mistake in a playoff game? Well, generally any game because I'm a believer in this, but
being so aggressive, why?
His first mistake was taking the ball.
There you go.
What, in overtime?
No, I'm talking about in the start of the game. If you win, you have to defer. I've had this debate for my whole life with people, and I've stood on the same square, and I'm not moving off of it. If I win
no. You see, I'm on the opposite end. I'm on the opposite end of that stick, Color, and we could have this debate for hours and hours. And I'm probably just like you. We're not gonna move each other off of it.
No, of course not. It's been going on for decades, in the NFL. You know what I mean?
Now, here's the thing, Color. I will be with you. I will be you on your side. If I will always defer if I felt like I didn't have a powerhouse offense. But I'm actually, if you have a powerhouse
everybody
offense
that
and
ever
you feel
debates
confident,
with me on that, Pete, by halftime, they're going, damn, I wish we were getting the ball back in the second half.
But all I'm saying is if you have a real strong offense, I feel like you always got to get ball first to put the pressure and score first.
All I know is I've never once said, because of a loss, I've never once said, damn, I wish we would have got the ball first to start the game. I've never said that, not one time. But I've said 1,000 times, damn, we lost this game because we didn't have a chance to get back in it because we didn't get the ball back in the second half. That happens all the time.
Yeah, I kind of like getting the ball in the second half. It allows you to double dip. You can't double dip if you don't get it
if you're up by 7, you can take serious command of the game coming out in the third quarter and scoring on that first drive. So either way, you could either reset the game by catching up with that, or you can take command of the game.
Especially if your defense is strong.
You see, like I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, Color. Like you get the ball first, you go down, score. You can actually change the game plan.
What happens when they go down and
but wait, but that's what I'm saying. Like
Right,
If
and
you
then
have a
come
strong
halftime,
offense,
and then come halftime when you're up,
of
when you're
course
tied
we
at
can have. That's
21,
why I said.
when you're tied
That's
at
why
21,
color,
come
color,
halftime, they're going to be able
color.
to take the lead.
Color, anyone that has my narrative, right? We could. That's why I'm telling you, color. This debate will go on for days and weeks, and it'll never stop because of so much that we can come
And
up
now think
with so
about
much
this, Pete.
sides having the
Think
ammo.
about
But
this.
what I'm
What if
saying
you
is,
make
if
one
I have a
mistake?
really
What if
strong
you make
offense,
one? Hold
this
on,
is what I'm.
hold on, hold on. What if you make one mistake and it's 21-14 then,
You
and
see
now
what I'm
they get the
saying?
ball
You
again in
see
the
what I'm
second
saying?
half?
You see what I'm saying? Obviously, I'm not thinking those mistakes that you're thinking because the way I'm thinking, I get ball first. I have the powerhouse offense. I go down, score the touchdown, 7-zip. I'm hoping you give a 3-and-out so we could get ball first,
And
go
how
down,
often
go
does
up,
a 3-and-out happen
14
on a
zip.
team's first scripted drive, dude? Especially a
I
team
mean,
like a good team.
as just as often
When was
as
the
a
last
team
time
goes down,
Buffalo didn't score on
just
their first
just
drive?
as often as a team goes down on the second half and gets ball first to go down and score. It's not nothing is guaranteed because by the second half you
Think about
already
this,
have a
though, Pete.
game plan, so you got to switch
Think
it up.
about this.
In the third quarter, you're pretty much figured out,
Think
so it's
about
harder
this,
to
bro.
score
Think
later in
about
the
this.
game, bro.
Think about this. Your defense is at its freshest. Okay. They're going to run a scripted drive, which likely is going to roll through any defense. Okay. And if your defense can come up with a play and get them to punt on that first drive, you've set the whole table for to own the whole game.
That sets the
right
tone
there.
for when you're going to
I
get it
agree.
done.
And I agree, but more chances than not, like you said, the opening script
We
is
stopped
safer.
Dallas,
And
bro.
and if
Remember,
and this
on
is
fourth
and
and goal,
no,
we
I
stopped
agree.
Dallas
This
from
is what I'm
scoring
saying.
on their
It's
first
hard.
drive.
I agree with that,
And
color,
how
but
much
at the
did we
same
win
time,
by?
when you
2
have a
points.
when you have a top powerhouse offense, your defense isn't top house. You don't have both at the same
Okay,
time,
I'm
more than
just
likely or
saying,
not.
bro. The
So
offense is
if
going to
you
do
have a
it or
top
not.
offense, you
Whether
get
they get
ball
the ball
first,
first or
you
get
go
the ball
down and put
second,
that
they're going to
pressure
do it,
on from
bro.
opening moments. Put the pressure on. Especially imagine playing a team like the
Again, after
Tennessee
50
Titans.
years of the same
Imagine
debate, we can agree to
color,
disagree, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So imagine playing a team like the Tennessee Titans and you don't want to face Derrick Henry in the running game. So you get
No,
ball
no,
first,
no.
you go
I want to
down
give
and
them the ball
score,
first,
and you
and I want them
and you
to give me
don't
their
give them
best
the ball
punch.
first. No, you don't give them the ball first. This argument will go down for weeks and months, color. Let's change it.
It's been
Who do
going
you
on for
got
50
winning?
years, dude.
Exactly, bro? Everybody has that subject. Trust me. Trust me when I tell you, color, and I know you know that subject is so divided. I think it's always going to be divided between coaches, fans, and everybody. You know what I'm saying, color? That
It's
one
the
is a
same
real
with the 2
divided
points.
topic.
That's why they came out with the mathematical sheet, so nobody has to argue.
They have to come up with the analytical stats percentages on it too, so they don't have to argue.
Well, I'm
But
talking
Doesn't
about
Madden
whether you
know?
go for it here or not, like based on the point differential. You know what I mean? Because, for instance, a couple back in Sperano's day, we lost a playoff game to Pitt, or a late important game to Pittsburgh because for some reason we decided that 1 point was going to be somehow different to overcome than 2 points. And they ended up getting 3 because of it, a point differential, and we lost the game because we couldn't win the game with a field goal.
that's what I'm saying, though, color, because now with that XFL and we were
But we were
originally
worried about 1 point. Like a 1 point lead makes
I,
a difference between that
we,
and a 2 point lead when you got to get 3 to win the game. It doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna
Yeah, I
lie,
never
like
agree with that.
if the NFL like adapts that XFL, I wouldn't be mad at it.
It's kind of
Like
like when they let the
we
guy
need that
when
one,
it's
two,
kind of
three,
like when
four punch.
they let the one run before the tying run, they let that one go ahead and steal home base sometimes because they're like that run don't even matter.
Imagine a 20 from the 20 yards on a instead like a 2 point conversion, like from the 20 yards is considered a 3 point play, or from the 15 yards. Like it's a hard play to do. You got one play, but if you make it from the 15 yard, it's 3 points, like the XFL. And then from the 10 is 2 points, and then whatever, bro. But I like
I'm in
that.
favor of little tweaks like that, dude.
You know what I'm saying? Like I like that. Ever since
To
I've
be
been
honest
seeing
with
that
you,
from
I
the
can't
XFL.
stand a 10-minute, 1-quarter playoff. I think that's the stupidest
The,
the NFL
the only thing,
created.
honestly, I
It's
have
all
no
because
problem.
they don't want the games to go over 3 hours. When I would be better. I would be more happy with like a best of 10 scrimmage shootout from the 20-yard line. I would be better with that, bro. Like you
Like the only
score, I
thing that,
score. You don't score, I score, I win. You know what I mean? Shootout.
yeah, the only thing is I don't have no problem with the kicks, but the kicks need to be kicks, not extra points. You get what I'm saying, Color? Like field goals need to be for something, 30-yard, 40-yard field goal, 50-yard field goals. Like the kicks are important. I love the field goals, but extra points, it shouldn't be field goals. At this point, it should be from the either the 5, the 10, or the 15-yard line to get a certain amount of points. And you only got one play, so make it in there. Get
Yeah,
it,
but
make it
you're
happen.
taking away one of the last things left that makes it football, bro.
No, I agree,
Yeah,
but
they're not gonna
field
get rid
goals,
of that shit.
if we're
field goals
gonna
should
stop
still,
putting our
field
foot
goals
into
should
the
be
ball
worth
altogether, then we need to rename the sport.
field goals. Look, Color. So since field goals are so important, I would probably tell the NFL adapt NFL field goal kicks accordingly to what the points are, to what the yards are. So if it's a 30-yard kick, a 39-yard kick, if that's the case, it's still 3 points. But if it's a 49-yard kick,
Hey,
it's anything in the 40s is a 4-point kick.
right.
50s, 5-point kick. 60s, if you're Justin Tucker, you
You
could
get a
kick a six
touchdown.
point kick. You know what I'm saying? Like make it like that, and then
Yo,
it'll
I
be a
just
little
wanted to
bit
point
different
out
and
the
crazy.
interesting the interest it's interesting that we just had a debate about deferring the kickoff. We vehemently disagreed. We ended it in disagreement. Yet when the debate is about something as important and life changing and existential as Tua,
Did I lose signal?
we 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 end up in disagreement and somebody's getting their house mobbed. Like I don't get it. Why are we allowed to disagree about some things but not others? Like is Tua so much more important than the defer debate that we can't just end it in
Well.
disagreement and walk and part ways and be like, all right,
The
cool.
color. Well, that's an important topic to have, Color, because you know me as who has been fighting the Tuanir fan base for so long, despite what the stats say, right? Well, here's and I've said this before, like the fan base needs to understand the pivotal point that the organization and Tua's agency currently stand at. There has to be a contract decision made immediately and soon, and I'm talking about within the excuse me, within the next year or possibly even months to come. So there's a pivotal point in that nature that things are starting to get skeptical because the Tua doubters like myself obviously feel good if we don't give him a contract, and then the Tuaneers or the fans think that he's good enough, like they just want to give him a contract. So we're in this pivotal point, and then at the same time, throughout the whole fight, fan base does not want to come to an agreement to the point where there's a draft stock where he was drafted top 5, and there's expectations. You see, we have a Buffalo guy up here, and his guy was drafted number 11. His guy
7.
was number 7. His guy wasn't the first or even the second quarterback selected. I think he was the third. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? And then it
Yep,
was
3rd.
Josh Rosen right after. So there's level of expectations. Josh Allen is the best quarterback in that draft class that he came out of. But coming out, he was viewed as the third best. Tua, some would have told us if it wasn't for that hip injury, he was easily going to be a Cincinnati Bengal, and he slipped to us because of his injury to 5, and we got the best quarterback in the draft. You see, like everything is included in the expectations of the player and the performance. And yes, I get it. He had the most passing yards this year. He's had some good stats a couple years, but really, that hasn't really amounted to anything. And then you guys can tell me, well, he was injured. And yes, I agree. And he finally played a full season for once. But let me tell you something, Color and everybody here. Him finally playing one full season of football, to me at least,
has not completely knocked out that he's injury prone and he's not injury prone. You get what I'm saying? That still is the thing holding on his shoulder. So it's important to get this selection and this payout of this player correctly. And sorry if I'm hurting some feelings, but the timing is just wrong. He let off, he fell off in December and early January. He was sitting on a current diamond and he let it turn into bronze because he just let number one seed slip. He let the home playoff game division slip. He lost so much traction and credibility that I feel like going into next season feeling safe, especially after tomorrow's loss. If I feel like we lose tomorrow, bro, there's no way I feel good with this moving forward. So the contract, the timing, and everything, yes, the pressure is up right now with this whole Tua situation, and all conversations need to be about Tua and nothing nonetheless. I'm sorry if people feel otherwise.
See, the problem, Pete, though, is they got to sign him to some sort of contract because he's getting, I think, what is it, $23 million for fifth-year option? And that's a $23 million cap hit for 1 year for Tua. You know, and you get no relief from that. The only way you get relief is if you sign him to an extension.
Okay, but if you're management and you're here sitting across his agent and you're sitting here trying to tell them, look, I understand, great job. We did the same thing we did last year, even with a backup quarterback, we amounted to the same thing. Was there progression? Yes, there was. I give you that. And I'm like the general manager, Chris Greer, talking to his agency. But the facts of the matter still remain. We progressed. We went from 7 seed to 6 seed, which that is a progression. You can't decline that. You can't deny that. But we still lost in the wild card round. And that is almost the same metrics, even with progression. So therefore, it almost neutralizes there, and you can stall and sit here as an organization, as a franchise, which would be a small. You see, I'm not against Tua running it back. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well,
I still feel
pause
comfortable
for a
well
second,
enough
Pete.
with
Or
Skylar
pause for a
Thompson,
second,
but
Pete.
I'm
We're just
against giving him a
Pete.
contract
Pete.
this early. I'm inclined to playing him next year on his 5th-year deal. That nothing is cheaper than actually playing on him on a 5th-year
Right,
deal
right.
and saying, you know what? If you last until Austin Jackson
If you
lasted,
do,
and
if
then we
you do
paid
in
him
fact
late
need
in the
another year,
season,
right?
then we can
If
talk
the two, right,
conversation in
right, Pete, right,
December
Pete,
next year.
right, Pete, right. If the 2 years are right, and you do in fact need a 5th year, then we're going to pay $28 million for that, and you can earn that big bag that year. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
but color, check this out. Nobody cares, and I'm not gonna care either if I'm wrong on this prospect. You hear me, color? But if it does cost us, what was that, 28? And right now the conversations were at 25, and it's
23.
I think it's 23
okay,
for fifth year.
okay, 23, and okay, so it
Yeah.
costs us $6 million more, but it actually confirms and shuts everybody up that he is a franchise quarterback and he's actually everything everyone, the 2 years, been claiming to say because he won a playoff game or two and we paid him. Does it even matter, color? Because it's confirmed. We
Hey,
finally
Pete.
actually found our guy. Right or wrong?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. As to Stephen LeMay. Yeah, you
Yeah.
pulled it up.
Oh, real quick, Stephen LeMay says for cap reasons, there are advantages in first year to a contract extension. I was going to point out the same thing, but go ahead,
Yeah,
Joe.
exactly.
Expand on
That
that if you could.
well, yeah. I mean, obviously, if we sign anybody, we sign, we're gonna pay them a bunch of money up front with
Right,
prorated bonuses, and you'll end up paying him like 10 million or
right.
less,
We could get out of
and
most
that
of that 23 million this year if we
right.
go ahead and
That
But look at
if
restructure.
Daniel
we
Jones.
sign
It
him,
can't. It's not gonna go lower than 23 because that's the guaranteed number. Even
no,
if
that's
you
a
give, look
guaranteed
at
number
Daniel
for
The
Jones.
cap
no.
hit won't
Daniel
be
Jones got
23, Pete.
guaranteed a
But
full
Pete, the cap
boatload.
hit won't be 23.
No,
Is what we're
Pete.
saying.
Let me.
It
Yeah,
automatically is
No,
23.
cap
do this.
The cap
hit's
hit stays. The
23.
cap hit stays. Yeah, the cap
The
hit
cap
stays
Dead
that
hit.
cap.
number. That's the lowest it could be, or it can go higher than 23. It's not gonna
No,
go
no,
lower than
Pete.
23
Let me
because
explain
it's
how this
already
works.
set. The
Hey, Pete.
cap
No, it
hit
can go
is set at
lower.
No,
It can
23.
no.
go.
Let me explain it, Pete. Can I explain it to you? Okay. So the way this works is if we just play him on the 5th-year option and we don't do anything, we're going to pay $23 million no matter what, even if he retires. Period. End of story. But if we sign him to say a any extension, say 5-year extension, right? What's going to happen is we're going to get we may even do one contract first and then restructure that contract to put even more money backloaded. We have one of the few owners in the NFL that'll front load contracts the way we do. Like a handful of owners do this. And what we do is we pay upfront money. So yes, Tua's going to get a huge bag of money, way more than $23 million. You're right about that. But our cap hit could be $10 million and probably would be $10 million because of the kicking the can down the road cap hit prorated bonuses that we spread across many years ahead.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
you're
from
wrong,
what I
you're right,
understand, when
but
the
that's just
restructure
probably the
happens, that
worst thing to do.
original contract of 23 goes bye-bye. So it's no longer a $23 million cap hit. Dead cap maybe, but I don't know. I'd have to look into the actual. That may
And we'd have
Down
to
the
do
line,
that
that may
yeah,
depend on
but
for
whether it
down the line,
happens
replacement
before or
of
after
fifth year
July.
Color,
You know
option.
what I mean?
Color, based on that option, down the line, 3 years down the line, we're gonna be talking about cap hits of $30 to $40 million.
We're
Well, here,
already talking
here,
about that
I'll tell you right now.
one of our big players.
I'll
I
tell
mean, we've been doing this since the beginning of time. I mean,
Yeah,
but
I
the
don't
cap
have a
hit's going
problem.
up,
I don't have a
and
problem
there's
with
no
any
interest rate.
contract
It's a
at
smart
all.
move.
I don't have a problem with any contract at all, but we can't sit here and actually forget the downfall that this quarterback has given us as a franchise. We too like bro, we lost the number 1 seed. We lost home field, the home playoff game. We can't sit here and lose to
Uh-oh, we lost you, Pete.
Oh man, because I'm reading Allen's contract. I thought you lost me. Pete's phone died again.
Well, yeah, or he got a phone call, one or the other.
Oh yeah, see,
Yeah,
because
he's
I was
been
just
dropping
reading
off.
Allen's contract. Like next year, hold on, let me bring it back up that I read. This year, the 2023 season, Allen's cap hit this year was 18,600,000. Next year, his cap hit is 47 million. His dead cap is $99 million. His dead cap.
Can they
The
restructure?
following year, yeah, they constantly restructure, but you still got to pay it at some point. You know, and there's a potential out in 2026. And that potential out, his dead cap is only 19 million, but his cap hit is 52 million. So they could cut him after. Oh, Pete's back.
So like back to where I'm sorry, Mike, but what I was saying, if we lose to Kansas City, we cannot have these type of paying to a discussions. We have to sit in an agreement and accept the fact that
And
he's
that
going to
brings
more
me
than
to the
likely
poll question, Pete, that
play.
I started about 5 minutes ago. 60 of you in here watching. Appreciate every one of you. Make sure you hit the like button and
I didn't see the poll.
subscribe to the channel if you haven't, because we are 9 subscribers away from 6,000. Let's get it done before this show is ended. Before it's ended. So share the video out. Tell people about it. Get them over here to subscribe. If you're on Twitter or Twitch or any of the other platforms we stream to, come over here and subscribe to us real quick, because we only got
It's free.
9 left to go before
It's not
6,000.
member. Just hit
And
subscribe.
the poll question I started a little while ago, everybody make sure you're voting on it. Even with a collapse in KC, does Tua get paid elite money? Yes or no?
Currently, no.
Hold on. Currently, with 20 votes in, currently 80% say no, 20% say yes. I'm going to leave it up a little while longer. Everybody make sure you get your
most people are agreeing
your
with
answer
you.
in on the poll.
So you'll be happy there's a poll there.
Let me ask you something. Me and you are gonna have a one-on-one conversation right now, Color, because that question right there is unacceptable, bro. Because let me tell you something. Let's say I'm your boss, and I have an advance that I'm looking to give you, right? And I'm looking to give you an advance because honestly, I think you've been doing a
We see you,
tremendous
villain.
job. I think you've been doing a tremendous job. But then
I feel so confident that you're gonna do a great sale, and this is gonna be your ultimate sale ever because nothing is gonna get close to this sale, and you've been killing it right now with this sale. And I felt everybody in the company felt like you're gonna do this sale. And then next thing you know, the third best company takes that sale from you, bro. You know that what I'm basically saying, Color, is we had a 3-game lead in the division with 5 games left remaining, dude. Stephen Ross had his AFC East championship shirts ready for sale. He had the hat gear ready for sale. He had jerseys. He had Tua jerseys ready to implode and sale. He had a home playoff ticket sale that was gonna give him millions and millions of dollars, possibly a home playoff win playing whoever the Buffalo Bills again, whoever the case it was gonna be. But you were going to have money, the sales and everything that Stephen Ross was gonna have. He lost it. You do not lose
Right.
all of this
Really
money,
quick,
Color.
really,
Real quick,
Pete, I got
you
to
do not
clarify
lose
something on the poll.
all of this
I gotta
possibility on
clarify
this
something
money
on the poll real
and
quick.
then lose in the playoff wild card first round and then turn around and say, here, Tua, here's this big contract
Okay,
because you're
and that's
so
why you
good.
want to vote no.
That's
And
why it's not
that's
gonna
why you
happen.
want to vote
I'm
no.
telling you why it's not
Hold
gonna
on,
happen.
bro. Hold on. I want to clarify the reason I
Up the
made it
owner,
elite
bro.
money. I didn't want to have the debate about whether he gets mid money or not. So I just left the question as a dichotomy between elite money and not elite money.
Going to
Because
either
it's
have to play on that
fairly
fifth
apparent.
year
Hold on.
option or
Hold
he's gonna
on.
have to sit
Pete,
out because
Pete,
there ain't
please.
nobody
Pete,
budging.
it's pretty apparent that we're going to give this guy a contract no matter what happens tomorrow night. That's why I made it a stark,
Trying to tell
that's
you,
why I made it,
Color.
one or the other, elite money or not, because we're pretty sure he's going to get something at this point. I don't think we're going to go into next year paying him his 5th-year salary.
Color. He's lucky if this guy gets to play on his 5th-year salary. If he loses tomorrow, let me tell you something. That is Tua's last snap as a Miami Dolphin. So what I just told you, what Stephen Ross just lost, was in the millions
Oh,
and
that's
millions of
fine. That's
dollars.
fine.
And
As pertains
nobody
to
in their right
clarifying the
mind
poll
is
question,
going
that
to
would put
pay
you in
this
the no
guy
camp.
All right, hold on, Pete.
after losing out. I'm sorry
Hold
to
on.
tell you, but that's just the case and that's the truth. And the rumors are, and it's sad to say, that even Mike McDaniel, the smart analytical coach, is also going to lose his job after losing tomorrow night in a few hours from now, dude. And it's going to be a sad scenario to be a Dolphin fan because the guy that fumbled the bag is just 2 guys in this whole entire organization,
All
which
right,
is
Pete, let me.
Greer and Tua. Not Mike McDaniel, but Greer and Tua fumbled this entire situation. And I can't wait till this whole thing blows up because, yes, I'm going to sit here and be ecstatic when we move off of this crap.
You
But at
ever
the same
notice? Hold
time,
on,
I'm
Pete.
going to be
Hold on.
Pete, hold
sad as
on.
hell, bro.
Pete, let me ask you. Let me hold on,
Mike,
please.
I know. I'm going to give you the floor, Michael K. I just wanted to welcome John from Seattle,
Oh.
also known as Deuce.
That's right. Thanks for having me, Color. I couldn't miss an opportunity to jump up here with
I
you and
didn't
Pete.
expect you would because it seems like whenever the rest of my team goes away for the night, I get all you guys up here. I don't know what it is, man.
Yeah. Hey. Also, Color. I got clipped in the chat, man. I got banned. If you wouldn't mind reinstate me one of these days, I'd appreciate that.
It may have been an accident. Sometimes it does
Yeah.
happen.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. No worries.
No,
Anyways,
I'll have a look right now. But go ahead. I want to get Michael K the floor real quick.
Yep,
He's been waiting.
Yep.
All right, all right, Pete.
Wait, but whatever.
Now,
Go ahead.
Let's say, and we're gonna, whatever happens, happens. Miami loses tomorrow, but Tua plays one of the best games of his Miami career, and the defense lost that game for you. Now what happens?
That's a good question.
I think you understand. Losing tomorrow, despite how Tua could have 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and we lose, there's no excuses, buddy. The
Well,
thing is on fire, up in the air. The rumor is so hot that when McDaniel sits down, if he decides to sit down at any point in tomorrow's sideline, his seat is going to be hot, not cold in those frigid air, in those
Oh,
temperatures, bro. That's it, bro.
you know what?
Everybody
And I
knows
believe
that
it.
it's
You're right.
over if the Dolphins lose tomorrow, and everybody knows it inside,
Why
bro.
is Dad
I don't
Dean on the ban
understand why
list?
people are like kind of shocked by this. This is not shocking. This is what
Hey,
people
who
should know.
accidentally timed out Dad Dean? Why is
Wasn't
Dad
me.
Dean on the list?
Wasn't me. Wasn't Pete. Pete doesn't block anybody.
Well, Dad Dean, if you're out there listening, I'm taking you off the hidden list. I don't know why. That must have been an accident too. Let's
See,
And
but you know,
Nacho
Pete.
Fins. And hold on, because I see Nacho Fins in the chat there saying that I thought, yeah, I did think we were gonna win based on what the meteorologists and the updates I was getting that it was
There's
gonna
Deuce
be a
Goose right
snowy
there. All
game.
right,
It was
you're
gonna
good,
be a
Deuce.
bad weather game. And you know what? Now with the guys, these guys are updating me. It's only gonna be 13% chance of whatever, and it's not that bad of weather. So now I feel down and I feel out of it because I clearly said it yesterday that if it was snowing and bad weather and high gusts, we were going to win that game. I feel confident. And if Mother Nature comes back and helps me, then you know what? Then I will go back to that. But as of right now, Color and everybody updated me with the current weather, hooked up Joe, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be muddy and snowy
Pete,
and nothing that I thought it
Pete,
was going to be based on what I
Pete.
saw Tuesday. So it's
Oh,
over.
Pete.
It's over.
No,
We're
man.
gonna
No, no,
we're
no, no.
gonna get beat down, bro. It's
No, no,
over.
no. Look. Okay. No snow. Sure. No mud. Sure. That field is actually going to be dry because it's going to be just like, if there's anything, it's just going to be ice all around the place. But look, I'm sitting in Seattle, Washington right now. It's 18 degrees outside, unseasonably cold for this area, right? But it is absolutely freezing. I took my kids to some hockey practice, dude. I could I want her to be inside the rink more than I want her to be outside.
But
It is absolutely freezing.
let me ask
Well,
you let me ask
hold
you a
on,
question,
hold up,
Goose.
Pete.
Goose, real quick, real
Pete.
quick.
Hold on.
If
Let's
you
push that
run
question.
outside,
Let him finish,
if
Pete.
you
Let him finish
if
real
you
quick.
run outside on the grass right now, even with cleats, is that grass wet, dewy,
No,
or
it's
is it
rock
any?
hard. It's raw.
Only if
It's rock hard.
only if the
Well,
temperature.
hold on a minute. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on a minute.
Oh, can we
Kansas
interject some
City's
science here, please?
Hold on a minute. Kansas City's field is heated, so it's
Okay, well
not going
that's
to be
fine.
rock hard.
The
That's
field is
fine. Yeah.
fine. Yes, and again, what John is saying is true. As long as the temperature doesn't fall below the dew point. The dew point is the point at which you see dew on the grass. If that dew is out there and it's -5, it will freeze. So every surface in Kansas City will freeze and have a layer of ice on it.
Well, that would be really interesting. But the bigger point I just want to make here is the weather when it's that cold, and I've never been in negative anything unless I'm in a freezer. And I've worked in freezers, okay? They limit the time you can spend in there. Now, the thing is, your hands start to shake uncontrollably. Your entire body starts to shake uncontrollably because it's trying to get.
That's how it gets its molecules vibrating again to generate heat, man.
Yeah. And so we've got the Hawaiian, right, who's been playing in warm weather most of his entire life. He's about to go into literally the coldest environment he's ever been a part of. His body's going to be shivering through and through. I think it's going to be completely unexpected what's to go out on that field. But I don't, if I have to make a call and I got to go Patrick Mahomes versus Tua that could handle the cold, and I do believe the cold's going to be a factor. I believe those bodies are going to be literally shivering. I mean, practically to death, because that's what would happen if they're out there for too long, right? So I just feel like they're going to be more equipped.
Since you've
Go
been
ahead.
outside in 18 recently,
right? Yeah, I was just outside. I can't even charge my wife's car.
I want to ask you a question. How would you feel as far as your agility, your normal level of agility, your willingness to make cuts and let that air move across your body? How would it feel to you if you were a linebacker facing a guy with the ball in his hands who can run 21 miles an hour?
Like Cheetah and Waddle and Mostert and
Because
AJ.
what I'm saying is
it's going to be tough.
Well, what I'm saying is as long as the ball is secured in our playmakers' hands, which is a problem
Exactly.
in the cold, in the frigid weather, and icy conditions, sure.
But
But if
not
the
when you've
ball is
been playing
secure
this style
and our
offense
guys
and
are
been
in the
doing it
open
all
grass,
year.
their linebackers are going to have a hard freaking day. Now, you can say
Well,
the same thing. You can say the same thing about Pacheco. I get it. But they've only got one Pacheco. We've got 4 guys that can run 21 miles an hour.
yeah, but here's something we really got to think about. Are they really going to be able to run 21 miles an hour when their muscles are constricted?
No. Of course, it's relative. But if they're hitting 19, that linebacker is going to be a lot more slowed down than a guy like Tyreek Hill would be.
Or is that
Exactly.
on
If
a
it's
sliding
whatever slows
scale?
down Tyreek is going to slow down the linebacker even more.
Plus the runner, hold on. Plus the runner, hence the reason we call them offensive. The runner knows which way he's going to cut.
Yeah, but still, I mean, what is?
Exactly, Color.
We haven't been scoring that many points.
Hold on. It's not just slippering I'm talking about. It's you were just out in it. Running in that stuff is like running in soup.
Exactly. If it's like that, bro, we're gonna shock the world. We should be favored in this
They're going to
matchup.
be taking
We
on
have
both
the
sides
more
of the ball. Our
weapons.
defense as well. We're going to be taking bad angles to the tackles. We're going to be doing stuff like that. And it's incumbent upon the playmakers to take advantage of that shit. This is how Tyreek Hill beat us in 19-degree weather the last time I was there.
Color, there's a potential that Tyreek Hill has over 250 yards tomorrow, dude.
No,
I'm not even making this up.
No,
Yeah, bro.
no.
Listen to me, bro. Tyreek Hill can have over 250 yards tomorrow easily.
Pete, how much time have you spent in cold water? I mean, I'm going to ask a serious. I know Color has. I want to ask you a serious question. How much time have you spent in cold? I mean, I'm in 18-degree weather right now. Like, how? I'm serious.
I don't, but I'm listening to Color, right? And he's telling me,
and
and
Color's the one talking about how
the
hard
floor.
it's going to be for their linebackers to run and the stuff. And Color spent 11 years in St. Louis and has experienced -5.
And I'm listening to Color, and the main point that I'm taking from Color is the grass, on how the grass is going to be. And I'm telling you, if that field by any chance, it's a mud fest, it's slippery, it's slimy, it's grimy. The team that has the more explosive weapons is the Miami Dolphins. Nothing the Chiefs can do defensively is going to be able to stop.
I almost wish they
it's
wouldn't
not
heat the
going
field.
to be able.
I almost wish they wouldn't heat the field tomorrow, because if they do, that could cause a muddy mess.
What I'm saying, if that's what I was thinking. If they have a heated field and it's ice, it's gonna make it watery and slippery. That
regardless of the heated field, if just the slightest wind at -23 wind chill it's gonna harden it up a little bit on the top.
I mean, these guys' faces are going to feel like there's 1,000 needles going into it at all times. Their fingers are going to be so numb that they can't feel them.
Right, and that's it. That's at 18, John. At 5, not negative yet, but at 5, bro, it's like somebody holding a freaking match to your face, dude. Like, it's not just needles; it's straight burning at that point.
I'm telling you, our entire team is going to be hating life, wishing they won last week when they step out onto the field tomorrow night. I'm telling you, every single player. This might be an actually amazing motivator. Hopefully, I look. I'm not giving us a chance. I think this weather is going to be completely debilitating for Tua. I saw him in Tennessee playing in the freezing rain. He did not do well. Okay, he's also won a cold weather game, I do believe, but I just feel like that guy's not going to be able to grip the ball. And I on the other side, I think Mahomes will be able to grip that ball. I've seen him do it. So this weather, I don't think it's going to work out to our benefit. Now, the spread of the game does have me a little curious, because with that weather, I kind of suspected we'd get blown out. It's a little closer than I would have thought. So that kind of does lean me to think that maybe you guys are onto something. But my honest gut tells me I think this is going to be an absolute shellacking tomorrow. And I think I think Mr. Ross is going to have some serious things to think about.
I think if you look at the point spread, considering it's at their house, I mean, they're considering it almost an even game.
That's right. It's damn near scratch. You're right.
Bills game.
What is it now? 4.5?
It's crazy. Yeah, it was 4. Now it's 4.5, I believe. I
And
don't
it
know.
started out at 3, correct? Or 3.5.
That
Started
would
out at 3.5.
out dead end.
I just checked
it
the
is being
weather though.
affected the other direction.
I just checked the weather, and they're calling for -3. I think near. Well, that's what they're showing on the ESPN app is -3. I mean, guys, come on. This is going to be one heck of a crazy game. And that might be why the spread's so close.
The dew point is at -9. So as long as we stay below -9, the ball itself should be fairly dry.
Above -9.
Well, is that with the wind factor?
Thank you, Joe.
No, the wind's at like -25.
Does is the dew factor affected by the wind chill factor color, or are those two different?
No, that's a good question.
No. The wind chill's the wind chill. No, that's ambient temperature.
What he's saying is, will the dew show up if it's a -30 wind chill?
No, because the wind chill only affects what it feels like on your face.
Right. It's the dew point that causes the dew, John.
We're not going to hit -9. The dew point's not going to be a factor in this game. I mean, if you look at the
dew point can come up.
Let Joe finish because he's looking at the hourly. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, the hourly on Weather Channel. If you just run down it for KC, it doesn't tell you the dew point, but it's not going to get to -9. It's going to be
right.
No,
the
dew -2,
-3.
The
dew point is showing on AccuWeather for the night, like the night forecast, which is
right
from 8 to midnight or something. You know what I mean?
But that'll change with the humidity. And how much
humidity is supposed to be 81%. That's where they're getting the dew point from.
Right. The humidity changes. That number -9 could go up or down either way.
That means that the 80% of the air that is filled with water is gonna freeze.
Wow.
It's cold. You can't breathe. That's the biggest one.
That's literally what an ice storm is. Like, it's not, it comes with sleet usually or freezing rain, but it really is just the moving in of a front like that and going below the dew point where every bit of water in the air freezes on every surface, and ice just appears within like 5 or 10 minutes.
Hey, Color, I got an off topic. It's on topic, but it's a question. Okay, so all these people going to the game, are they going to be able to start their vehicles when the game's over? I mean, are their engines going to be frozen?
That's the thing.
Nah, they'll be good.
People said, "Oh, it's not going to snow, so there's no hazards getting to the game," and I would contend ice is just as much a deadly hazard. It's easier to drive in snow than it is ice. So
yeah, but when they turn off their cars, don't.
Hold on, John. But then I thought, what about after the game, where we're talking about -11, already past the dew point, ice everywhere? You know what I mean? Like, these people got to get home.
Now, if their cars start to get them to the game, their cars will start getting
hold on.
Ways to start their car. Like, these people will live in it, so they know how to deal with that. I'm talking about the dangers on the road.
That's different.
Hold on, guys. Because in the Midwest, most cars have like an electrical outlet that when you park, you plug in your car and it keeps your engine warm. Because without it, the oil and everything, or I don't know if the oil, but the engines freeze up. Are you guys not familiar with that? And it's going to be so cold, I just can't.
That's called the block heater, and what that does is it keeps your coolant. It keeps your coolant warm.
They don't want to freeze because
it's a coolant.
The coolant is actually lower than the freezing point of water, but it's not low enough.
And you guys don't think that would be? I mean, it's a little off topic, but for these fans, you don't think that's an issue?
Having lived in St. Louis for 11 years, yes, there were times where it got down to negative temperatures. All you have to do is make sure that you use your remote start and turn on the car before it gets that low.
If it reaches from the stadium, though.
Right.
You need that. See, like I drive diesel trucks.
I mean, in 11 years, I never had a problem starting my car, even though, yes, most people had like block heaters.
Okay.
Yeah, block heaters don't matter. But even in Buffalo, with my diesel trucks, I got a block heater. My personal vehicle.
Getting in your car because if it's in,
it freezes the doors.
It is literally encased in ice. You cannot open the door.
No, you do. You got to use a credit card to break the ice.
Yeah.
You stick a credit card in the door, the slot.
They have like de-icing spray you can get at Walmart, but that's going to ruin your paint job. If you care about your paint job.
But even if parked for 4 hours, it probably shouldn't freeze, especially because there's no wind whipping. If the wind's whipping, that's a different story. Because now you got that cold air going up under your car, and it's freezing everything. Your oil's like sludge.
Arrowhead has a very, very large open air without many obstacles to stop the wind parking lot, dude. And this parking lot is like the size of I can't even describe to you the size of their parking lot in that place because it covers the Royals Stadium too, which is right next to Arrowhead. So it's
right, but it's only going to be a 12-mile-an-hour wind at max, right?
But bro, there is nothing but open air expanse in this parking lot. There's no trees, nothing to stop that wind. You know what I mean?
Man,
yeah, you look at Alaska, but it's funny that John said it though. All the cars in Alaska have them block heaters, even gas cars.
Well, hell, it's going to be as cold as Alaska over there tomorrow, right now, and into tomorrow. I'm honestly really taken back at the magnitude of this game. The Ravens game was important, and we really lost all first seed potential. Then the Bills game, we're going into it with the division on the line, the number 2 seed, home field playoff advantage for a lot of the playoffs. Lose it. Now we're on the road, number 6 seed on the wild card. We're going to play KC, who is, well, frankly, beatable. But this weather on top of it, I think the storylines with this team are so unbelievable. And honestly, the excuses built in as well. Like, I don't know what we're going to do if the conditions are just so bad that, our guys look like junk. It might be another excuse, but I'm getting a little off subject on that. But I just think the magnitude of this game, considering the weather conditions, this could be the coldest game in the NFL ever, potentially.
Now, John, do you think it's an unfair baked in? I think it's actually kind of fair given the respect that Atlanta
might be deserving
that shit either.
Well, what's the weather in Miami going to be tomorrow?
You know what I mean? Like, whole bunch of other warm weather teams
could not
play in that this week either, man.
Yeah, well, here's it could have been a home field advantage this weekend. What's the weather at home?
Let me clarify. If we're saying that we have a decided disadvantage because of that, then why is that exclusive to Miami? There's Arizona, there's San Diego. You know what I mean? Like, these teams don't play in that shit either and would likely lose just like us, no matter whether the Chiefs are beatable or not. So why?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just because our advantage is, is that warm weather and putting the sun on the opponent, and we thrive with that. We love it.
Year, bro. That hasn't really done much for us this year. That heat.
Not this year.
It did in that Buffalo game, though. Like, you remember, they were just dropping like flies. The one we won, that was incredible.
Last year, it wasn't.
That was last year.
Yeah, that was last year. But
misters.
But that's the point is not the year. The point is the weather was an advantage for us. That team,
but it's not an advantage for Jacksonville. Jacksonville plays in it too. Tampa plays in it too.
They don't have the tricky stadium, though.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, well, I would, that's a fair point.
I'm just saying, what I'm saying is it's the baked-in excuse is sort of fair, in my opinion, given that there's about 10 other teams that would probably not even compete tomorrow either in that kind of way.
See, I think they're all, you know what? I don't think it matters where you come from, in all honesty. Everybody's got to deal with the same conditions tomorrow.
Dude, my kid, check this out.
And everybody's got Hurricanes on their team, and everybody's got guys from Iowa on their team. So
yeah, absolutely. Wisconsin.
In our case, it's our quarterback that has that disadvantage. That kind of sucks.
Well, if we're going to do that, where is Patrick Mahomes from then? Because before we answer, I want to say this: like, my kid wears shorts every day to school in winter, and it's just because he's just he's used to the cold weather, so wearing shorts doesn't matter to him. So I assume when he grows up, that kid's going to handle cold weather better than some, right? So
no, it changes. It changed. You know what? I'm 53. I used to be able to, go out in just a hoodie or a light winter jacket or no jacket at all in the winter. Now it's like, holy shit, I got to put something on because it's cold.
Pat Mahomes is from Tyler, Texas.
okay, so he's warm weather too. All right, so yeah, hey, you know what? That sounds pretty damn even to me then.
You know who's not warm weather? I'm so glad you're here tonight, John, because this question is, I'm making a joke. I don't want all the
Okay.
I don't
Let's
want
hear
all my haters to think I'm propping this guy up or nothing because you know how
Hey,
they are.
Color, you don't have haters. You have admirers, and that's about it.
But for those that want to put words into my mouth, this is just a joke. Okay, this is just a joke.
Disclaimer.
But there is one quarterback going to be on the field tomorrow that is from this area. Grew up in Palmyra, Missouri. That would be northeastern Missouri, where it does get this brutally cold quite often. And played his college career in Kansas State.
Talking about my favorite quarterback on this team, I'll tell you.
You're wearing his number right now.
That's right. Well, his old one. But still.
For those that want to have a serious conversation, we are not talking about giving us the best option to win. We are not talking about starting anybody over Tua. I'm simply saying, if you are Mike McDaniel and you are constructing this playoff roster and you're looking at who is your backup quarterback, would not the guy who grew up in Palmyra, Missouri, give you a better chance if one were to have to come off the bench without throwing a single ball all day and play in this weather? Would it be tall, skinny-ass Mike White, or would it be Palmyra, Missouri, Skylar Thompson? You tell me.
Wow. I would like to think it's Skylar, but holy crap. What about the injuries for a cold weather game? You know what? I wonder statistically, maybe they're a little higher. You would think getting hurt and cold.
Flip 2 and 3 just for this week is what I'm saying. Would you flip 2 and 3?
I would.
Man, you should have told them that a week ago, and they probably would have done it. But I don't know. It's a little late.
I actually made this take last week, Joe.
Oh, good. They watched the show, so they'll probably do that. That's good to know.
He can't do that to Mike White, though. He really can't.
Logically speaking,
logically,
it seems clear as to who our backup should be.
Yeah, but loyalty speaking, Skylar has no loyalty. So Mike White's gotten the number 2 nod this whole season, and luckily we haven't had to use him. And it's been Tua the whole way, so we really got to see.
It was even endorsed by Mike White. Like, what if Mike White went to coach and said, "Hey, bro, I ain't coming off the bench in this shit, man. It just ain't happening." You know?
I mean,
start me if you want me to play in it, but I'm not coming off the bench in this shit. Sorry, I ain't looking like that fool.
I just can't imagine having to play in this. I mean,
the problem is you can't acclimate yourself to this conditions either, because you can't acclimate your skin from getting frostbite. If it's 18 or 20.
Did they practice and did they bring in like some freezers or something to like practice in? Have you guys heard of anything special?
I would hope they would have frozen the balls and had nice, really frozen balls to not the.
That'd be a good idea. Yeah.
Let me.
Balls go in balls are in heaters. The balls are in heaters. They don't get frozen.
I just dark room shaking crypto. I accidentally bumped myself out. And then I saw the live button on the list of shows, and I just entered the studio, and it was shaking crypto doing their recording. I'm like, sorry, guys, wrong room.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, what I was saying was, think of it like this. You were just talking about how you were out in the weather in the 18 degrees a minute ago, right?
That's right.
That's because you live there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in late January, early February, when Skylar Thompson was a kid, and he went out to his backyard to pretend like he was Dan Marino, which we all did. Okay. This was what the weather was like. -5. You know what I mean? This is his backyard football as a kid growing up.
It absolutely is.
Tight. And I could see him talking about that and actually going to the coach and talking to him about it, and none of them feeling like you're dissing me over this or anything. Not saying
Oh,
it's
and
going to
Miss
happen,
Fins has to
but
come in and
you
jam
know.
it home with the point of the freaking night.
Which was what?
Plus, Skyler is the only QB with playoff experience on our team.
Pom, 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 pom. Is that how she says that? Is that what your icons say there?
That's a
Sorry,
fact,
Miss
man.
Fins. Didn't mean to throw you under the bus there, Miss Fins.
Hey, you know what? And that he only came up short by 3, but that was a Herculean defensive effort for that game. I really thought they showed up to play for Skyler.
Glad also again you're here, John. How do you like that spending 3 days talking about one Tyreek Hill drop when we sit there and ignore the drops in the playoff game last year?
Oh, that was honestly, I thought that was a really Tyreek really has been dropping the ball bad, but yeah, it was just excuse central. And when I was defending Skyler about this time last year, yeah, I wasn't giving any drop. Every time I bring it, boo, boo, hoo.
Right. It takes 5 seconds to say that receiver should have caught the ball. It takes much more courage and longer to say why that ball should have never been thrown to him.
It wasn't just that play. I think that has something to do, really. I think it's the way Tua throws it as a lefty, and then when a righty gets in the game, that's a different.
That ball where Tyreek Hill jumped up for it and dropped it before the ill-fated interception last week, where he got hit by the defender as he was trying to catch it, jumped up in the air, dropped it. They're putting that as the reason we lost the game.
Yeah. I've heard that because Tyreek wasn't in.
I can agree, and I've said it 1,000 times because I'm very critical of wide receivers. Yes, it touched your hands. You should have made the catch. I get it, but it takes 5 seconds to say that. Now let's talk about why the ball was even thrown to him on that play in the first place.
They're force feeding him.
Well, nobody wants to talk about why. I'm not saying that's why. Could be. I'm just saying, not one person has went back and looked at the tape and said, should he have even thrown that ball? Until Kurt Warner comes out and says it. And now, he didn't analyze that game, but I heard a point that EM made earlier, and I'm not trying to talk behind EM's back. It's something he said, so I'm just I wanted to refute the point, but I couldn't get up because of connection issues. He made a fair point that Kurt Warner was only specifically talking about the Kansas City game. And I've heard that point been made by others too, and it's fair. However, if you're talking about the appeal to authority to Kurt Warner, then yes. But there's another guy that released a video that I don't know, a couple days ago. I shared it all over my spaces 12 times to everybody, but it seems like nobody watched it or doesn't give this guy the same authority as Kurt Warner. But he actually went through a couple different games and a couple different scenarios, mainly 3 of the drops that Tyreek had the other night against Buffalo. He wasn't even trying to do it from a perspective of this is why it's not Tyreek's fault. He didn't even know, because he's not a Dolphin fan. He didn't even know we were debating that. He just said, hey, these plays right here, these balls should have never been thrown. I made the correlation that, whoa, those just so happened to be 3 of the drops Tyreek had the other night.
Well, actually, I'd like to get kind of back to the Kurt.
This guy's not Kurt Warner, and so Kurt Warner only talked about the Kansas City game.
No, not necessarily.
That's the only authority we're allowed to appeal to.
Well, hold on now. Kurt Warner was talking in very general terms, but he was using the KC film as an example. He was not saying this is what you get with Tua at KC. He was saying this is what you get with Tua.
I can understand that, but for the people that want to use it as to further their narrative, that he was only talking about this instance and that other times or other games it would be different. And I'm trying to say that a guy who is not Kurt Warner did that exercise and did point to across several different games.
Do you remember who it was, Color?
Not Kurt Warner. And that's
Well, we know.
we're picking and choosing. This is why an appeal to authority is a fallacy, because you can't just pick and choose who the authority is.
Hey, I want to say hello to Larry K. He's a good dude.
But yeah, I'm gonna share that. Man, I really, maybe I'll just do it on my channel since I'm not monetized anyway, and we can all do a video review of this guy's video like most people do on YouTube. We can sit here for 2 hours, and I'll pause every 30 seconds if I have to show you all this video for those that refuse to go and watch it themselves because it's not Kurt Warner.
Who was it? Who do you know who it was though?
I'm looking right now. I've got it on my history, so give me a second.
Oh, okay. Because that JT O'Sullivan and he knows what he's talking about, but I don't think he ever breaks down bad games by quarterbacks. He just picks 5 or 6 of the good ones from that week.
The title of the video is "What Do We Do with Tua Tagovailoa?" The play sheet, the ringer. The channel's called The Ringer.
Okay.
And the guy is he looks like he's like 17 years old. Ben Solak is his name.
Well, that whole stuff with Kurt Warner, I mean, I'm glad somebody's finally said it. It's what I've seen for a long time. I've always seen Tua looking off the safeties, knowing damn well he's already got his receiver picked out, and it's just a.
And I'm sorry, John, but by the way, this guy Ben Solak, if you're not sure whether you can trust his motives or agenda or whatever, I've watched video of his before telling you why teams are stealing Mike McDaniel's concepts and telling you why the plays we run are so brilliant and unstoppable, including pointing out where Tua has made those things possible. So nobody's going to tell me that this guy has an agenda. He's just simply telling you what he's seeing.
Right.
When it comes to Tua. So I'm just pointing that out for anybody that, how people are. I'm going to put the link in the chat and people can just watch it on their own. But if you haven't watched this video, if you haven't watched Kurt Warner's video, if you haven't watched some kind of independent source evaluation of our quarterback, then just don't debate me on it.
No, then you don't want others' opinion. You don't want the truth, frankly.
If you've watched all that stuff and you come to me with a fair debate, I'll have the debate. But I am no longer debating people that refuse to go and educate themselves and just listen to what other people say and parrot what everybody else says. Like the fact that we got away from the run. Mike McDaniel stopped running again. Has it occurred to anybody to ask yourself why, or to go look at the film and find out why he stopped running? No, it don't matter. We just got to blame him for stopping the run.
When it don't work, it's a bad play call. The coach sucks.
3 times in the second half. Did it occur to anybody to ask themselves why? As if the Buffalo Bills don't get paid to make adjustments and stop our run in the second half.
Hey, Carl, let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible that Mike McDaniel is holding Tua back?
I thought that for most of the season, and there is evidence of it. So I have to give that credence. But I know I'm no longer convinced of that.
You see, because I'm just going on the Napoleon complex where he wants it, he wants the success to be because of him.
I could say that Mike McDaniel is holding this team back right now from getting wins that we could have gotten. Yes. But no, there's only one man holding himself back, just like there's only one man that improved himself from last year to this year, and that is Tua. Okay? Everybody wants to talk about Mike McDaniel fixed Tua. No, Tua fixed Tua. I told you all that it was only going to be him that could fix himself. A person can only fix themselves. Another person can't fix you. And likewise, another person can't diminish you. You diminish yourself.
And I think if you see anything that's different this year,
if another person can diminish you, then you're weak. Just that simple. All right, go ahead, Joe.
I think we are seeing some getting rid of the ball quicker, and the things we've wanted Tua to do is to not play hero ball, go ahead and get rid of the ball quicker, play the game safe. And this year, I think what we're seeing is, okay, we're going to go all the way to as safe as we can possibly play, get through 17 games, get into the groove of it, and then start loosening it up a little bit, start doing some bootleg play calls and some other stuff where, because that's the knock right now that you hear is he's not making it happen. He's not doing the things that you see Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson running around the field, dodging
the man
people, making
literally
things
said it's
happen.
not his job, bro.
That's exactly. That's kind of my point, is that what his job is this year is to make it through the season and to be productive. And I think if he's scaled back, and we've scaled back what we do to where the play calling is going to get it out quicker. I mean, it goes all the way to the game plan, and so what I'm thinking is that we are going to see potentially some opening up of that, but I don't think we need to. I mean, we look at Dan Marino had 85 total yards his entire career combined. You can pocket pass, and I know the league has changed and all that kind of stuff, but I think that people don't see when you're
at the same time, that is traditionally, even in the era of a pocket passer, you still needed a guy that stood 6'4" with a big arm.
Yeah, you're right. A pocket passer being the size of Tua, and to be clear, I'm not a Tua-neer. I didn't want us to draft Tua in the first place for durability reasons, and I'm not all over everything. I know he's going to be our quarterback, and I'm going to support him. I'm not going to say we need to replace him because all the alternatives were bad, and that's a completely different discussion.
Right. And that's
I mean, we got Skyler on the bench. I don't even subscribe to all the other options are bad.
Well, hold on. I'm with you on that, Joe. And this is where it comes back to Mike McDaniel. If that's the way we're going to choose to win, I'm not saying Tua can't become great as that type of quarterback. But the point is, he is what he is. You can't just put him on a stretcher and make him 6'5". You see what I'm saying? So in that respect, if Mike McDaniel's not going to game plan him out of the pocket, whether he's a pocket passer by trade or not, if he's not going to game plan him out of the pocket when need be, then he's not doing Tua any favors. And that's where I do agree that he's holding him back.
Yeah, I'm on it. That's kind of where I was going with. I think we're on exactly the same page there.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. I don't want to say. Hold on. I don't want to be put in my mouth that I'm saying he's holding him back. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying that the play calling this year, by way of Tua's choice and the team's choice and everybody's choice, is to play it safe. I'm not saying it's being done to sabotage him at all. It's being done for exactly the opposite reason. It's being done so you can start from a baseline of this is what's going to work, and you can work your way out of that. And where he was playing hero ball wasn't him doing a bootleg out type of a play call. It was more him trying to make something happen out of the pocket and him running around himself trying to be Mahomes. There's difference between calling a play call that's going to get him out of the pocket in a designed way, like Culler's saying, and having somebody scrambling around trying to play backyard ball.
Yeah, well, that's okay if we're winning. If we're winning the division, if we're securing that home field, but I don't want to have a quarterback that is limited. And I think Coach McDaniel's actually protecting Tua. I don't know that he's necessarily limiting him as much as he is like literally protecting him, because we do know what happened if Tua quote unquote goes and plays hero ball. Like, he puts himself into some dangerous situations. But at the end of the day, guys, we deserve a quarterback who could not only throw the ball from the pocket, but we also deserve a quarterback who could go scramble and make some big runs. And that's always been one of my, Tua's never been a great runner, and that's really irked me this year. Is we're not able to get first yards off of his legs, and sometimes you need a quarterback to do that. That's when a quarterback puts a team on his back and says, "I got it, guys. Let me go get this for you." And if you can't do that, frankly, I've seen Tom Brady run for first downs. I mean, I literally have. Like, he would look to run as slow as it can be, but he would do it. So I think, just in a really respectful sense, I disagree with you guys on the fact that McDaniel is holding him back. I think he's protecting him from himself, because if he gets out there and running, which he can't, he is going to get hurt. And Skylar Thompson's going to be coming in. And I think I think everyone believes it's better that Tua's healthy, not hurt.
Amen.
So.
Amen to all that you just said, man. For real, for real, for real. Yes,
So I
yes,
wasn't
yes.
saying
yes.
that I'm with you 100%. He's protected him.
That is absolutely what's happening.
And nothing will change.
And,
While y'all
I just,
are talking, I'm sitting here watching the highlights of this Georgia game with Tua, and this is like a completely different dude, bro.
well,
Right, it was a dual threat.
Nothing.
He even just ran an RPO where he designed run, called his own number up into the off tackle.
Yeah, but we're protecting them. So here's the thing.
guy?
Color, check this out for me, will you?
Small to do that in the NFL.
Go back to the last few games. Do me a favor. Could you do that for me?
We can hear you.
This is Villa. So
we
what I'm asking.
hear you.
Go ahead, bro. We got you, Villain. Go ahead. I think his audio's been in and out all night. That's what we saw him. We've been seeing him just fine, but the audio's been in and out.
I think we're going to be having lots of conversations about Tua this offseason, and this after tomorrow we're gonna have a more knowledgeable discussion about it.
There's never
that's a given.
There's never an audible. There's
we got you
never an audible.
We just started hearing you at "There's never an audible." Just so you know, we haven't heard anything before that because you were fading out.
Yeah,
just
your video is fine,
but we're hearing you good now. So if you want to reset on what you're saying, we can hear you now.
Yeah, start over. Gotta be the mic.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
He must be trying to start his car in 23-degree below weather.
Miss Finns is making a logical syllogy here. She's saying, no, he's not. He's sabotaging Tua, and you know it. Because if Flores was sabotaging him by protecting him, so is McDaniel sabotaging Tua.
We got burned.
Well, Flores actually, if you think about it, was protecting Tua, because you remember when he kept bringing Fitzpatrick in to close out the game?
That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
And he told the press,
I
wouldn't put my own son out there behind that offensive line.
That's right. He's like, we got to put Fitzpatrick in here. He'll take some hits. Remember, hey, I just want to remind you guys of something so beautiful. Remember that Fitzpatrick throw against the Raiders where he was getting his head ripped off? And he threw it deep. And because he came in to relieve Tua, because Tua wasn't cutting it. So Flores was like, hey, get him out of here. This guy's choking. Get Fitzpatrick. Do you guys remember that? When's the last time you seen our quarterback make a throw like that? You guys got me?
Yeah.
Yeah. When's the last time we seen a quarterback like literally getting hit, making a deep throw, a completion, like putting the team on his back? Like, I feel like in that game, Fitzpatrick came in relief and he put the team on its back when it was looking pretty grim.
He finally did it after 4 years. In his fourth season, he finally stood in, threw a long ball, and took a hit.
Is that the year where he hurt his knee?
I think so.
He was coming along actually before he hurt his knee. That was.
Yeah. It was in practice, right?
He really was.
No, I mean the
travesty.
He was in practice.
Well, that's after he heard it. Wasn't that in spring.
Right. That was when we were on our playoff run. Right.
Right.
The 9-1 stretch.
Yeah, that's where we were coming back strong. Man, this team's just filled with stuff like that.
Right there. 9-1 stretch. That's the best Tannehill ever did right there.
Hey, man, there was a time he looked real good. It really was. That injury derailed him.
Joe, I thought it was finally it. I was ready to become a Tannehill near finally, man.
A T-Hill.
Got hurt again in practice. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
Well, that's what woke me up to all this, man. That was 7 years. I mean,
we got Villain back. Hold on, guys. We got Villain back. Go ahead, Villain.
All right.
Sorry, man. I'm just laughing. Oh, shit. Color, you just said a tannin near ear. That is funny. Tannin near a tannin. How did you say it? Tannehill near. And that'd be like, oh my God, everybody that loves Tua. If they even remember that Tannehill actually was our QB. We got to remember that. He actually was our friend. Look what he did. Look what he did in Tennessee. You know what it is? It's always about who's in charge. And let me ask you guys a question. And I know what I'm expecting to hear, but for real. Now that there's 8 coaches available, did you already do one? Did you already put a podcast out there, Color? About the 8 coaches out there?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Okay, because I don't want to.
Well, normally we've been already out by this time the last couple seasons.
I figured that's why I just
had to transition into off-season talk by now.
Right. That's why I didn't want to jump ahead. So
yeah, that was the nice thing, is to not be part of all that discussion. When I was watching it all, I'm like, wow, we're not in that discussion.
Well,
so
that's
nice.
the one. Right? Isn't that the truth?
For look, if we get a win, maybe even another one. I mean, God forbid. Hey, it just means a shorter off season with boring stuff and no content to talk about. So, it always helps going deep because our off season is.
Well, I actually think a loss will make this off season way more interesting than a win.
Oh no, let's not get that. Let's not go that far.
John, this is going to be more on fire than after than the season right before McDaniel took over, bro. Like off season when McDaniel came in and there were so many unknowns, and
I mean after Brian Flores got just let go,
and we were told that the new coach would have the quarterback decision, and it still wasn't sure if the organization was going to throw it out.
I mean, 99% of people that are Dolphins fans never heard of Mike McDaniel, and then on top of that, those of us that actually did only thought of him as that's the running back coach from San Fran, and you know what I mean. And here he comes stepping in.
Last off season quicker than it seemed, but there was a lot less talk about. We had numbers were down. People just were like, okay, we don't know yet, and we got to figure out now that it's second season with McDaniel and Tua. There was so many of the same discussions that it just got boring to talk about for a minute. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, we got a legitimate. You know what he brought? What he brought to this table is a legitimate run game. I mean, most broke records.
We've seen it. Obviously, there.
Our rook out of freaking nowhere. What is it? H-Han? Am I saying that?
Agree on that, and we all agree on that, John.
Why does he stop it?
We should be in the Super Bowl, man.
Hold on. We've known.
Why does he stop it?
Hold on. We've known for the better part of 30 years that if we were going to ever win a playoff game again, it was going to be by building a team that can play in the harsh
snow
late in the year.
Yes.
Now we're sitting here talking about how awesome our running game is, yet we have no shot.
We don't want to run it.
But we're not pound you in the face. We're a perimeter run team. That's what I just don't think it's.
Wilson can still get in there, don't you think?
Man, we're all perimeter. We're so speed.
Brooks
We'll
What
send
about
the
Brooks?
hard
Because
runners.
Achane's an outside runner
Let
for
me say
sure.
that, and this is why. No, well, this is why this is disappointing to me, because we have a run game that I haven't seen for a very, very long time. I mean, what more does Tua need to win a dang game?
Most are
I
not
mean,
going to be in a
we got
game,
an
In a
so
game
elite
like
run
tomorrow,
game.
John. In a game like tomorrow, not much more. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
say.
because we're
That's
going to
what
have
I
to run the
mean.
ball.
ooh.
Basically, if Tua passes more than 10 times, I think we lose. I think we have to run the
All right,
ball
I wouldn't
I'm
go
gonna
that
35
extreme.
times.
I
The
wouldn't
I'm
go
game
gonna
that extreme.
piggyback. I'm
I
gonna piggyback
agree
on
with
what
your
what
premise. Real quick,
John,
Billy,
yeah.
I'm gonna let you take it all the way. But John,
you're good.
I would say that that I agree with, but that's the part that we have, though. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't need much more than that to win this game.
It's true. Hopefully, it's all we really
I
need,
mean, that's
because
what we all decided wins late in these conditions is a running attack.
yeah,
No
and
quarterback needs much more than that in a game
I
like.
got
Go
It
ahead,
I got
Billy.
sounds
2 seconds.
obvious.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Not for nothing, gentlemen. And there's others, even if they're not in here right now, they definitely gonna probably agree because they're not probably invited here anymore. But this is the truth. The reality behind it is this: if Tua cannot QB sneak a 1 yard down that we really need, then that could be the difference. Because let me ask you a question real quick. All season, has he done it? Has he had a
No, I can
single one
answer
yard?
that why
Not
too.
a single, not a single one.
I can tell you why too. That
Well, because
game
we
when he
throw
fell
it.
down and he
he
was
got hurt.
wobbling,
Yeah,
he got bent back when they were trying to do a quarterback sneak, and the Buffalo Bills grabbed him and bent him all sideways and bent him over backwards trying to do that because he's a small guy in the middle of that pile, and that's not good. And then that's what caused his back to tweak all out, and they've never done a quarterback
Do you
sneak
think he's hurt?
that one play.
no,
No,
that
that in
was
that
last
one
year,
play. That was
right?
last
Oh, you
year.
talking about
Yeah,
game 4?
Yeah, in
that's
game
what
4
set him
last
off
year, you
last
won't
year.
see him
That
in a
was the beginning
quarterback
of the
sneak.
end.
Right.
But remember, against the Patriots in Flores's last game, he ran for a game-winning 9-yard first down.
I don't know if we
But
did.
Flores don't play that
Won't
junk.
be running quarterback sneaks ever.
That means every
Wait,
team
John,
knows that we're never going to do it.
I misspoke what I was trying to say a second ago because I
Yeah,
landed with the same point I already made. What I was saying was I agree with
So,
your premise that but I think your number was just a little extremely too low. Like I agree with what you're
probably.
saying.
You're right.
We
Right.
don't need to be passing 45 times tomorrow.
Right.
You know,
oh
if
hell
we're
no.
doing that, we're either winning big and we're in junk
Yeah,
time,
No,
or
we're not
you
winning
know,
big.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah, the weather is so
I
bad that
expect
we have to run.
15 passes total. 15 total. 15 total.
now if he's
Run
38
it
for
40.
45, that's a different story.
I got it. I got a
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all high on acid at that point.
the games this year that have done the best have obviously been where our passing and our running game were even snaps. Now, if you
Oops,
have a
sorry,
game,
wrong room.
Okay.
he got you back
25-25,
there, Carlos. Did you see that?
28-32, something like that.
If we get 50-50 on the snaps for run and pass, that's
Yeah.
a run heavy game, especially because so many of the short passes are really just an
Well, that's
extension of
because
the
our
running
runs
game.
are fucking deep.
So so when we talk about having a run heavy game, it doesn't mean that Tua is only going to pass 10 times. It just means if we have a 50-50 split, then we're going to win the game. I'll
How's
tell
the
you right
show
now,
going, guys?
if we run and pass the same number of snaps tomorrow, like within a
Fair enough.
percentage, we're winning that game without a doubt, 100%.
That's good chance to win it at that point. How was the show, guys?
Yeah.
We're pretty good. We're pretty well, man.
You didn't have any randos coming in streaking the show, did you?
Wrong room.
I got bumped out and I saw the live first one I saw and I clicked on it. I'm like, oops, wrong room. I dark roomed y'all. I
Yeah.
opened the door with the red light on.
Hey, that would be interesting. It's by the time it was like when the hour
Yeah.
marks, so it's like 4:00 in the mornings when it airs. You'd be like, "What the fuck?
Right.
Am I seeing things?" Hey, by the way,
Yeah, it'd be
shout out to
about the 1
Larry
hour
K.
mark.
If you're still watching, what's up, Larry K?
What's up, Larry? Yeah, Larry's been in here
Yeah, what's good, Razor?
chopping it up.
So, did you guys is Tua's decided against wearing a glove for tomorrow? Is that accurate?
That's what he says, but
He said that in a press
Yeah,
conference
no,
real
no
early.
gloves.
But if
It'll
they
be
tell
no
him,
gloves.
Yeah, look. Apparently, him and Nick Cannon
No
both
gloves.
The
are
word on the
against wearing
street.
gloves.
Or Teddy two gloves.
Him and Nick Cannon are
Yeah,
both
yeah.
against wearing gloves.
Okay.
he needed to hit
That's
up
hilarious.
Teddy gloves.
Nick Cannon, he said.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I admire the kid, but unless he can
It's
walk on
fucking
cold,
hilarious.
definitely gonna be wearing gloves tomorrow.
He's gonna be wearing a glove. He's gonna be wearing gloves
Yeah.
tomorrow. I think so too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
I think he'll change his mind.
And that
Right, Crypto, right about 5 minutes into the
16,
first quarter,
14,
he's
some
gonna go to
weird
the
numbers.
sideline. Give me them freaking gloves.
But how pissed
Right.
off would you guys get if
He'll
like
definitely will.
I mean, because if that's the case, he should be training with them. I just honestly, I do think he's going to put them on during the game, and when he does, I'm actually going to get
You
upset
just
because
got
I'm
to
going
see
to
how
think.
much grip he got. That's all. That's all
Unless
he needs.
he's been
We
secretly
need to just
doing
know
that
how many
all
grip.
week,
Yeah,
and this has all
exactly.
been a ruse.
Ooh.
You know?
Oh,
Yeah, he
I'll tell
probably
you
just
what
see
though.
what the grip is like. If the grip's not good, he'll take them off.
Hey,
I don't
look,
think they're
We'll cut the
he'll have my
fingers out.
respect. If he goes without glove tomorrow, I mean that's respect right there. I got to be
Dude,
honest.
here's the thing: you've got
You
to
can
go
cut the
with
fingers
older.
out. Kind of do like Jim McMahon did.
Right. You've got to go with an older style of gloves that are leather and not that new plastic material, because the leather ones will simulate in the cold, will simulate your skin a lot more. It won't be as tacky. Those plastic gloves they got now, he won't be able to let the football go. I mean, it'll just stick to his hand. You'll see a lot of dirted balls.
Oh, that's interesting. But
That's why I say
Teddy looks like
you got to get the one with the finger cut out. Then we can have part of his hands
Or the old
gloved
leather
and part of
or
it
the old leather
ungloved.
ones with no stickum spray on it, just straight leather gloves. You know what I mean?
well, they know what Teddy used to wear, so you got to think
Yeah.
they at least gave him
Whatever
that
Ben
option.
Roethlisberger used and McMahon used, I would say go with that.
And
You
yeah,
know?
he had to be
Did
practicing
I say
some
just
this
good?
week with gloves on. I mean,
Well,
that
And the
would
thing
freaking Jim
about it
Kelly.
is,
Bro, it'd be
animal.
hilarious if Isotone sponsored them and made a special pair of gloves for him.
Yeah, Dan Marino
Yeah.
gave him extra hunters.
But they framed those.
yeah,
They're not wearing
you know, it's funny.
those.
It's like
But
Tom
yeah, I didn't
Brady.
recall Marino wearing them when he was to Chicago.
Yeah, Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger. They used to only wear one glove.
Right.
To help, I guess, for the grippage. But it was on their non-throwing hand, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They did only one glove. That's
Why is
right.
Teddy two gloves, right?
Yeah.
I think that's because their non-throwing hand is the one that the ball smacks up against the center's ass when he snaps the ball. And they didn't want that cold ball slapping their cold hand all
God bless them.
No pun intended.
Well, I mean, people talk about, oh, just get this center or that center in here. To me, I think the quarterback should be in the discussion as to who the center gets brought in, because he's the one that's
I
got to
agree.
lay his hand up on his balls. You know what I mean? Like, for real.
Right.
I ain't gonna lie. You know what? In that thought, Tua should be wearing
No pun
gloves,
intended.
and then he should get those hand warmers, and he should put it on the top of his hand. That way, when he slides it under there, it warms him up a little bit. Actually,
Oh, you're on to something, John.
I'm dead serious.
What if they stick some hot hands to the center's balls? And when he can put his hands up there when he's taking a snap and warm them up.
Damn right.
There'll be a bunch of delay of game
Y'all,
as he's sitting
This
there.
is a bit of a joke, but he should also fart on him. How to warm him up. I'm sorry, guys.
It's clear right now that
All you
season.
all you got to do to warm your hands up is
No.
give the center a reach around. You'll be fine.
Well, listen, all I know is I feel bad for the person who just walked into the room and walked in the conversation in
Yeah,
hearing.
no kidding. We're talking about the benefits of wearing gloves here, folks.
Matter of fact, we're going to design the new gloves of the future right now. We're going to call them the reach arounds. That's what we're doing.
Hey,
We're
I'm
gonna
serious
create
though.
them.
Reach around.
Hey, if I were a player, I would have my glove, but then I would honestly put a hand warmer on the top side of it just to keep my hand warm because
They probably do.
they
I mean,
have to.
I used to do that with my gloves.
I
In that
bet you there's already a brand called Reach Arounds.
Don't they have warmers like where they? Now I see they keep their hands inside these warmers inside their
Pocket
uniforms,
warmer
and then
or
they pull
something.
them out
they'll
right before.
Yeah,
they'll
they
have
have
the
it in a
muffs.
pouch. It's a pouch. It's a
Is it
kangaroo
heated?
pouch.
Does it have a
Yeah, they'll
battery
have.
pack? Is it heated
It's a
though?
heated counter.
I
It's a
bet they
heated
got
kangaroo
hot
pouch.
hands.
It
Yeah,
is?
I think you
Okay.
snap it like a glow
How-
stick or something.
Oh, that's
That's all
nice.
it is.
I bet you they got those hot hands inside that muff.
Inside the pouch. Yeah, the
Well,
counter
that'll make a
kangaroo pouch.
difference.
Yes,
How much
Yeah, well,
time
of
do they
course.
Hey,
spend?
listen.
that's
with
what
their
kept
hands
Jim
You
out
Kelly
can't
there?
used
wear
to
it on
have.
the field though. You got to wear it on the sideline. So I mean,
You need
that's a big
No, yeah,
difference.
you can. You can
you
put
need
it
a
inside
glove.
your.
You need a glove to get the job done. Get these hand jobs. Because these jobs,
Damn, what the hell Shake
We have
talking
Did
about?
you say what I heard you say?
Right, it would be a product line from Isotoner. Isotoner reach arounds.
Yeah.
Hand jobs.
Get the hand job done right.
The hand job with the warm
Here at
fuzzies.
Isotoner, our new hand
Or
job
is
line
it?
is really the best
Is
glove
it?
we've
Or
made.
no? Is that?
Shake, do you need to have a chubby Shake?
Oh, it is shake. Okay.
Dan Marino's got the in with isotoner too. We can just run it by
I'm
God.
him.
saying, bro. Like he
Okay,
put his brand mark on that
we're
one.
going deep down the conspiracy hole, and I'm about
Yeah.
to start it right.
Oh, I believe
And
it's
you work
happening.
Marino
past
wore
midnight.
Look, this
nothing.
was all
He was
scripted.
butt naked.
No, wait, this was all scripted. Okay,
It truly was.
purposely lost to Buffalo so that when
All
Tua
right,
goes out on
let's
the
go down a
field,
rabbit hole now.
so that when Tua goes out on the field and wins in Kansas City in negative temperatures, he's going to strike a new deal from Isotoner, who is going to introduce their new line of quarterback gloves for gameplay.
And it's going to win them the game.
Be in the commercial, and they're going to use footage from the KC game of him playing with their gloves on.
Except he left them at home.
Right. You can't use them at home. You got to lose the game.
Isotoner.
It's going to be like that old
I got to bring it
I forget
here.
what the commercial was for, but they used to use the ice
Isotoner
bowl
was my
footage.
favorite.
Green Bay, Wisconsin, 40 below. You know, that's what they're going to. Kansas City, Missouri, 40 below. And it's going to be
Oh, this is going to be it. This is going to be a classic
I
that
love my Isotoner.
in 100 years from now,
Yeah.
no matter what happens in this game,
What's Ice Bowl 2.0?
our generational kids, if there's ever any of them, like 100 years from now, people are gonna watch this game, and you're like, this was the game.
It's
The
a special
ultimate
game.
game, because this is the shit right here.
It's
This
Ice
is
Bowl
fucking.
2.0.
This is not 2.0. This is gonna take over to 1.0, and it's gonna be the greatest
well,
game
that's
ever,
what
ever
2.0
told.
is.
That's what 2.0 is. It replaces
No.
the previous
This is gonna be the greatest game ever told. That's what I said.
This is supposed to be the coldest game in NFL history, right?
Ever.
Isn't that what it's?
one of the
No,
coldest.
not even close.
Not.
No,
I thought that's what I
One of
read.
the
So
coldest.
that's incorrect.
Everything I got says this is gonna be the coldest ever.
No, it's
That's
one
what
of
I
the
read.
coldest.
negative.
I read the coldest in NFL history. Like that's what they're getting ready to do.
Yeah, this is
No, that was
coldest game.
minus 13 with the wind chill like minus 47.
Oh, okay.
That was the ice bowl.
That was the Ice Bowl.
67.
That was the actual Ice Bowl in
That
'67.
was the Green Bay game.
Green Bay.
Oh, and
And
that's
you know
what
what?
Color's talking
Green
about
Bay and Dallas.
with the
It was
dew
Green Bay
point.
and Dallas. Yeah.
And those cats didn't have
It's weird
turbo
because
heaters
them
on
two
the
teams play
sideline.
each other this weekend.
Yeah, we got turbo heaters, that's
Right.
for sure.
They
We
might,
got-
they might have had a
Damn it.
55-gallon drum with wood burning in it.
It's weird because literally those two
Yeah.
teams play each other this weekend. Who played in that Ice Bowl game? Green Bay and Dallas.
Oh, that's
They
kind of
actually play
ironic.
each
You're
other
right.
this weekend.
They're
Everybody else is
opposite.
Those were the two
Yeah,
teams that played in that game.
Wow.
Well, wasn't it back when? It wasn't that around the time where the quarterback could smoke on the sidelines.
On the sideline, yes, that was the
Yeah,
time.
that was
Yeah.
the Chicago
They could
Bears
literally
guy.
light one
What's
up.
his name?
They
He
had a
was
hobo fight
notorious
on
for
That
the
was
that.
back when
sideline.
Hank Stram and freaking Lombardi was on the
And
sideline,
what was that?
just
No,
lighting it up.
That's when they would knock
what
you
was
out.
that
They'd have to
Chicago?
take you out on a stretcher. Move
He
on.
light up
What
a
was that
cigar right
85?
there, and Al, not
The
Al Davis,
85 Bears guy.
John Madden would light up one too.
Yeah, him too. And a fucking 85 quarterback, fucking for the Bears.
Fucking
That
John
dude would
Madden
light
under
a
that tree
cigarette
could
up.
just
They
sit there.
won't move the game
But now
for
you can
And the
fake it.
kicker, the
they won't move
kickers
the game for the
always
president
smoked.
and all that. But wait, watch one of them NFL films guys lose a finger, and then next year they're gonna move these games. Watch.
Oh,
Right?
dude, someone's
They
getting
they from
frostbite
they,
at this game. Trust me on that.
and let's see. The thing is,
Someone's
they
losing
have
a finger, man.
equipment because of the Antarctica thing. They might just go straight Antarctica on us.
Antarctica
That's what they'll
thing.
do. That's what they do.
Right. But John, I said that earlier in the week too. Like there is a real possibility, and this is not
Antarctica thing.
this is not to be flippant or wish for injury or anything like that. But there is a real possibility that at least one player out of those 102 players that are playing,
Both teams, yeah.
there is a real possibility one of those
Oh, you
players
mean between the two teams
finger or toe.
combined?
I'm just saying, there's a
No, they
real
can be.
possibility
Well,
that a finger or a
Just
toe is lost
because
in one
you
player.
got
look at the
I
extremities, and
agree.
you'll be able to see whether or not they
color.
suffer frostbite.
You're
That'll let you know whether or
considering
not they'll get it.
our 52, their 52, plus Buffalo's 52 versus who they're playing.
Well,
52.
I misadded.
Well,
It's
Buffalo
40
it's just gonna be
it's
snow. It
46
won't be
plus
cold.
46.
really
Yeah,
bad
but
at
it's
six
still going to
active.
be fucking.
Right, it's
Plus
46
coaches.
times 2 as the number of players active on the field in a
48.
football game.
Yeah, let's see. A negative
Yeah.
29-degree wind
See, in
chill. All
Buffalo,
it takes is
it's
your
gonna be
finger to
just
get
cold.
stepped on. It's gone.
Plus the
It'll chop it
coach.
off.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm
good.
saying
That's
that out of
brutal.
those 92 players, out of those players,
Mm.
at least one person could lose their finger or toe.
That's true.
We
Yeah,
won't
if it
hear
gets
about
hit
it.
hard at the right
We won't
angle.
hear about it until that player's football life on ESPN a couple years from now. He'll be like, "Yo, I lost a pinky in that game. Yeah,
I had to put it off at halftime."
Right. They had to cut it off at that point.
Man,
Yeah.
cut me, Mick.
if anybody
No
loses
jokes.
if anybody loses some part of their body in this game, that team better win the Super Bowl. And I'm just saying.
You know, on Hard Knocks, they're going to show a referee running some dude's finger up to him. Here, bro, don't forget this.
It's an ice
Sew it
box
back
and shit.
on, man.
Body parts snapping off.
You got me cracking.
Man, well, that's like you can't normally joke around about this type of weather. I mean, what is the temperature going to be tomorrow night in Miami, guys? Seriously, what are we thinking?
65, 75.
See, you can't.
83 today. It was.
You got to be kidding me, guys. I mean,
it's a normal day for us.
Think about that. I mean,
maybe.
Yeah, I had to close the windows and turn on the air conditioning.
I can't imagine these Dalton guys. They're going to be so mad at themselves that maybe they will themselves. They're going to be pissed. It's their fault that they're in the cold. So,
they should have went 3 days ago to fucking practice in this shit.
No,
I'm dead serious.
John, I don't.
No, they'd all be sick. They had to
I'm not even
rehab.
sure that's in play right now.
Rehab.
Like I
guess
think they
so.
know why they're having to suffer this. You know what I mean? Like,
maybe they didn't go because they know how much the bullets are gonna hurt.
Yeah, you're right. They get what they deserve, man. You had ample opportunity this season to make sure this game would be played in Miami.
But they didn't
True
want
story.
because they want to beat a good team.
So in other words,
beat a good team away. They want to win a playoff game, and they want to win a cold game, and they want to do it all at once and shut everybody.
You make me feel like we're folding.
Nah, we do that, man. We did it all. We won a good game.
You're already folded? What are you saying?
I heard Tua talking in a press conference. He's saying if we win, like he was very.
See,
I guess what am I supposed to say? What is he going to say? We're gonna win, but it was just like the way he was phrasing it to me. I was just like, man, it just seems like the guy he doesn't seem very confident.
I don't think we're confident at all. I think we're walking in this dead ducks, and I'm just being real.
Me too. I
Vegas is
think
more
and
confident than we
I
are.
think we get
and I
smacked around tomorrow.
I'm the most dog. I'm the biggest person to try to promote us to win, and everybody knows. Like I'm always saying, like, yeah, go Fins, yeah, blah blah, blah, Fins up, blah blah blah. I try to say everything so confidently, like, because I know we're gonna win, because we usually do, because this is how we roll, and I did it, been doing it for years. I just don't feel like it,
Well,
and
just
I
like
Yeah.
really
Vegas
feel
thinks
like it's
people are
gonna be
reasonable.
bad. But if there's a chance, if there's a
You're
chance
gonna
that I can actually project, if there's anything that I feel confident in, which is the only thing I feel confident in, is our running game. If we can run that fucking ball, we put that rock every 5 yards, every 5 yards, just move that rock to the run game, then I will feel much better. But right now, uh-uh, not happening. I don't see it. I feel like we're not going to change because we're not. We haven't changed anything all season.
well. I've actually got a deeper view of it. This goes back for a long time for me. Is I've had a lot of blind faith in this team. I've been very emotional with this team. Their losses
Mhm.
have absolutely devastated me. I mean, they've had it's
Right.
something weird, but it's been really emotional, my relationship with this Dolphin team for a really, really long time. And,
Hmm.
when Tannehill split and he had left
Right.
and then Tua had come in, there's
Right.
something like it was almost like I lost faith in the team at that point. And, I come on here a lot and I'm pretty negative about, in particular, Tua. But to
Mm.
me, I'm going off of a lot of experience, and everyone here has experienced the same thing. But we have seen a lot of quarterbacks play. I mean, a lot of
Yes.
quarterbacks, and I've
Yes.
seen a lot of good quarterbacks too. And so I just look at
Well,
Tua, and
things about
I don't
quarterbacks.
believe
Things.
in the guy. I've seen him play. I've made my evaluation that honestly means nothing
Mm,
to anyone but myself. But I just think he's just another
still kind
another
of
guy,
believe in
another
them.
cog in this Dolphin quarterback system. Soon he'll be gone, and we'll be bringing another one in, and then I could get emotional again. But my days of being emotional with Tua ended. Started with San Francisco last year. It ended with San Diego. Ever since then,
Oh,
I've been
okay.
done. Been
Oh,
absolutely done.
damn.
I've
So
seen
you just
enough
went
from
through a
that
full
point.
season.
He's he's done nothing
You
but
just went
prove
through a
me
full
right in
season
my
feeling
eyes.
this way.
He's done nothing but prove me right in
So,
my eyes this entire year. I mean, his record against winning teams is what,
so
1-5. It's the same scenario San Fran and
I
San Diego was
that
last year.
that's my thing. That's my thing. That's my thing. I'm like, hell. But I don't want to kick him to the curb yet, because here's the thing: who's better on the other side of the fence? And not for nothing. I mean, as it's been stated in other chats, which I won't bring up because it's not the purpose of this conversation, but I will bring up that what they were saying was that, like, I mean, like, who's better than what? Who's better as a coach? Who's better as a QB that we can get right now? Nobody.
I
Period.
mean, we were looking for a
So which
QB when we found Tua. You know what I'm saying? So I don't
We
think
had
we've
a
ever
high
had a
but
problem.
who are you gonna get now?
right. We got a
Well,
high
like I,
paid
like
I
I,
offensive
mean, we know
like I
there's
The
always
true way
say,
to answer that
deficiencies.
question is when the Houston Texans was picking number 2 overall in the draft, the question that their owner
Right.
had was who's better than the quarterback now, um, as far as head coach and quarterback combination, and they answered it in less than 300 calendar days. So it's never impossible to get the answer in less than 300 calendar days. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So
But
Because
that's
they
just
didn't
it
have
though.
that
would you
Like,
agree?
answer
Would you agree,
before last
Crypto,
year's
that you
draft.
cannot? That is very rare, if ever, to find a good coach within that time frame.
you
You
following?
can find a serviceable coach, and he could become good.
Right, but to know that you got that guy takes much longer than 300 and something calendar days when it comes to a coach.
That's just it.
No,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
from when it comes to a coach, but as far as players,
Right.
you can find them overnight.
The reason I'm asking is from a debate from a couple of weeks ago as to which is easier to replace. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, then it's the player versus the coach.
Yeah,
Yes,
the player is
Yeah, it's
definitely
always
the
the
player
player.
is easier to replace.
absolutely.
Yes,
And
right.
and
From that
the person,
standpoint, the player is definitely easier to
and the
replace.
person name doesn't matter, but the
See,
person that was saying it's easier
I
to
have,
find a coach was
Uh huh.
going on the fact that we haven't found a quarterback in so long. And the argument
Right.
to that was just because we chose wrong, there has been good ones picked. So they're there to be found. Just because we haven't found them doesn't mean it's not easy to find them.
I had a
Correct.
follow up.
Right. Exactly. Right. Because they was always available. They was just
But
there
as
to be
far as
picked
a
up
head
like fruit
coach,
off a
you
tree.
can't know for at least 2 or
You
3
can't
years.
know for exactly. You
Correct.
won't know until that third year. Right. Exactly.
And
You
that's
know, but you
yeah.
buy
And
yourself
color, you know
time
that.
with the linear to that point, color. You can buy yourself time with the players, a chance to give yourself the opportunity to finally get the coach to match them.
Right. And that can give
That
you
players can
indicators
afford
along
you
the way.
time.
Right. That can give you indicators along the way that you found the right guy. You know what I mean? And I think that's actually
Right.
what we're looking at with Mike McDaniel right now. Like
There you
some of
go.
the stuff is really, really brilliant. But then it's
Yep.
like,
Right.
yo,
You can
you
buy
know,
yourself time. Right. Because I think I don't know who was it Mike Holmgren, Aaron Rodgers' first head coach? Was it
We
that the
don't
first guy
have
he
to.
had?
We
But
don't have
let's
to do
say
that.
Mike Holmgren
yeah,
wasn't a good
actually Holmgren,
coach.
yeah.
Right. Let's say if Mike Holmgren wasn't a good coach, Aaron Rodgers was good enough where they could have bought themselves time to find a coach that matched him.
Hey,
You know, he could have bought that franchise a
Exactly.
lot of time.
what's funny is Andy Reid came from his tree, didn't he? Mike Homegrown.
Yes, Andy Reid came from him. Yep. That's who he came from.
Mm-hmm.
He came from Mike Holmgren. Yep.
Kind of looks like
That
him
was Andy.
too.
Yeah, he do looks like him. He
I
does. He
mean,
Yeah,
got the
I always
same
did that
I,
too.
same
I think
same
we have a
build.
pretty good
A
coach right
little
now.
nepotism there with a
Same
maybe
build.
long lost son that nobody knows about. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. That's
I mean,
him.
Yeah, home.
That's the
Yeah, that
guy.
definitely. Reading the homegrown always looked the same to
That's
me.
him.
I agree.
I mean,
That is him. That build. The Walrus.
So what you're saying, if I'm not mistaken, if you don't mind me interjecting real quick, because I'm pretty sure that everybody's on the same page, is that the answer is to keep McDaniels no matter what, right? Is that what we're all on the same page
Mhm.
of, or is people like jumping ship?
I think Tua and
Well,
McDaniels are a
Nobody jumping
package
ship
deal
on
at this
McDaniels.
point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty
Look,
much,
at the
yeah.
end of the
If you could
day,
say that, but they can be
listen.
decoupled, though. They
Yeah,
can be
look.
decoupled.
Yeah, they can be
yeah,
decoupled, but at the end
they
of the day,
definitely
I
can be
think that
decoupled.
it's
Yes,
yeah, they
Let me tell
can
you
be,
how it
but
happens.
but
McDaniels
I think
McDaniels
that
are mad.
listen,
hold on, let's
I
shake
think
this.
that I think at the end of the day, Tua coming to the Dolphins, being signed to the Dolphins is a far gone conclusion, bro. It is what it is.
Unless, check this out.
Which
Here's a
means the
scenario.
decoupling happened at McDaniel.
Say we lose in Kansas City and Chris Greer gets fired. Then
And
anything's on
then
the
we're in
table.
trouble. Right. That means everything's on the table at that point. If the GM gone, then that means
They don't
anybody
fire
could be
Tua.
gone.
They don't fire McDaniel. He just fires Greer, and then he lets the next GM make the call legitimately. And in which case, everyone's gone.
No. Yeah,
That's a scenario. That's a
Right.
legitimate scenario.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily
that's
mean
a
that
bad move.
everybody's gone either.
True. Actually,
No,
that
it
could
doesn't. It
mean.
just increases the chance that they could be.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
That's all.
way Ross could do this
Okay,
without
increasing
looking like a super
chance.
bad guy. He doesn't have to go fire Tua right off. He
Right.
could let the new GM do it, and then let the new GM bring in the next guy. Then they can just sell us that story, and we'll buy
Well,
it.
yeah, that'd
We
be that's
bought
called a
Tua.
domino effect.
We'd be at a 3-win
That's
season.
a big.
You're not going to
That's
go
a
from
big.
where we're
That's a
at
big dog.
and do all of that and not be on
That
a total reset.
I feel like that sets us back. Yeah, that sets us back like 4 years, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I
that's just
thought
not
that's
going to
what
happen
Ross was
next year.
trying
That
to
would be
do to
called
McDaniel.
waving the white flag and calling yourself a failure.
I mean, is
Well,
Ross going to be happy losing 3 games in a row to end the season, or is
That's
That's
the
a good.
wild card that I've
That's a
always
good
been saying
question.
all along.
Their
I'm
That's
hefty
a good
injury
question.
excuse
no,
in
John,
charge.
no,
let me
no,
He paid
fellas.
enough money to win this year,
okay.
not
Right.
to go one and done in the playoffs. He might
Fellas,
legitimately be upset.
Okay,
we
that's a
got
great.
That's
five
the
That's
biggest mystery
starters
that I've been trying
in
to
the
talk the
Pro
Dolphins
Bowl.
fans off the ledge from.
We got five
Learning,
starter
shaking,
Pro
learning.
Bowlers.
Patience.
With five starting Pro Bowlers, and we got potential All Pros and still on the roster. I mean, like, come on now. No, he ain't getting. McGregor is
Hey,
not
John,
getting fired.
John, let me offer a little bit of an answer through kind of an explanation that I was going to give before you asked that question, but it applies and it's a great question. I firmly believe. So first of all, Stephen Ross came out publicly in a presser and told the public the official stance of the Miami Dolphins organization, and it has to be the official stance because he's the owner, and we can only go by the words out of his mouth, whether he's lying
What he
to us
said.
or not. Right? So
What he said.
he came out and said that the choice of the quarterback, the direction of the quarterback was going to be up, solely up to the incoming new head coach.
Yeah.
Then he hired
Incoming.
McDaniel, right? And everybody
Okay.
speculates that the job of this
This
coach
last year.
was tied
Okay.
to whether they were going to be willing to try again with Tua, right? So what I believe is, despite what he told the public, I think there was probably some winking and nodding going on, when it comes to their interaction with
I
McDaniel,
can agree with that.
to say, hey, we won't hang him over your head. Now, Ross is a billionaire. He doesn't care if he told 5 people 5 different things.
Or he'll pay you to get the fuck out of his
Because in the
face.
long run,
For sure.
he can just act like a petulant billionaire like they all do,
True.
and everybody will just let it go.
Well,
So whether he winked and nodded to McDaniel or not, what I think is he for himself, he's probably thinking, yes, I
He could
told
do
the
more than
public
that.
that he would be tied to the quarterback, but it's so blatantly obvious that it's the quarterback is the issue and not the coach. He was still able to get 11 wins, and as such, I'm gonna lie to the public. I'm gonna say that was a lie to the public, and I'm gonna honor my wink wink and nod to McDaniel, right?
mhm.
Now, if it's just terrible tomorrow and Ross
Just
doesn't think it could be pinned on Tua,
creating my mind.
if Ross doesn't think it could be pinned on Tua, or he pins it on both of them, then he will go out and whoever knew that he lied to McDaniel in the first place. All we know is what he told us. And since McDaniel failed with Tua, he's out the door right along with him.
Oh my God.
It just depends on how it goes tomorrow and
Hey.
what Ross feels about it. Great question, John.
Jesus.
And by the way,
Is
like I always said, when Ross said the guy who picks the next coach will get to decide the quarterback is like when my girlfriend tells me to decide what we eat for dinner. We know it's not going to be my decision at the end of the day.
Exactly. Now, if that
Is-
dinner performed to your expectations, then you're going to be like, yeah, I would have chosen that dinner anyway. So no harm, no foul. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But if the dinner sucks and you've got to answer to your buddies why it sucked, you're going to be like, well, the owner told me that's what we had to eat. So
Yeah. Well, check this out. Let's look. What if legit? The reason I'm putting this way is because what if Ross gets advised, and what if he sees with his own? What if he's like me? Seriously, what if he's just like me and said, "I'm done. I've seen enough. I'm done with this." But he knows he
could
cannot
already be at that point for all we know.
Well, maybe, but at the same time, he cannot just let Tua go. There is no way in hell the fan base would let him get away with that. He would literally have to cut the GM.
Not let him go, but the gears would be in motion to start the slandering campaign to get the majority of the fan base to no longer like him as
Well, I haven't thought about it like that, but you're right. They do have some pretty good campaigns. It looks like they got some writers on payroll. Maybe they could do that.
You know where they're gonna go after? Same place they went after Tebow. Them eye black crosses that he puts under his eyes every game. That's where they'll go.
I would hope not.
Well, you know they will. They've done it before.
You know what? They did do that to Tebow. Honestly, they really did. I don't think Tua wears
Everybody
it
else in the league, when they
quite like
score a
that.
touchdown or win a game, can point to the sky and say, "Thank God on high." But when Tebow fans put John 3:16 signs in the stands, oh no, we got to get him out of here.
Yeah, well, I mean, and Stephen Ross might be thinking, look, this is Tua's fourth year, man. We tanked in a draft. We sacrificed an entire year just to get this guy. I mean, we had numerous first-round draft picks year after year. We traded away stuff to bring in studs. I mean, we got Tyreek Hill. We did so many things to facilitate a winning team. And to go from a potential to be a first-round to we had the potential when we played the Ravens to potentially get a first-round seed. I mean, that was on the table.
I'm sorry, John, I got to interject. These petulant little petty assholes want to blame that $30 million wide receiver that they said was all he needed. So I would ask those people, who else now?
Well,
is there
that's
a
the thing.
$32 million guy out there?
And that's the thing. So I feel like the Dolphins have taken care of their end of the bargain. The Dolphins, meaning Stephen Ross. I feel like he has said, okay, we have put a team in place that is tailored to Tua and his skill set. Where the hell are my wins? Where is my division title? And I'll tell you, if we don't win tomorrow, a one and done, this dude.
Because what Ross doesn't realize is you can make a system to tailor to his attributes. You can do that for any player. That doesn't guarantee that system player combo will win.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, can you imagine? I want you to picture this. You're Stephen Ross, right? You have this big luxury suite, and you sit the owner's box is at the 50-yard line because I've seen I've seen the view of the owner's box.
Did you see the helicopter fly in, Shake?
No, I'm talking about he's in his skybox,
right,
watching the game. I've been to his I've been in the skybox, so I've seen the view he has
right
of it. It's on the 50-yard line. Now imagine looking out in that Buffalo game and seeing a sea of blue and red all over the field. How pissed off you would be.
As a billionaire, what does he care? That's still $300 for each one of those.
No, I'm just saying though, bro. I understand that. Look, that's the way we will see it because it's money is money. But this guy has money. This guy has his ego is being bruised because now my team, my stadium is being embarrassed like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it is okay. I do hear the point, but it is Miami. Like that is. come on, you guys live in really warm weather. That's a destination.
Wait a minute, John. Shake is hitting on something here. I don't know if he realizes is he doing it or if he's doing it on purpose. But if he is, it's brilliant. Okay. Remember, if we're gonna say that, let's say Ross thinks the same thing we do about Tua, and he just doesn't care because of the jersey sales that Tua has been bringing in. And the fact that there's been a lot of butts in the seats, right? Now, those seats are being sold off by Dolphin fans to Buffalo fans.
Thank you.
Because Tua is no longer drawing them into the stadium.
Oh.
Exactly. Think about this.
Now,
hey, listen,
he doesn't even have the superpower that kept him on this team in the first place.
And think about this. If Miami had if Miami had like a legitimate shot to win this game and Buffalo Bills thought they didn't have any chance in hell to win this game, they wouldn't have taken over like they did.
Right. And
that's interesting.
And who won the most valuable player award on our team this year?
Tyreek Hill.
Telling everybody when they're trying to argue about who is the NFL MVP, right? And I keep telling everybody, yes, stats matter, fame matters. Yeah, sure, you got to be putting something together. But that's what starts the jersey sales, okay? The NFL, their most valuable thing, the thing they value more than any other thing is money. So when you're trying to decide between two guys that have similar stats, similar appeal, all of that, and you're a voter, your vote should be based on who is the biggest draw for the NFL. And that's who your MVP is. So
Yeah.
when there's a question in our team as to who the MVP should be in our team, Tua or Tyreek, if I was Stephen Ross, ultimately one-man voter, I would say, hey, treasurer, how many 10s were sold and how many ones were sold? Oh, that many? Tyreek's the most valuable player.
Hey guys, just mic check because I can't believe y'all
We
still
got
up
you.
in stuff.
Neither can I.
So,
So I'm
so
gonna
me
leave.
and Miss Spence had this same debate on what I think y'all debating. I looked at it from anybody that's dealt with business, right? Some of us that have businesses and do negotiations and things like that. And I would say this: when I was a recruiter, there was times that I was in charge of getting events and different things, to draw people. So to what Color said, what I did here is there's this cold-hearted part of business where who you are as a person, all that has only so much variable as to what they're going to do next.
Yep.
And for Stephen Ross in particular, he has already been outed publicly from moving from tour, right? We all know about Brady and the boat, and there's
Yes, you're in good company there, Nene. None of us, I believe, on the panel are sticking our head in the sand about whether we were going after another quarterback or not 3 times.
so what I'm saying to you is this: if we're finally at game day, the anxiety, like I have two different emotions as a human being. I wouldn't want nobody to play it, and especially the refs. We keep talking about the fans and the football players, but what about them poor refs? Some of the refs on the other side of glory.
No, exactly, Nene. I
No,
was
that's
trying to bring up.
hilarious.
Well,
That's
that's why I
good.
was trying to bring up the film crew earlier, and not the network film crew,
I
the
like because
NFL film crew. You know what
I
I mean?
think that
Like,
little outfit they got in on is like a little sweatsuit. So like what you gonna put those refs in
but
to
let
and be
one of those NFL Films employees get frostbite, and they'll be moving the games from here on out.
The
but what
refs
what
aren't running to the sideline half the time and putting on a big coat. I
Mhm.
mean, that is
Yeah,
a
because
good
most of
point.
those
Hey,
guys are elderly men, from what I know. It ain't no
uh-huh.
there's some younger guys,
Well,
but y'all
they
get what
could
I'm
be
saying.
polar bear guys, though. They might be the
And,
polar
and,
bear
and let me
crew.
ask you this. And you know what I thought about? I just thought about right now. Can you imagine the last play of the game is like say a touchdown that really wasn't a touchdown? The referee's like, let me see, do I call this a touchdown and get the hell out of here, or say or do I not call it a touchdown and
Overtime.
go to
Do we go to
overtime?
overtime? Right.
You
Oh,
know what? It
But
was a touchdown.
yeah, and
but
they're
back
running
to
some clock tomorrow for sure. Oh, that
well,
was inbounds. Run it.
but on a serious note about Ross, I often said that one of the reasons why Mike McDaniel is here and they didn't actually move on from Tua is Greer's influence on believing in his pick. Note what I just said. I don't think it's Tua. I think it's the fact that that was his pick to bring him here, and he wants to see that thing through no matter what. So if you need a new coach, if you need the fastest wide receiver, if you need Teron Armstead, I'm gonna get you all of that because I need this to work, right? If for some bad reason we don't finish the job today, because we got to remember on the East Coast, it's already game day. It wouldn't surprise me if Ross does something shady because in my mind, he's on the other side of 80, closer to 90 years old. Like, how long are we gonna have this guy wait to get that what he's looking for, right? It wouldn't surprise me if that's why I kept asking the question, and a lot of people don't answer questions. They go on soliloquies about some other things that have nothing to do with the question to where you're talking about something else. But I was like, in terms of ROI, return on investment. Do we
Mm-hmm.
really think Stephen Ross is going to be okay with another one and out playoffs? Is that
Right.
going to?
But Nene, as far as the coach is concerned, though, this is what I was saying about
Actually, he's 83 years old.
it coming down to how Ross feels about the outcome tomorrow. Because when you look at a guy, and I'm not you know how I feel about Flores. I mean, I think the guy should be credited for what he did here. 2 winning seasons in a row. First time we've done that in God knows how long. You know what I mean? And now Mike McDaniel's accomplished the same thing. He fell into the playoffs his first year. You could argue for where we're at, we drove into the playoffs. I guess we fell from top seed to wild card, but we didn't have to fall into the playoffs. In other words, win or lose against Buffalo last week, we were in. So we didn't just fall into the playoffs this year. So I'll give credit for that too. 11-6 season. If Ross doesn't credit that to Tua and credits it solely to Mike McDaniel, then you're talking about a huge war number for Mike McDaniel, wins above replacement. You know what I mean? And I can't see him going anywhere.
Well, here's my thing with it too. There's another thing to Mike McDaniel and this whole project, because since we brought up the big bad Wolf Flores, he didn't have the assets that Mike McDaniel has. You know, he didn't have a Tyreek Hill. He didn't have.
That's true. That's why I don't throw shade on him.
So here's the thing. I bring that
but
point
it is
to
a reality that, you know, people look at stats. Guys, billionaires look at stats. They don't necessarily look at context all the time. The sheet says
but what I'm
his
saying,
war number is large. You know what I mean?
So I asked EM this question 2 days ago. I'm trying to keep up with my days here because they're running into each other. But what I'm saying to you is, business people look at return on investment. Stephen Ross gave you more. He went, you know, and I think at some point he didn't really care about how much money he spends, even if it's in a brown paper bag in somebody's house, miraculously some extra money to wet the whistle. But here's the thing: if the end result was the same as last year with a worse collapse, this is why I tell people I don't think a lot of people are safe if we lose this game, because you think about it, what we were pitched, right, is that we got a Jalen Ramsey, right? We broke all of these records, right, in the NFL and in the organization, right? And some people gonna play it to injuries, but I'm sure a person that's looking at it from Ross' perspective, hey, other teams had injuries too now, and this was our year, and we dropped 3 games, right? And the team that was the most important in this scenario wasn't even a big team. It was the Titans. So I just think from a business perspective, given that we've already seen what this guy has publicly did, there may be a lot of people on the hot seat if we don't win this game today. I kept telling people, because they were like, well, Tua already has the bag. And I was like, does he? Because think about it from this perspective. And I'm going to land real quick.
Sure.
They gave Austin Jackson his contract during the season, right? If this is all quarantine on the fact that Tua has to make a throughout the 18 games or whatnot, he's done that. So why haven't we gotten the tweet from Adam
And he's
Schefter?
also, arguably, to EM's
Too
point,
big of a
he has
distraction.
also improved just about the same amount as Austin Jackson has improved at his job. So
that's why I keep saying this game matters to Tua and what they're going to do for it.
Because whether people like it or not, when you're 30% of a salary or expected to be, your improvement or whatever, if that's all you're going on, has to be light years more than Austin Jackson's improvement was, because you're the quarterback.
You have to be a difference maker if you want to make that.
I mean, the only thing I push back on a little bit, Nene, is something you had said about we were talking about the collapse. I don't want to make it a big drawn out debate, but just so you know where I stand, I kind of think last year's collapse was worse from a different perspective. Like, I understand where you're coming from, that when you're talking about what we had to gain, where we were at, what we had solidified to what we lost and where we arrived at, then I agree with you. Much more collapse than last year. But we were in position last year to take a commanding lead of the AFC before we lost to San Francisco. And we lost 4 games in a row last year.
Right, but here's the thing. This is why I think it's different.
In the meantime, this year we beat Dallas. You know what I mean? Like,
right. But here's the thing why I think it's worse. Because when you beat Washington that first game, when you beat the Jets, I think was the second game of December, you kind of gave the organization and the fan base that we've overcome this bug. but then you lost.
For me,
That
it was
loss,
Dallas, bro. It was that got us that made
right?
me
But
say
what the
that
thing
plug
of it
was,
is,
you know.
you still had that cushion, right? And one thing about businessmen, they don't like to be embarrassed by other businessmen. Can you imagine sitting at the table with
Well,
Buffalo Bills?
again, you're right to point out that the biggest problem in this collapse was the Tennessee game, because it is unfortunate that when we had a chance to rectify the quote unquote collapse, we now have to face two of the best teams in the NFL. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Baltimore and Buffalo.
And like I said, and like I was telling you
I'm
about,
not excusing it. It's not no pity party here, but I'm just saying
yeah,
it's unfortunate that's what you drew. Go ahead, Jake.
and no, and that's also what I was telling you about when Ross. I could see the Bills owner. Hey, look, I'm in your stadium, and it's filled with. Look how many fans are in it. Of mine are in your stadium.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? I understand about the money
If their
portion of it,
fans
but
are telling us to have Josh Allen's toilet polished, what do you
Right.
think their owner is telling Stephen Ross?
That's
Make
what I'm
sure my
saying.
coffee's hot when I get there, boy.
And that's what I'm saying, that I don't think, because everybody keeps saying what it's a done deal. Then I was like, well, why haven't we seen the deal?
hey, what's up, Joe?
I think that this
I agree with
game
you,
is,
Nanny. I think the evaluation
And
is
by the
still
way,
happening at the Stephen Ross level.
everybody's also overlooking the fact that Eagles, I think, had just as bad as a collapse as we did, because they only had one loss halfway across the, when they were in the AFC in the Super Bowl last year. They lost to the Jets and the Giants. I
right,
mean,
but for
talk about a
them, Shake
collapse
Money.
as well. They had, I think, just as big as a collapse as we did.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
only
the thing
difference
with
was,
them,
they had more hopes than we did.
Right. They
well,
were
here's the
leading,
thing.
Nene, they
In
were
their three
leading the
years, they
projections
actually
to go
got
to
to
the
a
Super
Super
Bowl
Bowl.
earlier in the year.
Again, that's what I'm saying. It's a bigger collapse. That's why I say it was a bigger
But
collapse.
remember, Nene, when people were saying, Color, it don't matter what our projections are, at that moment, the Eagles had a higher probability of making the Super Bowl than we did. But nobody said that about the Eagles at the time. Oh, don't pay attention to those projections. Oh, they're definitely going to the Super Bowl. Look at them. 10-1. You know what I mean? They
Well, for
collapsed from
me,
10-1.
I guess for me, what the aggravator would be is that this was a team that was marketed as a win now, that this is a championship window,
Wholeheartedly agree with you on
That's
that one.
right.
and
This is where I step
that's the
back because I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one.
and that's why I said, when y'all Color, I don't know if you were on earlier. If you get a chance to listen to my debate on this with Miss Finsanity, that's what I was telling her.
I haven't had a chance to go back. I was out and about having dinner with mom at the time all this was going
Well, they
on.
haven't published the whole thing. They did a snippet, but my whole point is this: businessmen are gonna keep it business. Now, we were also talking about Tua's business side, right? Like, let's say he does what we want him to do and gets us past the hump of not just winning one game, but let's say get into the Super Bowl. Now you're in a position where maybe you could have paid him earlier and saved a couple of bucks, because today's price is not the same as tomorrow's. I just think this whole situation, that's why people be like, well, why are you on Greer so much? Because no matter how you slice this pickle, we're in a pickle. If we're successful, you're gonna have to be a manager of not just Tua, but Wilkins, because Wilkins brought up his numbers, right? I think he had the most sacks in his whole career this year, right? And then you still have other people to think about. I just think that the simplest part is just what somebody just said. Oh, okay, Tony said they still can win now. Yeah, I agree 100%. But in the event that something goes wrong, let's not say we're gonna. I don't like to say it on the day of the game that we're gonna lose. Let's say it's the next series, right?
Mhm.
There's still gonna be a lot of questions financially on how you're gonna balance everything, because if we win today, then Tua is not going to play on the fifth year. You're gonna have to open that pocket, because now he has a debate with Justin Herbert's contract and a couple of other people that haven't won a playoff game yet.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just think we're in a very unique situation. But the organization, to me, they have a lot of questions that need to be answered. And I think what was happening for both sides of the spectrum, the front offices and the players, is when we're winning, it's easy to overlook the future. But
Yeah.
Goes, Nene.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think I'll ever see the Dolphins advertise. Come watch the Dolphins get their asses kicked by the Baltimore Ravens.
Right. Craig Sebring, and this is something Craig Sebring brings up a point that just keeps nagging at me too. Like he says, we need to bring in a QB to compete with Tua, and I would say that how at this point, even if we do give Tua a decent contract, right? I mean, I guess if the contract's there, then you're spent. But let's say we don't, and we just bring him back in with the 5th year, and we create a situation where there's a competition. I think you could argue that maybe Ross is already at that point.
Yeah,
Like,
but we
like
can't.
I think no matter, unless you're talking about like, holy crap, what a performance by Tua this week, then I think you're probably at the point where Tua has lost for next training camp.
I don't know. Then look.
Hold on. Let me stress what I'm saying so people don't misinterpret me and put words in my mouth.
You
Okay.
got it.
Next training camp, he may have already lost number 1 status.
But here we're talking about Tua. This guy is sensitive.
that's where
Okay.
I would get ready to go.
That's why Brian
mentally.
Flores is not here. You can't bring anyone to compete with Tua. He will shut down. And I want to say something else here. And it just dawned on me just now too. We're talking about all these injuries. I just want to point out something. That first year of Tua, we were talking about his hip injury. It wasn't about, we were worried about re-injuring it. The second year, Tua got hurt. The injury was Tua. Injury concerns. We were injured. That's why we couldn't succeed. Year 3, injury, concussion. That's why we couldn't succeed. Now this year, Tua's healthy, but the team is injured. So what's a common excuse? Injuries, yet again. So I can confirm for the past 3 years, the injuries have been used as a consistent excuse as to why we cannot succeed. And frankly, I am absolutely sick of it. We need to put this injury stuff to bed because it's a common excuse. That we just keep pulling up year after year, and honestly, I don't get it. What I mean,
John, can I say something to you?
Please.
I think you're absolutely correct because this is why I say the media is in the know of what's going on. Because right before the Ravens game, all of a sudden you start hearing these beat writers, mainly locally, start talking about Mike McDaniel being in the hot seat or the warm seat. Right now, you're getting all of these, and Omar doesn't do numbers. That's why I think it's sickening. But all these analytics about all these injuries, they're already preparing a soft landing spot for the season ticket holders on, hey, this is another reason why you need to wait because it wasn't Tua that got hurt. It was everybody else around him that got hurt. So next season, buy our tickets because everybody's going to be healthy. When to me, that had nothing to do with what went wrong. Like we talk on spaces all the
Tua's
time
proven
about
he
certain.
could go a whole season.
Yeah, but so because to me last year it was easy to sell the product of we could have won more if our guy was healthy because we had a third string quarterback that basically almost got you a dub in Buffalo, right? So that made people comfortable because they was like, okay, all he has to do is stay healthy and boom, our problems were solved. But what people didn't realize, their internal root problems with this team. One thing I say for sure is that the mentality of the team, there's not enough dogs on it for me. It's a lot of cute little chihuahuas that like to do line dances and have I wish it was colder shirts and little emoji shirts. We got those kind of guys. And it's nothing wrong with that kind of person. But when you start running into these teams that have history of beating you or teams that are known to knock you off the line, so your little timing offense is null and void because we just knocked off your timing literally. I think we can still do a lot of things, but there was problems with this team and I color more on this panel than others. I was mentioning some of the mental mistakes we were doing in the wins, like the letdowns in the Carolina game and in the Jets game. And people were calling me everything but the child of God I am. You don't know how to enjoy a win. You're a hater, blah, blah, blah. And I kept saying, when we play better competition, we're not going to be able to do what we're doing against these scrubs. I'm telling you that right now. And it happened. The thing of it is that I feel that this team is being managed wrong. I don't think it's Tua. I don't think it's McDaniel. I don't think it's none of those people because you keep changing the characters, but you're getting the same results, right? We were just here 7 years ago with what's my guy Ryan Tannehill and who was his coach. You keep changing these personnel issues and you keep getting the same result.
Well,
So I
Mooney,
just
real quick, I just before I because I don't want to forget the point you just made about about the mistakes we were making, mental mistakes and stuff like that in the games that we won. You and I have discussed that at ad nauseum before. You know, between those games and the games where they let us down against the better opponents. And I think you may remember a lot of my position was, hey, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I wanted to make sure there wasn't a case of us, you know, utilizing time like that because there's so little time in practice with the way the rules are these days that at some point a coach has to be able to expand his playbook. Now, fast forward to those games where those issues you were concerned about reared their ugly heads and we lost because of them. Now it's not that I'm proven wrong, it's that the question I had that was stopping me from making the same take as you has now been answered. No, it doesn't seem we were doing that. We were just sucking in those moments. You know what I mean? Like
right, we were
you understand what
able.
I'm saying? Like
Right, I get what you're saying
how I
because
kept saying win the game first and then play around. Well, it
well,
looks like we
I
weren't just
get what you're
playing
saying. I
around. We
just
actually had those issues. You see what I'm saying?
well
And I
to
can
me
agree with
it was
you on that now because the games have been played out and I see that no, we didn't really expand our playbook at all. That's not what we were doing when we were struggling in those moments. You see what I'm saying?
well to me they did a lot of things that get your eyes going and it got people. It's like a
Well, I just
shiny.
wasn't sure at the time to be able to go into the water with you on, yeah, these mistakes are going to rear their ugly head against better teams. I agree with that premise, but I wasn't sure if it was mistakes or if it was we're trying to do this stuff because we just don't have time in practice anymore to expand our playbook in live
Well,
action with live bullets flying. You know what I mean?
I think I got my confirmation on it when Oronde Gaston was on 560. That's Channing Crowder, Alejandro Solana, and Mark Hartman, and he was talking about. I think it was after the Philadelphia game, and obviously that's one game where I would say the refs was responsible for a lot of what happened and the
Well,
outcome of that
I,
game.
I, to kind of just surmise what I was really saying, like just imagine a scenario this week where, you know, we stomp a mud hole in them. And it's because we unleash this stuff that nobody has really seen. Not that we've been hiding it, because I don't want to fall into that cliche either, that we've just been, you know, hiding stuff or whatever. No, I don't believe that. What I'm saying, though, is it could still be proven that we were trying to add stuff in those moments and maybe we were doing that even against the good opponents, which is stupid because you got to get the wins and you wouldn't have to be going to Arrowhead. I get it. But what I'm saying is if we end up unleashing a whole bunch of shit, then we can say, well, when did we install that stuff? And we
Well,
can look
here's the
back at
thing.
those games.
That's
We can look back at those games where we were struggling and say, hey, these plays we were struggling on are plays that we executed against Kansas City and whooped their ass with them. You know what I mean?
well, the thing of it is, and I know Tony's gonna come up with
I know I'm
his
reaching. I'm just trying to have conversation. It's not like I
well, the
believe
thing
any of
of it
this crap.
is,
You know what I
I
mean?
just think all of that to me it was just about the principles. Some of the things, the pre-snap penalties, getting a play in on the how we work with the timeouts, like not calling timeouts in the right moments and things like that. those were things that were like, obviously the team is not going to be perfect. They're human beings. They're not going to be
Running a
perfect.
3rd and 1 into the teeth of their defense, so Mostert could fumble.
Right. So, but see, I will say this before Tony does what he has to do.
Yes, sir.
I
Welcome,
think
Tony.
Mike McDaniel is a great play designer. I think he could
Hey,
come
what's
up with
up,
some.
Tony?
I think he could come up with some things
Yo,
that
what's good?
we probably would never think of. But I think when pressurized moments come, he just looks like he's not sure. You know how they say go with your best play. It's like he's not really sure
Well,
what
Nene,
that
to your
is.
point, you and I have a similar take, and I've tried to. The way I've phrased it was to give people like you who already believe that a way to say it in an easier way, like, and that's when I use the computer programmer analogy. Like he's a really brilliant computer programmer of a program, but that don't mean he knows how to tie a. Don't mean he knows how to use the damn thing.
Or he
It's
doesn't
the
know
end
how to
user.
tie a shoe.
It's the end user that uses the program, not the programmer. You know what I mean?
But go ahead, Tony. I already gonna know what you said. What name? Where you going with this? Go ahead, Tony. I'm
He's
waiting.
getting all kinds of tidbits to run into spaces on me tomorrow. I know.
And by the way, just hold on real quick,
So y'all
2020
ready?
before you go. It's kind of like the professional, like for instance, HB. He knows how to use the hell out of editing equipment, but the guy who invented the software can't do what HB does. But go ahead.
Hey,
Okay, cool.
hey, since we talking about programming and stuff, hey, if Apple was to make a car, would it still have Windows?
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It is
Honestly,
too early in the
crypto.
morning for that.
They might need
Oh
to get
my God,
licensed.
crypto.
They might actually
Bruh.
have to get licensed for those Windows, Crypto.
Yeah.
You a real piece of work,
All
Crypto.
right.
I'm
That
glad
is
you calmed
so.
down. Hey, Tony, before you go off,
Go
do
ahead.
you know there's a certain thing called playoff Pete, and it is hilarious, yo.
Y'all just fall for that peach up every
And
time,
by the
man.
way, Tony, Nene is the one that's responsible for all this conversation. I hope you just.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's so much to unpack. So let me
But
let
I'm
me
ready for
Nene.
it. We've been
let me
fighting
try to
since day
unpack
one.
this. Let me try to unpack this one by one. First of all, I don't know who that was because I had just jumped on, but I heard somebody said that Tua was sensitive, but that could be further from the truth. Then I
That
don't know
was
what
me.
is.
That was me. I
There's
can't
no
wait to
way.
hear
There's
this.
no
Go
way
ahead.
you play. There's no way you deal with his father. There's no way you deal with Nick Saban. There's no way you deal with Brian Flores and be sensitive. Now, if you say that he doesn't like the way that he was treated, that's a completely different story. But to be sensitive and get through that, there's no way possible you could be sensitive and get through that. So,
A sensitive guy might keep receipts. I don't know.
Hey, by the way,
I mean, no, well, no,
Tony,
sensitive
real
people
quick.
don't keep receipts.
Nick
Sensitive
Saban,
people cry.
Alabama Nick Saban isn't the same LSU Nick Saban or the Michigan State Nick
Well,
Saban.
no,
Because
that
at the end of
Alabama
the
Nick
day, he had
Saban
to
was
soften his step because he knows
no.
the
That
transfer
was
portals.
afterwards. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Didn't
No,
That
no,
didn't
no.
was
Tua say
Tony,
like
It was during, bro. It was during, and you know that.
but
no. It
Tony, let me
wasn't
ask
during
you
the. It
something.
wasn't
Yes, it
during the
was,
tour
bro.
era.
Yes,
It
it
was
was. They were
afterwards.
transferring when Tua was there.
All right, I'll give you
But
that.
Tony, let me ask you something about that sensitivity thing. I'm glad you brought up his father and Nick Saban. Couldn't it be because of those people? He's a little hypersensitive to certain things.
No,
As a
there's
matter of
no
fact,
way near.
Jalen Hurts transferred.
There's no way near. There's no way you
But did
go
you
through
you
that.
hear the word what I said? Hyper,
Nick Saban's
like
coming to the Dolphins.
No,
you. No,
he can't. Okay,
let's
listen,
have this
listen, listen, listen,
conversation.
listen, listen, listen. There's no way you get there by being sensitive in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Can't be. You don't
But
get through that kind of stuff.
Well,
but
Nene,
Tony, what I'm saying.
if I may, Nene, Tony, would you consider me to be a hypersensitive person? And be honest, I can take.
Yes, for sure. Yes,
Okay, my father was just like Tua's father, bro.
I understand that, but I mean, I don't. I
That's
mean,
what I'm
you just
saying,
talk.
Tony.
You talking about as far as how he carry himself,
No,
Tony?
Tony, what I'm
Yeah, the
saying
way he
is,
carry himself and the way that he's because Color has a tend to lash out at people if they keep cutting him off, and like he explodes
Yeah, I'm a
sometimes.
very excitable person. It's something I've had to
Yes,
work
he
on
will
my whole
explode
life, and I
sometimes. So I
continue to
get it.
work on. You know,
And it's hard to say because we never interacted with Tua. So
but Tony, what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
sometimes you can meet with, and I know you're gonna agree what I'm saying when I put it this way. Sometimes you can meet people that are very toxic in your life, and then when you meet somebody else, they may have similar characteristics, but they don't mean harm. But because what you went through with those other people, you can take it the wrong way. That's what I'm saying about hypersensitive.
I understand. Yeah, well,
Which is
the
what
thing
happens
when
to
I
me,
when I
I
when
think,
I
a
look
lot of the
at
time when I take a lot of what you guys have to say the wrong way a lot. You know what I mean?
right, the thing where I look at with Tua is being that he's so used to that he was so used to controlling and hiding the way he truly felt because he had to develop the tough skin to get through that because you don't have room to complain. You don't have room to say how you truly feel. You just had to tough it out and get
Mhm.
through it and get the job done, which is what he's done the whole time. Now, was it right? No, I think he should have spoke out way before, which is why it's coming out sometimes as
Mhm.
i.e. I hold receipts, i.e. I see what people talking about because he tends to not want to have to deal with that and leave it alone because he's used to handle it with like I don't say nothing. I'll just let my play speak for it. But the
Mhm.
opportunity when you host things in so much, when you get the opportunity to speak your mind, you tend to
Mhm.
lash out. And I
Yeah.
get that part.
By the
That
way, by the
go
way,
ahead.
real quick, one of the reasons I look the Nick Saban. One of the reasons I push back on the Nick Saban and the his dad for being sensitive, because at the end of the day, you're not, especially Samoans, you're not going to question your father. And again, I said I think Nick Saban has softened up, but however, how I know he's not sensitive. If you look at the teams that wanted to trade for Deshaun Watson, all those quarterbacks, Baker Mayfield, Matt Ryan, all of them demanded trades and didn't want to play for the organization. Tua was in that conversation, and he stuck it out with the Dolphins. He didn't ask for a trade. He didn't whine to his agent saying, "Get me the hell out of here," because
Well, that's where I give
they're
to it,
trying to
Greg.
trade me. So
That's where I admire the man.
points me right there that he's not soft in
Correct.
that way.
That's
And
the
that's
only part
and
that I
yo,
wanted to point
real,
out.
real quick, that's actually where I admire the man too, because I've been on record a zillion times to say all of this stuff I'm talking about the organization, about him, all of this stuff, and them going after look, the way people think about him, the situation he's in, none of it is his fault in the first place. The only thing that he can control is what he does with that.
I'm glad you said that because
And, and
that's
just because
that's
and just because our organization is willing to give this guy, which John, a person like John, does not believe in at all, and I'm not going to argue with John
True.
because John makes points that I have previously in the past agreed with, and if the shit don't get fixed really quick, i.e., tomorrow, I'm going to be fairly in the similar boat. But that's beside the point. When they, if they end up giving him a bunch of money and they believe in him. Okay, the thing of it is, the fact that Chris Greer and Ross end up believing in Tua and letting him stay here and giving him the bag is not his fault. Like, in other words, the fact that a whole sector of the fan base is going to be put off by it is not Tua's fault. What is he supposed to do? Not play if he wants to play? And here's a team willing to give him, zillions of dollars to do it? It's not his
But
fault.
color, I would say this. I think some of what John may be implying, and I don't want to speak for him, so correct me if I'm wrong. But it seems like when he gets in pressure situations, he gets real jumpy,
Well,
or
on
he
the
does,
field, yeah, but
or
there's
he looks
and that's something I've said.
uncomfortable.
Hey, you're
But
right. On the field, you're right.
I
Because
mean,
it's something I've said, in the past. Capitan will back me up, and this has been my biggest thing. When Tua plays relaxed, he's a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about it.
He's
so
pretty good when he's
Finding out
relaxed.
the reasons,
You're right.
finding out the
can I
reasons
unwrap?
that he's
Never, let
not
me unwrap
relaxed
that
is the
because
coach's responsibility to find out whatever reason he's not relaxed. I
Now,
could
but
argue it's the
these
coach's responsibility.
but y'all play football. I didn't. Y'all know
I have.
football is a gladiated sport that's not meant to be relaxed. It's meant to provide
No, don't
pressure.
don't
No,
confuse what I mean.
no
I mean
pressure based
fairly
pipe, so you
relaxed.
have to be relaxed in those situations.
Like not
Relax
rigid,
is
not
actually a
rigid.
very
You know what I mean?
underrated characteristic what you actually need, because that heightens your sense of awareness that of what's going on the field, and
What
you
I'm saying,
actually
you
see the
can't be
field better.
rigid.
I thought
You
I had
gotta
heard.
be flexible, relaxed. You know, like just play, just
I
have
I
fun and play.
I,
Do what
I
you
thought,
do best.
man, I thought when Brian Flores was here, I could actually after he had left, maybe it's all rumor and stuff, but I thought that Tua didn't like Flores and didn't really like his approach, and Flores was a hard man, and it's not really what the player Tua needed, and he needed more support, and that then we brought in McDaniel, and then he gets a lot of support and constant positive reinforcement,
Well, Brian
and so
Flores
that's
didn't want
why
him from
I
the get
say
go. So,
sensitive.
Brian, well, okay, okay, can I get to my points? Because y'all been talking. I need to
Yeah,
wrap
go
Okay,
up
ahead,
Go ahead,
Tony.
Tony. Go
because
please.
ahead.
y'all been saying it.
No,
All
go
right,
ahead. Go ahead. Everybody let
first,
Tony.
Flores didn't want him. Period. So you don't want. There's no coach, no player, no any. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're not gonna have. You're not gonna want to play for somebody that didn't want you in the first place, and obviously that coach do not have your best interest at his hand. So that you could just kill that. Now the fact that we were saying, oh god damn it, oh wait, okay, yeah, the fact that we were saying about Mike McDaniel, the difference between Mike McDaniel and Brian Flores, right? Brian Flores, he came in, he literally didn't want to, or so he didn't develop or do all he can to let him flourish the way he needs to be. To get through that, it needs something to be said about that. You get what I'm saying? Based on the way he played, he didn't have those weapons, nor did Brian Flores try to go out there and get those weapons around him. You get what I'm saying? So that's not to his fault. Now, when you get to Mike McDaniel, let's get to Mike McDaniel's regime, which is what I judge him on, which I have my pushback on him based on what he did this year. But to say that the main thing that I want, because I heard people saying about Mike McDaniels not calling his best plays, he did. If you go back and you watch the film and you see the plays, there's always good plays, great play design. Our players just fail to execute his plays that he's been calling. So that's not a Mike McDaniel's fault. That's a
Right. Quickly
player's
on that
fault.
point, Tony. I don't mean to interrupt you, but quickly on that point, I just don't want it to be misunderstood. The context I was meaning by that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm one of those players got to play people. Okay. What I was meaning about it being Mike McDaniel's responsibility in that moment was talking about specifically about if it's obvious, which it is to me a lot of the time, so it has to be to Mike McDaniel. If it's obvious he's not relaxed, then it's up to McDaniel to pull whatever his designs out of the playbook for stuff that Tua is relaxed with, or find out the reason why he's not playing
No,
relaxed. You
and
see
that's
what I'm
why,
saying?
and that's my biggest disagreement with everybody.
Okay.
And this is
And
why.
that's where I
So
want to hear you on that.
okay, so let's break this
Specific
down.
context. You know what I mean?
Let's break it down. The first thing he said when he got here was Tua was his franchise quarterback. He was the perfect quarterback to run his system. So if you use that same person that you said is the perfect quarterback in your system, you cannot bring. You need to be able to use your full arsenal in your playbook. And if he's not capable of doing that, then you need to find another quarterback. You don't do that and handcuff him or babysit him or put a leash around him.
Right.
No,
So
then that
right.
means he's
So
not the
between
quarterback
you
Right.
you
and
You
me,
need.
can't. Yeah, he
so
paint himself in
between
the corner like that.
so
Right. So
between
that's
so
what I'm
between
saying.
our positions, you're basically saying no. It's Tua's responsibility to find out why he's
Exactly.
not playing relaxed.
Yes. You
Okay,
don't stop.
I can agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put the others option out there. Is all I'm saying.
No,
Hey,
that's
Tony, can
fine.
I
But I'm
ask
Steel
saying
you a
manning another
question?
position. That's all I'm doing. You
I'm
know what I
giving
mean?
you the reason why he don't do that, because now I've been on record saying this is why I think he's continued to put Tua in these positions and call these plays, because he said that was his franchise quarterback. So you have to put him in those positions and he have to prove you right. Now, when you take that approach, this is the part that falls on Mike McDaniels when you realize and you start to figure out, okay, maybe he's not the guy that I think he is, or he's not able to handle what I thought he would. Now it's on you to make that hard decision and say, well, I have to move on for him because you put him all the plays.
Well, in the moment, though, to get the wins, though, does he
No,
not?
well,
Is
he's
it not
getting
his
wins.
responsibility to figure out a way to
He has the
relax him?
wins. He has.
Otherwise, it's time for Mike White.
Okay, listen. No, it's not, because then we'll take away the thing. See, we got to keep the same energy, because part of the fan base say, oh, they blame Brian Flores for handcuffing him and not let him go through those growing pains, so he could develop into the quarterback that he needs to be. Now you have Mike McDaniels that's doing
expanding
that.
the
Yeah,
conversation.
you can't
I
have
agree
Mike
with that.
McDaniel doing the same thing.
Right. No. So exactly. So now you got Mike McDaniels opening the full arsenal, giving him all that. He just has to make the plays. There's plays to be made. So you can't tell him, oh,
So, in
let's
your
bring it back.
estimation, if you're Mike McDaniel, how much longer do you
Hey, Colin, can I
try
get in
before?
here after you?
How
Because I don't want to
much
lose my point.
longer do you try? No, I'm kidding. How much
Go ahead.
longer do you try before you realize that move
You
needs
got
to
it.
be made? In other words, not to be
You got-
too obtuse, how many more chances would you give if you're Mike McDaniel?
Okay, let Nene. I'll answer that, but let Nene get her point.
Sure.
So I'm curious, and just let me finish it out when they say Brian Flores treated him so bad. Because I remember every time that man got behind that podium, he said Tua was his quarterback. The only time I remember him saying he wasn't is like with the injury. He said, I wouldn't even put my own son out there based off of the medical reports. Like, so what exactly? Because Tony, there's a new debate going out there that Tua was rushed to, this position too fast. That other quarterbacks such as Steve Young, Tom Brady, even Dan Marino to a certain extent, they got to be able to sit behind someone and learn from them, and actually learn how to, handle certain situations, where Tua was really rushed to get up there to play in a QB1 spot at the NFL level too soon. So my question to you is, like, when everybody talks about this Flores thing, I know Batman, he's real passionate about it. He had like the man was outside punching him in the face and stuff. Like, what exactly did he do to Tua? Did he yell at him? Did he curse at him? What did he do that was so mentally breaking for him that he didn't want him? Because let's be honest, we already know somebody else didn't want him, and that was the owner. But we don't even talk about that. The owner has shown us in a myriad of ways that he didn't want Tua to be the quarterback.
Okay, so when I answer this, Nene, I want you to understand that this is coming from Brian Flores, a Flores supporter, right? I was, if you ask my brother, when I found out they fired him, I was I damn near broke my phone. Like, what the fuck are we doing? You get what I'm saying? But I always call it down the middle. So let's just say this: if you got a quarterback in house, and let's just say, hypothetically speaking, your owner is pressuring you to play this quarterback. Knowing about Brian Flores and his is it too far fetched to say, oh, you want me to play him? Let me put him in a game to show you why I don't want him.
Okay, I can see it from that perspective.
Let me show you
I can see that.
why I chose Ryan Fitzpatrick over him, or I wanted Justin Herbert over him, since you want me to play him so bad. You get what I'm saying? Now, why would I say that? Let's go back to when he thrust him in there. Ryan Fitzpatrick was on a 3-game win streak. Was playing the best he was in his career.
Thanks for bringing this up.
Huh?
Thank you for bringing this up. That's wonderful. Please continue. 3-game win streak. You got this.
And that moment is the time that you thrust this kid in there. Against, let's not forget who we put him in, the reigning 2-time defensive MVP, the D tackle, the shit that will hurt the quarterback that doesn't have the mobility coming off a hip injury. What is the best case scenario to prove your point than putting him in front of that defensive line?
Well,
you get what I'm saying? So
well,
I'm like, okay.
To be fair, real quick,
that defensive line was kind of, wasn't all that at the time.
I just want to point this out real quick. It's me. I just want to point this out real quick. You got to remember that they wanted to to play him after a bye week, and because
No.
of the
Obviously,
situation, they moved the bye week. So that's
obviously
probably
that's what I mean. What I'm saying is obviously it's the NFL. That's what you would say out there. I'm just talking based on if I stand back and I look at it from the outside looking in, and then I go back and do my homework and just peep this out. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that could be he didn't want him in the get go. So I'm not saying necessarily he did him bad, he treated him bad. I just say that wasn't his quarterback of choice. Now, do I fault
Okay,
Brian
that's
Flores? I'm
different.
one of the ones that don't fault Brian Flores because if you bring me in here, let me get my quarterback of choice. So I don't fault him for not wanting him, and I don't fault him for the way he treated him because, hey, listen, I didn't want him in the first place. Y'all wanted him. You get what I'm saying? So
Especially since sight unseen, they give Mike McDaniel the choice of quarterback, at least according to Ross.
exactly. You get what I'm saying? So what? That goes to show me that they possibly learned from their mistake. And then on top of that, you get what I'm saying? You got him going at you like, yo, listen, y'all I'm coming from uh the probably one of the greatest fucking dynasties that ever played the sport of football, and I'm trying to teach y'all how to win. This has been a fucking mess for the better part
Right.
of 17 to 18 years, and you gonna come in here and not let me run this franchise the way you want me to run this franchise? Then I'm gonna show you why you've been failing this whole time. So I understand why he was coming up, whether it was right or wrong. I didn't fault him for me because, like I said, I am a fan of the logo, not players here. And I wanted him to have his just due and give him what he needed to succeed. I feel like he wasn't given a fair share because you forced the quarterback on him that he didn't want. That's just my opinion on it. But that don't change the fact
And
that
instead of just letting us have that opinion, Tony, which is a fair opinion, it's the same opinion I have. Instead of letting us just have that opinion and work through it as a fan base, they decide to slander this man for the rest of time.
right. I mean, and that part right there, you never. I don't agree with it. You never heard me have no. If y'all go back, I call it. If you go to spaces or when I come on here, you never hear me slander him or say why he
No.
did
But
what.
the slander was so powerful and the
Yeah, but
propaganda
in the
was so
media,
powerful
of
that
course
you
they're
to
gonna.
this day have
I,
a guy like Batman. No shade on Batman. He's entitled to his
Throw all
opinion.
the shade because he the president of the
but
No,
I
but
IAF.
he's
understand how
entitled
this
to that.
works.
Hold on. But based on their propaganda, how powerful that can be, he's entitled to that opinion.
Yeah. No, I understand how it works. I mean, I'm quite sure. Brian Flores understood how it worked, which is why until he was, oh, he felt like he was wrongly done. He was done wrong with the Giants and the Denver Broncos. Is when he finally was like, well, you know what, I'm gonna say something about this because now it's just not them. Now I'm gonna feel like I'm not giving my fair shake. You know what I'm saying? As even given a opportunity because of
Right. The other
what you
people's public. Yeah. Right.
yes, what you assume what was going on
Hmm.
with my prior franchise. So I understand all that. So that part I would never give him no problem. You know what I'm saying? But as a fan of this franchise, I have to move forward. That's why I don't you don't see me indulge in none of the
Well,
fucking
that's
Brian
where
I
I've
Flores
can
been
slander
too.
respect you for that,
That's
Tony.
where I've been too,
or
Tony. And
debates.
oh, dude, I don't know if it's maybe because of the way I was brought up and the way I truly feel about human beings and those types of issues, if you know what I mean. Like, it hurts me when when anybody, I'm not going to put it on Batman, when anybody continues to slander the dude, because it's like I'm such an empathetic person that I'm feeling the man's pain, bro.
But that's hypocritical at the same time because I'm not gonna say his name because of him, but we know we talk about Batman. But did he forget what his franchise was before he got here? The
Yeah,
fucking
and
turmoil
see,
and
Tony,
what we did. Like, I was paying for
Well,
fucking
I'm
tickets.
specifically
Yeah,
talking about the type of slander that they put out
I
there.
understand that, but you cannot slander a man that at least brought in the discipline and
absolutely.
the discipline and a goal and gave you the guidelines and the outline to say this is where you need to start at to become a winning franchise, to become a successful
Exactly.
Right.
organization. And it starts with the discipline, and it starts in the front office, which
Exactly,
is
the
what
Look
discipline.
here, Tony. Don't be cooking like this early in the morning.
I'm
I don't eat
telling you,
breakfast
man.
at 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'm
so
telling you.
I understand that, which is why I was such a big supporter of him. You get what I'm saying? And I'm like, but I understand. Okay, whatever. What happened? What happened? Me as
The
a fan,
TNT wall.
the same way I slander Tua when he does wrong, the same way I slander the coach if he does wrong, the
Yeah,
same
but
way
you're
I
not
will
gonna.
move
Okay,
forward
but there
because
are
I
certain
can't do
things you're
nothing
not
about
gonna
the
say
coaching.
about a man when even if you're slandering him, bro.
Yeah,
No,
hey, but
respecting,
Tony,
huh?
I want you to hear this because I heard in several spaces people saying this meltdown of Tua is still Brian Flores' fault. You see, he broke him so much that he
And then
Well,
just
they
you
were
can't.
know what?
putting
You
What?
it
can't
on.
listen to
Then they
people
were
like that.
putting it on
I
You
would
2
Jalen
never.
years
Yeah,
Phillips.
later?
Wait a minute.
I
Wait a
heard
minute.
that in the spaces that
Wait a
they were
minute. They
saying.
were also putting it
I,
on Jalen Phillips when Jalen Phillips made no mention about
Right.
his issue being with Brian Flores. They projected that onto Jalen
but
Phillips.
Oh, for
those are the
Jalen Phillips,
ones
yeah, I
that
remember that.
those. Okay, so
That is
we have to
ridiculous.
learn how to. What I did, we have to learn how to separate the fans of players from the fans of the organization and the team.
And
People,
dummies, because some people
pe-
just dumb.
people does that. I want to say,
Right, but when
people.
they turn around and say, "Oh, I'm as much a Dolphin fan as you are," trust me. I mean, what are you supposed to say but be a
I
dick to
mean,
those
they
people?
can
You know what
say
I
what
mean?
they want, but actually, it's the it's a long listen. Actions speak louder than words. That has never been proven false yet. Action speaks louder than your words, bro. How you act toward the franchise. The fact that you would come at a person for criticizing when your quote unquote favorite players, I'm gonna put an S on that because it's multiple players, but we all know it's an emphasis on tour, does wrong, and we point out those flaws or their less their shortcomings. You call you I'm a hater. No, 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 no. I'm a fan of this team, and he needs to do better for my team to do better. So
Exactly. If I was a hater, I wouldn't be
I
spending
would, you
one
know what I'm saying?
freaking calorie on the Miami
I
Dolphins.
would learn how to get past that. You get what I'm saying? The,
Bro,
the,
Tony,
the,
how many people that you genuinely hate, if there is any? Okay. How many people that you genuinely hate have you spent 1 calorie on in the last week?
I really don't hate people because that mean I take too much energy
But
from
you
my.
can see my logic, right? You
Yeah,
can see my
I
Well,
logic.
me
If
and
understand
if
that.
I
Tony's
if
were enemies for about 90 days, so let's put that on, right?
but you can see my logic
But
though.
I
Like
didn't hate you though.
if
See,
I
just because you
truly
my
was
enemy,
a
I never
hater,
hated my
I
enemies.
wouldn't be wasting my time with the team.
Right. So that's that. I mean, but then that's more that speaks more to their character than our character, the ones that actually
You're
view
spot
this
on with
team
it. You're
in
spot on with it.
with objectivity and be like, okay, I see what's good, I see what's bad. This is what we need to improve upon, and it's all good. You can have a healthy debate. You can have a good back and forth, or you can actually have a healthy dialogue with people that say, well, I see this and you see this. This is what I see we need to improve in this aspect of the game, and this is why I feel like this is what we need to continue on because that's successful. We're just viewing and showing what we see. This is my observation of my team that I need to get to the next level because we all should. Let me say not want, we all should have a common goal, which is to get to the playoffs and win a Super Bowl. So if I see that our quarterback is doing things that is not conducive to that, then why can I call him out on that? You get what I'm saying? I could call him out and say, well, he needs to do that better because if he doesn't
Yeah.
improve upon that, then we're not going to win these games that we're 1-5 in. How are you going to improve on something if you cannot be criticized about it and taught? Unless you're supposed to learn from your mistakes, not move past it and say, "Oh, don't mention that because you're a fan of the team, so you should never say nothing bad about our players."
Right.
But
Preach,
shit,
Tony.
You
Right.
got
so
to
what
toe
the
the
fuck?
company line, Tony. You got to
Like
toe the
So how the
company
fuck are
line.
they
Tony,
going to learn if I can't
Tony,
tell you
in
what
the
you did
past,
wrong?
I literally played. I'm not. This is figuratively speaking. I plagiarized Tua's words in a post game interview on the field, and I got called a hater.
Well, I mean,
Like I literally used the man's own words as to what
You talking about
his
after that
performance,
Giants
and I
game?
got called a
you
hater.
what I would do, what I would challenge people, and
Paul, you talking about
yeah,
after the Giants game to him a couple of years ago?
Uh, yeah, the last time when they rolled out Mike Glennon against us. Yeah.
Yeah, the Giant game. Yep.
Hey,
I mean,
Tony, what's your opinion on? I think I might have talked to you about this because I think there has to be a change in orthodoxy, the way the quarterback position is handled in the NFL. I've said this for a few years, and I think the one organization that has handled it perfectly is the Packers, but I just don't think a lot of franchises, for one reason or another, maybe it's internal politics, maybe it's business motivations, don't want to, they want to microwave the quarterback position. And I
right?
think that
They don't want to go through the due process and the learning process and the development like everybody want to skip the development process and get straight to the final.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying?
Sidebar. Fair enough. But can we not use? I've seen it. I saw it today on Twitter. Okay. Can we not use Peyton Manning to point to that example, please? I actually saw somebody tweet today in a reply without backing it up with any facts. They said this was their words. Well, Peyton Manning needed a few years too.
Well, I think Peyton Manning in his second year was like 13-3.
Sorry, this is what they said. Look at Peyton Manning's first couple years.
Right.
And so I did. I didn't need to, but I went ahead and double checked for myself. Yeah, he went 3-13 his first season. His second season,
he was awesome.
13-3.
Yeah.
But who was Tua's biggest comp, though, Color? Who was his biggest comp?
I'm just saying, though, there was nobody in Indianapolis at the time. Now, granted, we didn't have the internet the way we do today. I'll give it that. Okay? But there was nobody that I ever heard in Indianapolis have any question whatsoever after that 3-13 season.
But Color, when I say the development process, right? And you have to give these quarterbacks some time. Everybody is not going to pop the first year. If you go to who do they compare him to the most? To
Drew Brees.
All right,
Drew
Brees. Now you go look at his first couple seasons and see how long it took for him to develop. Don't forget that San Diego Chargers.
I didn't want to disagree with the point. I just wanted to argue it accurately.
But see, the problem is
I'll give you the perfect hypothetical to what I think all of us kind of believe here. Take the Jaguars, for example. Now, regardless of what you think about Trevor Lawrence, I think most people thought, man, this is a fantastic quarterback process. The first coach was a disaster. So right off the rip, entering his second year, they're already changing offensive systems. They're already changing coaches. And you'll hear Jaguars fans right now, this is a hypothetical, we need to fire Doug Peterson. And if they were to do that, and this happens in the NFL all the time,
crazy.
Now you're changing the coaches in the system again. And I hate that whole paradigm. I hate it.
Well, see, that will make it more egregious because he at least did win a Super Bowl.
Quickly, I want to welcome EM to the panel. But before EM,
see what I'm saying?
EM, I want to answer your questions from the chat.
You already know where I'm going,
It's easy to move off a guy without a Super Bowl to the guy with a Super Bowl.
There's EM.
I was just about to close my eyes, God damn it. But I heard Color with that nonsense. But go ahead, Color. Go ahead.
That's a fact.
Hey, but I got a question for y'all guys before y'all continue.
I'm going to finish what I was
What
saying,
about
please.
CJ Stroud?
Can I please finish?
But what about CJ Stroud? He did it in his first year.
We'll get to that in a second.
Stroud is probably an outlier.
Hold on, let Color finish.
That's the norm.
Do you see how it happens, EM? Now I can't even clarify what I said. So
let Color get to his point.
A certain thing for the rest of the time.
Yeah, go ahead, Color.
And spread it all over the internet. Can I please finish?
Let the man finish, please.
We're gonna let you finish. Go, Color, go.
I'm waiting 2 seconds. Okay, EM. I saw your questions. I knew you came up to get on that. And you're right to, because I do see where you're coming from when you're talking about accomplishments. Yeah. The only thing I would say to that, to be fair, before you get cooking on me, is that I'm coming from a perspective of a different paradigm. What I'm saying is there were no questions about Peyton Manning's potential, ability, and
Oh,
what
okay,
he was
cool.
going to be going forward
Cool.
after his 3-13 season. None
But
whatsoever.
cool, and I'm glad you clarified that. However, there was question marks of whether or not could he get over the hump
for
It was
years.
Oh, okay.
for years.
No,
Yeah,
I
but that was
hear
not
you.
until later
And that's the
until he
only
started making
and that's the
NFC
only
Still
championship
asking
games.
that
and
about
that's the
Dan Marino today because of the paradigm they played in.
Is he him
yeah.
talking?
But Peyton
Yeah.
Manning didn't get those questions until he started getting to
Yeah.
championship games.
Even after Peyton Manning left school, T. Martin won a national championship, and that's when the narrative started that Manning couldn't win a big game.
So
But
I
but
think you're
but
fair
you know
to
that
him.
but
I
that's
think
how it
you're fair
works.
to
But
point out that in today's day and age, I don't know. It's a good question, and
you
you're
know
fair to point it out.
but you know that's how it works, right? Once a like you
I
said,
can't
Peyton
hear
Manning.
him talking.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
hear
hear
you.
you.
I hear
Yeah,
him
go ahead.
say.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got it.
So I mean that's how it works, right? Once to your point, Color.
Yeah, that's some shit.
Once they had that second y'all need me to back out and come back in?
No, we can
No,
hear
I
you.
guess
I
Big
can
No,
Brother
hear
you're
you.
couldn't
good.
hear you.
No, you're good.
He back there.
Yeah,
He
you
good.
couldn't talk over them. I hear
To
you.
hey Tony, salute, man. I hear you cooking tonight, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. But
Appreciate
hey. So yeah, to your point, there was no questions about his ability. Could it be a franchise guy after his second year? But that's how it works, right? Once a quarterback really establishes himself as an elite player at their respective positions, well then it's a different level of expectations that are required at that point, right? And that's kind of where I feel like where Tua is for the most part, right? I'm not, and again, I never put him in the same category, or I never said that he was the same player as Peyton Manning, but now,
No.
right?
It was tweeted out today. They were like, "Look
Oh,
at
okay.
Peyton's first couple years."
Yeah. So now with Tua, like he's been
So
at
I
the
was
top.
just trying to make y'all's argument accurate by throwing Peyton Manning out of the window. Like, let's not bring up Peyton Manning. We look stupid doing that.
Yeah, so now Tua with 2 years, right? He's been at the top of the league statistically at his position, right? So now, okay, you've proven that you can perform at the highest level. Okay, well now we have a different set of expectations for you, right? Now you got to win on top of performing at the highest level. So that's where he is, and that's why when I draw the comparison to Peyton Manning, because again, it took him 6-7 years to really get over the hump. And that's kind of where Tua is. Tua's still trying to prove and figure out how to be his best version of himself when in those big games. So that's where I draw the comparison to two,
Right.
and it does.
You know what's weird though? Like because I think part of it's fandom. People like Drew Brees when he was in his prime with Sean Payton. When he was in his prime, I think they missed the playoffs 3 years in a row. Yeah, they were like 7-9 or 8-8 3 years in a row.
Yeah, I
and
think so.
nobody was like, now granted he already won a Super Bowl, but I'm saying there wasn't this
See,
angst
that's the
around.
problem. Once you already get to the ultimate goal and achieve it, you buy yourself time to have off years after that.
And before Nene starts cooking,
Like Eli Manning.
It is fair
Right.
to say that the internet may amplify that in today's paradigm. Maybe there were fans complaining about Peyton Manning. I don't know. I don't live in Indianapolis. You know what I mean?
Right.
There was no internet at the time to amplify it. So there is a certain amount of that. I think we all can agree that is just overhyped because of the internet.
Like even the narrative around Eli Manning, for example. I mean, obviously he was a good quarterback, a legitimate starter. I think he might have made 1 or 2 Pro Bowls. I got to look at it, but a lot of those playoff games and those Super Bowls were because of they won because of their pass rush. And like Eli, the way people talk about Eli Manning, it's almost like they talk about him like he's Terry Bradshaw, and that's just not the case.
Well, you still have to make the throws. He's making a lot of big time throws in those games.
We are indebted to Eli Manning for what he did to stop the Patriots from going undefeated.
Right.
Absolutely.
Who did live in Indy was level
Got
2.
$190 out of that game.
Level 2 noob could probably tell us if anybody was complaining about Peyton Manning at the time. But Nene, you wanted to get in on this, and we all kind of like shut you down real quick. But
Oh yeah, y'all pushed me in that little corner of shut up and cook.
I just wanted to get it all out because I wanted
What corner you talking about, Nene?
I wanted everybody to get their energy out because
hey, ain't nothing wrong with cooking. Ain't a
And it
damn
ain't
thing
like
wrong with cooking, man.
Oh
What
my
you
it ain't
talking
god.
like
about?
overcooked. You know what I
Well,
mean?
let me. The
Color
only
want
thing,
Crypto wants apple cider in his greens. By the way,
yeah, that ain't happening. But
Exactly.
if y'all could just give me 2 seconds, I think my biggest problem with this whole thing, right? If we just had a a middle ground of expectations first. You and I'm talking to someone in the chat right now. When we win, Tua was him, Tua was MVP. Anything you had one individual saying every time Tua won a game this season was a shot at Brian Flores that
That
he
was
was.
Batman. Don't say one
That,
individual. We know
oh,
who the hell
okay,
that
all
was.
right. Damn it, I was trying to be respectful,
You
but
definitely know that.
well, what I'm saying to you is now that we are reaching some adversity, now we're, lost a couple of games. Now we're saying development. Now we're saying that give him time. And that's now it's probably nobody on this panel, but that's the message that I'm pushing back on. It's not that Tua, and then they go to the extremes, right? When you mention like, hey, it's okay to say that this guy is getting there. He's not there yet. That's when you hear things like, "Oh, you a hater." No, I'm not a hater. I'm
Or they
just
start
saying that.
asking you who you're going to bring in instead, as if you said anything about
Right,
getting rid of
and
Tua. You know.
I don't like the questionnaire because I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I thought bringing a person that was going to have to recover from a serious injury like that was really rolling the dice for this organization. But I would say, especially this season, and y'all been in spaces with me, I have seen the development. I have seen him. Not there was times where he would just take sacks, but for no apparent reason. Sometimes a lot of his concussions, if you ask me, came more from that than the offensive line, but that's a conversation for another day. But to just accelerate where he's at, and then now we meet the rubber meets the road with the Philadelphia Eagles, the Buffaloes twice, the Kansas City moments, the Tennessee Titan moments, and now you want to double down and say, no, no, no. I didn't mean him. I mean he's developing. And then wait a minute, what quarterback didn't develop? Now, we can't have it both ways. Now, what y'all call it, moving the goalposts? I
Yeah.
just think if we were just honest as to what we want him to be versus where he's currently at. Now, here's the thing, gentlemen. He could take a step further in this today because we're officially on game day. If he beats, Patrick Mahomes, the Super Bowl champions technically until they're defeated, right, and pushed out. And that weather and those conditions, that's what you say, Color. That's a feather in his cap to move forward. But to me,
I agree.
the evaluation process does not stop. It's just like us as an adults. Your maturity doesn't stop, until whoever you believe in calls you home. So like what I don't like is the non-humility of people that was wrong in their takes about him. And now instead of just saying, you know what, I may have been off about calling him, they're gonna flip it around and say, "Oh, well, what about this quarterback?" And what? Listen, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about your bad take you made when we won week 4 or 5, and just hold yourself accountable. But I'll say this: what I'm learning. Sometimes arguing with people is just a waste of your time, their time, and time in general. They're gonna stick to that. Some people will be, and that's why I respect people like Tony. I respect people like Dave. These are people I know that I felt was strong in their opinions. But once the game came and they saw BS, they called BS. They weren't trying to blame. You really got, and I love Batman blaming Brian Flores for this. Like, I'm like, are you serious?
That's
And, and,
ridiculous. Yeah.
and he was saying it with conviction. Nene, you don't know what I know. You don't know the story. I said, that man been gone almost 3 years. How you gonna blame Brian Flores? And you have people like him, they may not say it out loud, but instead of saying, you know what, Tua got everything that he needed. He has a Tyreek Hill, he has a Mike McDaniel, he has everything that he needs, but the experience in those moments. And
And
it's
not only that, but I'm pretty sure Batman ain't the only one that knows what he knows. So he would not be exposing a source by telling us this long after what he knows. So put up the goods, bro. Tell us what you know that we don't know.
Damn.
and that's what I'm saying.
I mean,
And I
so
Well,
many
it
first
is
people know now.
incumbent upon
Hold
him
on.
if he's going to
So
make the
many people
accusation.
Damn.
claim to know. Hold on. so many people claim to know that one of them exposing it is not going to expose the source. So what do they have to worry about now?
But what I'm saying is, like, you got
It's not as if
people.
there's one person that knows, and if that person tells everybody, the source will never trust him again because he knows it was him that leaked it.
But Color, what
I
I'm
think
saying is, like, look in the comments, like you reading what H is saying. Tell me Tua is him. No, he is not. And the sun is still gonna rise wherever you are around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning if you admit that he is not him. And we use certain words so loosely, right? Like we use greatness loosely. Like the standards of what elite is used so loosely. You have a great one good game. They're the greatest. Wait a minute, no, baby. You got to be consistent, right? You can't just give me one game. Give me, like, when I heard these creeps, and I'm calling telling me some Tua is better than Dan Marino. That was a talking point in week 4 that Tua was better than Dan Marino. I'm like, are you freaking serious? Do you know what this man consistently did for this organization? And he didn't have a catered staff and organization to him. In fact, Jimmy Johnson wanted to do the complete opposite than what Dan Marino wanted to do. But that's for people that have been there before 2000 understand that narrative. But what I'm saying is there are some people that, and I think it's to their character, because you probably meet them in different subjects. They're just people that won't admit that they were wrong. Like they will die instead of saying, you know what, I was wrong. My assessment on Tua and where he is, because you know what, I wish I could be a fly in their house every interception he threw, every fumble he did, to see if you was in your house screaming that he is him. He is MVP.
Right,
If you're
right.
doing that, you're a real psycho.
Right. Hey, EM, by the way, a side note, I heard you earlier. You were pretty wrong for that. That trio that is about to take the internet by storm.
Oh yeah.
You're wrong for taking credit for that. Just to let you know, you're wrong.
Oh, was I really?
Yeah, I put together that trio, bro. You can ask
Oh.
all 3 of them, bro.
Oh, did you? Okay. Hey, I was not aware of that. Okay, but salute. But
No,
but
they're
yeah,
gonna be a smash, man. They really have great chemistry, bro. You're definitely spot on. I'd say you have identified it correctly, and you should still probably get your 2%. You know what I mean?
Hey, we can split that 2% color. We can split it. Yeah, we can split it.
Yeah,
But
but
Can I
see,
say?
Smashing,
but
bro. They are absolutely smashing, man. I love it.
Hey, EM, you call these people out the best. Like they got to be casuals. Just because you give a critiquement of the team, when I hear people, oh, wait for tonight, baby, I'm waiting for tonight, and I want Tua to do great. Just because I'm calling out some things that he's doing wrong doesn't mean that I'm sitting in my house when he goes to go for the snap and I'm booing Tua. That's how crazy and demented these people are. And it's not everybody, but it's just small. And like I said, I don't even think it's about Tua. I just think it's their personal character. You meet certain people in this world where you could catch them doing something wrong right in front of you. You did that wrong. No, I didn't. Wait a minute, what? Yep. I just saw you do that wrong. No, I didn't. You crazy. You know what they call them? Narcissists. And I land my plane there.
Yo, hold on. As a self-professed to non-lover, I would say. I'll just say, okay, I'm a Tua hater, but I don't go into the game hoping he's gonna lose it. I am still hopeful as a fan, but I'm completely guarded. Like I am prepared for when he throws an interception in the fourth quarter with less than 2 minutes to go and a chance to win the game and take the division. Like Nene, after that game, you were sitting there probably, I'm assuming, devastated. Me, on the other hand, I expected it. So I think there's just a difference there. So I take exception there.
Prices the era.
I was not devastated at all.
So
In fact,
you thought that was another day at the office?
I thought it was going to happen. I was on the show calling Tua a choker that he would choke it away.
Man, he said it's another day at the office.
Criticize him.
But see, here's
so
my
let me Nene, you and John. Okay, obviously y'all okay, I'm not going to say that y'all don't have, y'all don't believe in Tua at all, right? But y'all have a less favorable opinion about Tua than a lot of people.
No, I don't. No, not at all. I'll be honest. I'm kind of like, from the things I've heard you say, along the lines that where you are, you can give him credit for everything that he's done this season, all of the
Mhm.
records, all of the accolades, and he has grown this season. But
Right.
to put him somewhere that he's not right now, it's like, and we talk about cooking and baking. It's like taking a cake out the oven and just putting icing on it. What's gonna happen? It's gonna melt. It gotta sit. It's gotta cool
Mhm.
down. It has to go through
That's fair.
processes.
I'm ready to
That's
win
fair.
now, though. I'm ready to
That's
win
fair.
now. I got
But
Tyreek Hill. I got
but
Chubb. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
Giannis,
I
hold
Nah,
got
on.
we
no
don't
Let
have
me
draft
Chubb
picks.
anymore.
I
Not
I
think
got
he's
no
going to
necessarily.
be
money
fourth
to
grade.
spend.
let me say something about that, because I if you're ready to win now, right? And all this criticism we putting on tour, we need to put the same amount of criticism on the players around here, i.e. Tyreek Hill,
Absolutely.
i.e. Jaden Waddle.
Did they throw the pick in the fourth quarter with less than 2
100%.
Let
minutes
me
ago
finish. So I'm glad you
into double
They've
coverage?
been leaving points on the field.
Hold on. Let me go. I'm glad you brought up the pick, because before he threw that pick, our supposed to be best player on the team, Tyreek Hill, dropped the would-be touchdown. And if he catch that touchdown, Tua don't have an opportunity to throw that pick. We're
That
talking
that
about
would be
him making the
touchdown.
play.
No, I went back and looked. That would be touchdown was not before the pick.
That was before the
No,
pick.
it
What are you
No, it
wasn't,
talking
wasn't.
bro.
about?
No, it
The
wasn't,
one that he
Tony.
Not
would.
even close.
It was another near interception before that final interception.
Hold on.
I already
That was
got
on
looked at
second
the play
down.
by play, bro,
Are
because
y'all
I didn't
forgetting
believe
the
it when they were
play?
talking about it in
The
the space.
play that we got the first down on with the holding on Tyreek. If Tyreek catch that play and scored this touchdown, the game is tied. And we're talking about Tua
Yeah,
making, that was the correct throw. He made
right.
the
But we're
correct
assuming that he
decision.
scores a touchdown. It was 200 plays after that.
It was 200 what?
Two other plays after that
It
pass
was a whole
interference
nother
play.
Okay, but
regime.
see, that's why you gotta let me finish before y'all cut me off. If he makes that play, he scores. And we're not
That's
talking
not
about Tua
necessarily true.
throwing
He's
that
been caught from
interception.
behind before.
Yeah, but that didn't happen. Like
Right.
what
Are
you're
y'all gonna let
saying,
me
he
finish?
didn't
Or
score.
y'all gonna just
That
keep
didn't
cutting me?
happen.
No, no.
What
I'm
you
just
say?
saying
Let him finish. I
it's
just need
assuming
to
that he's
clarify
guaranteed
that.
to score. That's not true.
Yeah.
Are y'all gonna let me
Okay.
finish though?
Let Tony
Are
finish,
y'all
but
gonna let
I
me
need
finish
to
Yeah,
though?
go
clarify
ahead.
that
If he
that
catches
near
that play,
touchdown was on
what I'm
another
saying is
series.
he
Turn up,
made
Tony. Turn up, goddammit.
he made the play that was necessary with a possibility of a touchdown. Let me say that. You get what I'm saying? So if he
Yes,
do
yes.
score, we're talking about how Tua showed up in that moment. Tyreek failed him in that moment. Now, why I believe that Tua deserved the criticism that he did, because after making that play, he also missed a possible play to Braxton Berrios and threw an interception. You do not throw, and this is the problem that I have with timing-based offense, and it shows the limitations of Tua, because you do not throw a timing-based pass with a player that's not you. You're not in tune with him. You do not throw that to what's his name?
Agreed.
Chase Claypool.
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 You don't
Claypool.
throw that to Chase Claypool on a timing route. You have to see that play develop first. You don't trust him like you trust Tyreek, because he's not Tyreek, and y'all haven't been in tune like y'all are. So that's why I give him the criticism, because after you did make the play, you need to make it again. You get what I'm saying? You don't come back
Correct.
with a
Right.
But Tony,
Right.
With a
Hold on,
repetitive
hold
with a
play.
on, hold
game
Correct,
on. I'm
Tony.
changing
hold on.
interception.
Hold on. Let me follow that before Nene goes. The only where my issue is the fact that it took 3 days of criticizing Tyreek to get where you just got.
I mean, that's for other people. I said that
I
off the jump.
understand, but that's why that's what we're saying. So many people are so willing to say, "Nah, it's always because of this, that, and the other."
hey Tony, can
You're gonna have people that have
But it shouldn't have it shouldn't have took 3 days to get to that
that's what
point.
I was saying, EM.
We should have been.
It didn't take me 3 days to say that.
I
You get what
know,
I'm saying? So
100%. No,
No,
if you're
no,
gonna be fair, if we're gonna
between
be
us,
fair, right?
between us who are talking, but when you're trying to muddle through a space or a YouTube show where everybody has to say the same thing over and over again, and everybody has to stand in line to say it, and it's all Tyreek Hill lost us the game. It took us 3 days to talk about whether Tua should have even thrown that ball or not.
Hey, I can I
Well, that's
intervene
because
on something?
Yeah, I don't even
This is
think we
the
crossed that bridge, color.
this is the only problem I have with it all. Because when the same thing happened last year with the same team, Buffalo, when Lord, I'm thinking about Tyler Hero, when Skylar Thompson threw catchable balls that Tyreek Hill dropped and Waddle, there
And
wasn't a
Gesicki.
call. There
there,
wasn't this same call to
there
action to
was.
hold
Y'all just was
Tyreek
listening
Hill
to the people
accountable.
that was
Exactly. It wasn't
doing
that
it.
Well,
same call.
Y'all
Now
Nene,
you're
listen.
well,
right.
The
obviously
Spot
problem,
you
on.
weren't.
the
I'm sorry.
problem, the
No, no.
problem
Nene,
that
Sorry,
obviously
happened
you
is
weren't listening to the
I'm
tailgate at
sorry,
that
Tony.
time.
I have
yeah,
had
yeah,
to
yeah.
listen
The
to
problem
people
was
call.
what
I'm
here's
sorry.
the
Stop it,
problem that
EM.
happened.
I've had to
EM, use the
listen
hope
to
for that.
people calling Skyler talk
Because
trash since
you
that game.
This,
But
yeah,
what
the
I'm saying
problem is that y'all listen
objectively,
to the
right?
y'all listen to the
Let's
tour
be honest.
apologists.
What the storyline was, that was a third string quarterback that wasn't producing. This is why I say the quarterback one, the QB one, is always going to take the blame,
The
whether they're
worst.
right or wrong.
I'll quote the words
But
of the gentleman on the panel right now. The worst QBR of any quarterback in a playoff game ever.
yeah, that's what he had. So I mean, it
Yeah,
would have
but
been helped out.
But if
but
you
they
give
was
no,
me,
no,
not
but if
doing.
you have, hold on, if you have one of those passes caught, especially if one of them goes for a touchdown,
There was
that
two of
stat
them that
line
would
is
have went for a
completely
touchdown.
different.
mm-hmm.
Two
But
two of
what
them
and,
would
I'm
have
and
went for a
saying,
touchdown.
and
Could have
that's
probably
fair.
won that game.
And
yeah,
that's
what
fair.
I'm saying is
My
that
You
the
my
have
only
to acknowledge that without people saying I'm caping for Skyler.
no, that's fair. Hey, Color,
But
let's
if you
take a
keep
trip
hurting
down
other
memory
people's
lane.
fans, then you ain't gonna be able to get your point across. You should be able to say, you gotta do it like how I do, Color, say it with your chest. Fuck who don't like
I
it.
do,
It's the
bro,
truth.
and I get, and I get ridiculed for that.
yeah, he do. But my point is, I didn't even finish the point about the drops. I'm just saying, depending on the
EM, you wrong for
person,
that.
the depending on the
I got
person
called a
and the
racist
cachet,
for that, bro.
the depending on the person and depending on the cachet, you're gonna have a different storyline. Because last year I wasn't in spaces, but I do remember even coming into the spaces, you weren't hearing about those drops in that Buffalo game. We weren't trying to bring.
No. But that's what I'm saying, Nene. Obviously, you
Exactly.
weren't
It
here
wasn't.
around for the tailgate. Because listen, right?
And I can back you up on this, EM. I know what you're about to get to. I can back
So
you up on it.
there was a lot of people again, and and again, we've already argued about that. I don't know how many times, but the day of, right during halftime, right? Lou calls me because we normally check in at halftime, right? So we were hyped because we were in the game. We were like, yeah, screaming whatever. So Lewis again, he said, man, if we could just if we could have just completed, a couple of those drops or whatever. And I stopped him immediately. I told him, I said, look, no, listen, I don't want to hear the drops from you specifically. And again, I'm not calling anybody. I'm just saying, because we had those conversations. They didn't start dropping balls in that playoff game. They was dropping them all year, and I didn't hear anybody give Tua the
Right.
benefit of the doubt,
Right.
right? When
Right.
they drop balls for
You're
him.
correct. You're correct.
So you can't.
You're
So
correct.
you can't. So and again, I'm
No,
not calling anybody out.
correct.
I'm just saying.
No.
You,
I'll back you up on that. Just return the backup that it was not me saying that.
yeah, 100%, 100%.
Because
Color
I've
said I
I've been
wasn't
critical. Hold
involved.
on. I've been critical of all of our wide receivers whenever they drop a ball, no matter who's throwing it. Matter of fact, I'm quite pissed at one Preston Williams to this day for dropping a gorgeous pass from Tua in the end zone and then walking off the field injured after he'd already been gone for 2 weeks.
What
I
I'm
was
Yeah,
saying
but
quite
to you
critical of
is,
Preston
no.
Williams
Well,
that
you could
day.
thank Christian
So my
Wilkins for
point,
that
they
injury.
know there was a lot of people they were bringing that up about, and they should, right? But my thing is, if you're gonna do it for one guy, do it for the other. If you're gonna be fair and objective about a player on your team, that was my only argument.
well, EM. All I'm saying is, I brought up the whole Skylar thing because our fan base. I just say Miami, we'll turn on you in a heartbeat if you ain't getting stuff done. It's just what it is. It even shows on the
And
support
that's
of
the
the
way it
team.
should be. Nene, that's
Yeah,
the way it should
every
be.
fan base is like that. We just
And,
only say
and
it in
that's
our
the way
fan
it
base.
should be. That
Well,
is
how
the
Because
long
way.
did
let
it
me.
take us to turn on Tannehill, though? Like, I don't feel like we really turned on that guy. I
I
felt like
turned on
he
him
had a.
Real quick,
immediately. That was just me.
one other thing to toot my own horn.
John,
I
that's
have
called
a
a
video
7-year
right
plan.
now that I posted on my YouTube channel 2 years ago. still there now that shows a beautifully thrown ball put right into Giuseppe's hands in the end zone that was dropped.
But what I am saying to you as a
That's
person
on my channel.
born in Miami-Dade County, we are the type of people, if you ain't winning, we ain't trying to see you. We got other things to do. It's too much beautiful things to do in that city to focus on you. But what I am saying, the EM, and this is not you, so when I say this, I'm not saying you or Tony, but there are people in this fan base that supported Tyreek Hill during the wins, that supported Mike McDaniel during the wins, even though Mike McDaniel was calling some aggressive, stupid stuff, or he was going away from the run in wins. Tyreek Hill was dropping balls way before we started losing, and no one
That's a
said
fact.
nothing. No one said nothing about it until we started losing. We went into our cachet of excuses. Like, wait a minute, let me find one. Oh, there him is, and it's always in defense if you say something about Tua.
Man, I think you guys are onto something here, actually, about these drop passes. And just reflecting back on it with Tua, I think it was a Green Bay game. Like, he threw it to a wide open running back that was in the end zone, and then they dropped it. And if I'm recalling the game correctly, everything kind of turned on us then. And then recently, Tyreek Hill, he dropped that. I think it was the game against, what was that, the Ravens, where he dropped the touchdown. And it was like, I think that was a go ahead. Like, we were going up after we scored that. Or
he dropped a touchdown in the Eagles and Kansas City game.
Yeah, my memory gets a little foggy, but it seems like, he's had Tua. I mean, okay, I've already said it. I'm a Tua hater, but at the end of the day, he's had some really tough breaks when it does come to drop balls. It seems like incredibly inopportune times that seem to swing games. So unfortunate, yes, but it's still, I don't think we can use it. He's got to overcome.
Right. You got to be fair, though. There have been plays where Tyreek Hill and his receivers have bailed them out by coming back and knocking balls out of defenders' hands that could have been interceptions, too.
That's also
We're going
very
to be
true.
honest.
Well,
That's also very, very true.
But that's part of the game, though. This is what your receiver is supposed to do. The quarterback is supposed to
when
help
they
your
do that, they
receivers
never get credit.
and your receiver, and they're supposed to reciprocate that, bro. It's a give and a take. That's part of football.
Now, EM, I
Right, but
ask
we're
you
going
this
to add
Real quick,
stats
guys.
to what could be good.
Real
You
quick,
have to
guys.
add stats that could have been bad.
Hey, really quick, guys. Check this video out.
Yeah,
This
but
is
these
on
Crypto,
my
have
channel.
crypto, you just a goddamn hater, bro.
Yo,
You already know.
Look,
No.
this video is on my channel. I uploaded it 1 year ago. Okay, watch this.
Oh, come on.
I don't know
Who
what
was
I
that,
just saw.
Gasecki?
Triple coverage, though.
That's why he's in New England.
Was that the
Here's the
Seahawks?
thing, EM. Like
But
I
you got to
said,
remember, Color, he followed that up with a key touchdown in the end zone against Baltimore that sparked the comeback. Without
EM,
that, there is no comeback.
Whoop-de-doo.
EM, I understand that these guys are not perfect, but that's the other thing. They're human beings. They're gonna make mistakes. We get it. Only thing that I get frustrated with, and maybe it's my own fault, just stop entertaining these people, is to have the same energy and don't try to use deflections to what's being shown to you, right? Because and Tony was in those spaces when I first came into spaces, and everybody was giving me this thing about the best roster in 20 years. I said, well, let's just wait to December and January and see how it all works out. And people was like trying to, get me banned from the community, and I was like, I don't understand this push
But
that that if something goes wrong, right, like where we are right now, let's be honest. We had a 3-game lead. We basically lost 2 championships in 2 weeks. We lost the AFC overall, and we lost our division the next week following. Those 2 things hurt, and it's not like before where we weren't even in the conversation of those things. So I can acknowledge we took that step to at least, hey, you're in the conversation. You played a Baltimore for the AFC overall. You played Buffalo for the AFC East. Now, here's the other side of that hurricane. It's okay for me to be disappointed that we didn't finish that job. That doesn't mean I'm less of a fan. It doesn't mean I don't like the team anymore, that I gave up on Tua, because we do have a game to play this evening. But I just think when people, the truth is right in front of your eyes, but because you will pick your agenda or your narrative over the truth, what's in front of you. That I think that's what frustrates me. I'm just speaking for myself.
But a lot of them people though that are like unreasonable and they try to cancel people. Tony brought up a very good point. Them motherfuckers ain't Dolphin fans; they Tua fans, right?
Exactly.
So
Yeah, yeah.
you got to know who you entertaining.
That's
You
the
got to know who you
Alabama
talking to. There's no reason
section
with
of
them
the fan
idiots.
base.
They won't. I have zero tolerance for anybody that came to this fan base just because you were a fan of Tua at Alabama. You're not a
Exactly.
Dolphin fan, so I ain't got nothing for you. So that's how I remedy.
That's the Nick Sabanites.
Hey, I used to, bro, going back to 2020, 2021, 2022, right? Bro, we all know that. I'll be going to war with them idiots.
The other
But at the end
problem
of the
is
day, there's no reason to with them because they're
the
not
other
Dolphin
problem
fans
is
at the end of the day.
but the problem is there are real Dolphin fans that support and enable those people, bro.
Big O, for example. I hate to
That
bring
is
it up,
true.
but
Yeah,
That
they
that's a
that
do
good
that is
enable
true.
example.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they do enable them. Yeah.
Well,
They're
see, the problem
enablers.
is what we have to
How do you
deal with
how do you
is
reason with that?
if for me, I live in Miami, so I'm right here. We have, unfortunately, it's like this, but we have some of the most uneducated fans in the history of fucking sports. Like they 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 don't
110.
understand they
I
don't
definitely approve
understand
that
sports like
message.
that.
Is that
Don't worry,
real?
They're not
You
Tony.
I've
Don't
understand.
never
worry.
heard this. I
Buffalo's
never
right
heard this,
behind you,
Tony.
Tony.
You wouldn't have to be talking about EM Dolphin fan, are you?
No. I'm talking about people that live
Cold
in
blooded.
Miami
Use a hoe,
that
crypto. Use
only
a hoe for
watch
that crypto.
that only
like
watch
like what I heard from Rashad yesterday.
yeah,
I said
like
to myself,
it's
Rashad must be ain't getting no sleep because
like
this don't
it's
make no sense.
it gets to the point where as simple as I'm at games and I have to tell people you're not supposed to make noise when the team is on offense. Like it's ridiculous. It's like,
Oh,
so
you a
you gotta
section leader
understand.
too, Tony, in your section?
But that's everywhere in the fan base.
Are
Like
they wearing number one jerseys? When
so
you
the
got to
thing
tell them
about it
that?
is you have man, I've been arguing with people for decades now about their sports take and their understanding of the sport of football. The game of football is just more than just seeing your quarterback throw the ball and you have a great wide receiver, so y'all should always make plays and win games. That's not how the shit. Like they act like defenses don't adjust. They don't act offense is supposed to adjust to the defense adjustment. They have no fucking clue how the sport of football is played,
This
and
ain't
they're just out there
baseball and it ain't
watching
the
a
NBA.
game that they like.
Yeah.
Like you know how
Yeah,
many
they just
people like,
casually
man, throw the
on
ball to
couch
Tariq. Why you
potatoes,
not throwing it to?
This
Why you
ain't
not throwing to Tariq?
baseball and it
flipping
ain't
through the
the NBA.
channels with
Look, in baseball and basketball, you're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, maybe basketball is a little more physical with injuries and whatnot, but in those sports, you're pretty much guaranteed to see the same product for years. Even though the players are more fluid, you're basically like, okay, that quarterback wide receiver combination you're talking about, Tony. If this was baseball, the team would enjoy that fun eye candy for 10 years. You see what I'm saying? Whereas here, we can't take that position. These players are here and gone so much quicker because of the shelf life of the average NFL player. We got to win. It ain't. That's what it's about to me.
Unless it's a
I'm
singularity
about
with the
the war, though.
Patriots, like you said,
That's
Color.
why I'm about the war, though, because we got to win. There's 17 games a year, and these players almost kill themselves trying to put that eye candy on the field.
Right.
Well, the
You got to
other
be
thing
rewarded
that I
for that.
didn't like was the games where we beat ourselves, because to me that's more frustrating. It had nothing to do with the opponent. Like people used to say, "Oh, we beat ourselves," like it was a silver lining. And I was like, no, that makes me even more upset because it wasn't the opponent that beat you. It was something that on your end, whether you weren't
that's
disciplined
why I
in the
never
play.
go down that road, Nene.
Yeah, like when I hear that, I'm just like, that makes it worse that it was a false start, or it was uh uh what was it? Oh, the one that we getting a lot is that ineligible receiver down the field. I think that's a hot button flag across the league. And it's just like in the moments that it's happening is it's putting your team in the position where the defense isn't even killing you. It's like they sitting in the huddle just laughing at you. Look at you making a mistake. We don't even have to do anything to oppose you. So that to me is discipline and habits in those practices in those meetings, because to me what however you practice is how you're going to perform, and that's in sports, that's in life. Like if you just a nasty person, you can't just go and fake the funk. It's eventually going to show itself what and who the root of who you are. And that's why I say I don't care if this team wants to perform dance routines and after, I don't care nothing about that. But when it comes into these moments and you got the ball with a minute and something, or you're supposed to make a stop, like that Baker play is the definition of what I want, man. Like in that moment, big time players make big time plays. You got to do it. You can't sit there and say, "Oh, I didn't make this play, so we're developing." That's unfair to the people that the season ticket holders. And oh, by the way, they raising the price of the tickets. It's just an indictment on everything that people support in the work. Like even these shows, I can only imagine the work that y'all do behind the scenes to give us this product every day. Tony, your tailgates, how much work behind the scenes, the cooking, the setting up, the cleaning. That ain't something that the Miami Dolphins is cutting you a check at the end of the day for your hard work and determination. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
Nene,
traveling on my own
I
damn
gotta go to one of
team.
those
Nene,
tailgates, Tony.
Nene, real quick. I love you. Nene, you know how I feel about you. But I don't understand why you have such a big problem with the term developing. That's just part of football. When this team in the offseason, right? OTAs, once they got past free agency and the draft and they assembled their team, right? When they're talking about this is the best roster, they're talking about from a talent perspective. Now where
Standpoint, yes.
where the development comes in, they have to become the best player on the field,
Yeah.
right? That's where the development comes in. So I don't know why
Oh,
when
I'm gonna
there's
give you why. Because
hang on, okay.
I'm a
Oh,
person of consistency, right? If they put that on the menu as a featured dish, not in the beginning of the season, the middle of the season, don't give me development now that we're losing.
But
That's
that's the
my
fans
problem.
Chick-fil-A.
though.
no,
Disagree.
I think you need to address
Because
those individual.
I didn't hear nothing about development when we were winning. Not a
Well,
But that's
you
peep.
the fans though. They so wishy washy all the time.
exactly. You need to address them individuals because the organization. Only thing that Chris Greer said was this is the most talent we've had. Talent, right? We're not talking about their play. Talent has nothing to do with their play on the field. Right? He said the Dolphins, right? Mike McDaniel, all of them, they felt like this was the most talent that they were able to put together in the last 20 years. And they were spot on with that. You
Well, hold
can't
on,
dispute
EM.
that.
But also your
I
head coach
can.
said something else. And this is why I wouldn't say frustrated, but agitated. Remember when we were asking, why are we keep putting people on the IR, right? What's the ideology? Is these injuries that bad that we're putting people on the IR? And our coach, with his fancy dressing self, went behind that podium. It's because I am preparing this team for February.
No, 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 no. That's wrong, Nene.
But
He didn't say.
I'm paraphrasing, but it
But
has
no, no,
something to
no,
do
no,
with
no, no.
February.
He made that statement. Hold on. He made that statement pertaining to why he went to Kansas City a week early. That's when he made that statement that
Well,
he was preparing us for February
but he,
because
but
you have to
in
show up to the. It's a 2 week process for the Super Bowl.
right,
That's
and
when he
see,
made that statement, not
and
about the
I think
IR.
that, and I think that was in retrospect to put Achana A Chain on the IR, right? Is it wasn't that related on why he went on the IR? Because I think he was on the IR when we played the Chiefs in Germany, right?
Who A10?
Yeah,
I think
I
so, yeah.
think it was
Yeah, he was on
because
the
Yeah.
to
IR,
me,
but I'm saying, but that wasn't what that statement was pertaining to.
He was
They,
the
they
only player that didn't play against the Chiefs last time was A-Chain.
Yeah,
Everybody else
they he
played.
they he was asked why did they show up a week early, and that's when he made that statement about he preparing them for February because that's essentially going to be the type of schedule that you're going to have to do for the Super Bowl. You're going
right,
to be there. It's a 2 week process. You're going to be there a week early.
and see that statement, EM, and it was other statements throughout the year that, and again, I get it. People gonna say your goals are your goals. Is he wrong for saying, our goal is the AFC championship? Is he wrong to saying that the division was a goal? No, he's not wrong in that. But some of the decision making, whether it's McDaniel, whether it's Tua, whether it's the players are choking, and I'm saying players in a plural sense, I'm not saying it's singular. There is something to this team that it's unfair to say it because they still got a game to say to win today. But there is something about it that I feel like they kind of gave us a false sense of reality as to what this was.
And I just don't see how you can say that, Nene.
I
I
think
just
it
really
was.
don't. I mean, there is nothing else Chris Greer could have done in terms of acquiring talent, putting this team together. There's nothing else you
Yeah.
can do.
I
Nene,
can respectfully
one of the
There's
main
no
disagree.
reasons
there's no
one of the
depth.
main
That's
I
reasons
us.
why
mean,
the
That's us
Dolphins won
as
11
fans.
games is
I'll be
because of
honest
the
with you.
depth that
That's
Greer
really us as
acquired.
fans.
I, I
think
respectfully
that's a
disagree,
very
and
good
this is
point.
why.
That's a very good, real quick,
There's
Nene.
Nene,
That's
the
a
no
very
depth.
good
offensive
point.
line, Nene, the
We're in
offensive
the
line
same
depth
spot
is
that we
saved
were
this
in
season.
2018. We won
That
11 games. What
that's
we
a
do?
very good point. Do you know how many teams? Look, the Baltimore Ravens the last 2 years, right? We're in the situation that they were in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Crippled, decimated their season, right? They limped into the playoffs last year, but the year before that, absolutely decimated that team. I think and again, I've been critical of Mike McDaniel for stretches during the season, right? Because I felt like it was warranted. But in terms of considering the hand that has been dealt to you as far as the injury bug, right? That man has done an outstanding job keeping this team afloat, considering not only the amount of players that we've lost to IR, but the quality. Look at the quality of players that we lost.
Yeah.
All
Kendall,
But
purple.
Kendall Lamb,
but
You got to
EM,
get that
as
man
this
it's
is where your
credit.
argument
Kendall
falls
Lamb or
apart.
Cedric
If
Wilson,
we don't win tomorrow, we're no different from the 2018. No
I
different.
disagree, Crypto. I think it's a completely different because when
It's
you have a
not. We're
young
getting the same result.
no, but
How injured was
Crypto,
that
the
team,
reason I
Crypto?
think it's different, is because
No,
when
it's
you have
not. If we don't win, it's not different.
the reason
Crypto,
I'm
how
going to
injured was that team in 2008?
the
Very
reason
injured.
no,
No, that's a lie.
No,
okay,
Yeah, they
well,
was. They was
Crypto,
just
you
as
talking about
injured as
the
we are.
reason Crypto, the
no,
reason
they
why
were
it's
they were
different.
healthy that year. It's New England the
And
ones
even if
that
they weren't injured, they got the
Crypto,
same result.
Yeah, yeah,
And
but
it's
this, and you want to say that
but
this team is
Crypto,
better, and
it's
we getting
oh
the
my
different.
same result. That
Crypto,
makes it
Crypto, it is
worse.
too
no,
goddamn late for this level of foolishness. You should be
you
ashamed of
could
That
take
the
yourself.
makes it
reason
worse.
accountability
Crypto,
off
the
though.
reason it's
Turn up,
different.
Crypto.
If
How
they're
about
better,
players that injured?
if this team's better than that one, even with the injuries, that makes it worse
No,
for this team.
No, it's not a linear.
The injuries have something to do with that.
It's not linear though,
The
Crypto, because
starters
the
are
It
way
is
better,
linear. It's the
no,
but
same
they're
Can I
it's
not on the
speak to
result.
field.
EM?
it's not
Can I,
Crypto. I'm going to
can I
explain to you
We
speak to
the
why.
EM
same
and
Listen,
Greer?
point.
man, I don't have the
Okay, you're
ability
not
to
gonna
mute.
no, that's
Okay,
not gonna
this
work,
gonna be a
Josh,
while.
because you can say that in the year
You can talk over
2034 that year is gonna be better than this one. So I'm not buying that argument. No.
I'm saying
If
the
we're getting the same
context,
result, it's the same in my mind.
Crypto, the context is completely different, and this is why.
Of course
You
you're
have
gonna say that
you
because it's
have
different personnel.
no,
Crypto,
But
it's
we're getting the
it's not
same
even a
result.
can you
Crypto,
let the man plead his
Please,
case, please,
let him
Crypto?
do this. Please let
Crypto.
him do this.
The
Bro, we're
Miami
gonna have the same
It's
argument in
too late for this.
2054.
It's
no,
too
it's
And
late
I'm
not
for
the
gonna
this
say
damn
it,
same.
and you're gonna
foolishness,
say the
Crypto.
same
It's
Get it
thing.
over with
no
now. Just
Crypto, it's
finish.
actually it's way more positive.
If we're gonna be 11-6 in 2054, you can fundamentally make the same fucking argument.
No, it's
Crypto,
not a
can the man make his case? Can the man finish, please?
Crypto,
I'm
that's
just
30
trying to
years
say
from
that
now.
this
Crypto,
is the freaking same. It's the same result.
We
That
heard
it's
you,
roster is no
Crypto. Can
worse
you at
than this
least
one.
let the man
Crypto, we
finish?
heard you say that 100 times now. That's your Josh.
the difference between 2008 and right now with the Miami Dolphins and going forward. It's not just about a linear outlook this year, is they have a young GM, a young, bright, offensive-minded head coach, and a young, very promising quarterback, all in unison, all in place. There's a true foundation for authentic success going forward. That has not happened in
All it
Miami
says is
in 30
malarkey.
years,
Man,
Crypto.
those
That's
are
fucking
personal opinions. Personal
That's fucking
opinions.
malarkey. That's what that
Yeah, that's
is.
ridiculous.
That's fucking malarkey,
No, that's
bro.
not right.
Malarkey.
That's not right.
Matter of fact, in 20 years ago from now, we won a fucking playoff game, number one. So you're not going to say, first of all, that team was with freaking that we
Jay
had
Fiedler
back
though.
then
That was
was
with
more
Jay Fiedler,
successful when we were
crypto.
worked in.
That was
That
Dave
defense,
Wonstadt. That was
what
Dave
fucking
Wonstadt and Jay
defensive player on
Fiedler.
this team is better than fucking Zach Thomas? I'll wait. What defensive player in this team is better than
Because there was no future
freaking
with that
Jason
team,
Taylor?
Jerome
crypto.
Baker, goddammit. Jerome
You only
Baker.
got
There you
three.
go.
You only got three players on this team that's better than probably any of those teams in the fucking last 20 years. You want to say the overweight of Tyreek Hill and the quarterback and maybe one other skill position overweight all those other great defenses that Jimmy Johnson and freaking Dave Wonstadt fielded in this fucking team.
Who else did they have on the team besides Jason Taylor and Jack Thomas? You had
Nobody.
Sam Madison,
They
maybe.
bring Sam Madison, Patrick Surtain,
Well,
the
They had no
Sam
leading
quarterback
Madison.
though,
leaders,
crypto.
the
They didn't
leading
have a.
leaders in interceptions in this
Sam
franchise.
Madison, neither. Sam Madison or Patrick Surtain don't even come close to Jalen Ramsey,
They
bro.
lead the league in interceptions as a tandem. Where's our tandem that leads in interceptions? I'll
Man,
wait.
but I'm
Bro,
saying,
Here's the
stop
crypto.
it.
point.
There was
Where?
no real future with that team.
What
Brock
about
Marion
Brian
is
Walker
just
and
as good as
Jeremiah Bell?
Brock
They was on that
Marion's
team
just as
too.
good as our safety.
Brock, a real. Oh, okay, all right, man. I'm gonna.
Crazy,
You know
But
man.
what?
EM,
That
You
defense
better
ranked
be glad I
way
gotta be up
higher,
in 4
and they
hours,
played
crypto.
against more better quality
Hey,
opponents
was
down the
Brock
stretch
Marion on that
that get them
team?
that high
I'm just
ratings.
throwing out names.
but EM. Oh, somebody
Sam
in the
Madison and Patrick
blender.
Surtain is still our best duo in
Dream too much.
history as a tandem.
Somebody's in the blender. But EM, you asked me like, how could I be mad at Greer? This is why I'm mad at Greer, right? Instead of just shifting the injuries and moving people around, he didn't get fresh bodies in the building until it was the last iota of a second, and that's my problem with him. Is his
At what
reaction
position?
time.
At what position?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's not true,
example.
Nene.
No,
At what?
if y'all let me get to the point, I'll tell you when
Go
it's
ahead. Go
true.
ahead. Go ahead.
So we went
Miss
and
me with
found
this is
some.
the best roster in 20 years.
We went and
Nonsense.
found
I
some.
ain't
We
never
found a
buying that
couple of
fucking
people
argument.
All right.
that was sitting
Go
on the
ahead,
couch.
Nene.
JPP, we found him sitting at the couch. And it's just the quality of people you bring it in. Like, let's be honest, this Kansas
What?
City game.
Tim Bowens,
Nene, you can't.
Trace Armstrong.
I
Oh,
love
Y'all
that's
can
crypto.
okay.
name
I'm just
more.
gonna say it, man.
Crypto, we passed that. God damn,
He's
let Nene
cooking.
go.
But what I'm saying it just felt like when even with the offensive line,
Olivia Vernon.
that's who we
Ooh.
Olivier
bringing in.
Vernon. God damn it. If you're gonna say his name, say it. If you're gonna cut people off, say it right
Oh
again.
wow.
He said Olivier Vernon.
Don't listen to crypto. Don't listen to that, Nick. Go
Oh,
ahead, Nene.
Terrell
Go on and
Buckley,
finish.
crypto.
It's too goddamn late for this foolishness. Go ahead,
Tim
Nene.
Bowens. But I just
Alec
felt like being
Ogilvy.
honest, like when we were putting people
Daryl
on
Richie
the
Gardner was on
IR.
that team.
Incognito.
What about Daryl Gardner? Crypto, he was on that team.
I'm gonna
Tim
put
Bowens.
myself on mute until Crypto
Joey
get done
Porter.
with his
Joey
You know,
spitting out the
Porter.
roster.
Hey, basically, what we're painting here is we got a lot of experience with basically, not sealing the deal. We know what it looks like to not be good enough. So I mean, I'm just going to get back to it, guys. We lost to the Ravens, first seed on the line. We go to we have Buffalo at home. We lose. We lose the freaking division. We're going on the road to KC. It's cold as hell. They're talking about a -3 without wind chill.
so you calling the L already? They hadn't even.
Yeah, they got to play the game, dude.
Hey, I gotta believe. Do I have the right to believe?
2018,
Do I
that
believe?
2018 won the division at the
No,
end of
I'm
the
gonna need
season
that on
against
wax. I'm gonna need
a
that on
great
wax.
opponent.
What's our
Yeah, and they
record
were playing
against
against
winning
backup
teams, though?
quarterbacks too. Goddamn Crypto. Now that's not
I had this very conversation last
What
week,
backup
probably on a
quarterback?
Friday or Saturday,
Tom
and I
Brady
said,
was the only one at a
for the
backup.
fucking Patriots.
They
Yeah,
were
Tom Brady
11
got
and
hurt that year.
And they had to beat Brett Favre that was broken down and old already. Don't do that,
They were
Crypto.
11
Okay, you guys are saying, bro, Josh Allen is broken down and old. What's the
Hold on.
Ain't
difference?
nobody said
Hold
that
on.
Josh Allen is
They
not
were
the
Leave it
age
up
that
to all
Brett
the
Favre was
Tuaneers
that
that's
year.
like to trash Josh Allen all year long.
We can't hear
Crypto,
you,
you don't
Keller.
think? But
You're
hold
real
on,
quiet.
Crypto, you don't think there's real
You're
hope
real
with the
quiet,
Dolphins
Keller.
going forward? You don't think there's any hope
How
going
do you
forward with the
extrapolate
Dolphins?
this us having hope to going
No,
We
forward
don't
from
even
just
know who
you
the
saying
quarterback
he
was
don't.
that
for the
another
Buffalo
He
team
Bills
is
don't.
that
not
year.
as
He was
good as
probably
this
replacing
this
He
one's
Josh
not
don't.
as good as previous teams?
John, how about now?
Yeah,
because
that's
the
This is
better.
all my
foundation is
fault.
different.
That's
There's a
better.
real foundation that's actually can go forward. That's
Okay.
different from '08
But if this
crypto.
foundation keep giving me the same results, I'm not buying in the foundation.
It's
Okay.
the
Well,
So
second
look.
because
year.
the
It's the
Thank
second
reason
year
you.
of this
why,
regime,
Well,
crypto.
hold on. Let's be fair for a second.
Ain't
In
nobody
08,
losing no goddamn sleep.
in
Go
08,
ahead.
the Patriots were 11-5 with Matt
but they
Castle.
had Matt Castle.
I
That was a
know. I
backup
know.
quarterback.
I know.
But they still got
Remember,
results with a
this was
backup quarterback.
We don't want to hear that shit, crypto.
damn.
They had, yeah, come on, man.
Remember, this was a piece of evidence that shows that Bill Belichick can win without Brady. Remember,
That's
that's
a
why
goddamn lie. You don't want to
started
hear
that
that shit.
debate.
Exactly. And that also was the
He
same
won with that
Patriot
goddamn
team that
season.
produced the same record
He
as the
didn't win
Buffalo
without
Bills, in
Brady
which
because
we
he ain't
lost
won the
the,
goddamn
the
division and they didn't
division
even make the
title
playoff
too.
that year. He ain't win shit. Get out of here.
Right. I'm just saying that's what
But but
started the
but yeah,
question.
Tony,
You know what
that
I'm saying?
Patriot team was no different from this year's Buffalo team with the same record.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That this year
They both
Buffalo
was
team won the
11 and
division.
6.
EM, I heard your laugh.
Color made a
This
good
year
point.
Buffalo team won
I
the
agree.
division. That's
It
the
is too
difference.
late for this level of foolishness. Look, I'm gonna let y'all. I got to get up here in about 4 hours. Hey man, salute Tony. Keep putting your foot on their goddamn neck, man. Hey, we'll tap in tomorrow. Hey, so Fizz,
EM,
hey,
be
let's
easy, my
get this
brother.
dub, baby. Let's get this
Yeah,
dub.
thanks
All
for
right,
staying up,
EM.
coming by this
All
late.
right,
EM.
Ian.
Guys, though, real quick, is man, you guys are this freaking audience is some sick folk, bro. It's 70 people watching, and it's 3 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning
I
on the
just want
East Coast.
results,
The
man.
Nene effect.
So
She said the
obviously
Nene
it's game
effect.
day, and people are excited already. You know what I mean? The game ain't till
Let's
8 o'clock.
go.
Man, so appreciate y'all. Make sure you're hitting the like button. Hold on, I got to get an update real quick because we're gonna shut it down here in a second. It's just getting too late for even me. But hold on, I got to check something real quick in the studio.
Can we do some score predictions real quick from
Yeah,
everybody
that's what.
before?
Yeah, that's
Shit,
what
I
I was
gotta get
thinking.
up in
I was
them.
thinking for last word. Get everybody's thoughts on the games, score predictions if you so choose to. But here we have gotten 2 more subscribers tonight. We are now 7 away from 6,000. So if y'all haven't subscribed, then obviously you know now what you've been missing. So make sure you're hitting the notification bell as well, so you know when we're live this late. Sometimes we just roll like this. We're up on 7.5 hours right now.
Yeah.
Shake started it up for the evening drive time, and we've been going since then. So obviously we're excited about our first playoff. Well, I guess we had one last year, but let's be real. You know, this type of game is going to be fun, man. It's just going to be fun. Even if you think we're going to lose. So we'll start with, I don't know if Sharif ended up fixing his mic or not, but
yeah, I'm
you
back
there?
now. I should be.
No, it's still in the blender.
Yeah. I don't know.
Sharif,
It
the presence of the Lord right now. That's what it's like.
you got to do what Mr. Polk did and change out your earbud. Just buy a new Bluetooth. But we'll start with the Buffalo Bill fan. Josh Allen is the next Carson Wentz. Appreciate you hanging with us, man.
He changed the Carson Wentz.
Oh no, that's
Elway. Okay.
That's funny, isn't it?
He rolls with
it. I think I'm excited to see Tua in his first playoff game. I think it's a great challenge. I got a weird feeling about this game. I said it 2 months ago. I said it a month ago. I said it before the Bills-Dolphins game. That I have a weird feeling that the Bills and Dolphins are going to meet in the AFC Championship. It's going to be tough to beat Mahomes. He's obviously I think he's the greatest, but we'll see what happens. If the Dolphins can get out of Arrowhead with that W and then get a little bit healthier, that type of win can give you incredible momentum. And I'm just excited. I mean, if I was a Dolphins fan, I would be so excited to see Tua in his first playoff game, just to see the challenge going up against Mahomes. And if he wins that game, a lot of the narratives are going to change, So we'll see what happens.
no
Did
score.
he give a score?
No score.
I'm going to say I got a wild hair. 23-20. Tua leads them down there when they're tied and gets the field goal to win the game.
Ooh, Sanders, huh? That would be fun.
And the win. Send us in a
That was
win.
exciting.
All right. Well,
Interesting.
appreciate it, Josh Allen. This is the next Carson Wentz. Make sure you take care of that shoulder, bro. You certainly don't want it to end up like Carson Wentz's ankles, man. So look out for that. And stop running head on into linebackers. But appreciate you, Josh. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
All right, John.
All right. So
we'll get we'll rip the Band-Aid off, man. Go ahead.
yeah, so starting the season, I was going into this thing and I'm saying if we want to make a Super Bowl run, we got to have home field advantage. And I was putting a lot on home field advantage. The way we started off the year, it was looking really, really good. But then we started to slowly fall apart. And, frankly, by the Ravens, by Buffalo, I'm expecting us to lose. And that's no different going into today. I think we're going to lose. It's probably going to be by more than 10 points. I just don't think this is the team of destiny that we all are hoping for. And if it is the team of destiny, then it's going to be an absolute freaking miracle. So if I got to throw out a score prediction, sure, I'll go 23-10. KC takes it all. And, I hope I'm wrong because
Can we get a fins up before you leave?
I would like to give a fins up, but I'd also like, before I say that, I just think there's a lot riding on this game. And Tua's legacy, make no mistake about it, is at stake here. You cannot lose the last 2 games of the season and then go one and done in the playoffs and expect to get respect out of everyone. So with that said, Tua, give me a reason tomorrow to yell fins up.
Can we get a Tua time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if he wins, I'll give you a Tua time. How about that? Let's hold that up. See y'all.
I'll hold you to that.
All right. Bye.
Later,
I
man.
give my prediction next.
Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna give a prediction as to the number that everybody gonna have to call because it's so cold in that stadium. 9-11, 9-11. I think the score is gonna be 9-11. Dolphins win.
We gonna get a safety.
I think that this game is gonna be slippery. I think it's gonna be a lot of bad football because let's be honest, man, we want to see these guys perform, but let's be human beings. It's gonna be hard to even breathe in those type of conditions, man. Like running full speed and I don't know if the field is heated, but even if it's heated, you're gonna have it sweat to freeze again. So I'm expecting a real field goal-ish game. I think the quarterbacks are gonna outweigh each other because of the wind and the conditions, and it's gonna be who's gonna hold on to the ball and make a field goal. And I think in one point we may get a good one for Patrick Mahomes. He has been running for his life. I think we get a safety, and I think we win the game 9-11 and come back home to play the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right. I like
That's
it.
what's up.
Sure, you got an echo now, bro. Oh, you can't get out of your own way tonight, man.
Man, I switched from Brave to Chrome. God damn.
Well, there you go.
So,
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask Tony how he felt about this, man, and because I haven't gotten Tony's take on this, and I really love Tony because he looks at things objective, evenly down the middle, and I've been looking at this McDaniel thing now for over 2 months, Tony. And the influence he has on Tua making his first read, throw into a spot regardless. Man, why did Kurt want to do that, man? Now the woodworks are coming out now. But this is shit I've seen this influence I've seen from McDaniel on tour months ago, Tony. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, you wasn't the only one seeing it. We all saw it. I just think.
But Tua and all will come for you.
I was just gonna say, I think most people were afraid to say anything about it because they were afraid of
while you're waiting on Tony's response, mute yourself because we're getting an echo from you. Thank you.
I think people is afraid to get criticized by the tour fans or the tour nons or the tour nears or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm gonna call it down the line because I'm a fan of the team, not the players. You get what I'm saying? The players just so happen to play for my team. That's why I root for them. But I mean, as long as you're watching the film, you've been seeing this stuff happen game in and game out. So I just think it's only fair that we have the right to call him out on his. Is we going to give him praise for the good things? We could criticize him on the plays that he's lacking on, or he's missing, and he's not making the right read or coming off the correct. The arm strength is showing. That's what people. This is what happened when we had Chad Pennington. If y'all remember,
Outside the numbers, yeah.
yeah, when Chad Pennington, when teams was able to exploit his limitations, is when you see why he has to run this timing based offense, because you have to use his strength with his anticipation and his accuracy. You get what I'm saying? But the problem with that is every time it has to be perfect every single time, because you throw him with trust and not and anticipation, and you're not seeing the throw before you make the throw. So I mean, if we understand that and we see that and we understand that's what we have to do, then the team have to do a better job of putting the players and even the backups behind them that could consistently run these routes to perfection. Because what we're essentially doing is actually going to be perfect on every throw, and that's just not going to happen, honestly.
So,
Yeah,
Sharif, you got a score prediction for tomorrow? And by the way,
yeah.
real quick before I let you go, I'm gonna mute you one more time. Make sure you update your Chrome on your phone. You might have an update waiting, because I use Chrome on my phone too, and it doesn't have the echo problem anymore. So somebody fix something. So update your phone. Make sure it's updated. But go ahead, Sharif.
Yeah, score
You,
prediction, I think is probably 20 to 17. Maybe a trick play here or there. Maybe we need to do the punt set up on the goal line and run it in with the punter. I mean, who knows? Would we need to try something to get a score ahead of them? I think it's a 2017 game. I think it's very rough, especially if the blizzard, with the winds at 14 miles an hour, along with that freaking freezing. I just think it's no, you don't put the ball in the air. I think if you have to run over 35, 40 times and lose, I think we will tip our hat. But if you try to put that ball in the wind, people are not only going to come for Tua, they're going to come for Greer because you let Tua do that. And of course, Tua non is going to be pissed because we're going to be objective and pile on failures. So, let's just hope we keep it on the ground over 35 times, and pound it. And just, uh, to me, like, uh, Bills put 8 in the box in the second half, and McDaniel has no adjustment. He's proven to me over 2 years, guys, that at least Flores had head coach qualities. He can delegate, let people run things, and McDaniel doesn't have a fucking inkling of that in him. Yes, I said that. Flores could sit there and delegate, and shit would get done with the other coordinators. If you ask McDaniel to give that playbook to someone so he can delegate properly throughout the game, he may cuss you out. I believe McDaniel will cuss you out if you ask him to give that playbook away and fucking delegate the game properly, where you have proper cadence to make right calls. You mean you tell me, Tony, you couldn't fucking run the ball up to the line of scrimmage? You knew Tyree didn't catch that ball. You knew he didn't scoop his hand under. You didn't have the fucking cadence that every other NFL team has to run up to the line of scrimmage so we can get that first down. That's on McDaniel, bro. You guys
tell
start.
us how you really feel, Sharif.
Well, let me get my score prediction.
Yes, sir, Tony. Go ahead.
I
And
actually
thank you,
think
Sharif.
it's going
Appreciate
to
you coming
be.
by, buddy. You got to come in early. It's like 3 in the morning. It's man, Sharif, man. It's early for you. Ain't you in the next time zone?
I woke up fresh.
Mm.
I actually think it's going to be the reverse of what happened. I think we're going to win the game 21-14. And I also have I hear everybody, which is them that everybody in his fan base saying that the reason they think we're going to win because we're going to be forced to run the ball. I have some new flash for you guys. Everybody knows it's going to be the cold weather game, and I think that Kansas City is going to force us to have to make throws to beat them in this game. And I believe that's the only way that we're going to beat them. He's going to have to make some throws because they might load the box up, and they're not going to allow us to beat them with a run. And it's going to open our eyes to realize that we're actually the reason our running game is so good because we benefit off the how good our passing game is. So the teams are
Yeah, the
always,
gravity effect. That's why I've
yeah,
been preaching
always
all along.
preparing to defend Tyreek Hill and not let him beat you. Defend Jalen Waddle and the speed of this offense to where they don't have a problem giving up the run because our most of our explosive plays you don't want those big touchdowns to get the team hype and get the energy going. So with a game like this, it's actually going to open the eyes to our fan base. Our run game is not as prominent as we think it is. It's a beneficiary of the passing game. So I think that
100%.
Tua is going to have to make a couple throws here and there. I don't think it's going to be a big field goal game, especially with that wind gust that they got at 14 and 15 miles per hour. That's not good recipe with that snow coming down of field goal games. So you're going to have to get the ball in the end zone. So I just believe that Tua is going to have to make a couple key throws, whether it's something, with the slippery field, that speed is going to get defenders off out of out of position more often than not, and hopefully our speed kills them with that, and we benefit from a
Exactly
couple of
what I was thinking, Tony. I'm
yeah
glad. I'm feeling you, bro. I'm right there with you, man.
yeah. So hopefully we benefit from a couple of the players
The
being out
more
of
times
position
them
and
them
speed.
4 guys that we got that can run 21 miles an hour, the more times they got the ball in their hand in open grass with the way these defenses are going to be having to move through this cold. Telling you,
Right.
bro.
Yeah,
That can
because
kill.
defenders have to react, and the offensive players are
Mhm.
actually planning out their movements, so they know when they're going to make the cut. So that's I think it's going to be 21-14. We just beat them the same way they beat us with 3 touchdowns, and I just believe that Tua is going. The only way we win is Tua is going to have to be able to show that he can make throws in this winning condition. Because I guarantee that Kansas City is not going to just let us take the easy route on and just run the ball. It's not going to happen.
Wholeheartedly agree, man. Appreciate you, bro. You can hang up here while we're shutting it down. No big deal. Crypto, you got anything? I mean, I don't know if you want to wait for insomnia to simmer or give a take, but I just wanted to echo Tony's sentiment. You basically said exactly what I have to say about the game and our keys to winning it. The other thing I'd add is that, and maybe it hasn't come to fruition as much as we wanted this year. We did see flashes of it, but Vic Fangio still has the history of every defense he's been involved with has been top 3, if not leading the league in turnovers. So that's his MO. And in a game like this, that should be our MO as well. Anyway. So if he's if he, to attain that kind of record, you would have to be the type of coach that coaches that stuff during practice and hammers it, so I'm hoping that it'll be us that gets, the score off of a turnover this time around and not them. I have it, going deep. It's 27-27. I wanted to give us a scooping score to win the game as a hot take, but I'm thinking, it's 27-27. We get that crucial turnover and we kick a field goal and win the game. I got us winning 30-27. Anything else? Anything you want to add to that, Crypto? Or
But no, I think quality is kept as a whole. The fan the fan base already indirectly forecasted a drastic loss. And I'll say this is why. Leading up into the game, to the Ravens game last 2 weeks ago, all that they had on their mind is Tua beating Lamar for the MVP race. It was only all about them two. That's all they can ever focus on. And what happened in the game? Lamar virtually clinched that particular award in that particular one game because our fan base was singly focused on Tua outdoing him for that award when it was yet to be settled. Fast forward to the game last week against Buffalo. It was all about Tua legacy game and Josh Allen finally having a bad game against us in God knows how many times. Yet he finally have his first and ever bad game against us as far as his personal numbers, touchdowns versus interceptions, because he still had the yards. Then yet, all for the marbles, legacy game, he doesn't have his legacy game against us, against the Bills. So he craps the bed, pseudo craps the bed in that one in his quote unquote legacy game, because our fan base, that's all they talked about. Then now indirectly they're forecasting off-season talk by saying how much can Tua get paid and how much would his contract be if because he's going to get paid no matter what. Only talking up pseudo off-season talk when you talk about what a player is going to get paid in the off-season because what he's did during the regular season and his numbers. Oh, he's the number one passer. It's almost like it was an indirect campaign put out there to say, hey, this is Tua's numbers. He deserves this amount of money because they see that the end is near. They don't want to say that the end is near, but they're talking in those terms that the end is near by only focusing on the man's contract, which is by definition an off-season transaction. You can do it in the season, but when it comes to Tua, Greer and our top brass already made it that they're only going to do that in the off season. So they boost up everything about what he's done throughout the regular season. He's been in MVP conversations over the last 2 years. He deserves this amount to be right along with his peers, though keeping up with the Joneses talk. So this is how I feel that they're kind of pseudo forecasting a traumatic demise because they can roll right into the off season and say this is the man that should get the bag because he brought us this far. I mean that's just kind of how the trend
Yeah.
has been over the last 3 weeks.
If that's how you, if that's how, like, if the plan, if the 7-year plan is in effect, that would definitely be the pathway you would have to implement to get it done.
Yeah, it's almost like the fan base though. So it's not all the fan base. Certain sections of the fan base, when they go singly, go so hard and singly focused on one particular thing, they don't realize indirectly what they're doing when they do that. And I'm like, well, damn, why are they so hard in the paint about his contract and we ain't even finished the season yet? Why is that the talk all of
They're
a
already
sudden this
hammering
week?
the number of injuries, and they've even got the national media on their side with that one.
Yeah, with this contract negotiation and
No,
injury.
with the injuries, I'm talking about the fact that we had the most injuries going into the playoffs, and it's
Yeah,
actually excusable. You know what I mean? If we were to look
right.
at it,
As far as the most combination of lineups,
they're saying that stuff. Oh, you can't blame them with all these injuries.
yeah, the different combinations of lineups at the offensive line and defensive
Oh
line.
yeah, oh yeah.
So it's more
I heard
like
one today. I heard one today with the Mercs that we brought in for defense that we're now the oldest team in the playoffs on average.
the oldest.
Yeah, age wise, we're the oldest team on average.
Well,
going into the playoffs.
yeah, based on which bell curve, because overall we could still consider young.
I don't know, bro. It's stupid. My point is, it's stupid. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? It's like,
you have
what
to
does that
say that
mean?
we're the
You know?
oldest when on average everybody's under 30. On average, take out Tyreek Hill, everybody's 27 and under.
Right, right.
Or him and Armstead is the only ones that's holding that average
The
age
two
high.
guys we just brought in, they're like over
Mhm.
30. You know?
Oh, the brand new
Yeah,
acquisitions from the league.
yeah.
Yeah, right. That definitely skews them numbers. And I'm like, why are they so singly focused and they so far in the paint with this Tua contract? I'm like, that's a Greer off-season transaction. I'm like, are you guys kind of like settling in your mind that the end is near? That you need to hurry up and accelerate this discussion about him getting the
Great.
bag.
That's a great point.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I've been hearing that all week. I'm like, what the hell did this come
I mean,
from?
it's like if there's a fire starting, right, and it has a chance to be a big fire, and all you have is a can of gasoline. Well,
Hmm.
you might take your chance if this fire's small enough that you could smother the fire with the gasoline before it ignites it. You know what I mean? Because liquid gasoline doesn't actually ignite; it's the fumes
Right.
that ignite, right? So
The
you
the
can actually
fumes
smother
ignited.
the fire with it if it's small enough. But do you take that chance? You know, that's what the
Right.
two engineers are doing right now. They're like, oh, even hey, that gas can if you got to. You know what I mean? Don't let this fire start.
I'm like, why? I'm like, why take your attention over here when we got business to do over here? And I was like, I can understand the MVP at that moment because really it was more like six people really that was in the discussion. At that point in time before we even played the Ravens. Even though we just recently beat Dak Prescott, he was still in the conversation. Brock Purdy having one bad game doesn't just totally throws him out. You know what I
Right.
mean?
You know,
So,
and this thing about MVP that they keep throwing around, that was completely fabricated
mhm,
by people talking it up.
right, right. Yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying.
And the
Yeah,
statistical production.
right, exactly. Because really, Tua had, as I brought it up earlier in the night, Tua for the MVP last year was stronger than this year's. A lot of people don't realize that. On aggregate, he had more statistical categories in which he was top three in last year than he was this year, including QBR, total QBR, and QBR rating, the regular rating, with the higher number versus the QBR total. When you go from first overall in QBR rating total to 12th or 10th, that's a precipitous drop in compared to what the standard he set for himself last year. So that's actually a downtrend. His true uptrend was in total yardage when he bested golf by 54 yards.
Right.
So in that category, yeah, he's outdone himself and set his own personal best, edging out golf for the yardage. But as far as total touchdowns, overall, you're looking at a number that was still lower than what last year's projections would had he played all 17 games. Now that he's played all 17 games, last year's total touchdown records is even greater, would have been on a higher pace than this year's final numbers. So you can say he's down ticked in that number. Last year he had 6 touchdowns in one game.
That's why
This year
for
his high was 4.
comparisons. Well, that's why for comparisons like that, I try to go to percentages. So we could say, okay, well,
His
last
touchdown percentages was
well,
was
last year,
6,
well, last
and
year
it's
he
like
ended,
4 this year.
well, last year he ended with a 64.8 completion percentage. Touchdown percentage was 6.3.
Right.
Interception percentage was 2.0. Let's go to this year. This
This year
year,
it went down.
hold on, I'm getting there. This year, completion percentage was higher,
Yeah,
69.3.
yeah, the completion
Uh,
percentage, right, but touchdown
touchdown
percentages went
percentage,
down.
touchdown percentage dropped to 5.2. Interception percentage increased to 2.5.
Right, because the touchdown to interception ratio decreased. The ratio for touchdowns versus interceptions. So naturally, the interception percentage will go up and his touchdown percentage will go down. So his numbers last year on aggregate was way better than in
Right,
those two
right,
categories than this year.
right. Now, if you go to, hold on, if you go to,
Yards per target, depth of target.
no,
I think
well, I'm
it'll
not going
be
to go there quite yet. That's
oh,
more deep. That's more deep. That's part of what I'm going to start looking at when I crunch the numbers. But if we go to pressure, right? This year his pressure rate was 14.4%. Okay, so and last year his pressure rate was
you say he was more oh, that's the amount of times he was pressured.
last year's pressure rate was 20%. So he's had less pressure this year by 6%.
By 6%.
So we got
Yo,
him the offensive line. That's for sure.
right.
We got the pressure
So
cleared up. Why has he still
right,
got happy feet?
right, because he's getting rid of the ball faster this year.
And as
And
and as Ben Solak pointed out, there's one play he's climbing the pocket for no reason.
right, and he doesn't need to do that, right? Because he's got more than enough time now.
And the pocket is clearly open and secure.
Yeah, now that we have
It's like the guy blocking the guy. That whole mess got too close to him, and he felt the need to climb the pocket. The pocket was completely protected.
right.
This is stuff
Yeah,
I'd love to show you if people
yeah.
weren't such dicks about
And Mike
copyright.
McDaniel's offense last year, that's why I would argue that no. Despite to the contrary, Tua was a better quarterback in year one of Mike McDaniel's offense than in year two. Even though our offensive total production has went up because of the skill position players in production on their side, makes our offense
I
total
would say
production
he
goes
was
up.
more efficient last year. I'd at least say that.
Yeah, which I guess you can argue that the efficiency led to him being better. But yeah, being a
Well, I
better
mean,
actual at his position than everybody
it's
else
not a
was.
small wonder either that I don't know. I have to look again. Our offensive efficiency was higher this year than last year. It could have been the same actually.
Right. Given that if you give Tyreek's the same yardage because he had one game where he had 180 some yards with Skylar and Teddy, those number transposed to Tua and he plays the full season, you can argue that Tua could have still had more passing yardage last year than this year.
Scrap, to answer your question, Scrappy, because we don't make the host enough money yet.
What was that?
He's asking why we can't show it if Dougly Do Wrong can. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
simply a matter of we don't have a large enough subscriber base for them
Do it.
to allow us our freedom of use act, our freedom,
Mhm.
free use act, privileges to be able to show you because they know we don't have a large. First of all, we're not large enough for their advertising to make a dent in how much money they make, and secondly, they know that we're not going to fight back and get a lawyer to submit a or put the claimer in where we're supposed to or whatever and deal with getting demonetized and stuff like that. What they do is they come up with other reasons according to their guidelines to demonetize us, and we know it's because they don't want that because they're claiming it's like a copyright, but it's not a legal copyright. It's a
Yeah.
copyright inside of the YouTube domain where they're saying they can easily say, well, you're reusing that content,
Yeah.
not changing it enough. So, that's YouTube's guidelines. And as such, they'll demonetize you like out of the blue without even, giving you a chance to you know, rectify it or whatever. Now, if we had 30,000 subscribers and 15,000 viewers every video, every show, then we would be making them so much money that they wouldn't feel the need to do that to us. For whatever reason.
Right.
Now, if I went to Ben Solak, the YouTuber, and said, "Hey, can I use this to review it?" He'd probably likely be like, "Sure." You know what I mean?
Right.
And technically, we could be, as far as other YouTube content goes, but we do have to comment on it. It does have to be used under the Fair Use Act, which is commentary, illustration, stuff like that, which we do. It's not like we sit here and upload other people's videos and say it was ours. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
But anyway,
that's true.
You pointed out a clear example where Tua's climbing the pocket for absolutely no reason. And as people want to point out about the Kansas City game with Kurt Warner and all that, this wasn't the Kansas City game. This was the Buffalo game. Because this particular YouTuber didn't make it exclusive to one game.
No, he didn't. It was Buffalo, and you could have put Tennessee in there. You could even put the Carolina, even though we've overcame it as a team.
In there. I'm not sure.
The Giant game to Carolina.
Dude, he basically broke down like these 3 plays against Buffalo, showing why the ball should have never been thrown where it was. And all 3
one of those games, the one you pointed out, was the before underneath the one that was the pass interference zone.
Right.
It was one that pass. He should have that particular pass should have never been thrown, even though we got the pass interference call.
Right.
Should have been thrown to Smythe. I think Kurt Warner and another guy pointed that out. Yeah.
But I was told
the guy on the ringer,
he needs to make that catch with the safety bearing down on him. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, the pass interference gets lost in translation. That the fact that it was pass interference makes it almost uncatchable because you slightly lose your focus because somebody's interfering with your progress.
That's why it's against the rules to interfere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what a lot of people losing in transition. The fact that it's a pass interference, the reason why he lost focus to begin with.
And you can't make this shit up, man. Maybe that's also why he didn't have his hand. Maybe that's why he didn't have his other hand to catch the ball.
Right, because the guy interfered with him. Right, and all it takes is slight interference for you to slightly lose focus to take your eyes off the ball for a fraction of a second, and you can have a drop. Hence, pass interference. You interfere with the pass in progress. Yeah, you have both hands touch the ball. Yes, but it's a reason why it was dropped as well, because just enough interference can cause you to lose complete focus on the ball. That's what a lot of people forget. Like, wait a minute. That did throw off his time. He did kind of turn his body sideways. He was able to get both hands on the ball still. But if that focus and concentration is broken up for a half a second, hence the pass interference, that could explain why a drop happened. Not excusing them for the drop, but it is at least an explanation on why the drop occurred.
The thing of it is, Crypto, it's not even a matter of excusing him for the drop. According to the NFL, the play didn't happen.
Yeah, that's true too. Right. It didn't.
When there's a penalty and it's accepted, the play didn't happen unless it's the rare penalty that causes a loss of down, like intentional grounding.
Right. And since we did accept the play, we gave ourselves a reboot, meaning all new plays that's incorporated from that play forward is what matters.
Matter of fact, when they talk about Tyreek's drops that game, I'm pretty sure that one wasn't counted if it was a pass interference penalty.
No, it wasn't. That one wasn't counted as a drop. No, not against his not against his drop percentage and drop totals. No, that wasn't. It's not an official count
So
towards
they're
his drop
pointing
total.
out a drop that isn't even counted as a drop on him.
That's not even counted as a drop, right? Exactly. According to the NFL official statistic, that's not counted as a drop.
There's also there's also uncatchable balls.
Right.
Remember,
It goes
drops is still somewhat of a subjective stat.
right.
Because
Mhm.
what if
It's subjective.
what if the statistician decided that ball was uncatchable?
Yeah. And
Pass interference or not, it's not a drop.
right. And back to that point, since it was accepted by us, it's not
If he got
counted.
his hands on it, you know what I mean? Probably.
Yeah, but it doesn't get it goes back to it was accepted by us, it doesn't count.
Right. Well, on a non-penalty is what I'm saying. If the ball's just uncatchable.
Yeah.
You know, and I think they determine uncatchability was whether he got his hands on it squarely. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
given the fact that it was 1st and 10, it would be like time was frozen and the NFL game just started at that point. You
right.
have a brand new fresh set of downs, brand new fresh set of play calls, a brand new snap.
Right.
From everything that happens in the game from that point forward is what matters.
Right. Right. And you know what, Crypto? I'll even steal man. I'm going to even prove right now I can make their argument better than they can, because this is the argument they should have made, which is still wrong, but this is the one they should have made. Well, Tua knew that he could draw a flag there and threw the ball. That's why he threw it low and away, so it was uncatchable by everybody, and he knew the referee was gonna throw the flag. That would have been a better argument. Still wrong, but a better argument.
Well, quarterbacks do intentionally throw.
That's why it's a better argument.
Certain type of coverage.
That's why it's a better argument.
Well, Marino intentionally drew pass interference calls at times.
They do all the time. Especially
if they know they got the defensive head turned and not on a swivel.
Especially like on a free play, like an offside, and they just throw it deep because what do you care?
Right. They intentionally throw it into traffic.
Now, if they don't get the catch,
hoping that the defender comes through
on a free play, if they don't get the catch, but they get the PI, they're declining the offside and taking the PI.
Right. That means you can intentionally throw a ball in such a way where you could force the defender to go through the receiver to get the ball.
Especially if you've got tape, you've been watching tape on that defender, and you know he likes
they
to
have
try
that
to
tendency.
Shit.
Right. They have that tendency. Right. You intentionally throw it in such a way you force them to go through.
Or they're the type of defender. See, this is how you can use a good player against them, just like in poker. A lot of times it's easier to beat a good player because a good player is going to do what you expect them to do.
Yeah.
Right? So, generally speaking.
Justin Fields did it against us.
even if they bluff and don't do what a person and don't do what's expected, you're still expecting them to do the unexpected. So it's still easier to beat a good player. Same with a defender. Good defenders are actually coached, and good defenders commit pass interference purposely to save a touchdown. You're giving your defense one last threat of opportunity to keep that touchdown off.
Well, Scrappy, he almost caught the ball, hence almost, because if it wasn't a PI, he most likely would have caught that ball.
Right.
Because there was nothing that was interfering him with.
The rules.
Right. Because no one interfered with that. The interference caused the drop.
Right. Which is against the rules for that very reason.
Right. Right. Now people just say, "Oh, it touched his hands," even though it was a penalty. It just touched his hands.
Now, if we were in a league where you were allowed to do that, then yes, we would expect our wide receivers to overcome that.
Yeah, and some receivers have, they mossing the guy.
There's the elite.
Well, Justin Jefferson have, but yes,
and look, And look, 50 out of 100, Tyreek could still haul that in.
Right. And he have done it
Not
on
like he
some
all of
time
a sudden
before.
turned into a trash receiver because he, had a couple drops.
He had a couple of drops on balls that was interfered with. Or his route was interfered with, not necessarily the ball, his route was interfered with.
Now, if you want to talk
I would
about
say
the
that.
catches that are his responsibility, without all that involved, that throw before the interception to Tyreek over on the what was like a sort of like a sideline to the
Well, that one almost
right,
got him killed. That's the reason why he ended up out of the game.
right. So he's jumping 15 feet in the air, his feet completely left the ground. Right. He's already being lifted and carried by the defender that's smacking him. Another one's coming in and breaks up the pass.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like, why was that ball even thrown?
Yeah, that shouldn't have never even been thrown
And you
at
can
all.
say, yeah, he got his hand on it. He should have caught it. Blah, blah, $30 million. Really?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the point. It takes 5 seconds to say he should have caught that. Now let's talk about why it was thrown in the first place. Can we do that? I mean, I don't want to do it now, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we spent 3
Can't do
days
that.
talking about that Tyreek drop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. There wasn't a person in that stadium that was thinking about that Tyreek drop before Tua threw that interception. Not one.
No, they wasn't thinking about that.
We were so sure that garbage play didn't matter, and we were
Mm-hmm.
still going in.
Right. Yeah.
So, and it pains me to know that people that are perpetrating that narrative were at the game themselves. It's ridiculous. Probably
there were people in the stands.
There's probably some of the people that threw their rally flags on the ground.
On their way out the door. Jesus.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
They just put the rally flags down on the ground.
Oh, they just threw them on the ground, desecrated.
A perfectly good souvenir. Why would they do that?
Well, I got 3 of them.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
No, they did it.
They gave it away in the stadium. Why would they do that?
They did it.
I still have my hat from last year.
Bro, that's pure desecration, bro.
Well, I still have my hat that they gave me, the door prizes.
I mean, look, I'm using the word desecration loosely. I'm talking about within the fandom of a football team. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's pure desecration, man.
Yeah.
The fans were so pissed. They weren't pissed at Tyreek Hill, bro. They weren't throwing their flags on the ground because of Tyreek Hill. Sorry to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I was there.
Mm.
When you're walking back to the parking lot, you're walking in a crowd. You can hear other people talking.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They weren't talking about Tyreek.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, bottom line.
Yeah.
I was
they knew they had an easy scapegoat.
And Tyreek knew it was going to happen. That's why he tweeted what he did early in the week. He knew it was going to happen. He was heading it off.
Oh, that he was
on the Twitter GMs. That's what he said.
The Twitter GMs.
Yeah, he said, bring on the Twitter GMs or something like that.
Right. Right.
Because he knew exactly what they were going to do. And they followed suit.
Right.
These people are so predictable, Crypto. It's ridiculous. Anyway, man, we're almost at 8.5 hours now. I was trying to shut the show an hour ago. But thanks again, Crypto, for hanging with me late. Everybody, we still got we still got 55 of y'all. Now y'all need to go to bed. I don't know when. I don't know when Shake was supposed to drop the insomnia episode. I don't see it up yet.
It's not up yet.
I don't know. I have to look.
We'll drop it tomorrow.
Hold on.
Drop it.
Let me look.
If not,
No, I don't see it going as a premiere right now. So it might take a minute. Sometimes they take a minute to upload, but keep a lookout for that. Everybody, make sure your notification bell is rang so you know when that drops in other content from T.F.T.G. It is game day, ladies and gentlemen. 3:21 a.m. on East Coast, Florida, Palm Beach County. Man, we're warm. We're warm. It's cooling off, but man, God, it's gonna be cold today. Game time is 8:20. That is what? 12, 17,
15 hours.
17 hours away.
15, yeah, something like that.
15 hours. Yeah, something like that.
Roughly. Yeah.
I don't do math this early in the morning. But
yeah. About 17, yeah.
Yeah, well, Deuce, at least you're on the West Coast. It's like, 1 o'clock or what, midnight there for you.
Midnight. Right. Him and Rashad, he's still pissed.
Well, Rashad's still licking his wounds from
earlier.
This whole Tyreek Hill debate.
The Tyreek Hill thing, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I look for we got to get Durham Smythe in the end zone, bro. It's just too easy.
Gotta utilize them.
It's just too easy a thing to do, man. But have a wonderful morning, Crypto. Everybody in chat, have a wonderful day. We will see you right around. I don't know when anybody else is going. I know that our watch party will start at like shortly before game time. Probably who knows how early before game time. But
yeah,
once I get some sleep and wake back up, maybe we'll fire something else back up for y'all. Everybody have a wonderful morning. The sun will rise no matter what happens tonight. The sun is gonna rise on Sunday morning.
Yes.
And we'll have another chance.
How
far away and how long away that another chance is going to be. We'll see. Maybe it's next week, maybe it's next year, but we will have another chance after this game, people. So relax, have fun with it, and let's get this dub, everybody. Fins up, Crypto.
Yeah, fins up, everybody. Fins up.